flight.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, and they figured out there's no curve. It's impossible. No curve, no ball. And they were globalists.
Okay, let's try that again. Just give me an odd number. I should redo that. Hang on. Okay, let's try that again. 1,535, yes?
Yeah.
Thank you.
But at the same time, we have people that
Okay, so there should have been
they cannot speak,
294.
because if they speak, they can lose their job.
65 miles of curvature over
But
4.5 miles.
we have
Okay,
this, like,
so that's very noticeable. 1,000 miles.
Even from NASA, pilots,
1,500 odd miles.
But
okay,
some of them
so that's
did speak about it.
Now, and that would be a curved trajectory,
yes?
Because you have to admit that if you're living on a globe, okay, should the plane be flying horizontal, or should it follow the curvature of the Earth, the surface curvature of the Earth, the circumference? Does that make sense to you?
Yeah.
Yeah, because if you look at the globe, when they say the circumference is 24,901 miles, that means that's a circle, isn't it? That's a circular circumference. So you leaving the Dominican Republic to go to New York now with your 1,535 miles, it means that's a 4.5 hours of 294 miles of curvature through that journey of 4.5. That means that the plane will not be flying horizontal at any point. The only point it was horizontal was at the runway. Then it took off, and from that moment onwards, it's going into a curved trajectory. It climbs up, of course, to the allotted altitude, maybe 35,000 feet, 40,000 feet, and then it levels off. But then in the case of the globe, it would fall into the curved trajectory for the whole 4.5 hours. Now, did you notice that the plane was curving, following a curved trajectory? Did you notice that over the 4 hours? That's the first thing. We're talking about the physicality of the flight. Did you notice that?
No.
No, exactly. Thank you very much. That's good. You didn't notice that, right? So then you're saying you saw the curvature. Okay, you said you saw it, but what you might not know is that do you know the instrument that's known as the black box? The black box in the plane, it's called the in-flight telemetry data. It records the whole characteristics of the flight of an aeroplane from start to finish. The box is actually orange. They call it the black box, but it's actually orange. It is orange for easy location after a crash. Obviously, when there's a crash happened and all that debris, you may not find a black box, but an orange box is got to stick out bright. So it's a black box, but it's actually orange. And in that box, the telemetry data and the data that we're most interested in is the pitch angle. That's the plane's angle of the changing angle through the curved trajectory. That black box tells us that the plane is flying horizontal all the way to its destination. It doesn't follow a curved trajectory. Okay? That's what the black box does, that black box. That's what it's there for. It's there to record everything of the flight. How much fuel was used, airflows, banking left, banking right, turbulence weather, gaining altitude because of the turbulence, dropping back to the allotted altitude. All those increments of movements are recorded. And it's recording the planes are flying horizontal every time. They don't take a curved trajectory. And you said you didn't notice it. So that's strong evidence, isn't it?
The nose of the plane naturally stays aligned with the horizon, so it shouldn't it shouldn't show it to where the pilot should have to constantly dip the nose of the plane. It would show it
Unfortunately, that's a contradiction, and you're stepping backwards now because, of course, the plane has to follow the horizon, and that's at the standard nose up angle is 3 degrees. That is an industry standard, an aviation standard. That most all passenger airline planes, almost all of them, have this 3 degrees nose up. Now, the pilot doesn't have to do that. The pilot doesn't have to put the nose up 3 degrees because the way the wings are articulated to the fuselage, the way they fit into the fuselage of the plane facilitates that. Plane is on the runway and it's accelerating up to 200 miles an hour. Now it's gaining lift. As it's lifting up, it will keep lifting up until it gets to the altitude it has to get to. Let's say it's 35,000 feet. It will level off, but the nose will be up 3 degrees from horizontal. That's a standard. The pilot doesn't have to do that. That's how the plane has been configured. Then you have your artificial horizon there, and that keeps you level. But you've already agreed that circumference means circle, and if the plane is following the surface of the Earth that is a globe, then that means you have to have a curved trajectory. That means you must curve. Okay, that means the pilot will have to increment that movement to follow the curvature of the Earth. He would have to do that. Okay, have to, because it's a curved trajectory. It's not a horizontal, which is what the in-flight telemetry data is telling us. That's the black box recording everything. That's a very important piece of kit technology, because I'll give you an example. When an incident happens where a crash has happened, okay? Now, the people who may have died and those who have been injured, if they're lucky to be alive, there's going to be a court hearing. And in the court hearing, they want to know exactly what happened to the plane. This is where the in-flight telemetry data comes in, okay? And that's plugged into the computer, so the judges and the plaintiffs can see what happened. And then they can then decide whether or not, if it was pilot error, human error, it'll all be decided there. And after that, judges can award compensation and find the airline company liable. Or, if not the airline company, the manufacturer of the faulty part, let's say something went wrong from a part that was installed, the company who made that part may be liable. They have to come to. Do you understand? That's how important the black box telemetry is. And it's telling us that the plane is flying horizontal from when you left the Dominican Republic and you went to New York. That was a leveled flight. That's what it doesn't take a curved trajectory. No plane does that. Unless they're doing stunts, of course.
Yeah.
Gene, do you know what?
Go ahead.
I find interesting this. I experienced on the beach the flat surface, all my life. But every time when I go every time when I'm flying with the airplane, I could not believe how much flatness I experience even more. I see more flat. Yeah. That means I experience more.
Same.
More flatness when I'm high, like it's obvious, than from the ground. I don't understand how people experience something what is more flatness in the sky. They experience something like curved.
Now, thank you, Sasha, because that's been my experience. But for me, I didn't even register it. So I'm I'm jumping out of aeroplanes in the army. I'm traveling around the world in planes. I'm looking out the window. It's all flat, but I'm not connecting there. I'm not connecting. I'm not saying, wow, it's flat. I'm just looking. I'm saying, wow, look how far I can see. I'm not connecting that's flat Earth at all, because I'm thinking I'm on a globe, and that's not even an issue. Thinking I'm on a globe wasn't even on my mind. I'm just enjoying the view. So I'm like you there. Yeah, I see a lot of horizontality everywhere, and I didn't register it until December 26, 2015, when I became a flat earther through the 8 videos that I watched. And I was
remember, if we're giving exposition, that we address the person we're giving exposition to, and not forget that we're actually talking to somebody that is asking questions. So.
Oh yeah, we were addressing him. We were just giving him the benefit of our experiences as well, and we're addressing him all the way. But thanks for the reminder. But we were actually okay. We weren't leaving him behind at all. Yeah, we're just trying to explain to him that when we were flying in planes, we didn't see the curvature at all. That's all. The young man says he has seen the curvature. We explained to him about the in-flight telemetry data. So now I'd like your response on that. Yeah. What do you think about the in-flight telemetry data?
Well, I don't know, man. I've come to the understanding that like the level direction changes smoothly along the curve, so that's how it stays like horizontal.
Yeah, well, that's really a misconception, because when you have a spherical ball and you follow it, there's no point that's horizontal. You're going to follow degrees of curvature, degrees. Much like a protractor. A protractor, it's 180 degrees. You start at one point, 0 degrees, and as you follow it round, you're going on a curved trajectory all the time. So there's no horizontal there. You cannot be flying horizontal. It's impossible, isn't it? Because you're going over a curved surface. Is the curved surface level?
Hmm?
Is a curved surface, a surface that's curving, would you say that is level?
No.
Right. And we know that because when we have a level table and we pour water on the level table, the water spreads out along the length of the table level. When we pour it on a ball, it just rolls off because the ball is not level. The surface is not level. So it rolls off the surface of the ball. Right. So in that, saying that, you must, it's by law, by God's law, you have to encounter curvature if you're living on a ball. You've got the circumference, so it's unavoidable. There's no way you can escape it. Do you understand? It's as sure as you need air to breathe to live. That's how affirmative that is. You cannot be horizontal on a ball. Impossible. You have to follow the curvature.
So for more, the telemetry data that Gene was pointing out to you is more. It's like a check and balances that is being gathered by this system that will, use all of the devices and all the information that is being gathered in the airplane and checked and balanced, right? And you're saying that the airplane is doing something that is not being uh, recorded. You're saying it is going across the curvature, even though the telemetry data, the airplane, all the devices in the airplane are telling you that it's not doing that. You're saying the airplane is doing something that the airplane is not telling you it's doing. So how do you come to the conclusion that the airplane is doing something that it's not doing?
Okay. So planes fly in equilibrium like between lift and gravity, and like they don't need to like nose down because they're always falling slightly under gravity and then being corrected by lift. So okay. Yeah. So what I meant by the level direction changes smoothly is that like you know how like when you have a yo-yo and you spin around in a circle, it stays like within that radius.
Yeah, but what you said is incorrect, because that's a misconception of flight. The aeroplane is generating lift from the engines. That's keeping it a constant thrust. That's what that engine does. It produces thrust that keeps the engine, the aeroplane, moving forward. Right? At no point does it drop down, come up, unless there's bad turbulence, and then the pilot has to increase altitude or decrease altitude. Fair weather, everything's clean, nice sunny day, you're above the clouds. That plane is flying level straight. It is not going up or down. Okay? And it would need to nose down if it's going to follow the curvature of the Earth. And if it's traveling at 600 miles an hour, then for every mile, every 2 minutes, 1 mile curvature must nose down 1 mile every 2 minutes to follow the curvature of the Earth. So, and no aeroplane flies like that. And again, you're ignoring the in-flight telemetry data. You're ignoring that. That's not a good thing to do.
That deviation, it will be registered in the devices in the airplane. It's gonna
Yeah.
change from this orientation to this next orientation to this next one, and it's gonna be gathered and shown on the equipment. But what the equipment is showing you that it's not doing what you're claiming. It's not doing that.
Yeah. It's telling us the plane doesn't follow a curved trajectory. And you kind of agreed that if there's a circumference, the plane must follow that circumference. And if it's following the circumference, that's a curved trajectory, because a ball doesn't have a horizontal surface anywhere. But yet the in-flight telemetry data says the plane is flying horizontal. So the data, the electronic equipment can't be wrong Okay, because that's a gross mistake. Okay, that instrument would be useless, but it's not. It's telling us that the plane is flying level all the time, all the way. The only time it's not flying level is when it either increases altitude or decreases altitude, or when it's taking off or when it's coming into land, because it hasn't. It's moving from the horizontal to do that. Okay, but during the flight, it is horizontal, and it's all been recorded. Has to be recorded because it's a safety measure for the airline companies when things go wrong. Now, they want to know what happened. That's what that the black box, which is actually an orange box, is all about. Okay, and they're usually fitted at the back of the aeroplane, the tail section. The reason why, because when there's a crash, usually the tail section tend to survive the crash more so than the front and the middle section. So that's why they put that kind of instrument is all at the back. So all cabled up. Brilliant, good idea. Very clever system, and it's very, very intelligent as well. The thing. Okay, so that's what and then you also have to remember yourself. You've said that you never noticed the curved trajectory, right? Because the plane was flying horizontal. That's why. Because if
So
it was,
let's go from
go ahead.
a chronology. The aircraft engineers, the people that build the aircraft, right? They design it for a flat, motionless environment because they want to make it work practically, right? They want to make it safe. They want to make it work. So they never take into account the globe or the curvature or the rotation of the Earth to build the aircraft. So that's what step one. Then the operator of the aircraft, the pilot, never observed any curvature, any rotation, and never takes it into account to operate the aircraft. You as a passenger never observe any of these, never take into account any curvature, any globe, right? And the devices in the aircraft that make it work also never take into account this curvature. So putting all of these variables together, how do you say that you come to the conclusion that the lack of taking into account this globe is the evidence of the globe?
Pardon?
Do you hear what I said?
Could you repeat that?
Okay. The people that build the aircraft, the engineers, when they wanna go in the aircraft before they go into it, and before they put their families, they wanna make it work in reality, make it safe, right? They wanna make it practical to be utilized to go from point A, point B, right? So when they build it, when they make the aircraft, they build it to work on a flat, motionless Earth. Okay?
Mhm.
And then the pilot, the guy operating the aircraft, never takes into account any curvature or any rotation of the ground. So no globe are taken into account by the operator of the aircraft. So the builders of the aircraft and the operator of the aircraft never take into account any of this. The devices, the telemetry data never shows you any curve, any globe taken into account for while the aircraft is being operated. So you have all of these variables in place that showed you that what is in place is the aircraft is being operated on a motionless horizontal frame of reference, and you're saying that all of that is telling you that it is a globe. So the lack of the globe is the evidence of the globe. That's your argument.
Okay. So, let me think.
How can you come to the conclusion that the globe is there when nothing is pointing out that it is there, that the opposite is true, that the airplane never took into account the curvature of the globe or the movement of the ground that will be required if it was. It's
Well,
never, it's not there.
it is taken into account because altitude is measured relative to the Earth's surface, which curves.
Remember the part that I told you about the engineers that build the aircraft, that they assume a flat, motionless Earth?
Well, yeah, because level flight just means staying at the same distance from the Earth. So it's just they don't have to account for it because it's not like they're going into space and leaving the Earth's like atmosphere.
So you're saying that your conclusion that it is a globe based on the aircraft is the engineers don't take into account the globe, the pilot don't take account into a globe, the aircraft itself doesn't take into account the globe, therefore it's a globe.
I'm saying that the reason they don't take it into account is because they're not doing something drastic enough for them to like leave the Earth's gravitational field. So the problem with it is that they're not the globe, the curving in the globe isn't a problem because it doesn't directly affect them in a negative way.
So that's
Yeah,
just you saying that.
unfortunately,
They're
sorry
not
to
like
cut you off there, Dudley. Hang on. Unfortunately, what you said there really doesn't make any sense because the curvature of the Earth is a distinctive part of living on the globe if we were to be living on it. That's the circumference. And an aeroplane, if it's following the circumference, that's a curved trajectory. You agreed to that. That's common sense, isn't it? It's not a when I'm putting my hand on a beach ball at the top and I'm following that surface, my hand is following the curvature, isn't it? It's following the curvature of that. It's not going straight, is it? It's not going horizontal. It's not, is it? It's following a curved surface, curved, and I'm watching my hand go through the degrees, and now my hand is upside down at the bottom. Okay, that's curved. Didn't go horizontal. So at no point should the plane level on a ball. It's impossible. Do you understand that?
You understand scale?
You still got to go through. You still got to go through degrees of curvature, no matter how small
Yeah.
that ball is
The
or
grease is
how
so
big it
small.
is.
That
It
is
doesn't
not
matter how
Jin,
small or how.
they're
No, no,
saying
it doesn't
Jin,
matter
they're
how
saying that
small. It doesn't matter how small or how big the ball is. 90 degrees is
does.
90 degrees.
No,
Okay,
it does matter.
180 degrees is 180 degrees. Whether it is a microscopic bloody ball that you need a microscope to see it, or a ginormous ball that is as big as the whole universe. Let's say 180 degrees is 180 degrees. Okay,
Was it
and it's,
90?
you cannot avoid it.
It's actually not 180.
And don't worry, I can give you some flights that will give you 180 degrees if you were to go to these locations. Like from the North Pole to the South Pole, that's going to
All
be
right.
80 degrees on your globe ball.
Let me post an
But the
image. Let me
pilots,
post an image.
the 32 pilots who have confirmed flat Earth tell us that they don't do antipodal when they go to the Antarctica. It's a leveled flight all the way. Okay, so you know.
I have a question. How the flight would look like if surface flat?
Yeah, go ahead. That's a great question.
Could you repeat that?
How the flight would look like if surface is flat?
Yeah, how would it look if you were flying over a flat Earth? What would the experience be? Explain that one. Yeah, good.
They'd be the same
It can't be the same because hang on,
because
be
the
hang on a
the same.
second.
distance
Hang on a
from
second.
as
Okay,
long
go
as
ahead.
as long as the distance from the Earth is the same all throughout the flight, it's gonna look the same.
No, it's impossible because a straight line
It cannot be the
and
same.
hang on a minute, a straight line trajectory and a curved trajectory are two different types. A
It
curved
just
trajectory,
went over your head, did you? Whatever you just said.
these are different. They're different, aren't they? Aren't they?
Okay, but a leveled flight makes it seem as if it's a straight line.
No, there's no making it seem. That's not correct. It's not coherent, and it's not in line with flight. We're talking about engineering, precision engineering here. Okay?
Yeah, exactly.
So
The one
it
that you
looks
don't
like
know
Bush
about.
like doesn't cut it. Sorry, no. The aeroplane is flying horizontal. You said it yourself. It would fly level, basically, on a flat Earth. But on a ball Earth, it cannot be the same. See?
So
You're
can you
finding
explain
yourself in
this
trouble
image
now.
for me? Okay, can you explain this image for me?
Okay, which one?
To the flat earther.
I'm not looking at your image at the moment. I'm having a drink.
Yeah. No, please look at it. Please look and explain it to me. Since you seem to be an
I'm not.
engineer.
You've got nothing for me to see. I don't look at Glober's images myself. I
It's
don't.
not globus image.
Which part of Earth is that?
No, I'm asking you. So you see a circular object. He
I'm
showed that
asking
is
you.
level.
I'm asking you this. Which part of Earth is that?
Oh, I don't
Exactly.
know. You could probably do this everywhere on Earth.
Okay.
He's
Okay.
asked you a question.
I will show you one picture, and I will tell you which part of Earth is that. Okay.
This is Minnesota, actually.
Okay, Minnesota.
Okay, this is Bolivia.
There you are.
It's Bolivia. Okay, good. What about it?
This is 4,000 miles squared. Elevation change 1 meter.
4,000. How can you prove to me that this is 4,000 miles away?
I don't know. You can trust your mainstream.
No.
People,
I'm asking you. I'm asking you. You posted this, right?
I don't know. Yeah.
You asked
That's
me a
not
question.
real.
I
It's
answered
fake.
you. So this image has been taken in Minnesota. Where was your image taken, and how can you tell? How can you prove to me? That
It's in Bolivia. You can go there. It's called the perfect.
English. How can you prove to me that
He's
this is
speaking
4,000
English.
miles?
He's speaking English. Give him a chance to speak. He's telling you you can go there for yourself. He gave you the location. Okay, so you can Google Earth it, and you can find out the specifications of
I
that
gave you my
area.
location too. I gave the location
Yeah,
too.
I'm
So
not
what about
interested
the
in your location, by the way, sir. I'm not
Not mine.
interested.
Not mine. The image.
Okay.
The image.
Thank you.
Oh,
Get that right, mate.
You gave us Minnesota. Does Minnesota curving?
Yeah.
Do you see Minnesota in the picture there? That
Is
I
it
posted?
curving? Is the question?
You said
The tennis
that
ball.
it's
The tennis ball.
Minnesota.
Yes. The tennis ball is definitely
Is it
curving.
Minnesota?
Right.
Oh, tennis ball. I'm asking you, does Minnesota curving? Because tennis ball, it's not the earth.
But the tennis ball is the shape of a circle, right? It's a sphere.
Yeah, it's a circle. I'm glad you said that. So it's a circle line. Is a horizontal line and a circle line the same? Is it?
Man,
So how is it possible that the level shows level?
You're not
right?
answering the question, sir.
No,
The
you're not
question
answering
was
mine.
this: is a horizontal straight line, which is what the young man said the plane would be flying across, straight, and then a curved trajectory. That's a curved line.
But the
Are they
plane
the
doesn't
same?
fly horizontally,
I'm
does
going
it?
to ask you again and again and again until
Yeah, I
you
just
answer the
answered you.
question. And the question is this: is a horizontal leveled flight and then a curved trajectory, which is what you experience on the globe, the same? Are they the same?
Okay, take a breath. The plane
Are
does
they
not
the
fly
same?
horizontally.
I'm fitter than you. Are they the same?
Again, the plane does not fly
Are
horizontally.
they the same? That's the question. Is a horizontal linear flight horizontal and then a curved trajectory, which is what you would experience on a globe, are they the same?
The gentleman has to answer or else he'll stay muted. So I'm going to keep unmuting you and muting you until you answer his question.
Thank you very much, Miggy. I appreciate that.
It's also saying you don't know. I don't know what the
It's
answer
fine if
is.
you cannot explain the tennis ball with the level.
Answer.
You're not answering the question that was
You're not answering my question, though.
Mute
Why
the
would
guy.
you want me
Mute the guy. Mute the guy. Just mute the guy. It's a waste of space now. Just wasting time.
You're either going to answer his question or you're not going to be able to proceed forward. So he's going to give you one more try. And if you can't answer this time, you're going to sit on a red mute.
Right.
Go ahead, Jen. Ask it once more.
Yeah, the question was,
If I may-
is a horizontal linear flight, which is what the young man said you would experience on a flat Earth, and then a globe, a curved trajectory flight, curved trajectory, are they the same?
Can I try?
Are they the same?
Yeah, if I may, Ski.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, Ski, pay attention here, okay? You could answer this question inside your own worldview. You just gave a demonstration of
Why nobody's answering my question?
Yes, Ski, listen, this is how you answer it, okay? Let me help you out. You'd say, yes, they are the same thing because that line that you made with that level, that would be a straight line as it's the weight of the level is pushing down on the tennis ball. So you would say on your worldview, the airplane pushes down against the surface of the earth, creating a flat, level flight.
That would be impossible anyway.
Well, yeah, but I mean, that's how he would square it in his worldview.
Yeah, well, Kurt, I just kind of want him to answer the question. If he can't answer it, he'll sit on a red mute until, because what we do here is, question and answer. And if he can't answer, that's fine. He can sit on a red mute until he thinks about answering it. So he can have one more go, and then he'll sit on a red mute if he can't answer.
So I'll ask you for the very last time that, and the young man who was also there, that a horizontal flat line over a flat Earth, straight horizontal linear line, and then the curved trajectory, which you all agreed because there's a circumference, which means that's circular, that's curved, because a circle is not straight, is a curved trajectory versus a horizontal trajectory. Are they the same? Because if you can't answer that, you have no business here.
You can't answer my question though.
Put him on mute. Just put him on mute. He's not
he's
answering.
on mute now.
Yeah,
We'll
that's an
leave him
insult
on
to.
mute, Jen. Yeah, please
Thank you very
proceed.
much. Yeah. Listen, guys, we're talking about standards here, and we're talking about the principle of flight. Okay? Now, if you're living on your ball Earth, ladies and gentlemen, those of you who think you live on a globe, if you've got a circumference, that means you've got a circle. Okay? Now, a circle is not a straight line. Okay? There is no part of a circle that is straight. And in engineering, if we have a ball bearing that is a flat blemish, that's a reject. It's put into the smelting bucket because it's got a flat spot. Okay? So if you're living on a globe and you are flying on your globe ball, you must follow the surface of the Earth, which is the curvature of your ball Earth. That's a curved trajectory. If you're living on a flat Earth, that's a horizontal flight. From after you've taken off and the plane's leveled off, that's a good flight all the way. And the in-flight telemetry data is recording that. So you work it out for yourselves. Is a curved line straight? Thank you.
Thanks, Jen.
Yeah, we got Perry. Perry was typing in text chat. Looks like he logged out though.
Yeah, we cannot afford to have people come into the server and make a mockery of flight. Okay, because we all go on planes. We all most of us have anyway, and travel to destinations. And the one thing that we notice when you're asked, did you notice that curved trajectory? Everybody says, no, they didn't. Well, there's your first clue. Okay, then I back it up with the in-flight telemetry data is telling us that the plane is flying horizontal all the way to the destination. So that backs up your experience. But you're going to carry on saying, no, but we live on a globe because of gravity. Ladies and gentlemen, gravity has nothing to do with aviation. Nothing. They're not married. They're not related. They're not cousins. They're chalk and cheese, oil and water. Okay? So don't mention gravity when we're talking about flying. Nothing to do with gravity. Nothing. Bloody annoys me, that.
I want to comment his photo. You know, there is a tennis ball that he put that bubble there, and that means that it's about, let's say, 1 centimeter about his calculation. But sphere cannot be flat. But let's say this is 1 centimeter of the flatness. Okay, can he show that the same thing with the Earth example? Put a bubble. And the same thing, it's curvy, it's flat, and like locally what he thinks or whatever, you know. The same thing he needs. And if you're using the sphere, of course, you know that you have some kind of effects when you have a sphere. But when you don't have a sphere, you need to show first that it is a sphere. That means it's curving like this tennis ball, and that tennis ball
Sasha.
have drop, and that tennis ball have drop over distance,
Sasha.
and you can measure.
Yeah, Sasha, it's going to Jin's point. This is what Jin's saying.
Yeah.
So even if there's a slight curvature, it's still curving. It's not straight. So that's just to Jin's point. So he's actually refuting himself when he shows this. So that's all. But the other guy that we're speaking to left out the back door. So.
Okay.
Yeah, that's okay. Yeah, because it got too real for them, because a curved trajectory on your globe has to be experienced. It cannot be you're living on a globe and not experience that curved trajectory. And all the language they use is correct. Yes, it's a circumference. There's a radius. These are all curved lines. Is a curved line straight? When you ask the children, they laugh. No, it's
a straight line. It's not curved.
There you go. Sorry?
Radius is a straight line. It's not curved.
Thank you very much.
He's still asking if it's a straight line, dude. He debunked himself. It's a curved line. Because if it's slight curvature, it's still curved. So you can't put a curved line and say that it's straight. It's not straight.
Yeah.
It's curved.
No, exactly. A curved line is not straight. That's impossible. That's why that question is very poignant with flight. And if you can't answer that question, you know that you're being dishonest to yourselves. You're showing yourself up, and you're being dishonest to the rest of the world. Okay? Because if you live on a globe and you're saying you're going to go to your destination, you must experience curved trajectory. Have to. A curved trajectory must be experienced.
Curved trajectory is known as rotation. I understand what you mean by curved, because you're following the curved path of the Earth, but the aircraft itself would have to rotate So, for example, circumnavigation, if we're going to go from the North Pole to the North again, that means the aircraft would have rotated 360 degrees. Because you have to remember, if you fly from the North Pole to the equator, the aircraft has rotated 90 degrees. From the equator to the South Pole, 180 degrees. You get my drift.
Yeah, absolutely. That's what we're talking about. Exactly. So, and then the guy said, "Did you know about scale?" Then he went about scale. He goes, "It doesn't matter if it's a microscopic bloody ball that I can't see. I need a microscope, or one as big as the universe. 90 degrees is 90 degrees."
Yeah, I was just chucking the word in rotation in there for you, mate. I know what you're talking about. Rotation is a good word to use.
Clean, like it takes a curved trajectory. It's flying through a curved trajectory. If it would be following the surface of the Earth. But no plane flies like that. That's the thing.
I know. Just trying to help you out, mate.
Yeah, cheers, man.
No worries.
Yeah. Yes, it would be rotating around the globe, without a doubt. That's exactly what would be happening. It would be rotating around that globe. That'd be a real rotation that you would experience.
When you bring up the pitch data, that's what we're talking about. So exactly. It's the rotation of pitch.
Yeah, which changes in increments of degrees throughout the flight. That's why I asked him for the duration of the flight, the length time. It was 4.5 hours. Distance 1,539. Predicted curvature to be experienced 294 miles, 0.265 of miles of curvature there, and it wasn't, because he said he didn't notice it. And if he didn't notice it, it's because it wasn't there. And you know why? Because planes don't fly over a globe. And then you're not arguing with me. You're arguing with the in-flight telemetry data, for example. Then you've got like the 32 pilots that have confirmed flat Earth, which I was looking for to try and give it to him. And then you've got the Flatten the Curve documentary from 2020, I think it is 2021, where you have the flight helicopter gunship pilots, jet fighter pilots, aircraft instructor pilots. Then you've got the submariners, and then aircraft carrier naval personnel, and they've all said that their instruments are operating on a flat Earth, because if it was subjected to a globe Earth ball, their instruments wouldn't work. That's what they've said. The professionals, they do everything every day of the week, 365 days of the year. They would know if they're living on a ball or not. So yes, flatten the curve, ladies and gentlemen. Flatten the curve. That's the curve. That's the one where the professionals speak up. They even bring out PDF books of their schooling. The guy's name is Joshua, and he brings up a book because he was so surprised that he was living on a flat Earth. He thought that gravity was pulling the nose down, you see. That's what he thought, Joshua. You know, but he then found out that he was living on a flat Earth. He reviewed his college books and then downloaded the latest version of his college books, and he shows you. So it's a bloody good documentary. Flatten the Curve. 2 hours. Very stimulating. But yeah, sorry I shouted anyway, but you know, at the end of the day, you do get exasperated when they can't tell the difference between a curved trajectory and a horizontal flat trajectory. I don't understand.
Oh, I'm feeling charitable, being as I've, we've let that happen for the last 5 minutes. Been experiencedly and demonstrated what he wants. I was wondering whether Ski, given another opportunity, was going to just say yes or no, or I don't know, and then we can move on and answer his question. It's just a one-word answer. We can move on. So, Ski, if you're there, if not, I'll just mute you back up again, just in case there's some background noise. But yes, no, I don't know. Then we can move on.
Just to understand why you guys get so triggered when I ask the simple question. That's all.
Okay.
Yeah, Ski, I gave you the answer twice.
No, you didn't.
Yes, I did.
I'm asking you. No, you didn't.
You're still not answering the question. You still haven't answered the question. Anyway.
Stop. One second.
Jen, hold on.
Chill out. 1 second.
I gave you the same. Yeah, I gave you the same answer twice.
What was your answer?
Number one, you've got the weight of the level pushing down on your tennis ball, creating a locally flat area. That would have been the same answer you could have used for Jin. that said the airplane flying over the Earth pushes the surface of the Earth down, creating a locally flat area. So my answer could have been the same answer you gave to Jin, but you refuse to use my answer on both accounts.
Because it doesn't answer my question.
Then
You're just pretending that he's answering my question.
What would answer the question?
My answer is simple. How is it possible that the water level is shown flat on a curved surface? It shouldn't, according to your logic, guys.
No,
but it doesn't. That's the point. The point is,
it doesn't. Should I post the image again?
Hang on a second. The question was:
I'm talking to Chris.
Trajectory or an horizontal straight linear line, which is what the young man said. And I asked you, are they the same? And you didn't answer the question.
Chris.
Are they the same?
Okay. So the problem is you've got two errors here. Number one, that you don't understand what flat earthers are talking about. Then you use that lack of understanding to ask a question that you think can't be answered. That's two errors. That's a double. You're doubling up on a single idea, and then once you've asked the question that you think can't get answered, then you think you didn't get an answer, then you ask again. That's a triple error.
You didn't answer.
Then so why would you ask? Why would you ask? If you know someone can't answer, why are you asking?
Because that's literally the proof that you guys are full of shit. If you can't answer that, it means that you can't understand the rest.
Actually, then you're full of the brand.
Jen, I got this.
You can't even answer my question. Hang on.
Yeah, Jen,
you can't even answer my question. That's how much of the brown stuff you got coming all out of every orifice.
All right,
normally on a discussion
through this as quick as we can.
If you ask a question to somebody, you're waiting for an answer. You're not waiting for another question.
Jen, he can't answer. Okay, he
didn't answer the question.
He can't answer. No, he can't answer. Like it'd be the same thing, dude. It'd be the same thing asking him, like what day of the week it is. He doesn't understand these simple things.
He didn't answer the question.
He can't.
Neither did you, Jin. Neither did you.
Jin. I didn't even hear your question.
This is fucking chaos.
So shut the fuck up then.
Yeah, come on, guys. Let's just pick someone to answer the guy's question. And then we can move on. Let's just answer the Globe Guy's question. Super easy answer. It's just balancing on the top of the tennis ball.
I don't know.
How's that possible?
It doesn't prove anything. It doesn't prove flat or globe or anything like that, right? It doesn't really matter. No, it doesn't. It's just balancing on top of the tennis ball, horizontally.
Now answer the real question.
The oceans.
Now answer the real question. The real question.
He can't answer. Jin, stop asking him. He's unable.
DJ. Is it the same happening for the oceans?
Hang on a minute.
Yes,
let's get this
Jen, stop. Jen, listen. Okay, Jen. Okay, Ski. That's the same answer I've given you. The same answer DJ's given you. You've got the same answer from multiple people. Absolutely.
Not.
Absolutely. Yes. The same exact answer multiple times from multiple flat earthers. You have a deep-seated error.
I think I need to play back the recording so we can see if you guys answer the same way.
The exact same way. Yeah, DJ said it's balancing. I told you the weight of the level is pushing
the weight of the
down.
Level. Stop one second. What does it mean, the weight of the level? Can you please explain to us?
You could pick a smaller level that weighs less, and what will happen? You can manipulate this.
You're telling me that this object is literally useless, is giving weight on itself? Is that why it shows flat?
No, I'm saying you could use a different level. You could manipulate this setup to get a completely.
You don't need to manipulate anything.
Yes, you could get a completely different result.
How? Okay, show me how. This is a claim that you just made. Show me how.
Yeah, use a different level.
Yeah, it's gonna give me the same result.
No, it'll give you a different result.
No, it's not.
I do apologise. Can someone tell me how and what this is supposed to be proving? This level that's balanced on a tennis ball. Why are we even looking at it? Why is it relevant?
Because he thinks inside his worldview, this demonstrates that flat earthers can't answer a question.
I haven't made any claim. All I did was asking a question.
Okay, what's the answers you've been given so far?
Oh, no, you said that the level is pushing weight on itself. That's why it shows, and that's why it shows. So you're basically saying that this tool is pretty much useless, that we can't use it.
Pump the brakes. Is the level pushing down on the tennis ball?
But
is that a fact?
If it's pushing
is it no? Hold on. Is that a fact? Yes or no?
It is, yes, of course. It's exerting weight on the tennis ball.
Okay,
but how does that change
hold on.
the water inside the level?
Slow down.
No, you slow down. Slow down.
Okay.
Slow down for us.
We're trying to troubleshoot you. Right now, you've got deep-seated logical errors. Then the tennis ball, is that lifting up against the level?
Can we speak about the water inside the level? Why
we're getting there.
Sorry, Craig.
Stop going around this.
Sorry, why is the air inside the level relevant?
Okay, so this tool, right, that we use, it's normally used, right, to see if a surface is flat. Yeah? Right?
Yeah.
Is that correct?
Yep.
Is that what we use this tool? So
yes.
If the surface that we place it on is not flat, the water will not be within those two. Do you see those two lines?
Oh, I see. I understand. You've balanced it. It's a bit of a trick.
Regardless if you balance it or not.
Hold on,
so even
my
if
friend,
stop. You're lying.
Friend,
stop.
My friend,
even if you push it on the
seriously,
left,
don't
even
talk
if you
through
push
me.
that level on the left, it's going to show you the exact same level.
Oh, you're going to continue to talk?
Well, you're lying,
I'm begging you, please, brother, don't talk through me.
You don't.
Right now, I've entertained this long enough. Shut up. I've entertained this long enough.
Who the fuck
Stop
are you,
talking, or I'll put you on mute.
I don't care. I'm talking to Craig.
Dude, this is an open forum.
No, dude,
I will speak when I want to. If you think that you can control this conversation, you can't. It's probably best you just
controlling it. I'm asking you.
Well, then fuck off. I'm not going to put out with your party tricks anymore. You're balancing a level on a fucking table tennis and saying that it's flat. Fuck off.
It's ridiculous because this would debunk the globe, right? Let's just say that tennis ball was the globe and you had a giant level. Oh, ban whoever the fuck did that. Rude prick. Yeah, say this was a globe-sized tennis ball and you put a giant level on it like that. It would just straight up, and you're trying to, what the fuck are you talking about, dude? You're trying to say the tennis ball's flat, or what?
The guy who burped was at the bottom middle there, Astro Sentinel.
Astro Sentinel, last warning, bro. Don't ever do that again, bro. You'll be banned instantly.
Okay, just now put the level on the side of the ball. Put it on the side of it.
Yeah, I think he got discombobulated when we explained to him that a ball bearing, if it had a flat spot, it would be rejected in engineering. It's no good because it has to be perfectly spherical. So anything that's got a flat spot on a spherical ball, it's gone. You put it in a smelting bucket for it to be re-smelted into a ball bearing again. But when we gave him that kind of precision, it totally tears them to pieces. Because if you're living on a globe, like I keep saying, that circumference word means circle. And a circular path is not a straight line. There you are. So what's going on? Yeah, that's how they behave. Because the truth is just so unbearable for them. And I don't know why they get so angry about flat Earth. The Earth is flat, people. Get on with it. They get so, what's the word there? What's the word I'm looking for? Where they just totally detest the idea of a flat Earth. Why?
Yeah, why do you detest the idea of a globe? Is it because you're Christian? Maybe
I'm not a Christian. No, although I did go to a Christian school. I did go to a Christian school in England and in Nigeria, and I also went to a Muslim school. I also went to a religious man. The thing is, if the Earth is a globe, let's measure it. I can't measure it. I've been out there. I'm now 63 years of age. No curvature in all that time. Zero. So if you can knock me out, go ahead.
He's obviously trolling. Let's not unmute him, please. He's obviously trolling. If you guys want to just have him troll some more, then unmute him. If not, just keep him.
No, just get rid of him.
I'm with you. I'm with you there, Miggy. I'm with you there all the way there, mate. That's why I didn't want to look at his. I didn't look at his image, because that's what I say to Globers. You'll have nothing that I want to see unless it's you actually measuring the curvature so that the children of the world, the 8-year-olds upwards, can replicate what you do. Outside of that, you've got nothing I want to see, mate. Look at this and look at that. No, I don't look at anything that the Globers put down. I stopped that back in 2018 after looking at their material and finding flaws and faults every single time. You understand? It's frustrating, isn't it? So I've decided that no Glober has anything I want to see unless it's them measuring the curvature with all their tools and their mates, getting it done, photographed, and then we can replicate what they did. Outside of that, you've got nothing at the moment. That's the standard I'm operating under since 2018. I gave them what? 2015, 16, 17. So 4 years almost of my time looking at their material. And it was a zero result. Waste of time. I don't look at global shit. Never will.
Is there anybody else in the chat that we can speak to? I see Astro Sentinel's muted right at the bottom. I assume he's been a very bad boy or girl, so I'll keep them on mute. But if there's anybody else who's got any questions, I'm scrolling. I don't know if I can see anyone. Midnight's joined us. What's up, Midnight? That's the only person I can see is Astro who's been naughty.
Maybe give him a second chance. Maybe he was hot micing. It sounded like I would say maybe I have to double check, but it looked like it was at the bottom there, and he was the only one at the bottom of my screen. So it might not have been him. Oh, he left anyway. Okay. No, he's back. There we go. Let's see it. Okay, there we go. He came back. Yeah, that's Biddle. Like he's one of these like flat Earth hoverers.
Weird. Astro, if you got control of your microphone, just in case you thought that you didn't, I have unmuted you.
You couldn't have heard me because I was muted. Unless you have the capability of unmuting me on my end, there was no freaking way that there would be a burp coming from me. Even if there was a burp. Because
if it wasn't you, then... Yeah, sorry about that if you got falsely accused.
Yeah, I just unmuted you, dude. I didn't know why you was.
Yeah, I'm just saying I could have been wrong. I didn't go back to the live stream and listen. I just saw the screen. It looked like it was your mic that lit up, and I've known that you've done really weird burping animal sounds in the past, and your reputation followed you. I just assumed it was you.
Please look back at the recording.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that right now.
Oh, this is going to be fun. Astro, have you got any questions you want to ask? Or any conversations you want to have? Or are you just upset that you got muted?
Well, you're not muted now, so talk up. Mic up.
I was just here to see if I could just listen.
Okay, did you learn anything about flights over a flat Earth and flights over an oblate spheroid? Did you learn anything?
If I learned anything about that?
Yeah, if you were listening, did you learn anything? That was the question.
I didn't hear anything about flights.
Okay, you didn't hear about it. Okay, well, we were talking about flights over a globe Earth, but we're not noticing the curvature. Okay, if we're meant to be living on a globe, every flight that I've been on has been horizontal, and the in-flight telemetry data backs that up. But yet, if you're living on a globe, then you have to follow the circumference of that globe, the curved trajectory, the curvature. But we're not experiencing it. What do you say? Have you ever flown?
I've flown, yes.
Okay. Did you notice that the plane didn't take this curved trajectory that it would need to have done if you're flying on a globe?
I believe I was perpendicular to the ground at all times.
Yes, but if you're living on a globe of all Earth, the trajectory would have been a curved one, wouldn't it? Versus flat Earth and horizontal.
Sorry, I think you meant to say parallel. Perpendicular would mean that you were vertical 90 degrees to the horizontal Earth. You meant parallel, right?
Yeah, you meant parallel. That's right. Yeah, parallel. But again, that would be flat Earth parallel. On a globe, you can't be parallel because you'd have to be following a curved trajectory, you see. And that's the point we're talking about. Did you notice the plane taking this curved trajectory?
I didn't notice a curved trajectory.
Yeah. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Did you hear that? Out of the horse's mouth himself. He did not notice the curved trajectory. You know why, ladies and gentlemen? Because it's not there. The plane is flying horizontal, you see. Because it would be impossible not to notice the curved trajectory. And I'll tell you why, ladies and gentlemen. If you're flying on Jin's Airlines, Jin's Airlines, and we're flying around the globe, you will never be able to go to the toilet. You will never be able to leave your seat. You will not get your magazines, blankets, pillows, comics, soft drinks, meals. You know why? Because we're flying over a curved trajectory, and that doesn't allow for the cabin crew to serve you. Because a curved trajectory is a very dangerous maneuver, and it's going to last 4.5 hours as we leave Dominica Republic. We're on our way to New York. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, a curved trajectory means you can't walk around. Thank you. What up? There you are. Okay, do you understand? But indeed, you do get your drinks, don't you? And you do get your blankets and your comics and your magazines and your pillows and your soft drinks, snacks and meals. And you can go to the toilet and you can stretch your legs. Why? Because the plane is flying horizontal. That is why, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. Announcement over.
Okay, has anyone got any questions? Okay.
Come on, Biddle. Bill, you must have some question for Flat Earth.
When did you guys start questioning the shape of the in the general?
2015.
Okay.
But that's not all of us, right? So I did. Some people would see 16. Flat Earth kind of broke into the kind of mainstream underground YouTube kind of area in 2014, 15. Hit a couple of spikes in 28, 29, but mainly in 2014, 15. So most flat earthers you'll run into are probably from that period onwards, dude.
Yeah, just a bit more accuracy on that one, Jedi. You know, what happened was by 2017, you know, YouTube there, Flat Earth was the #1 research topic. It overtook Donald Trump on his campaign trail. Flat Earth blazed right past it. And then we had this 2018 algorithms kicking in, turning everything that was Flat Earth into not Flat Earth. Do you remember that, Jedi?
Yeah.
That's it. Yeah. So the YouTube decided to, and there's a video where you had I think the head of YouTube was being grilled about what she was going to do about flat Earth. And she said that they're going to be changing the algorithms to show that Earth is not flat, material is going to come up first. And that's indeed what happened. So they censored flat Earth, you see. Such was the ferocity of the flight that the flat Earth was triumphant there. It was just moving at breakneck speeds. From 2014, with its resurgence back then, right away through to 2017. And the British contingent, I must say, did a great show in going to Europe, doing England and Ireland, and, you know, England and Ireland twice. And then they did Europe as well. And then they were on their way to America. And then we had the problems that came up for the last 4 years, the unmentionables. Okay. But it's been brilliant.
Have you got another question, mate? Hopefully we answered that one well enough for you. Did you have any more? I didn't even catch your name. Sorry, dude. Who was we speaking to?
Me, Blobs. What causes you? What's your main reasons for believing the Earth is flat? Is it the curvature? Is it the curvature?
Yeah, it's the fact that if the surface of the Earth was curved, we should, by necessity, measure that curvature. We don't measure that curvature where we're told we should measure the curvature. What we do, in fact, is measure the Earth to be a horizontal plane. So the reason why we say the Earth is flat is because, for all intents and purposes, mate, it's measured that way.
Fair enough.
Yeah, and a final point, a capping stone on that is that all flat earthers don't go around saying they believe the Earth is flat, because that was the problem. That we believed in the globe, you see, and because we believed, we didn't check it, and then we've gone out to check it, we find we're in error. I was in error for 48 years carrying that belief. So no, I know the Earth is flat. It's not a desire to want to have the Earth flat. It's a desire to know the truth, and the desire was to prove the globe, actually. Because that's where it was meant to be living, only to find extended horizontality. So most flat earthers approach it of trying to debunk the flat Earth, really, It can't be flat because we've got curvature. And you go out to measure it and it's not there. Do you see what I mean? Because that's what you learned at school. You're on a globe, you see. All right?
Yeah.
Anything else, buddy?
Fair enough.
Yeah, what about you then, Blobs? What's your number one, without a doubt? I'll put my family in over the crocodile trap. If I'm lying, I'm wrong. They go into the crocodile's mouth. Yeah, what's your number one proof as your family are suspended over the crocodile trap? What's your number one proof that the earth is a globe, without a doubt, that you've got? Remember, your family is suspended over the crocodile trap. Do you have such proof?
Man,
Sorry?
can't. I don't know, to be fair.
Yeah, you don't have it. You don't. Ladies and gentlemen, he doesn't have it.
No.
It's fine. It's fine. We don't have to point at him.
Bro, I've never sat there and been like, what shape is the earth? It's like, I don't know.
Yeah. I'm only teasing you anyway. But yeah, I mean, they've given us a shape, and as Jedi said, for intentional purposes, we should be able to measure that. That's a fair cop, isn't it? You give me the tools, let's go measure, and then we're not finding the curvature there at all. We're finding flat Earth, and it's a beautiful experience when you do find out. So, I suggest you have another look. Because, why believe in something that doesn't exist? And that's robbing you of your integrity in a way, because you're putting yourself in something that doesn't really exist,
It might sound loud, but I'm going to come through really quickly. DJ's going to fire up the English hub, so if anybody wants to help him out, start that up over there. We can get a couple of guys over there to kind of help him do that. Otherwise,
I'll jump over there.
I'll stay here, and DJ's going to start it up over there. So we can split the teams up.
Yeah, Miggy. Miggy, in your background, there's a lot of like scratching noises going on, like grinding noises, and that. Were you in a factory?
Yeah, I'm at a printing operation. Actually, we're cutting some sheets out for a printing press. So.
Yeah, I can hear it. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a bit loud, but yeah, I'm trying to stay brief. So.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah, good exposition today, Jen. So far.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Yeah, thanks. I appreciate that. I've got some good material as well, which I posted for him to look at as well. So yeah, Jin CBO1 back, ladies and gentlemen, after a 2-year ordeal of trying to get into this politics and get into this 24/7. Now that I'm back, yeah. We're bolstered. I call myself the secretary. So when I'm not talking, you'll find me in the chat posting the necessary material to back up what's being said. I've really established myself in doing that, and I enjoy that as well as the discussions. Yes. So nice to see you. Nice.
Yeah, if we get new speakers, you guys can address the new speaker like payphone and such. Hey, what's up?
What's going on, brothers?
Yeah, how's it going, brother? What are you up to?
I'm just chilling.
Yeah, you got any questions? Any questions? Anything?
Not really. I just said to listen, innit? See what you guys are on about. See what you're saying.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I mean, what do you want to listen to? Do you have anything you want for us to tell you, for example?
Not really. I just wanted to see what was going on, innit?
Okay. Well, you're in a flat Earth server, of course. So are you wondering why this flat Earth server exists? Are you wondering?
What? It's not really what? I don't think it's a flat Earth server, but the channel, yeah.
Yeah, this server is a 24/7 flat Earth server, which I call the university, because the stuff you learn here they don't teach you at school.
Really? Let's have a little listen then.
Yeah. So I was asking you a question. Are you wondering why we flat earthers exist?
Please enlighten me.
Oh, okay. Well, great. I can enlighten you. I'll give you my experience. So I went to school in England, a place called St. Mary Magdalene School on Longford Street, Munster Square, okay, London 1. That's where I went to school, all right? And they taught me back in 1968 that the Earth was a globe, you see, okay?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
So as a kid now, you take that information, wasn't offered any evidence for it, but you take it on board, and that's where you live, you don't argue with teachers because the teachers have got it right, okay? So that's the education I got. It was also reinforced through all the cartoons that I used to watch at the time, like, let's have a look, Wacky Races, for example, Batman and the Robin and all the other superheroes, Earth was always a ball in that. Silver Surfer, wow, it was all planets, okay? So it was reinforced through all the cartoons I watched, movies, Star Trek, Star Wars, corporate images, Discovery Channel, Geographic Channel, History Channel, all reinforcing the globe. Even the BBC emblem and logo rotating, the BBC, okay? So that's where we fall into trouble, because I myself didn't go out to check to confirm. I'm running on the trust that the so-called experts, the teachers, and then the actual cosmologists, astronomers, theoretical physicists, scientists, professors, they've got it right, so I don't have to worry. So for 48 years, I believed I was living on a globe. I didn't check it, I believed it, okay? But then we go to 2014, Flat Earth makes a resurgence in a massive way. I ignore it that year, thinking it was stupid. Flat Earth, that's a load of BS. So I just moved on. But I was researching the moon landings during that period. I started in 2001. So 13 years looking, Flat Earth comes along, I ignore it. I carry on to 2015. And in Boxing Day of 2015 now, running out of moon landing hoax material, I thought, let me click on one of these Flat Earth videos. What could these fools possibly teach me? What could I possibly learn? As I'm giggling, as I'm clicking on the video. Okay, so I'm now watching, and every minute that went by was absolutely correct to my experiences of life, that I began to sink in my seat, and I began to feel very inadequate at research. Because I should have learnt this through the moon landing hoax, because they never went to the moon, so they could never have had a picture of Earth as a globe. I just felt completely inadequate. And then my experiences kicked in, realizing, I haven't experienced the curvature of the Earth. Everything that I've seen has been level and horizontal. So I go out with my family to confirm. We confirm it's flat. Children knew anyway. And that's where we are now today. We're flat earthers because we've gone out to check for the globe curvature. We're measuring extended horizontality, no curvature experience. What do you say to that, young man?
So you're saying like your beginning experience was because of the moon landing, yeah?
Well, the moon landing should have woke me up to something wrong, because I know they never went to the moon. That's a fact. But I should have picked up a bit more than that. The fact that they never went to the moon meant that they couldn't have taken a picture of Earth as a spherical ball, because they were never there. You see?
All right.
Right. There you go. And then finally, remember, in 2001, between 2001 and 2014, Jin wasn't a flat earther. Although he was born on a flat earth, he believed he was living on a globe. That'd be me. So we were on a globe, so I ignored it in 2014. Okay, I ignored the flat earth material, the content. And then in 2015, Boxing Day, I decided to click on a video because I'd run out of research material regarding the moon landing hoax. I knew a lot. I'm bristling. So I'm thinking, what do I do now? Let me click on one of these stupid flat earth videos. What could I possibly learn? As I'm giggling and laughing, And that giggling and laughing stopped within the first minute. Because I was just hooked. I went, that's right. That's right. Yeah, and that's right as well. And I'm sinking in my seat. I'm beginning to feel stupid myself now. How did I miss all these clues? Wow. Yeah, that's true as well. What? It's flat, isn't it? I stopped the video. I smacked myself on the head, and I was pacing up and down this classroom where I am right now, right? Pacing up and down thinking, what have I been doing all these years? What a massive error. Wow. It's flat. Wow. Wow. I had to overcome that shock. Wow. It's flat, man. Because whilst I was watching the video, my life was flashing past me at warp speed. So I had to stop the video and stand up. And I said, it's flat, man. It's flat. And it made me happy, but I was still confused. You know what I mean? Like, so I had to go through that little bit of an emotional transition. It was very, very short, less than a minute. But yeah, I was pacing up and down here thinking, wow, it is flat. Let me get back to the video. Do you know what I mean? So I end up watching 8 hours of flat earth content. Now Ginny's in the catch-up mode. Like I'm running after all the material that I left behind from 2014. That's what I was doing, okay? So after 8 hours, I wrote on my whiteboard. Remember, this is Boxing Day of 2015, December 26th. I wrote on the whiteboard, Happy New Year, everybody. Welcome back. Now, what is the shape of the Earth and how do you know? Date January 6th. So I've set it ready for my students to return. And then I went upstairs like Flash Gordon to inform my family about the flat Earth. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's what happened to me anyway.
Why do you think they would like, if it is flat, yeah, why do you think they would like hide it and make it round?
Well, as I'm not them, but I mean I can give you my idea, and that is obviously they're controlling the human race. We are actually under tyranny with all the governments. We are slaves on earth. Okay, we give our taxes to them. They use it to nefarious ends. It's all about controlling of the human race. That's all about. Because remember, the education system is the same across the whole flat earth there. They're teaching the globe. Yeah. So that's a massive deception across all. They're lying to us to control us. And remember, whilst you ask me that question, you yourself haven't gone out into nature to confirm that the earth is a globe. You haven't done that. I've done that. So you can't claim that I'm wrong if you haven't gone out to check. Do you understand?
Yeah, I get you.
Right. So bear that in mind when you're asking these questions, that you yourself haven't validated or confirmed anything. And then I'll ask you one question. What is your best proof? What is your best proof that the earth is a globe anyway?
I'm not arguing against you, you know what I mean? I'm just asking.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine.
Just asking questions like why you think this and everything like that, because you never know, innit? Like, I'm not trying to be hostile or am I? Like, I'm just asking.
No, I'm not being hostile either. I was just asking you what would be your best proof if the earth is a globe. I mean, or don't you have anything?
I haven't looked in it, to be fair.
That's a great answer. No, that's a great answer because that's most of us. But remember, I didn't look at it for 48 years. I took it on trust that we're living on a globe. So there's no need to check that one because we're on a globe. That's it. I'm enjoying it. In fact, back in 1988, I spent about like 3 hours trying to buy marble T-shirts. 1988. Remember, Jin's not a flat earther. So obviously we're living on a globe. And I used to see them regularly in the West End area, Oxford Streets, Tottenham Court Road, Charing Cross Road, the West End, yeah. I went there. I couldn't find any T-shirts. I ended up doing about 60 miles traveling across London to try and get a T-shirt. I couldn't get any. Do you know what I ended up buying? I ended up buying T-shirts to do with the African National Congress, ANC against apartheid. That's what I bought in the end because I couldn't get a Globe T-shirt. Now, I'm saying maybe that was divine intention because my heart was on the table. I wanted those T-shirts because I wanted to represent the earth as a globe and I wanted to wear it. Do you know what I mean? Because I was proud to be on the globe. You understand? I wanted to wear the T-shirt because I loved earth and I love nature.
Standard, bro.
But I didn't get a single T-shirt from the regular places where I saw them. Then I traveled other areas of London. No T-shirts to be found as globe. I ended up buying African National Congress because they were fighting against apartheid in South Africa. So I thought I'd promote that instead. And then I end up going to the Nelson Mandela concert the following year. And Nelson Mandela was obviously freed by then. Yeah. Okay, so there you go. Wembley Stadium. So Jim was there. So you can see that I was fully into the globe. I didn't have to go and check it. I was prepared to wear the T-shirt, of course, but I hadn't checked anything. All that time, I hadn't confirmed anything. That was pure 100% belief. 100% believing. Now, I don't believe in anything. I stopped believing on that Boxing Day because that was a 48-year era. From now on, I want to know. That means if I'm told something, let me go and check it out first. Don't just take it on face value, especially when we're talking about space and anything to do with Earth and any medicines that they want to give us. Excuse me. But you know what I mean, yeah? Okay. Yeah. So that's it. That's how I work as a flat earther. I've gone out to confirm after ridiculing it just for a little while during 2014, thinking it was silly, thinking it was silly. And the reason I thought it was silly as well were two reasons. I can give you two solid reasons why I thought flat earth was silly. And it's going back to advertising. One advert during the late 70s, I would have to say, late 70s, that would be like 1979, round about that period, on British TV, there was this tobacco called Hamlet, slim Panatellas, Hamlet ones, very slim, right? And the advert was the pirate ship with the pirate in the crow's nest, okay? They're sailing across the ocean, and then the guy in the crow's nest says, "Captain, it's the edge of the world." And then he sparks up this Hamlet with the signature tune as the ship over the edge. Okay, that was the one advert that stuck in my head, and I thought, yeah, it can't be flat because that would be stupid. Remember, that was in 70, and we go back to 1970, 71 in a Nigerian textbook of history in Nigeria, because I was there for a while as well. We're looking at a textbook, and in the textbook, you've got Copernicus, you've got Galileo, and Columbus arguing about the shape of the Earth. Okay, and then they show you this Spanish Armada type ship falling over the edge. So, and by this time, NASA had gone to the moon apparently. So because I saw it on TV. So when I saw that ship going over the edge, I thought that flat Earth is stupid. You see what I mean? So that was galvanized in my mind. Okay, two pieces of advert, I would have to call them. Do you get me?
Yeah.
Okay. That's why I thought flat Earth was stupid. That's the technique they use. That's the tactics. Ridicule flat Earth, make it look silly, and then But in actuality, we've got an ice wall 360 degrees around containing the water, you see. Okay? Now, I don't know that for 100%, but it's antecedent to having the oceans and the continent there. Okay? And I do feel confident that it would be that configuration. Okay? But the waters are being contained. It's not running off anywhere else. We do have horizontality everywhere, measured flat. I've traveled a lot of places around the world, so I've been very blessed there. And I carry all those memories. And every single one of those flights and sailing on the ships and the hovercrafts and the hot air balloons, nothing but horizontality everywhere. I didn't see curvature at all. That's the one thing that's missing from living on a globe, that experience of globe. When I ask people, did you see the curvature? Most of them say no. You do get one or two of them say they saw it, but when you explain about the plane, they then change their mind. Also, sometimes the aeroplane's fuselage window can facilitate a curved image, but I've never seen that from an aeroplane ever, but apparently that can happen. So what do you think? Am I giving you enough information as to why we're flat earthers?
Yeah, it's interesting. Yeah.
Yeah. Do you have any other questions or anything? Go ahead.
No. As I said, I'm just here to listen and see what everyone's talking about.
Yeah. Well, what do you think about what you've heard so far?
Obviously, I can't
speak,
believe
man.
in it since I haven't done my own.
Sorry?
Research. I said, obviously, I can't just 100% believe it because I haven't done my own research on it. You know what I mean? So it's like
that's good. I'd like you to speak louder into your mic. For those who are listening to the live stream, you're coming down minus. You're not in the plus.
Sorry, my mic wasn't that close to me. I said, I'll do my own research, obviously, because I didn't do it by myself.
But my point is this: are you now beginning to doubt that you're living on a globe? That's the question.
Well, I don't know. I don't know. You know what I mean? I gotta do my own research. I don't have any doubts on either side. You know, pretty neutral.
Fair enough. So bear that in mind when you actually do the research. Then you know. Do you want some material?
No, I'm fine. I'm fine. I'll look into it myself. It's okay.
All right. So you've come to a 24/7 Flat Earth, the number one spot to learn about the globe and learn about the flat Earth, and you don't want any material. And that's a bit odd, isn't it?
Of course, but like you never know. Like I want to do it on my own. You know.
No, okay. Well, anyway, we've got you've hit. Excuse the expression, but you've hit the mecca of all servers for Flat Earth. This is it here, the number one place you can go to. There is no other one better than this. Do you know what I mean? Would be silly to not take some material.
So we like, you know, it's okay.
Okay, fair enough. Just trying to help you, because at the end of the day, living on the Earth, you don't know how you came. Nobody knows how the animals arrived on this Earth, and human beings, the water, the mountain, the rain, the snow, the mist, the sun, the heat, mist, dew, the pistachio nut. You don't know how all these came, right? But yet you're living and you're eating and enjoying this stuff. Don't you think, it's worth to know, don't you think, if it's a globe or not? I mean, it is the gift of life after all.
At the end of the day, if it was or not, would it like change how my life path would go, you know?
It probably would do, because number one, the education would change immediately, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Because currently we're being taxed.
I personally couldn't change, so.
Well, no, it will change when people actually start to apply their integrity to the situation. Because
what do you think?
For me, I'm looking for a revolution, just for example. And when I say revolution, a revolution in the education system is what I mean. So if everybody now who learns about the flat Earth complain to the education minister and put the facts down and take them to court even, because we can do that, right? Get legal aid, take the education system to court now and say, why are you teaching us this when it's not correct? Here's all the evidence. And at least teach both models. If you're going to teach the globe, okay. If you're going to, you must teach flat Earth as well at school, because that's meant to be the legal situation in Britain. That they're meant to teach the geocentric model as well, and they don't. That's the thing. So the British education system is breaking the law. So we can force them to change. Okay, that's action, and that's going to change your life and change the life of your children if you have them later on, because they'll be taught correctly. You see what I mean? And from teaching correctly the education of the flat Earth versus the globe, then they're going to learn about that they can't go to the moon. So now we can start to shut down all space agencies. So now the tax that they take from us can be better spent on an entity that's just stealing money from us. Yeah?
Yeah. No, I'm just processing.
Yeah. So it's going to change. It can change your life in a great way, can't it?
Depending. I feel like what's important to like your personal self is what, changes your life,
Well, okay. So you're quite satisfied to have children later on in your life and have the education system teach them incorrectly, and you pay for that out of your taxes. Okay? For example, that's a good thing. Good use of your money. Teach you wrongly.
There's a lot of things that
they taught my grandparents wrongly, and they're going to teach my children and my grandchildren wrongly. That's good, isn't it?
There's a lot of things they use with the, like, for example, tax money, which I think shouldn't be used on either.
I agree with you, yes, but I'm just talking about education, because you asked how can it change one's life, and I said to you, I gave you the fact that it will change your life if we were to approach the education minister and say, well, you're not teaching it correctly. Here's the evidence. We're prepared to go to court on this, and we are adamant on this one, for example. And then when everybody wakes up to the fact that we've got a point here, yes. So we've made a change there. And from that change comes other changes. Like I said, space budgets will be gone, because they don't go to space, do they? See?
Fair enough.
Yeah. So I mean, yes, fair enough. But I mean, that's the endeavor, wouldn't you think? Seems that you don't know how you came on the earth.
Yeah.
And yet you're eating its bounty. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Exactly. So we flat earthers are so minded, you know. Because that's always the question. Now that you're flat earthers, what's next? Well, obviously it's to inform others, and hopefully one day that revolution will come. That revolution, I mean, is changing the education system, for example. You know, because everybody's going to wake up to the fact that the education system's not worth anything. Currently, home education's on the increase, by the way, around the world. You know what I mean? So obviously they've learned something there.
Do you still live in England?
I'm talking to you from Japan. Been there 26 years.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
You enjoying it, yeah?
Whereabouts in England are you?
I'm from Manchester.
Yeah, Manchester. Yeah, I've been up there many times. Yeah, which one are you? Manchester City, Manchester United?
I don't really watch it, you know what I mean? But United.
Yeah, of course you are. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, football. Yeah, I've been up to Manchester, Newcastle, Liverpool, up there, like Everton. Yeah,
you like it? You like it up here?
Yeah. Oh yeah, of course I like it up there. It's a different pace, you know, and in particular, you know, the women are nice, of course. That's my main interest. And then the men that I meet, they find me different because I'm from London. I'm very talkative, but I don't carry myself like I'm better than you because you're a northerner.
Yeah.
I don't do that. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. Because you know what we think about them anyway. You know what I mean? Like the Southerners and that. So
yeah. So when I go up there on my bike now, you know, I'm friendly and I'm a novelty because I don't get to see black people on motorbikes. So they're thinking, I don't been riding years, mate. You know, when I used to go up there. Oh yeah. Yeah. Always had a good time up Manchester, Newcastle, Liverpool, Everton. Always had a great time.
Yeah, I love it up here. I love it up here.
Burnley. Oh yeah. I love going up north. Like I said, you know, the women are nice and that. And the people are nice, and then you have a nice time of it. Plus, it's cheaper as well, by the way.
Yeah,
you
definitely.
You're paying less prices than you do in London. You know what I mean?
Definitely.
Right? Yeah. Oh yeah. It was always I was always quids in. It's a good budget weekend holiday. I'm up there.
Yeah.
Sure.
But unless you make it Northern wage, but besides that, you're sweet.
Yeah. I was all right because you know, living in London, you get a bit better wage. But I'll tell you what did shock me though. I'll tell you what did shock me. That was the fashion scene, because I've noticed up north that they were selling stuff that had been out of stock in London maybe a year. So it's like you're a year behind. That was back then in 1988 and 1990s and early 80s and that, when I used to go up north. Yeah, the fashion, you were behind. You're still selling the stuff that was sold in London a year ago. That shocked me. Yeah,
standard, isn't it?
Yeah, I thought, you know what though? I thought that was a terrible thing to do. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, because it's like I felt that was devaluing people. Why should it be that London gets the latest fashions? Why can't you pump them up right up across the country?
That is true. That is true. It doesn't feel like when I go to London and that sometimes it feels so much like more modern. You know what I mean? Compared to like Miami or Liverpool or anywhere on there, it's so like more modern. There's so much more shit to do. You come back up here, it's like you're living in Stone Age. Like
yeah, and I think that's wrong. That's wrong because that's what breeds the divide. You see.
Yeah, it is true because when it goes to London and that, like, obviously we have council tax, but compared to like national tax, it's nothing, man.
Yeah. So you know that's why whenever I travelled out of London, I was always having a great time of it because I'm a people person. So and they always used to say, "You're not like the typical Londoner." I said, "Well, yeah, of course I'm not. I'm a people person. You know what I mean? And plus, I'm an African anyway." So that's the first thing. And I was born in London. But I don't have the Londoners mentality. No, I don't. I think for myself. Hence, I'm a flat earther, for example. I'm living in Japan.
Yeah, let's see if there's anybody else in here, Jen. I think we got.
Yeah, go ahead, man.
We had a guy in here. He just took off right now.
Yeah. Well, we did keep it on flat Earth for a while.
Yep. So, Payphone, what did you think about what Jim was talking about flat Earth? Do you think that's interesting?
Yeah, it was interesting. Don't get me wrong.
I think the most interesting thing about it is that people have this belief in globe, like he had, like I had, like everyone had, without any question, because we just take it for granted, the information, right? So, and I think that's mostly why. At least this is a time for you to stop and think if you actually know what you know.
Yeah.
So, what do you think about the Earth being a globe? Like, do you think that it's possible that it could be one still, or do you think? In what way does it make it seem like it's real to you in your mind?
Of course, but I need to do my own research, innit? It's like I can't just believe what anyone just says on the internet. You know what I mean? Like even if.
Well, I mean, I guess what Jen was talking about was that in the education system, that's something where you can't avoid. Like you have to be going to school, right, of some kind. Like so, the education system like kind of boxes you in to think in a certain way. So that's what he was talking about. He's like,
no, I know what he was saying. Don't get me wrong. Like,
so what do you think about that? Like the education system is telling us that the Earth is a globe. I mean, how do you feel about that? You think that because he feels like some kind of way about it, like there needs to be a revolution in order for there to be a change. In other words, if we continue to have the same mindset and say, oh well, it's okay for them to teach this information, you know, and not say anything about it, then are we not just like being, you know, the same type of people that we were when we were globers, like not wanting change? Because even though change doesn't happen, he still wants it to be the case, right? Still wants that he wants to live in a world where people advocate for change. If something's not right and we find out there's an error, well, we need to figure out a solution for that, right?
Of course.
Right. So and that's what we're aiming to do. Like we know that change doesn't happen overnight, and of course people sometimes it takes them a minute to process the information, but we are going to give the information out so you can contemplate whether or not you can research this, right?
Yeah.
So we're giving it to you like that, so you can understand. It's important that people are able to process information about the Earth you live on.
Yeah.
So in that way, there's no method that someone's shown you through the education system that the Earth is a globe in any way, other than them presenting images to you and mocking the idea of flat Earth. So they put the belief system in place of reality, and then they've taught you how to mock reality by showing you images of Christopher Columbus falling off the Earth, off the edge of the Earth. So I don't know if you've seen that or not, and that's kind of curious. Have you not ever seen people mocking flat Earth in that way in the education system, like by showing images of how people used to think the Earth was
not in the education system. Nah, like maybe because I'm a lot younger. You know what I mean? I'm from UK as well, so I don't know. Like I haven't seen anything like that. No.
Yeah. Oh, anyway, I mean, I guess we're always going back to like setting the record straight, right? So if you come here, it's about really informing you on how when you go outside, everything is displaying itself as the obvious truth, as a horizontal plane, right? So what you see and you can measure and you can verify is that the Earth is a horizontal plane. So it doesn't deviate from being horizontal, which means, you know, from that horizontal, you can get land topography, elevation change, and all that, but it never deviates from being horizontal. So, yeah, like when you say somebody lives away from you, right, in another country, you can just point straight across the horizontal plane. It's not like when you point like they live that way that it's going to go around the globe. Like that idea, it seems to be put in people's minds, like you're going to be going around a curve. Yeah, we're just giving information to you so that you can think about.
You're good.
Yep, and we got people on the panel right now. We got Daz, we got Effie Batman, we got Jemzy, who's hanging out with us. You're probably just waking up, huh, Jemzy? Majin, Midnight, Mick, you, Payphone. We got Plagueman. What's up, homie? Scarlet King, and the Ultimate FE final boss. But we're posted up over here on the politics server. We got the homies over there on the English server. So the English server is like where they, it's like a 300,000 man server. But we've been invited over there, so we have a couple of the homies posted up over there.
Batman, ty z Ukrainy или нет?
No, Batman's not Ukrainian. He's he's Australian.
Okay. I don't see the flag, so I was just thinking.
Yeah, he's Australian. Cool guy, that one.
Yeah, he is. I can say one thing about Flat Earth. It's been absolutely great fun with the kids when they were tiny and growing up, learning about Flat Earth, talking about it with their friends, teaching it here in Japan. That's been great. Meeting people on holiday, talking about Flat. It's been one fantastic 10 years. And remember, Flat Earth has been triumphant in all the servers. We've been victorious because we are actually highlighting the numerous anomalies that are in the heliocentric model and in the 200 proofs that we've got of Flat Earth. It's just been fantastic. I'm glad I got into it when I did. After ridiculing it, throughout 2014, I didn't ridicule anybody in person. Luckily, because I probably would have gone as loud as I get when I'm talking on Flat Earth. Right? It may have turned out to be blows, so I was lucky that I didn't actually say to any Glober to their face. But I did ridicule the Flat Earth here, in this classroom, looking at Flat Earth material, thinking, what idiots putting this stuff? Do you know what? At first, I thought that my wife's computer had been hacked. The amount of volume of this Flat Earth stuff. I thought, what's going on? Have we been hacked? What's going on here? That's, you see, not fully technologically savvy. I thought my wife's computer was hacked because I was using my wife's computer at the time. And all this Flat Earth stuff's coming up. I'm thinking, what stupid people are putting this up here every day, right? And I ignored it, man. I just totally left it behind, only to pick it up, to realize that I'm the fool, and then Jin is playing catch up now, trying to make up for the 2014 that I'd missed. I'm looking at all the material. Got it in my head. Yeah. Okay.
You know what's funny is that your experience, Jen, kind of mimics mine, and it happened around the same time. Mine was actually in October of 2015. I had almost a similar experience as you did. Like I could say almost identical, because the same kind of reaction that you had. Because it didn't take me long. Because I knew that when I was going to, because one of the videos popped up on my feed, it was it was one saying that Bruce Lee proves that the Earth is flat, and it had a funny. Oh yeah. It had a funny thumbnail on it where it had like a glass of water that was spilling over, and it had like the AE flat Earth, like a disc flying, a frisbee flying through space.
Yeah, brilliant one. Yeah, I remember that one. That one.
Yeah, and I clicked on it. I think it was Eric DeBay's 200 proofs behind it. I think it was.
Yeah. Poncho introduced us to that one. But anyway, carry on that.
Yeah, I wasn't really sure if that was, but yeah, you might be right. So I clicked on that, and it was going through all the 200 proofs. And when I was looking at how they displayed that water is horizontal on its surface, it doesn't matter how much you scale up, it'll always be the same. And I was like, that makes a lot of sense. So I was like,
of course it does.
And I was like, well, that could be the case, right? But in my head, I'm like, it's still a globe. So at some scale, it'll be determined that it's a globe. So I have to look into physics because I want to know from academia's position. I don't want to know from some guy on the internet, right? Like telling me that it's that way. So I went to academia and I was like, okay, so let's just figure this out because the Earth is a globe in my head. So I'm going to show how academia is on my side, like that the Earth is a globe. And whoever this guy is talking about, he's probably wrong, because he's just saying things. So I went through the physics of water because to me that's important, and the mechanics of water, which is I looked into water at rest. That to me was the most important. Water at rest, it's considered in physics as hydrostatic equilibrium. So when a fluid is at rest, like water, it displays no convexity on its surface, because of the hydrogen bonds of the molecules of water, right?
Molecules.
So
Yeah.
what happens is that it causes surface tension at the very top, right? So the surface is a horizontal plane. And so what it was describing to me is that that's always the case. But I was
That's
like,
correct.
yeah, the academia is advocating for flat water. And I was thinking, like, that's odd, because how could they turn that flat water into a globe? So I was like, okay, so I'm scaling up, and, you know, of course, pond, you know, a lake, it's still flat, everything's still, water's still flat. And then I was like, okay, how about an ocean? I guess that's the only thing that's left. So an ocean is actually the place where they actually get the metric for horizon being horizontal. So I was like, I was bankrupt at that point. I was like, dude, the earth is flat. Like, I remember the kind of feeling I had, because it was like gin, it washed over me. And I was like, no freaking way. The earth cannot be flat. Like, what am I saying? Like, this is odd. I can't be saying the earth is flat.
Smacking my forehead. I was smacking my forehead.
I was like, we got space, and what is all that? Like, what about space? Like, where's the edge? I was asking the dumb questions that, you know, usually people ask when they hear about this the first time. And and I was like, okay, fine. I'm not the only thing I care is that I can prove through academia. So, okay, so that was the initial moment, right, that I knew. But then it was the 2 weeks of actually doing a deep dive to figure out whether or not I could confirm that what I understood at that moment, if I could confirm that was the case. So the deep dive led me into, like, looking through I scoured the internet, man, for every academic resource I could think of. And everything pointed to physics displaying that water is horizontal based on the hydrogen bonds from the water molecule being, you know, oxygen and hydrogen, and so I was just like this. I was getting frustrated. I was like, dude, this is dumb. Like, okay, so I know that common sense would tell me that just by thinking of how water displays itself, it's flat. But if they're saying that it's a globe, it needs to be in some way referenced in academia somehow. Well, nothing came up. I'm guaranteeing you this much, right? The only thing that came up was a belief that gravity is pulling everything into itself. So it was the one. It was supported by a belief. So I was like, okay, so show me how gravity puts things into a ball.
Yeah.
So yeah, payphone. Yeah, thanks for staying here, homie. So yeah, I'm just gonna continue for the audience sake. Anyway, so everything was like supposedly conforming itself into a ball, but that's never been the case. Like, you don't ever see gravity doing that, like, making things into a ball. So yeah, that was about it for me, man. I was like, yeah, that solidified the point, and the earth is flat.
Well, it doesn't surprise me that you took the academia route, because that's what we all do, first and foremost. And I've often said that anybody who's technologically minded, that means you've got like electricians, plumbers, carpenters, mechanical engineering, architectural engineering, the fields, bridge. You people should get it like that. It's that simple. You shouldn't have any difficulty getting your head around the earth's not a globe. Do you know what I mean? So you took the right route. And you were spinning for a little bit there.
Yeah, I mean, it had my head done in, because I was like, I had the same reaction you did. I was like, this whole freaking time, I consider myself, I consider myself an intellectual person, right?
Bloody hell.
Yeah, I consider myself an intellectual person, so I'm not like, just every bloke off the street. Like, you can ask me questions, no. I'll answer honestly if I know, and if I don't know it, I'll look into it, right? So the thing is, with the globe, I had just taken it all for granted, like all of it, everything about
it. Exactly. And I did it for 48 years. 48 years, and in 1988, I went all over London to try and get. I was planning to buy 3 T-shirts, 3 blue marble T-shirts, different colors, okay, with the blue marble on it. That's what I wanted. I couldn't find one. Can you believe that one? Couldn't find one after 3 hours traveling 60 miles, going in and out of shops. I didn't find a single globe T-shirt. 1988. Yeah, that is weird, isn't it? And the thing is, I used to see them when I was riding around, making my deliveries, riding around. I could see them hanging up. You see them hanging up, moving in the wind. Do you know what I mean? Where the shops had them all laid out. So, I went to those shops. They didn't have any. Oh, wow, what's that? Can you ring up your other branch? I've got them to ring up the other branch. No, they're out of stock. Really? Okay, thanks. Let me try somewhere else that I knew. And I travelled all over the place. I covered about 60 to maybe 70 miles trying to find these T-shirts. And I ended up buying these African National Congress, African Shield, ANC, fight against apartheid. I thought, well, I do support that, so I may as well buy those T-shirts instead. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. I put that down to divine intervention because I couldn't believe I couldn't get a T-shirt. Couldn't believe it. But I didn't get any. Yeah. So I ended up buying the African shirts and that, and they did me well. And now I'm a flat earther in London, in Japan here.
Yeah. I was doing the same kind of pacing that you were. And at the end of all of it, I walked outside of my house because I remember the moment. I walked outside and I looked up at the sky and I was like, the earth is flat. I just said it like to myself, out loud. Yeah. I was like, that is so weird. So the first thing I did was I called up my best friend and I told him about it. I was like, dude, you're not going to believe what I'm going to tell you. And I said it straight to him. I said, the earth is flat. He's like, what? I was like, yeah. Yeah, because me and him, like, we always had, like, truth topics that would come up and we would dissect them and such. And so I was like, let me just show you an image of what I'm talking about. And at that time, I showed him an image of the AE map. Of course, it was just a map projection. So don't anybody get into an uproar about it. So, yeah, I just showed it to him. And I was like, what do you think about that? And he was like, the first thing he shot back to me was that he circled like a red circle at the end, like you do with your phone. So he did like a red circle where the ice walls were. He's like, where's the edge? And it's the first question that he asked me. Like, I was like,
everybody asks that.
Yeah, I was like, bro, like all I'm presenting to you is that the earth is flat. Like, you can think about it like that. Like all the continents that are on like a horizontal plane. So you don't have to think about them like around a globe. So really, I wanted him to think about like a horizontal plane. So, and then I was talking to him some more about it, and he was kind of like refusing it at first because just first inclination for everybody is to kind of like reject it, right?
That's your first reaction, isn't it? Yeah.
And so and just talking him through it, I'm like, look, man, just all I'm saying right now is you have to look into how water is flat. Like that's what I want to start you with, and then work your way from there to like anything else that you think about. But first start with water. Because I was like, the globe is saying that the earth is covered in like 70% of water. It's like there's 70% on the globe, right? So if that's true, how do they have all this flat water and only like 30% is actual earth, like ground?
Land, so
that doesn't make any sense. Like, how can that be the case if we have flat water and 70% of it's flat, and then we have just a small bit of it, elevation change?
It's true though.
Yeah, it done his head in too. So it was like
a week. It's what they call a mind fuck, isn't it? It does mess your mind up. Excuse my French, there, ladies and gentlemen.
A week after that, I presented that to him. He fully came into this. He's like, "Yep, Earth is flat. The Earth is flat." And so from that point forward, me and him were advocating for that to around everybody that we knew. Now that was kind of an odd thing because the people that we knew us. They knew that we were kind of like odd ducks anyway. They were like, yeah, these guys are always talking about things that are, not the mainstream narrative, it would say. Because we always...
way out there.
Yeah. And this time it was like, yeah, but this is the big one. Because it's like, oh, now you're saying the earth we live on is something else and we don't know it,
Yeah. You hit the mother lode.
Yeah. And it's just like, now when we talk about it, we're so precise in our arguments. We hit the high points, like we know exactly where to go. And we listen to people that they always want to say, well, like this morning, the guy that jumped in here, he says like, that gravity causes everything to form into a ball. And I was like, dude, because I know everything about the argument now. I'm like, so can you show any example of gravity doing exactly what you say? And then he left his like jaw dropped to the floor because he didn't know how to respond to me. He's like, well, I was like, yeah, well, like, how can you show me that gravity's turning everything into a ball like you say it is. Because I don't.
Yeah.
There's nowhere in nature that happens, and except for your imagination, but it doesn't happen in nature.
Exactly, because and I've said that to them as well, that basically we would see all different types of spheres all over the place where gravity is working, but we don't see that in nature. We don't see that anywhere.
Yeah,
Mass attracting mass.
Nature's actually displaying the opposite of what they're saying. So now it's, man, you know what's odd, Jen? Because when you talk to somebody about like, do you experience? Because you would experience the Earth as a globe as it was, because nature, it doesn't have a reason to not display itself as it is, right? So if it was a globe, you would definitely know that it was a globe. We would all know that it was a globe. Definitely, 100%. Yeah.
And that's the key there that unlocks the mind, because when you say to them, you haven't experienced it, there's a guy in a server called Omnivore, and I always talk about the experience. He hates that because he knows that that's the word that unlocks everybody's mind, because you cannot be living on a globe and not experience it, ladies and gentlemen. You can't. And I likened it to the roller coaster ride. When you're doing a loop-the-loop and then a barrel roll, and then the left to right, up, down, up, your senses are kicking in all the time. That when you are flying, you're going to know you're on a ball. If you're on a ship, you're going to know, because that ship's deck isn't going to be horizontal. If it's going through a curved trajectory, everybody's going to be sliding off the deck, the other end. See you, ladies and gents. I just love it, man. Love this topic. I'm telling you.
I tell you what, when you stand in the truth, it is enlightening, it's freeing, because it's like the biblical scripture says, the truth shall set you free. But it sets you free because the thing that held you was not true.
Yeah.
So if somebody's telling you that the earth is something that you don't ever experience, or you can't test or measure or anything, then it's not true. You can't keep moving forward with thinking that you live on a globe.
That's right. Now I'm 63, ladies and gentlemen, okay? I've retained my health retained my health well. And that's important, because if you want to enjoy life and continue to enjoy, you want to live healthily. And that's Flat Earth has just given me a boost, a nitrous boost, because I was already fit already. I was already keeping it real. Now I've been given nitrous. Flat Earth is a nitrous for me. I've done 12 miles today. 13 and a half miles today, ladies and gentlemen. 63. Listening to the best music you can be listening to. Yeah. People love it. I get beats from people when they see me, yeah? Bibichin! And that's cool. In Japan, that's cool, man. People are bibbing me, Just love that. Yeah, it's been a great day today in the summer.
Yeah,
new students starting next week. Yeah, new students starting next week. 10-year-old little Indian girl is going to come and join the group. Yeah. So, yeah, Flat Earth, ladies and gentlemen, that's where it's at. Flat Earth is where you're at. You're living on God's flat Earth. And when you realize that, you want to live correct. Once you know the Earth is flat, you just want to live correct now, because you realize that when you're following the system, it's leading you down Death Avenue very quickly. So you hit the brakes, you eject yourself out of Death Avenue onto your avenue. And then now you've got control. That's what it's all about. You must attain and set up the standards that you're going to be satisfied with. Don't be following standards of other people or other scientists and things like that, because they're leading down the wrong road. Got to establish your standards. And as long as it's in the avenue of integrity, you're going to go a long way. Simple as that. Those of you who are listening on the YouTube live stream, you're listening to Jin, CBR1 and Miggy. And, we're having a good time of it. And yes, ladies and gentlemen, you too could be having a good time of it as well. But yeah, it's been great. I can honestly say, in the last 4 years, with the unmentionables, right? The positive thing is more people became flat earthers during that period. The last 4 years, exponential growth of numbers, and it's been fantastic. You know why? Because it's the youth. The youth have now woken up to it, and that's very important, because they're going to change that future later on, hopefully. But they've picked up the truth now that the Earth isn't a globe. Okay, they're still young, so they're still going to be carrying their own mentality. But as they get older, they're not going to be buying into moon, space, and all that stuff. And they may be the ones that actually do the revolution and stop the space budgets. So it's very important. That was a backfire, that horrible 4 years where people were losing their businesses because they weren't getting the unmentionables and wearing masks. But you know what I mean anyway, yeah? So, ladies and gentlemen, yeah, we've enjoyed an increase in numbers. Even in the Japanese English textbook here in Japan, in the university, they talked about the flat earthers, and they said more and more people are becoming flat earthers every day. That's what it stated. Interesting.
So are people of Japan, they're very critical thinkers, you think, Jin? Like from what you're experiencing?
They're believers in most things like everybody. But when you mention flat earth to them, when you mention like the moon landings were a hoax, no, I've got it wrong. When you mention flat earth, they then say, yeah, but they went to the moon. Every single one of them say, but they went to the moon. I goes, no, they didn't go to the moon. They didn't go. And then I showed them the links and the images and explained to them what they're looking at, okay? My Japanese has improved a lot through the flat earth as well. And I explained it to them and they're thinking, wow, they didn't. I said, they did not go. And now, did you? And then you ask them, don't you? Did you see the curvature? And they say no. I said, there you are, because it's not there. And then we're like on a mountain. I say, yeah, look at that horizon. Look at that. Well, there's no curvature there. Yeah, that's because we're living on a flat Earth. Yeah, look, there's your evidence right there, right there. I did a few of those live on the Hangouts when I was so they could ask Japanese people questions. I did that. That was good. Thoroughly enjoyed that. Going out on a hike. Right, and then meeting up with some of them and asking them and telling them about flat Earth with the guys on the Hangouts. That would be like Denmark and all that lot. Flat Earth Dude and New Perspective. We were all doing that. Yeah, it was good. That was. So ladies and gentlemen, flat Earth. When people say it doesn't change your life, well, it actually does. Really, it really does. Because if you've got any integrity in yourself, you want to do it better than you've been doing, because you've been following a system and you've let them lead you, and now they've led you into into a trap basically. So now you exit the trap, and now you want to do it properly, and that makes you're in control now, and you're enjoying life more. You become a revolutionary, of course, because you don't want to give your money to a system that's ripping you off. Why would you want to do that?
You know what I think, Jen? I think them saying that it doesn't change your life is a cop out. I think it's a cop out because when you actually contemplate it, if you just listen to somebody tell you the Earth is flat and you're just trying to like mock what they're saying, then of course you're not going to absorb or contemplate. But if you just think about it, like if you stop for a second and you're like, okay, let me just see if any of this makes any sense. If you ever do that, you're going to realize that it does make a lot of sense that the Earth is not a globe. It'll take you some time, probably. Depends who you are. But if you go through each point carefully, you will understand that the Earth does not display itself as a globe, and you'll come out of it. But it won't happen if you're fighting, like if you're trying to mock it, basically, essentially. Like if you're looking for an excuse, you'll find the excuse. There's many ways that you can believe the Earth is a globe, but there's many ways that you'll know that it's not a globe based on empirical information, which is the Earth doesn't display itself as a globe. Exactly that.
And if you know Mark Sargent, he said that he went into a 6-month depression when he realized that the Earth isn't a globe in that. 6-month depression. So some people can get depressed from it. I accepted it after 5 minutes because my life had already been nothing but flat Earth. So as a man who loves nature, engineering is my key here. I was like a helium balloon. I'm still like that today. Still got that energy still for this for educating people on flat Earth. I'm like a coiled spring in a jack-in-a-box. So I don't hit you with flat Earth unless the topic matter comes out, and then boom, I'm there like that. Yeah. So I don't just blurt it out to people. You have to pick your moments carefully. But I'm always itching to talk about flat Earth wherever I go, especially if I'm going to new places, meeting new people. I like to gather them together and say, okay, I'm going to say something to you now. I know you've only met me for the first time, but remember, what I tell you, I don't make any money from it. It's to uplift you like me, yeah? You said I look cool. Okay, listen to some cool words here now. This might be like when we're camping, for example. Okay? Yeah, on camp, I'm the only black guy there. Everybody's Japanese. Okay, let's have a little campfire and a discussion about flat Earth. And we're looking at the stars and everything else. And I'm showing them the links and everything. Yeah, I've motivated so many people. shaking my hand, giving me food on camp, calling me over for some more chats. You know what I mean? Because I'm there for like 5 days. They're there for like 3 days. And they're calling me over to sit down and talk some more. You understand? Been great. Flat Earth has been good to me, man. Yeah. Very well enjoyed it so far. Yeah. It's where we live, you see. How can you not enjoy it? It's where we live.
It's kind of depressing that the people that think that the Earth is a globe, the way they see life, isn't it? And flat Earth is the opposite. It's uplifting. It brings you closer to nature. You feel good about yourself. You know, it's a conscious mind. And then when you think about the Earth as a globe, it's depressing. You're alone in the universe. You're a speck of dust. You know, like it's filled with a big void expanse. And
yeah, you're insignificant, aren't you?
Yeah, there's no life on any of these planets. Like, dude, it's the complete opposite of what you get when you understand that the Earth is a horizontal plane and nature's bountiful, and you know what I mean? Like, it's completely the opposite.
Exactly. I say to some of these globals when they get very toxic, I said, you know what? You're less than a pistachio nut. Your worth is less than a pistachio nut. For a pistachio nut, pleasing to the eye, pleasing to the touch. And then when you crack it open, that aroma starts to salivating. You pop it into the mouth, and now you're enjoying the nut whilst it's nourishing your teeth and your gums, and you're getting stimulation. You, on the other hand, are like a used tampon to be discarded, sir. That's what I do to them.
Yeah, because it's like, what else is it good for? Like, if you're on a space rock going at ungodly speeds, and then there's no destination. You're just doing nothing, and then for nothing's sake, you're gonna go ahead and try to leave this place. It's like we're a bunch of locusts that are consuming all the resources from one place, going to another place, and gonna do the same to that thing. You know, we're just going from planet to planet, just like locusts, do, like when they consume a whole crop. Is that what we are? Just like, that's depressing. Like,
it is depressing. It is. When you listen to Trump and the British Prime Minister and Putin and all these idiots, you know they're phonies. Clearly they're phonies, man. Right? You can see that. And then you're looking at the people and the adulation from you think, man, you're the problem, man. You don't get it, do you, yet?
Yeah, because when it comes to flat Earth, like, the Earth is bountiful. It replenishes itself. So you never run out of oil. We've been using oil for a long time. Yeah. We don't run out of it. Like, there's a myth that it's coming from dino bones, but it's not coming from dino bones, because the people that drill from oil, they drill for oil, that I've seen, like the research that I've done into this, they drill for oil, and after a while, when they expand that specific pocket up of, like, wherever they drill for oil, they come back, they revisit that same site over a number of years, and it fills back up again. So the Earth replenishes itself. It's not running out of something. That's just a myth.
That's right. And then when it comes to food, ladies and gentlemen, we can actually, we haven't begun to utilize this Earth properly with all these other islands. There should be no point where anybody is hungry. That cannot be a thing. It's only because we're living in an economy system. That's what's devaluing the Earth for. If you remove money, we are all rich, and we can all go out and plant where we need them on other islands as the population increases. We haven't begun to overpopulate this up yet. In fact, I heard that you can fit the whole of the world's population in Texas state. Okay, you've got to be shoulder to shoulder, of course, ladies and gentlemen, but we can all fit in Texas, all of us. That's to tell you how much land we have, right? And outside of that, outside where we live, there's so much land. We haven't begun to live on this Earth properly yet. Remember, they're making bombs of massive destruction, rockets that don't go to space. There's your black hole where your money is going, medicines that are just not good for us, etc., etc. Ladies and gentlemen, we haven't begun to live properly yet. So, and flat Earth is the key to freedom. Simple as that. Flat Earth Avenue, ladies and gentlemen, not give up streets, or give up avenue, if you will. That's where most people are living at the moment. Give up avenue. Flat Earth Avenue, regeneration, revival. Everything is up. The only way is up. Yeah. But you know what I mean.
Shout out to Mick. Mick, are you here?
Nice one, Mick. Yeah,
all right.
I've enjoyed the 10 years anyway. I've enjoyed the 10 years.
The politics channel is it's pretty good, man. We got some people in here to come through here, and we can do exposition with those guys. But at the moment, it seems like people don't want to challenge themselves. That's fine. We'll wait for later, though.
Yeah, that's okay. Yeah, that's all right. Yeah, you're going to get those people, and as I've said, we are increasing our numbers exponentially out there. Books are being made, and Nathan Oakley is going to be putting out books very soon. Flat Earth Banjo put out 2 books, and a couple of his colleagues put a book out each. So it's out there, and then more people are going to be introduced to the Flat Earth, and we're growing as steadily as we can in this world we're living in, and it's all good. It's all positive. Nothing's negative, ladies and gentlemen. If we get one flat earther tomorrow, that one flat earther can go and meet other people and it's just spread. So we're laughing all the way, mate. Doesn't matter. We're not in a hurry at this point. But, I do want to end up having this revolution thing and education change. That must happen. Yeah. And the budget is cut off from the space budget. They've got to wake up to that soon as well. And that will save us billions of dollars.
So, Jen, ever since you were introduced to Flat Earth, don't you sleep a lot better? Like knowing that there's not an asteroid going to come destroy you, or just like
absolutely. And in fact, I can even stay up late as well. I could even stay up late long as well because the energy for the Flat Earth is just there. Do you know what I mean? I'm running on like 3-4 hours sleep sometimes. So, because I'm having fun. You might hear me shouting at individuals. Is it straight? Are they the same? Because that's the Sergeant Major Jinn coming out. Okay? Because a man can't tell you whether a curved line and a straight line are different. If he can't answer that, if it was myself, it'd be gone. Boom. Just gone like that. These are the kind of the people who are totally dishonest. You see? So you do hear me shouting. Right, but that's my energy. After that, I'm out there enjoying the weather and everything else, and the food and everything. Yeah, my life continues, but I've got time to grill a few people when they're being silly. That's all part of the experience of Flat Earth, ladies and gentlemen. Some people deserve it, you see.
But he's trying to use a tennis ball to show. Even his image, the line that he was showing, it was still curved, Jen. So even if he zoomed in on that circle, I was trying to tell him, it doesn't matter if you zoom in; it's still curving. So you're taking it from a circle. The circle still, you could measure, even if you could barely see it, you could still measure it's curving. So it's still curved. Like it doesn't negate the fact that it's curving. Like it's
this is why I didn't want to look at his material. You see. I didn't want to look at his material because I knew it was going to be tomfoolery, as it always is. That's why I said to the guy, you'll have nothing I want to see, mate. I don't think you understand who you're talking to here. Look at my image. I'm not looking at your tomfoolery. I said, I'm not looking at your image. And I'm quite lucky with my setup that my iPad, for example, when you don't interact with the screen shuts down. It goes into battery save mode, which is cool. I like that. So I don't have to see stupid things anyway. Do you know what I mean? So it's their loss. Like I said, I don't want to see anything that the globe has got. But them actually showing us how they measure curvature out there to the globe. Because it's not difficult to do, ladies and gentlemen. To measure curvature, it's not that big a deal. It's not a tremendous. Obviously, moving house is much worse. Obviously. So it's just a matter of getting some equipment, measuring tools, and going out there over a given distance. You're meant to have X amount of curvature. It's that simple. So you go with your friends and you go and do that. We've done that. You see, we the Flat Earthers have done that. So as far as I'm concerned, Globers can do the same. And that's what I want to see, them doing that. Instead of them coming here, showing a silly tennis ball with spirit levels on them, not proving anything, why don't they show us them measuring the curvature? Because it's not difficult to do. Children of 8 can conduct this observation test. 8-year-olds, you give them the equipment, they can do it. That's what it is. Flat Earth is literally child's play. I'll tell you that for nothing. Isn't it? Don't you think, Mickey?
Absolutely.
Doesn't require a doctor, a must. It's quality. I'm eating a watermelon. Wicked.
I'm having a bite myself.
Yeah, I know. Are you eating fruit? Are you eating fruit?
Yes, I ate my orange this morning, and I like my beef, so I have a beef steak and some corn and a little bit of potatoes.
Yeah, you're eating good then. Yeah, I just had salads with breadcrumbed fish. It was beautiful. All right, fish and salad, and then I got watermelon that I'm washing it down with now, and ice cold water. See, that's how we live, ladies and gentlemen. You know, it's healthy food all the way. There's no point in eating processed stodge. That's from this system. This to be in a technological prison, so they want you to have your digital currency. So they've got you locked down now, and then it's all GMO foods. You know, totally devoid of nutrition, ready to kill you food. Okay, and then you've got your medicines to take, so you're forever sick. You're forever going to the doctor. Right. You know, that's never going to happen with me and my family. And the other day, when I said the other day, last week, middle of last week, I was talking to some individuals. You know, when people to bad mouth and devalue early man, you know, early man was always sick. He was never ill because I'm sorry, I cannot accept that. I cannot accept that at all, because I'm sure when we go back in time, the air is going to get cleaner and the water is going to get cleaner. It's going to get so clean that wherever you go, you can just put the cup in and drink. That clean. All right? But today we're living in a toxic soup, mate. Air quality is bad. GMO foods, anthrax, GMOs. Sorry, 9/11s are going on. Chemicals everywhere. Come on. Get out of here. Do you know what I mean? Early man who didn't live long. Talking out of your ass. No factories, no pollution. Lesser pollution means cleaner air, means a healthier human being.
Yeah. Jen, I'm going to actually have a program.
I'll never accept that.
I'm going to have a program that highlights this kind of conversation that you and I are having, actually.
Yeah.
I want to see if I can get it started soon. But yeah.
Yeah. You should do, yeah. And you take one topic at a time, do like a little hour discussion. And you know, it's all about enlightenment at the end of the day, and get people to think, because it's all about comparisons. This is why it's your past is your foundation, because it means you've lived and you look back over it. You don't erase it. The system wants you to go forward only and never look back, right? Well, and I remember watching. Go ahead.
No, because they were going to say that, like you mentioned, early man was unable to survive past the age of like 40. Like the lifespan for early man was like 40. I was like, that is not true. Not even a little. They were living well past 100 years, those guys.
Yeah, better than us. I mean, when you look at the Aborigines, today, Granddad can climb the tree and get a coconut. Granddad can do that. All right. Your granddad's, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, he's got a cap and a pair of slippers on.
Yep. That they were actually chopping wood at age 80. At the age of 80, they were still doing things outside.
Right.
You can't convince me that early man was ending at 40 years old. I'm not buying that.
I'm not sure if she's alive now, right? But back in like 2010 and that, there's a Japanese woman, her name was Sue, and she was 90 years old, climbing the citrus trees, because that's what they grew on her land. And she'd been doing that for like 77 odd years. Okay, climbing the tree, filling the baskets up, and lowering it down to her two daughters, 50s and 60s. And they were asked, they said, we can't climb up there. But grandmother, look at mother. Amazing. You see what I mean? Yeah. And that's a woman at 90 climbing trees like a monkey.
I love
honestly,
you.
Man. You know, yeah.
I love you guys. I love you.
Yeah. Love you too, man. That's why we have to tell the truth, you see. So you look after your health, you enjoy more of life. That's the key here.
Are there any actual flat earthers here?
Yes, I'm a flat earther.
Like, because I generally don't think there are flat earthers. I think all y'all are just trolls.
No way, bro. We're 100% real deal around here, man.
Yeah, Tracksuit Timmy and Rob Knox.
Y'all are just selling T-shirts or some shit.
We're the real deal, man.
Yeah, we're gonna.
If I go to the Flat Earth Discord, I'm gonna find like a cash shop or something. Buy Flat Earth snow globes or something.
AV scared now. He's got two of us.
Yeah, no, I mean, you got Tracksuit Timmy and you got Rob Knox at the same time. I think that when that happens, like, you create a wormhole in time. Like, you know.
Yeah, that's right.
It's like like when they show like two universes colliding. That's probably what happens when these guys. You guys both can't be in the same place at the same time, man. It just can't work.
Yeah. Well, you and Jim together. You're
wrecking the server, man. I'm upside down. I'm upside down now.
Me and this guy will defeat you and fucking Jin any day of the week, twice on Sunday.
I don't know about that. Oh! By the way, Jin, Rob Noxious made this statement, right? Now I want to see if I'm going to run it by you to see if you can figure out this. He said that he can take a kayak. You know what a kayak is, right?
I've got one, yeah.
He said he can take a kayak to Antarctica.
Yeah, you can.
Ooh,
there's actual videos of it. There's videos of it, dude. There's video of it.
Challenge, man. That's a challenge. No way. No way, man.
Guys are crazy, dude. There's videos of it, man. It exists.
Passage, like the roughest seas in the world.
They're not always rough, AV.
No way, man. And I've canoed in winter. I've kayaked in winter.
365 days in a year. They're not always rough. You're just being silly.
It's the temperatures as well, though. The temperatures.
I know what it is. I'm telling you, people have kayak there, dude. That's the way it is. It's the truth.
No way. I haven't heard of anyone kayaking to Antarctica. No way.
Okay, well, just because you don't know
Sorry,
it,
mate.
that's real.
That's a lie, man. No.
This is the absurdity of your guys' claims. Even when faced with undeniable, irrefutable proof, you guys still deny it.
I've kayaked in rivers, and I've gone onto ice, where the rivers
I don't care what you have. I grew up in the Great Lakes. I grew up kayaking, dude.
Okay. Go ahead, man.
The biggest river you have is a little fucking stream compared to the rivers I've been on, dude.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, this was in the UK that I'm talking about anyway, but all right.
Yeah, the UK is the size of Delaware.
He wants to go to Antarctica in a kayak. Good luck.
Yeah. But the only thing he's going to take with him is probably a sack lunch and perhaps maybe a sleeping bag if he can get in the kayak. That's all he's going to take with him.
No,
well, the problem is you guys are thinking of
how are you going to sleep, man? How are you going to sleep? How are you going to sleep on your kayak in the winter in the freezing, frigid cold temperatures and your food and your drinks? And Miggy, my favorite one. My favorite is how is he going to go to the toilet? That's the one that kills every expedition.
I know. How can we figure this out? This is like a mind-boggling
to the toilet, boy.
hardness. How do we figure it out?
He's gonna have to wear a diaper.
You guys are picturing,
ladies and gentlemen.
You guys are picturing the kayaks like the little plastic kayaks you rent from a local lake. These are real. These are fucking professional kayaks. You guys are just doing.
I'm talking about a professional kayak. That's what I'm talking about, ladies and gentlemen. We're talking about professional kayaks. Okay. How is he going to go to the toilet? Ladies and gentlemen, how is he going to go to the toilet?
Well,
he wants to.
If you knew anything about kayaking, you would know.
Hang on a minute. He wants to do a number. Look, he wants to do a number 2, and he wants to do a number 1. Ladies and gentlemen,
cool.
Yeah,
it's very easy.
And remember, you've got to eat X amount of calories every day. X amount of calories to keep
You're just
going.
An idiot, dude. You're just dumb.
No, don't call me an idiot, Robert. I didn't. Call
Jen, he's gonna wear a diaper. That's how he solves that problem. Just wear a diaper.
No, but he's got
ways to do that. Even
how many days?
That, dude.
How many days you going to keep the diaper on? How many days?
even Miggy knows that that's not even part of the problem. He's not arguing that.
That's the number one problem. That's the number one problem, ladies and gentlemen. Having to go for a shit in the piss.
You're out of your mind.
That shuts down the whole expedition straight away. Shuts it down.
Yeah, but he got Jin's on your side, Miggy. It's not a good thing.
He thinks it's possible because when he mentioned it, he was like, "No, I can kayak to Antarctica." I'm like, "Bro, I don't think you've thought this through at all. Like, not even a little." No. Like, I
have.
Listen, I was talking about.
Remember?
Yeah, I was just talking about logistically, but there's much more problems compounded on top of that. I was just saying, logistically, it would be a struggle. But then you got
it's really not though. I mean, people do it all the time, dude. Go look it up.
No, they don't do it all the time. They lie.
Oh my god! Everybody lies. Anytime someone's doing something that disproves what you guys think they lie,
dude. Like no, but okay. So when you look at something like common sense would also tell you things like you're not just people don't just talk about taking kayaks to Antarctica, right? They
don't.
They take massive ships.
Kayakers
with a lot of people. Bro, it's an expedition. They take a lot of people. I mean, dude, like it's not even reasonable that what you're saying. Because I mean, if you're what's your objective? Just to go over there and come back? Like the objective is, people
it doesn't matter what the objective is. The fact that they go is all you need to know.
Yeah, it is.
They go.
Oh, so what? Are you just gonna land? Like, dude, you don't even have enough food. Like, I mean,
how do you know?
How do you know that?
How do you know that?
How are you going to go to the toilet? As simple as that. How are you going to go to the toilet? That's the end of your expedition. Shut down completely.
Oh my god, you guys are really ridiculous. This is the best you got. Is how you go to the toilet. They go to the toilet very easily. They have systems set up to go to the bathroom.
He'd have to wear a soiled diaper for X number of days.
No, there's no diapers. No diapers. Sorry, guys. Nice try.
That's right.
You guys realize that you can stand up in a kayak, right? You can stand up in a kayak.
Ladies and gentlemen.
You can hang your ass over the side. You guys are ignorant,
you can hang your ass over the side, and then it goes wrong, ladies and gentlemen.
You're being an ignorant goofballs, dude.
He falls into frigid water. Now he's got to get back in, and his core temperature is going to drop.
No one fell into the water, though. That's the whole point. No one's falling into the water. You're just making us up. You're making up all these hypotheticals on why it can't happen. Unless you really don't know anything about it.
Hold on. You'd have to have stabilizers.
Stop talking.
You'd have to have stabilizers on the end. You know, like when you get your first little bike.
We know what kayaks are, bro. We know what kayaks
are. Then as long as you got your stabilizer, then you might be getting away with that problem there. But ladies and gentlemen, you've still got to go to the toilet. It's still a risk.
Yeah, but imagine when he lands. He's got to land on the ice somewhere, right? So how is he going to?
Yeah, they don't. They don't.
Really? So what do you mean? You're not ever going to land anywhere? How are you going to land, bro?
No, they go to where the ice shelf, they can get to the fucking thing without going on the ice shelf. There's parts of the thing. Not the entire goddamn continent is no accessible parts to the
land. You have not thought this through, dude. You know that.
Where do you think the penguins go?
Hold on.
Why do you guys talk over me?
Rob, we're talking.
I want to make a point though. Where do the penguins go, AB?
We're talking about the ice shelf. Did you forget there's an ice shelf?
Yeah, there's an ice shelf, but I'm saying, how do the penguins get on Antarctica if it's covered by 200 feet ice?
So
because
check this out.
There are spots that are sea level.
Yeah,
I can't finish talking.
Have you been there? Have you been there?
Have you?
Well, you're just making up a story then, right?
No, it's not a made up story. There's video of it. Dude. There's penguins out.
All right, so we know that there's ice shelves. So how do you know you're gonna cruise to a place that there's gonna be a nice smooth beach? How do we know that?
Because that's what you're going to need.
It's charted, simpleton. It's charted, you simpleton.
Yeah, okay. I can accept that because you've got Hercules Point anyway. A place called Hercules Point was where he'd be heading for that area. He'd have to because that's the only place.
You don't know anything about it.
Hang on a minute. Can I not just finish what I'm saying, Rob? Rob, you're cutting everybody off here. All I'm trying to say is that
I'm cutting everybody off.
Well, you're cutting me off right now. I'm trying to speak now. I can't even speak, Rob. All I'm trying to say is this. You're going to need to go to a place like Hercules Point because there is a beach for landing there. That's where the penguins are, by the way. But anyway,
of course there's multiple spots around Antarctica that have access to actual ground.
That's fine.
I can accept the ground is exposed. Stop it.
Yeah, I can accept that. I can definitely accept that. The problem is, though, you're going to die on the way. You're not going to make it to bloody...
Okay, that's your opinion, man. That's your opinion.
Where are you starting from?
Wherever they decide to come from. Most of them come from South America.
No. Where are you starting from?
South America, the tip of South America.
Okay, so you're going to start from South America. That's going to be a tough. That's going to be a tough journey, boy. Tough
cool, man.
journey.
That's your opinion, and if you know anything about it, you studied it.
Rob, you always go back to this, dude. You always go back to it. It's his opinion. It's a rough journey based on logistics, dude. We're just talking about. Dude, come on, man. You're not going to fool everybody here to think that the distance from the southern tip of South America to where you want to travel is not a long journey, dude. It's in a kayak, bro.
It's
like you're really not. You got to understand though. But you got to understand that on your way there, there's a chain of islands that go from the tip of South America basically to the tip of Antarctica, and it's only like a couple. I think it's like a.
All right.
But it's not that far from.
Right. So you're saying that this can be done, but what we're asking for is if it's totally hypothetical, right? Why can't you go ahead and do it?
No, it's been done. It's not hypothetical. It's been done.
Really? Who's done what you said right now? I've
already posted it before. I think this is deja vu, dude.
Who
this
did
is
that?
Deja vu. You know who did it?
Well, tell the audience.
You said his name. You said his name. Now you just want to play games.
Rob Noxious?
It's weird.
Yeah, see, that's the thing. You're trying to make this hypothetical of some guy kayaking over there.
No, there's no hypothetical. It happened.
Oh, really? And what was his objective?
Yes.
What was his objective?
Just to sail to Antarctica or on a kayak. People have crazy things they want to accomplish in life. What's the big deal?
Oh, yeah, he went to Antarctica. Did he stay a couple of days? Was it one day? Was it just like he touched the land and went back? Or what did he do?
Yeah. How did he return?
Exactly what he. This is crazy.
How did he return?
If he did do it, then you would be able to explain the story, like what happened.
I did. I did this like 5 times.
No, you didn't do it.
Can you get a link on it if you can?
Yeah, give Jim the link.
Yeah. Otherwise, I'll look for it. I'll look for it myself anyway. Don't worry. But
sure.
Yeah, it's I can't imagine that. You know what I mean? Because if it goes wrong, it goes wrong badly.
Yeah, it goes really wrong. Yeah.
Yeah, they know the risk when they're involved. That's why they're called explorers. Explorers don't mind risk.
Yeah. Look at Scott. Scott of Antarctica. He fucked up, didn't he? Scott.
Obnoxious. But what does this all have to do with you proving the point that the Earth is a globe?
Yeah, I'm just proving that people can go to people can kayak Antarctica. So what does your question have to do with the topic?
Okay, how many miles is it? How many miles is it from the tip of South America to the landing point where you land with your kayak? What's the difference?
Hold on. Let me get it. Let me find it.
Put it to, you know what, Jim? Put it to Hercules Point. At least that way he knows you give him a destination. Because otherwise,
why would I go to a destination where I don't even know that's where you went?
Dude, he's telling you
it's the most convenient.
Do you know that in that region of the Earth, there's this thing called the Strait of Magellan, and it is one of the roughest seas in the world, and it's not that.
We know what the Drake Pass is
over there. You know they made the fucking Panama Canal because of that shit.
There you are.
That's not why they made it, dude.
Well, it's not why it, but it's one of the reasons to cut time and to not be in those rough seas that you will lose months sailing through them, and you would just lose all your ships there because it's rough fucking sea.
According to him, there's no rough seas at all. It's all smooth sailing to Rob Noxious.
I never said that. That was wrong. Don't do that. If I did that to you, Mickey, I'd be muted and booted. Don't do that, dude. That's not fair.
You're making it sound like
that.
Bro,
I never said that. Doesn't matter what I'm making. Don't say that.
Corvo made a point. Corvo made a point. I made a point too that it's going to be rough going out. Even Jin saying it, like it's going to be, dude. It's not easy, right? So you're saying, well,
I never said it was easy.
So okay, so then it's rough seas. What happens if the boat capsizes on its way over there? Because it's a kayak.
Then the guy can die. That's the part of being an explorer.
All right, then.
It's dangerous.
Dude, nah, bro. Like you are.
Yeah, it's dangerous. Yes, no one's claiming.
Yeah, okay.
Just like climbing Mount Everest. When you climb Mount Everest, it's dangerous too, but people still do it.
Okay, so who's done what you said?
You know the guy's name. I already
you see how he is though. Ladies and gentlemen, do you see what he's doing? He's like, you know the guy's name. I'm like, well, just prove it to the audience right now.
I don't know. I don't know the guy's name. I'd like to know the guy's name. Shake his hand.
Well, I don't know the guy's name.
Oh my god.
Glovers always do this, man. The whole time. Oh my god. Well, then why you bring it up if no one's ever done it? And then you're making this hypothetical like it can be done.
I already told you someone had. They do it a lot. It's been done multiple times. It's not
where's the evidence?
A mystery.
Where's the evidence?
Yeah, kayaking to Antarctica, ladies and gentlemen. That's one tough and endeavor. And we're talking about what's the distance again? What was the distance to Hercules Point? The most convenient place you can go to, Hercules Point. Convenient. So, what's the distance? Anybody yet? No one's checked it out.
I'm on my phone at the moment, but yeah, Rob, this is his point, man. He should be supporting you with all that information, Jen. If this was his hobby, he doesn't have not even the fact that he can measure distance, logistics, or anything. Can he tell you what's going on? So I think I'm calling BS on this, man. That's what I am.
Yeah. What about the women who left like Britain and went to America, for example? Okay, across the Atlantic. Now I'm calling BS on that as well. But apparently they did it. These women, right? All of them rowing and that. And the problem I keep asking is, how do you go to the toilet? Because that's the one that shuts down any of the stuff. You got to keep eating. You got to do your
have a shit ton of aid. Like, this is not something that you go on your own. This is not an expedition like Christopher Columbus type stuff. It's you get assistance. If you're under stress, you can call towards support. You get support. It's not something that I'm on my own kayaking towards the other side of the world. No,
they're not on their own. They're followed by motorized ships that follow.
You didn't say that.
He didn't say that, did he?
You guys are just playing semantical games. You talk over everybody.
You see how he's changing it, bro? Because you just moved the goalpost.
So obnoxious. Let me basically invalidated your own point right now.
Yeah,
you guys are despicable, dude.
You invalidated your own point.
Move no goalposts. I didn't move anything. We've already been over this 5 times, Mickey. Stop acting like this is new information.
Bro, you just said that there's a ship that follows the people that are kayaking. Well, if that's the case, then they're getting assistance. We're talking about you taking your little kayak
They're
by
still
yourself.
in the kayak by themselves, going there. It's still done.
No, because that's like somebody, like if he ran into trouble, he could just rely on the ship that's behind him.
But they didn't, though.
Yeah,
but they didn't, though.
And when they want to go to the toilet.
Talking about that type of perspective, we're talking about things descending downwards towards the horizon that are above your eye level, like the ceiling in your room or the streetlights that DJ just posted out, that appear to be getting closer to the horizon with distance until you can't see the lights anymore that are beyond the horizon, much like the stars that are in question. When you asked, why can't I see these things that are above my eye line when you go over here and look up and see different things? That's just based on your eye and how much of the world or sky you can see from any one vantage point. You understand this, right?
Things converge to a vanishing point. If you take an art class, they describe this very well. So I think they ended our event because I didn't really check if there was an English class coming up. I guess there was. So once that English class is finished, I can fire the event back up.
It wasn't the vegans this time that you annoyed?
No, just the admins probably.
So guys, I should say goodbye.
Yeah.
It is my time.
Thank you.
Break. Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you so much for coming past, and you asked excellent questions. So if you want to come back another time, you're welcome.
Yeah, inshallah. I will.
Take care. Daddy, bye.
Bye-bye.
See ya. We've got a question from Nitskara in the side chat.
I really want somebody to come in and tell me that the horizon's curving. I really want that conversation again today.
Yeah, that's what I was hoping for.
Wonder if we could measure that left to right curvature of the horizon. wonder if we turn round, we could measure it all the way around. You know what a dip angle correction is, DJ?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So if you take 4 dip angle corrections, say from altitude of an aircraft, say one facing north, one facing east, then south, and then west, you will measure the same dip correction, right?
Yeah.
So people come in and say, hey, the horizon's curving from left to right. Just remind them that there's a dip correction. And if the dip correction exists, then we do not measure curvature with it.
Good point. I like that.
Yeah, me and Injo were talking to some guy the other day, and we kind of stumbled into it. But yeah, it was really good. So if anybody ever brings that up again, man, just ask them if a dip correction exists.
I like it.
Good. I'm fed up of people looking out a bloody airplane windows saying, curvature of the Earth. All right.
Yeah, that seems to be quite a popular argument in this server. They think that they saw the curve from a plane. I don't know where they're getting that from, because I've been in so many planes and it's so flat from a plane.
Do you think it's some kind of angle bias? Everyone has this idea that the Earth is a ball, and when they look at the horizon from like in an airplane, that's the curvature of the Earth, that is. It's very, very slight. I mean, you're only at 35,000 feet, but it's there.
Yeah, I think it's a... Go ahead, Trace.
I think it's mostly in their brains, and like you say, they think it's so slight that they just imagine it into existence.
Yep. Yeah, I was going to say the same thing. Sometimes it's programming, pre-programming. It's just like if someone is presupposing the Earth's a globe, their brain will kind of like make them think that they're seeing something that's curving, but it's not. It still happens to me sometimes, right? I'll look at like an image of a horizon, and I think I can see some curve, and then I'll draw a line across the horizon, a perfect line, and there's zero curve whatsoever. But I think from a plane, it's also sometimes when someone pans their head left to right, they can see the same distance in all directions, right? So it could kind of be mistaken as Earth curvature, I guess, in some cases. Like I used to go out on this peninsula in Australia, and you had like a huge field of view left to right, and if you panned your head all the way around and kept staring at the horizon, it looks like a big like curved disc, like a big flat disc shape. Yeah. Only when you pan your head. And yeah, like if I thought the Earth was a globe, I could think for sure I was looking at curvature.
Yeah. It's that cognitive bias. It's weird.
And then also, like, I was like filming out the plane window, and I was like, "Wow, it looks so flat. I'm going to take footage with my camera." And then when I got home and looked at the footage, there was curvature, just because of the wide angle lens, and it looked nothing like what it looked like when I was looking out the plane window. And then when I could pan the lens around a little bit, the curvature changes, from curved to concave.
And that's always the thing when in an aircraft, you're holding at least 2 panes of glass, and then you've got the lens of the camera that you're making the recording through. And then you've got to remember that you're probably trying to take a panning shot. So there's always an angle of deflection between your lens and the surface of the window that you're looking through. It all starts wobbling around.
Yeah, exactly. Welcome to the channel, Express Study. If you've got any questions, you can open your mic up and ask them. Welcome me. Welcome to the channel. Mushroom. Welcome. All right, it's coffee o'clock. Back soon.
2 sugars, man, black. Thank you.
Well, Chill Slugs had over 15 minutes and has responded with nothing. Oh, wait, he just commented. Chill Slug disagrees with the professors. He, in his comment, has said, I did the math and it's perfectly explainable. You can't use a tangent drop approach like in the diagram that was provided in the green circle with the right angle triangle. The reason is that this will overstate the amount of the base that you'd expect to be hidden. You want to use an arc length measurement, which is a quadratic. This does appear to be what is being used in the horizon calculator you provided, at least based on the results I tested and the stated calculations on the Git page. Again, doing the math, you get 24 feet hidden at 6 miles and about 67 feet at 10 miles, which is exactly what was stated by everybody who posted.
Yeah, well, that math isn't even correct, right? So firstly, he's saying all of the Earth curve calculators are wrong. Washington University's wrong, right? And he hasn't taken into consideration the height of the observer. So 67 feet is how much curvature there would be over 10 miles, right? Not how much would be hidden. So you would have to take in the, like if you had the camera at 1 foot height, right? And the oil platform's 10 miles away, there would be about 40 foot hidden from the bottom of the platform, because you have to take the observer's height into consideration, right? That's what the Earth curve calculators aren't wrong, right? They all have the same result, right? You can go on any, like ChatGPT or any of those things, and it's also going to back up the Earth curve calculators. You can look at the Washington University citation that I put down the bottom. It's going to give you, right, the formula that they use as well. So over 10 miles, you would have 66.7 feet of curvature, right? But what we're calculating is the distance to the horizon, and the tangent that you saw in the diagram is the straight line from the eye, right, to the horizon, to where the horizon should be, based off the formula 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, right? That is the correct formula to calculate the distance to the horizon based on the 3959 mile radius value. Right? What Sporadic posted was literally a screenshot from the Earth curve calculator. Right? So from the 8-foot observation that we showed, Sporadic's math was perfect in how much of the bottom of the platform should be hidden behind the 3.46 mile horizon. When we have experts come in, right, we have other channels that we go in, right? We've been doing this for a long time, and when we have physicists, right, or these types of people come in, they're not disagreeing, right? We have math professor that comes in all the time, right? Matthew, he's a globe earther, but yeah, he agrees on this math that we're given by the mainstream. Right, the math isn't incorrect, right? People have a problem. They think, oh, flat earthers must be wrong about everything we're claiming. All we're doing is the basic math based off the radius value. It's not incorrect. Yeah, so I'm citing experts, right, that you're throwing under the bus, right? It's called a hostile witness. So you're throwing, right, all of the Earth curve calculators under the bus. You're throwing Washington University under the bus, right? You're arguing against your own side, right? At this point, we have globe earthers come in here, and the flat earthers have to teach them their own claims, right? So they can argue their own, like we're trying to help you correct your argument, right? Because it's incorrect at this point, and you're throwing all of these people on your side under the bus in the process. Now, if you want to appeal to consensus, right, and use faulty, fallacious logic, that's up to you. I got a phone call.
So do you understand the physical horizon now, Chill Slow, and the fact it should be at 1.2?
I did understand at the start of this conversation, and I still understand what a physical horizon
Why do you keep interrupting? Just let a guy finish a sentence.
Yeah, ask me a question. I answered him.
So, when you're observing the horizon beyond the oil rigs, what's going on there?
You aren't. I've explained it in the chat 3 times, and again, DJ so you just talked over me, literally 3 words into what I was saying.
You just said you aren't.
I think
what do you mean?
This conversation. I really don't like being talked over, so this is just not working for me. You guys can draw whatever conclusion you want from what I posted.
Yeah, we already did. You didn't post anything coherent, so that's all good.
I mean, I just talked about the horizon beyond the oil rigs, and he said you aren't seeing the horizon beyond the oil rigs?
I started explaining and you just started talking over me. So, like I said, I can't have a conversation with you if you're going to talk over me 3 words in.
Yeah, please do not just talk about the conversation. Like, you're doing that twice now. If you do it a 3rd time, I will just
because it's frustrating. Okay,
yeah,
I'll just leave.
Now, are you going to do it a 3rd time? I just told you don't do it.
I just would like to have a rational, calm, intelligent conversation, which is very hard to do with being yelled at. That was the only comment I made.
Yeah, now you did it the 4th time, bro. Like, you could just try to have a rational conversation instead of this meta conversation about the conversation.
Also, guys, remember there could be a little bit of time delay between things, so just be aware of that. Different time zones, time delays. Hello, Adrian.
Hello.
Welcome to the chat. Do you have any questions?
Thank you. Who wants to play Minecraft?
Yeah, we're not here for that.
Yeah, but Minecraft planet is a cubic planet, not a flat, not a round. It's cubic.
We're talking about reality, though, buddy.
Yeah. Okay. Reality, you say. And you think the Earth is flat?
It measures that way.
Can you explain why the Earth is flat?
Why? What do you mean, why?
Yes. Why?
No,
why
it is.
What?
It is. It measures that way. When we go out and measure the surface, it measures
How it
flat.
measured?
There's lots of ways to do it. You can use high-powered lasers. You can use high-powered lasers and test the surface of large bodies of water. You can use celestial navigation to determine that the surface is horizontal. There's many ways to do it.
I think the Earth is flat because the horizon line No.
Sorry?
So you think the Earth is flat because the horizon line is like flat, and you think that is the end of the Earth. Is that okay?
No. I'm talking about measuring the
And
surface of large bodies of water.
And why do you think the Earth is flat? Because if the Earth is flat, that doesn't explain the Einstein theory, like the gravity. Make Einstein fool.
You've made a jump from talking about the horizon and measuring the surface to talking about abstract mathematics.
Yeah, I have a problem, sorry.
You can go out and test reality in many different ways. And every time you do it, you'll find that the Earth measures flat. You can later on describe all sorts of things with math. That won't change the fact that you've measured the Earth flat.
Yeah, but why we see astronauts like they are flying from the Earth to satellites and make videos with the phones that shows the Earth is round.
So your basis for that belief is just video you've been shown?
Yes.
If I show you a video of Bigfoot, will you believe in Bigfoot?
No,
Why not?
because it's not real. I don't see in real life one.
Right, but your belief in the globe is based on video that you were shown, not something you saw in real
Yeah,
life.
I know the point. I know. How can I believe something that I don't see? Yes, it's right. You have that is your point, but the Earth gravity pulls the moon. How can something round orbits and flat surface? How? How the moon is like upper us, and we see from that how the moon and the sun makes that circle.
We don't believe the Earth is floating around in an endless vacuum. So your entire conception of what is above us in the sky is not something we believe in. You have a heliocentric idea about the heavens that is just a story that you were told, and you have no fundamental proof that that's the truth. And there's some things, natural laws we can point to, gas law, the second law of thermodynamics, that debunk the claim that there is a ever-expanding vacuum beyond the sky. Because we're all breathing pressurized gas right now, and if there was an infinite volume, or essentially infinite volume for the gas to expand into, the gas would expand into it. So the claims about space and rocks or balls of plasma floating around and orbiting, you just don't believe that.
I know. But you don't respond to my question. Why an round object it's
Can you prove that the Earth, the moon is a sphere?
Yeah, we have photos from the space.
Right, I have photos of Bigfoot though. Look, I can show you lots of photos of Bigfoot.
Want to accept this. You can believe in Bigfoot.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't believe in Bigfoot because my standard of evidence is higher than just photos and videos.
And
See, the
what
thing is,
the evidence that the Earth is around. Did you see the Bigfoot? Did you see Bigfoot?
We've measured the surface though, and it's not curved. So the claim that the Earth is a sphere kind of falls apart at that point because we've measured the surface.
Yourself? You go to measure Earth from the point from another.
Yeah, I've made my own long distance observations. Using objects of known distance. I've looked along the surface and seen for 40 kilometers, and there's no curvature apparent.
You are dedicated?
Sorry?
You are dedicated with this?
I am the what?
So you are a science man?
Well, that's not science. That's geometry, measurement. Science deals with cause and effect relationships in natural phenomenon. So I can just go out and observe distances and compare the claims of the globe, right? So the globe claims a specific size, a particular radius, and from that, the consequence of that is that there needs to be a certain amount of curvature to the surface. And so you go test to see if you see that curvature out there in reality, and you cannot find it.
So you are with geography?
No,
geology?
Not geography. Not geology. Geometry.
Yes, that is something related with geography, but this discipline study the Earth surface.
Yeah. I mean, it literally means Earth measurement. That's what we're talking about, measurements of the Earth. Yeah.
It's like you can find in my garden where is a source of water.
Yes. That's geology or divination, depending on how you treat the world, I suppose.
Yeah, okay.
But, I mean, if you have access to a telescope or binoculars or a high-powered camera, you can just go down to the nearest lake or beach and have a look for yourself.
To have that, but I'm stuck at my home.
Yeah, I mean, you don't have to do it this second or this week, but if you ever get the chance, it's an interesting thing to do.
Yes. I see you very smart and you have a good communicating. Like you are not a guy that yells at me and try to convince his proof. You just have a calm voice. So I want to put you a question that is not from this.
Sure.
Do you want to play with me chess?
No, not right now. It's about 1 o'clock in the morning.
What? Where are you live?
Australia.
Bro, in my country it's 5:47 p.m.
Yeah, time zones are a bitch.
So it's night in your country, yeah?
Very much so, yeah. Middle of winter too.
Oh, very cool. I like that. I like to talk with people from that side of the earth.
Well, just out here, just horizontally.
If the earth was flat, why in your country is not day?
Because you can't see the entire sky from every single spot. The sun moves across the sky and only lights. It doesn't light the entire surface. Yeah.
I mean, if
the Earth was a flat disk and the sun was a giant ball 93 million miles distant, yeah, maybe. But I don't believe that. I don't believe the distance of the sun. I don't believe that the Earth is a disk floating around in space.
if we don't know anything, you can believe that the Earth is flat. You can believe the Earth is round. We don't know.
It's not just.
Nobody knows.
It's not just a belief, though, right? You can.
Yes,
Well, I would say that not.
Are just beliefs.
To a degree, I would say that no one does know for sure the exact layout of the Earth, but you can know for sure that large bodies of water measure flat. That is a test you can go do yourself.
Yeah, but nobody knows how Earth looks like. So you can say the Earth is flat. I can say the Earth is round. So nobody knows how Earth is like.
If you are going to say the Earth is round, I'd ask you to show me where the curvature is, because I've looked for it and I can't find it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I used to believe all that stuff too. You know, I grew up in this idea that the Earth is a sphere and the sun is a giant ball of plasma and the moon orbits around the Earth. All this stuff. I really was very interested in that sort of stuff growing up. But when you start peeling away at the claims to see what they put up as evidence and proof, it all falls apart.
You're gonna call me a loser.
Why is nobody talk here?
Yes, guy, I have a question.
Go for it.
What do flat earthers think about the black hole? Is it true that the black hole theory was inspired from a hole at Epstein Island when Stephen Hawking was there?
No, that's not true.
I heard it somewhere from the Flat Earth Discord. I just joined.
No, you didn't.
How do you perceive that?
What evidence do you have that black holes exist?
Just a piece of paper, I think, regarding the research about it. There was written
Yeah, so just a
by.
bunch of assumptions and calculations. No direct evidence, no real proof. Just a belief.
But they did not conduct any real experiment, unlike flat earthers, right?
How would you conduct an experiment on the sky?
There's no sky, I think. There's no gravity.
I mean, you can scientifically prove what's called specific gravity. That's pretty easy to prove. Merely changing the density of a medium an object is in, you can change the vector that the object moves in. But there's no curved Earth in that. There's no mass attracting mass. There's no scientific experiment that proves Einsteinian relativity or Newtonian mass attracts mass.
Yeah, I know.
Cool.
All right, so it looks like we got a concession from Chill Slug that the online calculators that we were providing, as well as the sources and references, were indeed correct. Thanks. There should be about 30 feet of missing height from the oil rig at 10.10 miles away, and there isn't. We see the light reflecting off the surface from the service light directly above it, meaning that there is a logical path, an optical path, from that surface, that point 10.10 miles away to the observer's eye. There's no curvature. And we can see, of course, the horizon well beyond the second rig.
He's claiming that you're lying, even though he literally wrote that out.
But he said that he got the same results as us using the curvature calculator. So I don't understand what the point of contention is at this period. Like, this is over. The conversation's done.
Just successfully distracted away from dealing with the position of the horizon in reference to the oil rigs for an hour by flipping out about math that's established.
Yeah. Well, when he came in initially, he's like, let me teach you flat earthers something about math, okay? Because you're doing it wrong.
Now he wants us to post where he said it was wrong.
I've already done it 3 times.
From the video.
He's willfully blind.
Yeah. It's the constant accusations of over-talking whilst he himself is over-talking, the straw manning, the argument ad populum, the stereotyping. It's all the classics.
It's just non-stop lying as well. Like, he's got a serious problem.
He never made an argument ad populum. He literally said, we are going against all established science. Man,
the other issue is when
is he unaware that this is streamed to YouTube and is recorded?
Yeah, you did make an argument ad populum, Chill Slug. You made that argument about an hour ago, actually. You said because we're going against established science and everybody basically disagrees with us, therefore we're wrong. Like, that is like high school level fallacious reasoning.
Exactly.
Like, I'm more popular than you, therefore you're wrong.
And
he has finally left.
Sorry, Andrew. As somebody once said, Sporadic, even in a minority of one, the truth remains the truth.
Exactly, it stands alone. And the reason why we have scientific claims and a method is to put it up for examination, regardless of what people might think, regardless of people's opinions, regardless of how popular an idea is.
I'd also like to point out for the audience, because we actually do speak to professional people and mathematicians, they know this stuff off, the top of their heads. They don't need to go away for 15 minutes and then come back 30 minutes later with the wrong answers. I'd just like to point that out for the audience. So if he's as mathematically orientated as suggested, he wouldn't have done what he done there, and he wasn't able to provide anything. So very telling.
Yeah, and what was funny is it took him well over an hour to cough up a simple equation that we'd already posted. I mean, like, he didn't bring us anything new. And the equation he posted, by the way, is how you derive adagents per mile square as an approximation. It wasn't even the so-called true curvature formula that he said he'd bring us. He brought us a way to approximate a curved distance that is good for up to about 600 to 1,000 miles with a 1% error after that.
Yeah, he brought us a parabola.
Exactly.
Hey Agni, welcome to the chat. Ask any questions if you're curious, or sit and listen. Either or.
Honestly, that was a real disappointing waste of time with that guy. I mean, for him to tell us that our approximations are wrong and he has the exact formula, and then he spends an hour and comes back with the same approximations that we'd agreed upon using in the first place, at least, agreed amongst us. And then he said he confirmed that our mathematics were correct using the same calculators that we provided.
Right.
Yeah, he was a bad faith actor. He was an anti-flat earther, folks.
He also never provided the calculation to the geometric horizon, even though DJ rattled it off and others had rattled it off. He was not able to provide that. He kept obsessing over Earth curvature and other things. So that was another telling aspect.
It's also, he started with, disagreeing with the curve calculators and saying, well, I did the math, it's perfectly explainable, you can't use tangent drop approach like in the diagram, the curve calculators. So he started by rejecting the curve calculators, but later then flip-flopping and acting like he never did.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, he disagreed at a more of a higher level of abstraction with the curvature calculator. He said the method was wrong, right? So at this point, he's extracting himself from performing arithmetic and calculations, but now he's actually examining this more at a philosophical level, which is ironic because when I brought this up to him earlier, I said that this is going to get into more or less the philosophy of mathematics. He started laughing and he said, well, he started basically calling it like a pseudoscience, right? So yeah, multiple degrees in mathematics, graduate level mathematics degree. Okay, dude. Yep, he was lying about that.
That's appeal to credentialism right there. So
for sure.
Provide any.
People who live and breathe and eat and drink mathematics, like somebody he claims to have been, you're absolutely right, Loggy. Somebody like that would have instantly looked at what we provided and it should have clicked. There should have been none of this going off for 15 minutes and then stalling for another 45 minutes to come bring us the same equation that we've been talking about and been providing.
Yeah.
Also, just think about how good it is for everybody to understand how these fallacies don't work. Because if you're running a business and somebody comes up to you, appeal to his credentials, but then he sucks, the credentials don't mean anything. It's what you actually do.
Yeah, if somebody is a nerd about something, you can't stop them talking about that. They know that thing inside and out. If you'd have asked Matthew that question, he'd have been rattling it off for half an hour, not running away trying to figure it out for half an hour.
He could have just had a honest, good faith conversation about the position of the horizon. It's really not difficult. It barely requires any math.
He wanted to run as soon as Sporadic took off there earlier. He just wanted to go into the meta conversation and try to find some way to feel better about this whole thing.
Yeah, I mean, he gave himself away in many ways. His words out of his mouth like, "I'll be back to correct your math."
Yeah, so Agni has posted a Dave McKeegan video saying that this long distance observation validates the globe. Well, what you're going to find, Agni, is that this guy is literally a bullshit artist, right? And he has double standards. So when we show long distance observations, right, that are extremely clear, done with infrared even, right, like cutting through the possible atmospheric effects that could hinder the image, right, and where you're seeing the object, they will just cry refraction, 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 right? So we can see something that should be like half a mile below the curvature of the Earth. They'll just say refraction, even though they have no evidence of what was happening through the observation. Now he's presented this particular observation, right? Did he account for any of these things that he holds us to every single time we show something? Because he's making very specific claims that the observation matches up with the curvature of the Earth, right? So it's a hyper-specific claim, right? So did you like watch the video properly? Do you know the argument? Agni? Good to see you, by the way. Agni comes in here quite often. He's pretty cool guy.
Hey, good. Welcome, Agni.
Yeah, he used data. Like, what data? Where did he get the data from?
Yeah, we need specifics, right? Because people have gotten by without being specific to support their globe beliefs. I mean, if we're going to start bringing in like claims of atmospheric refraction, we have to then get into the physics of the atmosphere, right? And of light. So
yeah,
if you're not ready for that, then you probably should park that notion aside, because this will end badly for you when we start discussing infrared optics.
Yeah, and also lack of validation of the specific conditions between point A and point B. This is over a huge distance. Now just think about this one, Agni, right? They say that when you see the sunset on the globe, right? When you see the sun on the horizon, it's already set because of refraction. So you're not really seeing the sunset. Really, the sun already set like 10 minutes earlier.
Ooh, that's interesting. What if I take an infrared camera and then look at the sun setting? Is there supposed to be no sun in the infrared then?
Yeah, I
That's
guess
right.
so.
That's gotta be hilarious.
Yeah. But yeah, this Agni guy is super cool. Like he's comes in and asks very genuine questions, and he's not a zealot or anything like that, that's for sure.
It's okay. It's perfectly natural to be bothered by this, especially, with all of the upbringing we've had and the globe reinforcement conditioning that we've gone through our entire lives. It is perfectly normal to resist this. We get it. What's not normal is doing like what that guy Chill Slug did earlier and basically cast dispersions on us and our ability to present mathematics in their proper framework and their proper context. And then spend an hour discussing how upset he is.
Yeah, that guy was silly.
Like just coming in lying, essentially lying about his pedigree and his abilities. I mean, that's what's not acceptable. We deal with liars all the time. People lie to protect their ego when it comes to this topic because they've built their identity up around believing in the globe, around believing in Star Wars and Star Trek as potential outcomes for humanity and landing on Mars. I mean, people, their brains exist in outer space most of the time instead of down in the real world where we have real interactions with people. And when we start challenging these notions of space's very existence and its nature, they go crazy. And that reaction is not normal.
So Drace is I think in the McKeegan video, he's actually talking about that top image, isn't he? In the image that you just showed?
Yeah.
So we have the infrared as well, don't we? Is that so? There's the same location in the lower image.
Taken with 4 minutes apart. and the infrared should move the horizon closer to where the horizon should actually be if light is all bending around. However, we can see even further in the infrared, completely destroying any idea that light is bending around the globe, allowing us to see further.
Bam, that's good. Yep. I wonder if McKeegan showed the infrared footage in his video. Let me check. Oh, he didn't.
Are you serious? I don't think I've ever seen that video of his. He didn't present that's the whole point. That's the whole point of that video.
He didn't show it. He left it out.
It's that infrared photo that I think was the award-winning video. It was the award-winning panoramic photo.
Yeah, the infrared pictures are the world record long-distance pictures, and you can see all of the past world record long-distance pictures since they started using infrared cameras have been in infrared. And so what he showed you was not a world record long-distance photograph, but rather the photograph he took right before that photograph to show you the difference.
So I'm going to upload a high-resolution version of the actual world record photograph. Agni. So yeah, this is the image that's actually the world record one. Like Drace said, this was taken 4 minutes after the one that Dave McKeegan lied and said was the world record. Right? So now I'm going to show you on Google Maps where the horizon should be if the Earth's a globe. Okay? So you can see the distance marker there, right? If you do the calculation from the observer height, that's where the horizon has to be on a globe. Right, so if you draw a wait, I can fix that up a bit. 1 second.
This is Sporadic Echo, 17 minutes past the hour. I posted a 14.9 megabyte panoramic version. I've got a 95 megabyte super high res version coming too, so stand by for that.
Wow, nice.
And you can notice how much to the side you can see of the coastline. You just keep seeing the coastline further and further to the side, whereas there should be a horizon there.
.95 megabyte version is still uploading.
Yeah, it always takes a little bit.
And in a minute, I'm going to be posting a GIF. It's an animation. The animation is taking that panorama, one segment of it, not the entire thing, and moving gradually from left to right to show left to right horizontal flatness. There we go, 18 minutes past the hour, the 95 megabyte version posted. And there's the scrolling GIF. Enjoy. So guys, ask yourself, why did Dave McKeegan not present this when it's part of the same observation, when it was the whole point of the observation that the Beyond Horizons advanced world record film crew, in their efforts had done for us? They had gone out there and they produced this. They are not flat earthers. They're just professional photographers, some of them hobbyist photographers. They're a group. They like to travel around the world and do these things. This is their work. Why would Dave McKeegan misrepresent their work?
Well, I got an idea. Well, flat earthers have trashed him and shown him to be a fool multiple times. So maybe he's got his panties in a twist and is trying to get one over on them by manipulating others to be against them.
Yeah, that's what I would think too. Do you think this could be a mistake? Like maybe Dave McKeegan just didn't know and he just forgot or something?
No, I don't think so.
No.
You can't get that other picture without seeing the infrared. The only location where those two pictures are together is where he's submitting that or showing that himself. So it doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, he's a greasy snake. That's the problem. He's
he engaged in cherry picking, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I was cherry picked.
Yeah, so Agni, have a look. That's the distance that the horizon should be at on a globe.
Which means we should not see the shoreline on the opposing side from the observer.
Correct. So what these people do, Dave McKeegan, Professor Dave, Simon Dan, is they trick people, basically, that haven't looked deeply into the technical aspects of these arguments, and they trick them. They're lying to you, basically. And it's very successful.
Hey, Matador. How's it going?
Matadoro.
Yeah, Matador, I guess he's not here.
He was typing in the text chat earlier, but yeah, I don't know. I don't know if he's typing now. Yeah.
Oh, okay, good. Nice, bro. You're welcome.
Didn't we just talk about the problem of liars coming in here? Yeah, the guy who lied about his mathematical abilities, potentially his entire pedigree of education in the field of mathematics. It took him over an hour to evaluate a trigonometric equation that a 10th grader would be able to understand. So here we have a Dave McKeegan post engaging in more deception and lies.
You know, even MC Toon still puts like the floating disc in space as his thumbnails on many of his videos.
Yeah, it's true. And he finds the craziest people from like the Flat Earth Society forums to debate on his show.
Yep. Yeah, that's why they were all itching to get Demok on their channels, right? They're not itching to get Indio on, are they? Or you, right? They're itching to get Demok on. And Demok went on McToon's show 2 times. Basically, Demok saying dumb shit and McToon just laughing his head off at him the whole time. That's what these people do, right? They'll find people that they know are going to act a certain way, and then they'll make fun of them. So the audience can go, okay, this fits what my stereotype was in my brain of what a flat earther is. Very, very sneaky actions.
Yeah, psychological manipulation.
Yep. Make it unpopular to be a flat earther. Make it something that should be ridiculed. An effective tactic.
And when we do this a while, what we do, you talk to lots of people, both in the real world and online. You start picking up really quickly who's in this for genuine conversation and who is not.
Did you get your roof racks installed on your car or whatever you were doing yesterday, Sporadic?
Yeah, all set. Thanks. It's frustrating.
Yeah, man. I know the feeling.
Yeah, roof rack like that is a 2-man job, and if you're by yourself, it's going to take a while.
Yeah, I tried to do it by myself. It just wasn't going to happen. Not without causing damage to the car.
Yeah, totally. I'm up there like, oh, I'm going to scratch the.
Yeah.
It reminds me, we had a guy build our deck out our back door, which is on the second level. He did it all by himself in a day.
He's probably built a ton of them before.
Another thing that happens when you are involved in this topic in this world for long enough, you pretty much know where every conversation is going to lead. And you know that whoever you're debating with will have to concede at one point. They'll have to acknowledge that their world is a living contradiction, or they're going to have to make up lies and stories.
Yep. Yeah, exactly. That's true. Quite often you can hear, like, just by their tone in their first sentence, how the conversation is going to go.
Yeah, as in the case with Chill Slug earlier.
Yep. Can anyone think of a good topic for an event? Something that people will see the name of the event and they'll want to jump in. Like space is fake or something triggering like that.
NASA proves the Earth is flat.
NASA proves the Earth is flat. Oh my god, I can see the rage when they see the title of that one. They might come in super triggered if we put that one down.
But then we just give them all the NASA documents that say the Earth is flat and non-rotating, and then just like go from there.
I'm here to help.
Okay, I'm going to do it.
NASA's lying or something like that. Yeah, either way.
Hello. Right, oh, hello. Great to see you.
Yeah. So,
what's going on?
I'm just like curious what is going on in this channel. Like, what are people talking about?
We're talking about the Earth.
Yeah.
And whether it's a globe or whether it's not a globe.
What do you think? You think it's flat or?
Yeah, I mean, I've personally been out and tested for curvature myself, so yeah, I know it can't possibly be a globe, especially a globe the size that they're telling us, right? So, what about you?
Okay. I don't know. I think it's a globe. Actually,
Yeah.
It's not really a globe. It's, how is it called? I forgot.
A slightly oblate spheroid.
Yeah.
But they say it's almost a perfect sphere.
Mm.
Right. I
don't
used to
know.
think
We'll
that.
see.
Do you believe that? Like, do you just believe it, or have you actually done some research and confirmed it?
Well, I've done some research, but I can't really tell for now. Like, if I will try to, if I visit space at some point, then I can tell you if it's true or not, if it's flat or not.
So you experience it as flat at the moment, though, don't you?
Well, no, not really.
No?
No.
Why?
Well, for now I think it's a globe, but I don't know yet. So
Right, but you've never seen the curvature of the Earth, have you? Because you just said you would have to go to space to see that.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you experience the Earth as
But
flat.
I was once in a plane. I can tell that it has a little bit of curvature, so maybe it's not really flat. So, but I don't know. We got to like maybe like go to NASA, ask NASA or something.
Where did you fly when you were in a plane?
What?
Where did you fly to when you were in an aeroplane?
I fly to Spain.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. So I don't know, but
It's interesting because I've flown in a lot of planes all over the world, right? And I've never seen any curvature from a plane. That's interesting.
maybe because it's not really far away. Maybe it
Yeah,
just
well,
didn't notice
I've
it.
flown. I've flown all over the world. I mean, I flew like many countries. I mean, I'm in Europe right now, and I'm from Australia, so I've flown very long distances.
All right then. Okay, so goodbye. Have a nice day. I'm gonna go.
Farewell, my friend. Thank you for coming by. Come back anytime.
Okay, thank you.
Taddy bye.
Goodbye.
Auf Wiedersehen.
All right, are we going to do this with the channel? Right, I wrote NASA says it's not flat? Question mark. I mean, sorry, NASA says the Earth is flat? Question mark. I feel like they're gonna get too triggered by that title. Because I mean, NASA says the Earth's a globe at the end of the day, don't they? So I mean,
Hello?
Hello, welcome.
What's up, man?
Yeah, not much, bro. What's going on? What brings you into the English hub server?
I'm just chilling here. Somebody tagged me in the chat. I'm just trying to see what's up.
Someone tagged you in this chat?
Yeah, Logi with a turtle. I don't know.
Is this true, Loggy?
Yeah. It said David likes pizzas. I was asking which one.
Yeah, man, you got a lot of free time on your hand, don't you?
Well, it's your username, you know. Just
Yeah, sure, man.
oh, he ran away. Wow, that was interesting.
and people showing up. Oh, look at that, familiar faces. Matthew Learns, welcome.
Hey, how's it going?
It's going well.
It's good to hear.
Right, so Over Fences came up with a great event title, which is Why Would NASA Lie? So I'm going to start the event. Yeah, I'm going to start the event now.
Might surprise some people to learn that some of us don't think NASA's actually knowingly lying about anything.
Yeah, I think the answer is pretty simple. If the Earth is flat, NASA would lie to get millions of dollars per day.
I ever heard about the conspiracy that said why NASA is lying. You know, NASA is based from America, right? Am I right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so there's like how you call it, like Cold War? Like there's the type of war that they are showing to the world that who is the good countries with like they shows about what is like wait, I'm sorry.
Well, you have it right. It is called the Cold War. That is correct.
Yeah, Cold War. Like Russian shows that what they are giving to, and it's kind of I feel like American doesn't want to be left behind, so why they are laying about oh look at us, we are finally can flying someone to go to the moon for the first time in the world, so they was like make themselves to be greatest than other countries. That the conspiracy said.
Yeah, I think that was part of the motivation for the Apollo missions to demonstrate technological superiority over the USSR.
Ikut orang bisa nih, Bay. 24 jam tentang flat earth. Kalau ini debat-debat dok.
What are you talking about?
What are you talking about? No, just kidding. I forgot to mute my microphone.
Yes. Okay, the event has started. Thank you, Wersa. I don't know if it's pronounced Wersa or Virsa or something else, but thank you. Ah, excellent.
Hello.
Hello, welcome.
Thank you.
Feel free to ask any questions if you have any.
Yeah.
Just
I want to
started
ask
a-
about the title.
Go ahead.
The
Yeah, sure.
title.
Yeah,
So
what did
they
you
lied
wanna
to
ask?
us.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, NASA have been caught lying many times.
About the moon landing.
Yeah, I think even if I thought the Earth was a globe, right, I would still think that the moon landing was faked because I've done enough research on it to raise enough questions that I don't trust them. What do you think about this one, right? When they came back from the moon, they went to the Netherlands, right? And it was Buzz Aldrin, right? Two of the astronauts, and Neil Armstrong, and some of the NASA officials, and they took a gift with them to the Netherlands, and it was supposed to be a moon rock that they brought back from the moon. So this was, in a museum, right, in the Netherlands, and they were very proud of their moon rock, and they did some testing on the moon rock. And it turned out to be a piece of petrified wood that NASA had gifted the Netherlands as a moon rock.
Right.
So there's one example of many that NASA is a liar. What do you think about that?
So I heard about this before, but
Yeah.
also, like you say, you did your research, but also other people who are, definitely much more experts than us, and who did much more research, said that, it would never happen. Something like this is really unrealistic. You cannot hide that much info.
Really? You think it would be very difficult to fake the moon landings?
Yeah.
Why? Why
There's
would
that
that be?
physicist. Like I watch. I'm not really. I didn't research really well on this subject because that's why I came here. But I watched some videos, such as there's a very popular physicist, Neil something. Do you remember his name? I don't know.
I'm not sure. You didn't give me much of a hint.
Neil deGrasse, I think, or something.
Oh, Neil deGrasse Tyson. God, that guy's a clown. But yeah, sure. Yeah. Yeah, what was his evidence?
I don't really remember, but I'm sure he did. He did much research. Like it was a very long video. What do you think of him and his arguments? If you ever heard of his arguments?
Well, yeah. I mean, he just parrots mainstream information, essentially. I mean, most of the globe earthers that come in here say they don't like that guy and they don't trust him and that he lies all the time. So, I mean, like he'll tell you that you can't see the curvature of the Earth from 350,000 feet height and things like that, right? And then the globe earthers are like, he's wrong about that. You can see it from an airplane. Neil deGrasse Tyson's lying. He's just an actor. So, yeah, I mean, there's a lot of conflict, but I mean, just appealing to someone's credentials, and just kind of like blindly believing what they say because they're a physicist, isn't really a good way to determine whether something's correct or incorrect. Now, Neil deGrasse Tyson will say things like, oh, it would be much more difficult to fake the moon landings than to actually go, right? And then we have globe earthers come in here and say and just repeat that like parrots, right? Yeah, I think that's a really ridiculous argument to make, to be honest. I mean, yeah, I didn't see anything convincing that they did go. I mean, he didn't make any compelling arguments when I watched the video that he made.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I see, experts in photography and lighting, right, and things like that say that it's faked. I mean, there's some great documentaries, showing all kinds of inconsistencies. They actually got caught faking a particular scene of the Earth through the window of the plane, right? They were meant to be much, much further away from the Earth, right? And some footage got leaked of them, setting up a shot and faking that, right? It's in a documentary called A Funny Thing Happened on the Way to the Moon. And then we can just apply common sense, right, as well, and actually look at the footage that they've provided us, and it looks absolutely ridiculously fake. Like they're using like little miniature models on a set or something like that. It's completely unnatural, and when we show most people the footage, they don't believe us that it's actually NASA footage. You know, people will be like, that can't be real, that looks so fake, prove to me that that's really NASA footage, right? And then you show them the links to the NASA, you know, official YouTube channel showing the footage, and you know, and then they're like, wow, that's interesting. Most people haven't actually looked into it, right? They'll go on and they'll hear Neil deGrasse Tyson say, oh, it would be harder to fake it than to actually go.
We got taught these things in school, actually, like even in primary school.
Yeah, absolutely. What, that it would be harder to fake it than to go?
Not this particularly, but I mean the whole lesson about Apollo 7 and the whole journey there and how they went. I wonder how like the Armstrong guy, what's his first name? The first one who
Neil Armstrong.
Yeah, Neil. Oh, Neil as well. Okay, Neil Armstrong. Like, how does he feel if it is all fake?
I don't know. Look at his face at the press conference when they came back from the moon. He looks like I don't know if anyone's got the footage. I can try to find it, but if you they did a press conference a short time after they came back from the moon, and they look like their lives had been threatened or something like that, or they'd found out something horrific and tragic. All of them, right, sitting there at the press conference. I'll see if I can find the footage right now. I'm sure someone will put it in the side chat before I find it, but let me see. Have you watched the videos, like the moon landing debunking videos? Like a funny thing happened on the way to the moon, right? Or American Moon, where they go through and they analyze the footage, and they have experts, right? Not like Neil deGrasse Tyson, who's an astrophysicist. They have actual like professional photographers and professional people that work with lighting in studios, and you know, to each of the arguments, right? It's not just someone that's basically an actor like Neil deGrasse Tyson, right? Like he just goes around like parroting the textbooks in videos. You know, he's essentially an actor.
But he's not random. Like he's got credentials. He's well respected in the academic world.
Yeah, I don't know about well respected, but yeah, he's got some credentials for sure.
Yeah. Yeah, but I haven't watched the videos you mentioned. That's why I noted them down to watch later.
Yeah, awesome. So yeah, American Moon is one. Yeah, I'll post a couple of links just in case anyone else wants to watch them. I'll put some links in the side chat. American Moon's a good one. It's a very long one, very detailed. Thanks, Mushroom. Have a good day. Thanks for stopping by. Right,
Would you really think that the Earth is flat? You mentioned first.
Yeah, the Earth is measured flat, right? But a lot of people have a misconception of what they think the flat earthers are claiming. Right? Most people will think that flat earthers are claiming a flat disk in space, you know, which is ridiculous. No flat earthers are claiming that.
So what is it then?
Well, yeah, so it's like a topographical plane, right? We have hills and valleys and mountains and that kind of thing, right? But when we test over vast distances, specifically over large bodies of water, you know, we've tested the Earth, right? And there would have to be a certain amount of curvature present if the Earth was a globe. So we can calculate it based off the radius value that we're all told exists, right? 3959 miles. That means that over a 20-mile lake, you would have to have 260, 270 foot of earth curvature. Now, we can go and have gone to these large bodies of water and conducted all kinds of different tests. We can't find any curvature. We've had people go there to try to debunk us, right? Like Dr. John Dee, right? He's a PhD in optics, right? And that kind of field. And he went to debunk flat Earth and became a flat earther in the process, shooting high-powered lasers across vast distances of water, right? So what we're talking about when we say flat Earth is we're just talking about the surface not having any curvature as would be required on a globe, specifically over large distances of water.
Yeah, you mentioned Dr. John D, like John and D. That's it.
Yeah, I'll post a link to his YouTube channel.
Okay.
Yeah, we've had teams of field engineers go out, with a $30,000 laser, and they conducted a whole bunch of different tests over huge distances. And once again, they couldn't find any curvature either.
Interesting.
So what I'm going to do is I've got a list of laser tests here, and the top link will be a link to Dr. John Dee's channel and one of the laser tests that he conducted.
Great.
So yeah, I'll just drop that in the side chat. Okay, so yeah, if you go to that top one there, the peer-to-peer, that's Dr. John Dee's channel. He's got a lot of good content, very technical, but very good. So yeah, if you've got any more questions, feel free to ask away.
Anyone here from Bangladesh?
Not me. I'm sure quite a lot of people that come in here are from that part of the world, though. Welcome to the channel.
Actually, I'm from Bangladesh and I need to improve my English speaking. That's why I joined it.
Excellent. Well, welcome to the English Hub. It's a great server. Great place to learn English and learn about the Earth or learn about different topics at the same time as learning English. So it sounds like your English is pretty good.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Where are you from?
I'm from Australia, but I live in Poland at the moment.
Recently, I'm preparing for IELTS and I'm interested to study in Australia.
Studying in Australia?
Yeah.
Oh, awesome.
Me too. DJ, you're Australian, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm planning to go to Australia undocumented. Can you help me, please?
Help you with what, sorry?
I'm planning to move to Australia undocumented.
Okay.
You help me, please. Let me stay at your place at least for 6 years.
Oh, okay. Yeah, sure. Come on over. Bring your whole family with you.
No. I'm planning to use.
In fact, bring your whole town. We have plenty of room.
Seriously?
No.
Yeah, I actually go to Australia not for immigration purpose. It is part of my research to prove that if Australia is actually real.
That has nothing to do with us, though. So maybe you should find a channel that doesn't think Australia is real, and maybe talk to them about it.
It's not in the flat earth.
No, flat earthers don't think that.
Do you think I could make friends in Australia? Hmm.
Is the term the? Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, you're right. You can go ahead.
Yes, you can go ahead.
I was saying, he said flat earthers. It's the first time I hear of this term. Like, does it mean conspiracy theorists according to normie people?
According to normie people, yeah, they probably think it means conspiracy theorist in a way, like not specifically, but they would think that flat earthers are conspiracy theorists. Yeah.
But when we find out it's the Globers who think they're in a conspiracy and everybody's out to get them, that's the funny thing.
The Globers? Well, what's that?
People who believe in the globe, they essentially have a global conspiracy where the globe itself is conspiring against them with light to hide itself and make it appear as flat and non-rotating when it actually isn't. So they have a belief that reality itself is trying to fool them. It's not what it appears to be.
Interesting.
Yes. Yes, they've managed to replace people's common sense with nonsense.
Yeah.
People think they're spinning through outer space vacuum on a rock, right? That has oceans sticking to the outside of it. Well,
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, well, in reality, they experience a flat, stationary Earth where the celestial bodies are moving over the top of them. Yeah, what were you going to say, man?
I mean, I was saying majority of people are really dumb, and I wouldn't be surprised if they fooled all of them. Like it's hard, but it's not impossible.
Yeah, I mean, they can basically tell them anything at this point, right? They tell them it rains diamonds on Uranus, and there's hairy black holes in space, and it rains sideways glass rain on exoplanets, and nobody even questions anything they say. Right? Imagine if you came into the Flat Earth channel, right, and we were saying crazy things like that. We would be mocked, but because it's coming from the mainstream news, right, and the scientists, they're like, oh, of course, yeah, well, okay, maybe it rains diamonds on Uranus and smells like farts. Sure. And people just, like, they could just tell anyone anything, and they just kind of believe it. People have lost their critical thinking skills, unfortunately. Not everyone, but a huge amount of people.
Yeah.
So they do actually claim that it rains diamonds on Uranus and Neptune. And they do actually claim that there are hairy black holes in space. And they do actually claim it rains sideways glass on distant exoplanets that are many, many millions of light years away.
And don't forget that they also claim that the universe is flat.
This they also claim, yep. And that nothing exploded and turned into everything. And that we evolved from pond scum and monkeys and... yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, they're controlling people's minds in a sense, right? They've managed to brainwash people into living a lie and defending their captors, right? We call this Stockholm syndrome, where the victim is defending their captor.
Right.
I welcome anyone new to the chat. Thanks for stopping by. If you have any questions, just jump in anytime. Or not anytime, but you know what I mean. Where you from, Nicoronus?
I'm Iranian.
Oh, awesome, awesome, awesome. How's the weather?
It's okay. It's summer now.
Yep, so it must be pretty hot.
Yeah, in my place it's really hard.
Yeah.
It's maybe 34 degrees or 35. It doesn't exceed
hot.
37 or yeah, but it's hot.
Yeah, that's hot, man. Yeah, it's going to be 34 degrees here in Poland in a couple of days too. So, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh, I
hot
thought
in
you were
the-
American at first.
Yeah, no, I'm Australian, but I live in Europe.
Mhm.
But yeah, like it's hot in the north right now. Meanwhile, it's freezing cold in the south. Right? Australia's going into their winter.
Yeah. When do you guys have your winters? So it's like
The
does it
opposite.
start?
The opposite of you, basically.
Hmm. So our summer is your winter.
Yeah. Yeah, so winter starts on the 1st of June in Australia.
Interesting.
Just the cat seems to have a little bit of a misunderstanding of what we're talking about. She seems to think that we said that there's just one scientist controlling everyone, saying all the facts. Yeah, no, we didn't say that. We're not claiming that. And then she says, but there's millions of scientists that could, and yet those millions of scientists never actually checked if the Earth is a globe. And the ones that did are called flat earthers now.
Yep, right on. Exactly. Most people just blindly believe that the Earth is a globe and they've never been presented with any alternative option. And they've probably never considered it could be flat because flat Earth is ridiculed, right? Most people think that flat earthers claim a disk in space, which is propaganda aimed to turn people away from even considering the idea of flat Earth. Whereas no flat earthers actually claim that. But if you go to Google or YouTube and you type in flat Earth, it's going to come up with a whole bunch of images of flat disks in space with all the water rushing off the edges and all of these crazy things just to turn people away from it at first glance. This is propaganda through ridicule, basically. So yeah, we're not saying all the scientists are lying and in on it, right? That's far from what we're actually saying the opposite of that, right? We're saying that the scientists, the college professors, they're not lying. They genuinely believe the Earth's a globe, right? They probably never even questioned it. They probably never gone and tested it. They just took it. as fact. It's something they're taught from a young age, right? Why would they doubt it? They tell you that you're too small to see the curve. They'll say, really, you'll just experience it as flat because you're so tiny and the Earth's so big. But they don't actually tell you the true claims from the globe side, right? Ask people, how much curvature should there be over 10 miles? People will say, well, I'm not sure. And we'll say, well, have a guess. And usually a couple of inches or something like that, right? Whereas actually it should be 66.7 feet, right? That's a 6-story building, essentially. That's a huge amount of curvature. So we can go to a 10-mile lake and very easily conduct tests on the lake to find the curvature that must be there for the Earth to be a globe. And it turns out there's actually zero curvature. Repeated over and over again.
Do you mind if we borrow one of your bots for the politics?
Oh yeah, I mean, how do we do this?
Helio, if you're on if you're listening, go ahead.
I was just going to say the same thing as you. So yeah, Flat Lloyd or Helio, if you're listening. Wait, are you over in politics, AV?
Yeah, we got Kane just popped in, so we're gonna see if we get some exposition on him, but we wanted it recorded, so.
Yeah.
All right, I'll pop back.
I'll message Flat Lloyd and Helio in the side chat. Yeah, so flat earth misconceptions, that's what 99% of the people that come have. And that's why they think it's ridiculous, because the propaganda makes it seem ridiculous. But once you understand the actual arguments, it makes so much sense. The more you look into it, the more sense it makes, and the less sense the globe makes. Upside down waterfalls in Australia. Imagine that. So imagine if they had a camera on the moon and you could zoom in to the top of the globe, right? To the northern hemisphere. And you could see land features and skyscrapers. And they're upright, right? To your position, they look upright. And then you pan down to the bottom of the globe and you see upside down kangaroos.
That means you are lying. This is a dumb point. One of the dumbest points I've ever heard.
Yeah. All right. Thanks, Helio.
I think
we got the bot
is
in.
literally one of the dumbest globers out there.
Yeah, Helio. I was just telling him that the reason why the bot was moved is
compulsive liar.
Yeah, hold on, Carvo. Yeah, we were just talking about the earlier conversation with Rob Noxious. That's why I was like, dude, I'm pretty sure Helio was like pulling his hair up and like, dude, I'm not gonna listen to this shit. But yeah, at the end, like we got Rob Noxious to admit that he was actually coming in here and using the kayaking to Antarctica as just one of his antics. But he admitted it, so it was good. We got him to admit that. So that if he uses it again, we're gonna be like, Rob, don't remember you said you were using this and you don't know if it's true and you were lying. Like he admitted he was lying about it. So it was just like it was all around stupidity. We get it, but it was an exposition on like him being a liar, and so now he can't use that. But yeah, we got Kane in here, so we're gonna see if Kane.
Yeah, I'm trying to find a specific picture. I found other pictures, but I don't have the what's the word? I don't have the context for those, but I can send it if you want.
All right. For the people that just joined us with the YouTube bot, if you're listening on YouTube, we got Sonny on the plane that's going to talk to Kane right now, and Kane's supposed to bring back up his globe evidence. He's going to have some information that's going to support that, and then Sonny's going to show him some information that supports the flat Earth. So at the moment, there's those two that are talking. So I'm just gonna back away.
Yeah, I can go ahead and present it. So I posted several images. I've got more information, but if you see at 33 minutes after the hour, Illuminati confirmed. I have a photo that I took myself 8 feet above sea level. See the water's right by my feet there in front of me, of Catalina Island. The distance is noted in the document after, shows the distance from Sunset Beach where I was standing. There's a couple of images of the oil rigs and distances. So you have the DCOR platform Edith, 9.35 miles. Those lines are actually from my location, and that is on there too. You also have platform Garfield and Ellen. Platform Ellen is also 9.95 miles. And the next one is, you see a picture of the beach, right where that says Sunset Beach. That's basically exactly the location I was standing, right where that little emblem is for Sunset Beach. I was standing right there. So the distance is 30.88 miles. If you look at the photo, you can see the oil rigs out there. Now, the closer one, let's see, I have another image here. Down below that, there's an image where Sunset Beach is. You're looking at platform Eva. There's Edith, Ellen, Ellie, and Eureka going up beyond, going off to the south. So Edith, Ellen, and Ellie oil rigs are shown there. If you look in the photo, you can see the closest oil rig. You see some oil rigs off in the distance. The furthest oil rig off to the left is 9.95 miles.
Sorry for interrupting. I'm just gonna ask you real quick. Like, how does that? How is that a measurement of the Earth being flat exactly?
Because at 8 feet above the water, the geometric horizon of the globe that size absolutely has to be at, I think it's 4 miles. The very most 4 miles.
All right, so I'm just gonna.
Wait, no, wait. Give me.
Yeah, I get
give me
what
one
you're
second.
saying.
I'm not done.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. So I'm gonna clarify to Sonny. So basically, he's asking how the Earth was measured as flat. So I know we're trying to debunk the globe, and I mean we can go into like how it's measured as flat, but I guess his specific question was how is it measured as flat? So even though you can debunk that it's not a globe, if you want to just tell him how it's measured as flat, then you can go into probably, you know what I mean? Like,
Right, so it's measured at flat because we know the distance to the oil rigs in between the island, and we know the distance to the island. There's supposed to be a drop of 486 feet below my line of sight, starting at 3.5 miles. So everything should be dropping away. So I would never be able to see the water at all where those oil rigs are, let alone basically the shoreline of the island itself should be 486 feet below my line of sight. So since we know the distances, we know how much drop there's supposed to be, that actually is a measurement. You have all the data. There's an observer height, you have the locations, and you have the amount of supposed drop that's supposed to be there, and the distance to the geometric horizon that is clearly not there. You see the water extending up in your visual range. As it goes out further, it goes higher up, correct?
let me just ask the question. How do we establish a baseline for your measurement? How do you establish that? In order for there to be a baseline for either curve or globe, curve or flat, how do you establish there to be a baseline? what's the baseline? How is it established? Because I'm going to ask him the same thing.
Sea level.
Yeah, how is sea level established so that everybody can know? He's going to have to do the same.
Well, I would say it's established by the known distance.
Okay, so let me just kind of speed this along. So if we're going to establish a horizontal plane, what are we using to reference that? The horizon, right?
Oh, the horizon, yes,
So
absolutely.
the horizon is horizontal and it's flat. So if we're going to use a standard, that would be the standard that everybody would have to go by. So the horizon is horizontal. We're going to use that as a standard. But the baseline would be measured off of mean sea level, which would be the median from the rise and fall of tides. So that we establish a vertical point there at that specific place that we know that between the lowest part of a tide and the highest part of a tide, the median in between there will be the vertical point at which that is established. And then we have across from that would be a horizontal plane. So we'd have a horizontal and a vertical plane. So from those two, from that point, from the vertical point and the horizontal, we're going to be able to establish 0. So at that point where they meet, right, the horizontal and the vertical, that's going to be 0, right? And from anywhere from there, we'll be able to establish elevation change, let's say, or be able to know, like, if waves are specific feet, we're going to say, how do we know the wave was any amount of feet? Well, we're using mean sea level, right? That was a 20-foot wave based on mean sea level. You get what I mean? So there's an established baseline for our measurements. Does that follow for you guys?
Yeah, thanks for that clarification.
Yeah, I'm just like, if we say the Earth is measured flat, we have to start with the baseline, both sides. So the globe would have to start with their baseline. What is their baseline? And then, of course, for the flat, what is the flat baseline? So I kind of sped things along because I know what flat Earth explanation is. But if he thinks that there's an explanation for globe, I would like, for that to come forward. So at least you have a baseline and you have a long distance measurement, right? So we're seeing things in your measurement that are not supposed to be seen with the globe because of the baseline that we have, which is how the Earth is measured on a horizontal plane. Now, if he says that it's a globe, does he have anything to present it being a globe based on his foundation of how it's measured?
Is it my turn to talk?
Yeah, I just don't know how are you going to establish the baseline? Because Sonny gave you a long distance observation, which needs to be compared against that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, sure. So one way that we're gonna that we can observe whether the Earth is a globe or not is very simply by, for example, there's this one bridge that they took a picture of. Okay, so you can go. This bridge is really long. I don't remember exactly which bridge it was, but basically, you can go on the bridge and see that the bridge is always perpendicular to the water, right? Like underneath it. Now, if you take a picture from far away, basically what you will see is that parts of the bridge are not always at the same elevation, right? So now we know that the water is always perpendicular to the bridge, and we know that the water will basically be level with the ground, which means that if we see the bridge curving, that means that also the water underneath it is curving. Now, I was looking for the exact picture because I know exactly which one it is. I don't remember where I saw it, and it's taking me a little more than I wish it would. But as soon as I find it, I'll send it to the side chat.
I don't know if Sonny wanted to rebut that or not.
What is it?
Yeah, I would like to rebut that, because if you're saying the water is curving underneath the bridge is curving, then I want the data points along the bridge that were measured to the water.
And once again, we can observe the water being perpendicular. Sorry,
You can't hold on. You can't just look at a bridge and say, "Oh, the bridge is curving. That means the water is curving too." So you
yes,
would need
because
a
we observe
measurement.
that the
You'd
water
need a
is always
measurement.
perpendicular to the
You would
bridge.
need
Sorry,
a
not perpendicular. I mean
measurement. Yeah,
parallel.
I was talking, so you're interrupting. So you need a measurement from the water level to each data point along the bridge that you're saying is curving. We need data points, like every 100 yards or whatever you want to put. But it needs to be data points measured. The actual measurement from the water to the bridge that you're saying is curving, we need the data points along that bridge.
Yeah, no. So once again, what I think you missed my point. So what I said is we can observe the water being constantly parallel to the bridge itself, right? Now we take a picture of the bridge from a certain distance. We can observe that the bridge, like that, not all the points on the bridge are at the same height. Even though we know that they are parallel to each other.
Kane, you're just restating the point. You're restating the point that he already agrees with. You said you made an observation. He's not asking for you to restate the observation again. He's asking for you to supply data.
So we do agree that the.
No, he's not
We
agreeing.
do agree that the bridge.
Listen. He's
Give me 1 sec.
Yeah, hold on, Kane. He's not agreeing with it. He's just saying he will take in that you said that it's been an observation that you made, right? According to him, he's like, okay, you made an observation. Now, what I need is the data that supports this observation, which means you're going to have to support that along the
the data is the picture. Let me just find it real quick.
No, that's not, dude. Data is information. So the information,
and the picture is information.
Yeah, does it support numeric values that tell you that the bridge is curving along with the water curving?
We know the length of the bridge.
Yeah, and do we know that the water's curving underneath it? Is what he's requesting.
Yes, because we can observe the bridge curve.
No,
it's not each point on the bridge is parallel to the water.
Dude, it's not just an observation. We need the data that supports that the water is curved underneath that bridge, just like the bridge is curved.
It's way simpler.
No, it's dude. He's asking for something. You need to support what he either you have
that I don't need, and I'm showing you. I'm showing you the same thing through a way simpler observation.
No, sir. Do you have the information to support what he's asking for or not?
Yes. Just then 5 minutes because I cannot find the exact picture.
Go ahead. You're going to have to provide the numeric value that support that the water's curving underneath that bridge.
Oh my God! Once again, you don't need the numeric value.
Okay,
right?
yeah, you do.
Observe the water parallel to the bridge.
Absolutely
you can establish that the bridge is curving.
No, yeah. Okay. So
because of the
That's
so
fine.
then you can establish that the water underneath it is curving because it's constantly parallel to the.
No, you have an unsubstantiated claim saying that the bridge is parallel to the water, but you don't have substance or data, the metrics, the measurement from the water to the bridge at all points along the bridge that support your claim that the bridge is parallel to the water level. You're just making a claim saying, yeah, the bridge is parallel to the water underneath it. So if the bridge is curving the waters, no, it's not. You haven't substantiated that claim. You just keep making the claim over and over again saying, oh, because we know the bridge is parallel. Well, you don't have data to support that statement that the bridge is parallel to the water because you don't have measurements, data points along that bridge at certain points, 50 yards, whatever, should be substantiated all along that bridge, the entire length, that show that the water, the distance to the from the water to the bridge, like the deck of the bridge, that those are all parallel data points. You don't have that. You're just making the claim over, oh, we know it's parallel. No, you don't. Where's the measurement of it being parallel to the water? We want to see the data. That's what you don't have. That's what we discussed earlier, that if you're going to make a claim and you're using something that's just completely bogus, trying to use a bridge for this, why don't you just show us the measurement, the direct measurement of the surface of water like I have, showing it's parallel to something, showing that it has a curve in your case. You don't have that. Every observation we made, including mine of Catalina Island, there's no curvature there. So where is the curvature supposed to start? 4 miles, I'll give you that. That's a conservative statement at 8 feet above. Yeah, I see the oil rigs out beyond that, even the first one, which is like 5 miles. And then the oil rigs out beyond that, going higher in my visual range, and then the island out beyond that, higher in my visual range, on a globe, you don't have objects at distance appearing higher up in your visual range. That's retarded because a globe is supposed to be dropping, not rising in the distance. It's the end of my statement. Thank you.
Yeah, I just don't understand how how you have a problem with the idea that if the bridge, like if we can observe the bridge curve and we
How have you substantiated? How have you substantiated that the water is curving underneath the bridge? We need that measurement. So
Yeah, let me
you would
just
have data points. Go ahead, Abe.
let me just jump in because you're just going to restate what you've been saying. So, do you have the data or not, Kane? That's all we're asking for. If you have it, you have it. If you don't, you don't. Do you have the data? Yes or no?
I don't have them at hand right now. No.
Thank you, sir. We can move off from this point. There was evidence given from data that was supported with Sonny's point. There was no data supported with your information. You just said an observation was all you need, and that's not the case. We need data to support the case if the Earth is supposed to be a globe or not. And so, therefore, your point is rendered moot. So you don't have one at the moment. Is there anything else you can bring forth as evidence for the Earth being a globe? You're going to have your opportunity. So long as you're able to substantiate the claim, you can have the floor to do that.
Okay, sure. Yes, I do have.
Go ahead.
Other. Okay.
Yeah, bring up the next thing.
So, you know what the salt flats are?
Yes.
Okay. There. The picture speaks for itself.
The salt flats?
Yes.
Okay, so you're measuring on land?
Yeah.
Okay, so is there elevation change on land?
In this specific place, no.
So there is no elevation change on the salt flats, is what you're saying?
There is no elevation change because elevation is calculated.
So if
if you calculate, wait, give me a second. So they all have the same, basically they're this place is completely level, right? So
okay, you need to just recognize what need to be said here. If there's elevation change in salt flats, then it's produced. The information is produced. If there is no elevation change, the information is produced. So the question would be the same as the one we asked before. Can you present the information that shows how much elevation has been changing from point A to point B and the image you're supporting? Do you have the information, again, like the last time, to support that elevation change is occurring? Kane?
Look in the side chat.
What?
Background noise, people talking.
All right, so you can answer one word real quickly. Do you have the information that supports that elevation change is occurring in the image you supported? Do you have the data, sir?
It's not just the picture. Click on the site.
Where is, you have it? You have the data?
Yeah, I sent it to the side chat. I'm gonna send it again. There.
The data. What is the elevation change from point A to point B across the distance?
53 feet.
Okay, who measured that?
Let me see.
Let me see.
Yeah, it's on the site.
Pom. What do you mean? I thought you had this information.
Topography of this. Yeah, there you go. There's a link to the measurements on the site. Read the results here.
Where?
On the site that I sent in the side chat. Are you literally just ignoring it?
I'm ignoring it until you cite it, sir. You need to cite it. I'm not going to look at your,
I
look
did
at your
cite
source.
it. First of all, one, I
No,
did
it's a
cite
source.
it. Two,
You put your
these
source.
results.
You put your source. Now I need the information that you cite
Just sent it.
in a citation. No, you didn't send it. You said the source.
Yes, that is called a
It's
citation.
not a
I don't know if
no,
you-
it's not.
Are you
A
being serious
source-
right now?
Yeah, we're asking you to cite the information within the source, not the actual source itself.
Yeah, I sent it. 53 feet. Do you have a rebuttal with that? Okay, I take this as a concession. You guys have a good one.
What did you sent McToon? You just dropped the PDF, dude, and ran. Like that wasn't evidence of anything.
Yeah, he bombed it off.
Yeah, you actually have to stay and explain what you're talking about, man. That's not how you do things. Let me just drop the information and run. No, that's not how that works. Yet another globe failure. That's easily to take these guys to the ringer, man. They never produce any evidence, ever, ever, ever. They only have images, and then what? Based on those images, we're supposed to look at the image and be like, "Oh yeah, I see what you're talking about." Yeah. We got some people that jumped in right now. Olgar, welcome.
Hello.
Hey, man, what's up?
I'm doing this. Look. And I click it. Watch. Look. I click it. And I click it. I go click, click.
Yeah, scary mask, dude. We're talking in this room about if people think that the Earth is a globe. Do you think that the Earth is a globe?
Yeah, I think it's a globe.
All right, what evidence do you think supports that?
Like the current satellite footage, the fact that we took pictures, like from the moon back, air currents, GPS. The fact that we gridded out the entire surface of the globe, and when you put it together, it's a globe.
That's good. I'm glad that you feel confident in that information. Any of the things that you... Yeah, hold on, dude. Any things that you told me, can you investigate whether or not any of those things are true or not?
Yeah. Like if you go on Google Earth, you know what I mean, and you just pretended that each little, like square pixel was a sheet of material and you spread it flat, you can't do that. If you had a quilt, like if there was a bunch of people who decided, let's quilt all just the surface of Earth that you can observe from Google Earth, you can't spread it in a flat disk. Can you? No, you cannot. So that's why I believe that shit. Do you understand?
You believe that you're living on Google Earth, is that correct?
No, I'm believing that if you observe motherfucker, just never mind. Yeah, okay. So you tell me. That I'm just telling you the reason why I believe it, because you can go on Google Earth.
Yeah, that's fine.
You can grid out the entire
you
planet,
said that you're living,
and it's a
if you
globe.
go to Google, if you go to Google Earth.
Yeah, that means if you already right. Do you understand? That if you just had
we
enough,
get it. We get it, bro. We get
Okay,
it.
please.
So the problem that
Why
we're
do you
having,
believe-
though,
Okay.
the problem that we're having is that you're believing a cartoon ball right now, and you've never tested the Earth to be an actual sphere. So they're showing you a cartoon ball. That cartoon ball makes a lot of sense to your mind,
Okay,
right?
no, because fishermen can now go around the world, and if they thought it was a disc, it would not work for where they were for navigation.
How do they know they're going around
That's
a
why
sphere?
I believe that.
How do they know they're going around a sphere?
How is it they're going to go around a disc, and then when they
No,
get to
no,
the
we're not
point where
talking
there's the
about a
other
disc.
side of the disc,
Listen,
they
bro.
go
Here's,
whoop, they go real fast, and it goes
yeah,
whoop.
here's what you got to remember. You're not trying to disprove something. You're actually trying to prove something. So the thing that you're trying to prove right now
No,
is
you're
the Earth.
wrapped up in a weird debate script that doesn't
Okay,
make any
so
sense.
you are trying to just prove, or excuse me, you're trying to disprove the Earth being flat because you think that the Earth is already a globe and we're in the wrong. But I'm asking you to actually examine how you know that the Earth is a globe and see if you can prove it being a globe. You just can't do. Your little art that you're doing right now is the best you can actually do for anything relative to what you think reality is. But in reality, where we all live,
that is
where we all
hilarious.
exist,
That
we
you
all
would
exist
think
in
that your
reality,
little
bro.
art. I'm going to
Yeah,
attack you, so I look good in front of my cool
it doesn't
friends.
matter. It
So I
doesn't
look
matter.
really cool in front of my really cool friends.
Yeah, you're the one sounding like Elmer Fudd, bro. Elmer Fudd just left the chat. They hit an immediate cognitive dissonance spiral when they can't produce evidence of the Earth being a globe. It's funny that he pointed to Google Earth
Damn,
when
man.
it's just a cartoon ball, man. Like,
It's always the same shit with these people. Holy damn.
yeah, let me point to the cartoon ball as the example of how I know I live on an actual sphere. Like, that's silly.
You zoom out Google Earth and you see sphere. It's easy. On computer, you can do that. Just zoom out Google Earth.
And then the guy talks about salt lakes. That was the other guy, the other young man.
Yeah.
He spoke about the salt lake.
South Flat Lake, South Flat Lake cannot be flat. Somebody made that name because it's curved, but it's flat. South Flat Lake, it's evidence for the curved surface. Okay, good.
You know the PDF that he put into the text chat, it was from McToon.net. So McToon is saying that salt flats are actually salt curves. Oh, that's
They're jokers, aren't they?
The only thing you got to know is McToon put this information out, and everything after that is just, you already know it's just going to be a clown show.
And it's written, Miggy, that it's 47 miles of road, and then there is 50 something feet of elevation change. That's not enough on 47 miles.
But did you see the image that he posted?
Yeah, I know that image. That's an old one. You have two places in the world. That's the place where it's curving at three places under the bridge. That one, and in Blackpool. That is three places where Earth is curving.
Yeah, the links they go to for their globe, huh? And then we're asking for the actual data that supports their claim, and they don't have the data. Like he was telling Sonny. He wants you to imagine the Earth being a globe with curving water. Yet when you're asked to go ahead and show the data that the water's curving underneath the bridge, he's like, no, because it's an observation. You can see it.
Yeah, it's not It's not necessary. It's not relevant. Yeah, you got to laugh.
Well, truly, if the information was there, it would support the claim. It would be like, okay, here's the data supports that from this place to that, it's measured this much curvature, and they needed to know that building the bridge that's going to be curving on the top of that curving water. Like, seriously, man, like they're really grasping at straws, these guys.
Yeah, and all the while I'm posting the longest distance shot at 275 miles with all the data, and then the Chinese longest bridge. I post that as well. stating that the constructors and engineers didn't take Earth's curvature into consideration. You know, it's all there for him to look at.
Only McToon would say something dumb enough to say that salt flats are curving.
And that's what they've been doing these past few months, 3 months. That maybe even longer. A curved line is now straight. Omnivore already pushed that at the last year, towards the end of last year.
Absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah, yeah. Right. And that's what's because they're using the Webster's dictionary, because the Webster's dictionary is talking about level being the surface of the earth, you see. Right? And if the earth is a ball, then it's curved. And that's where Omnivore is going with McToon and all of them. and then when you actually draw that curvature, and then you draw a straight line, and you ask them, are they both the same? They get really triggered, and that's what I've been doing for the last 3 to 4 months. Hence today is a curved trajectory and a straight horizontal trajectory. Are they the same? Because they're not. And that's what they've been pushing.
They don't know what else to do, man. I guess.
Yeah.
I know we got Doza.
Yeah, go ahead.
We got Doza 10 in here. Doza, if you're in here, say what's up to the panel.
Yeah, what's up? What's up?
We got Basti that's in here. What's up, Basti?
What's up, Basti D? What's going on? Welcome to the server, the pair of you. Well done. You made it. What have you got for us?
I guess we got the strong silent type. I don't know. But we got the regular folk in here, the regular FE. Their claims are usually the same. Kane was actually one of those hard-nosed globers. He's coming in here just to show images and says, we got an image. There you go. There you be. That's all you need is just an image. And you look at that image, and that's convincing. Nothing to see here except for the image. Or it's a globe.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's like, they're the kind of guy that sees something happening off in the distance, when you see an optical effect, and you don't, lay claim to what it is. You're just like, oh, that's Earth curve. Wait a minute. How do you know there's no optical effects happening that cause that distortion? Why would you immediately run to Earth curve being the first answer? It could be any of the Miragian effects, and you negated all of those just to say it's Earth curvature. I think that's it's a far stretch there.
It is, especially with the camera and the barrel. What's that called? Barrel roll? Is it?
Yeah, barrel distortion.
Yeah. Barrel distortion, exactly. And then you've got compression as well, because they do all kinds of trickery. These globers, compression as well, where they compress the image to bring up a curvature. When you expand the image properly, there's no curvature there. But they compress it, and there's your curve right there. Cheating all the way.
No, I've seen that. The one that you're talking about. They've compressed the image of the water off in the distance, a horizontal horizon, and they did it over the table. Remember with those two levels on the side? They compressed the image and it made it look like it's all curving and that. But it's like, dude, you literally manipulated the image just to produce the curvature that you want.
Yeah, exactly. So that's what they've been doing.
Yeah. So in order for you to get what the Earth is curving like, you'd have to manipulate photos, which is what we've been saying this whole time. That's all they're doing. They're putting you in a mindset that the Earth is curved because of barrel distortion, because you have to manipulate photos. You have to come in like Rob Noxious and lie. Like, you can't just be straight up and tell people the truth. So all we got are nothing but liars, bros.
That's right. This is the of 10 years of a loss. They've lost for 10 years. They're panicking. They're in disarray. That's what's going on. That's what I'm saying. They're finding Robert's totally cracked up, really. He's a sandwich short of a picnic, as we say in London.
Yeah, he's
Yeah.
talking about kayaking to Antarctica. Like nobody is even like. There's
Yeah, that was
nobody's gonna
when
do
you
that.
put
Like,
it to me. When you put that one past me, I thought the first thing I thought was, how are you going to go to the toilet? That's the first thing I thought of. How are you going to go to the toilet? You're going to kayak. How are
He
you going to go
started
to the
making
toilet?
that argument, and at one time he started saying, because Jin told him, oh, but don't you think, Jin told him, oh, the kayak would capsize because of the storms, and he says, oh no, kayaks don't capsize, they're built not to capsize. I told, the first thing that came to my mind was, oh, you would be one of those guys in 1912 who would say, oh, the Titanic is unsinkable, no, this will never happen.
Yeah. When you said that, I thought that was hilarious when you said that. Yeah, definitely. And then he's talking about when you capsize, you can flip it over. Well, that's fine. That's a kayak, yes. But that's the spray deck. But when you want to go to the toilet, you've got to undo that spray deck and get up and take it all off. How are you going to do that in the middle of the ocean? Man's
yeah,
crazy.
he's not. He doesn't think things through, and I think that's all it was. And of course,
He didn't think it through.
it showed. So exposing him on that point, and just moving forward to like Rob Noxious over the years tried to produce evidence that the Earth is a globe, and all he came up doing was proving that the Earth is flat. He had this one example in his garage where he's trying to like, because he says, I'm going to prove to you guys that the Earth, or excuse me, that the sun does not set on a flat Earth. So get this, he had like I guess it was a baseball or a tennis ball on a string, and he put that string on a. It looked like it was another one that he put. Like it was the string was gonna go down this other string, so it basically was just gonna like go straight in front of the camera, like
right.
You know what I mean? Like it was the ball. The ball was actually moving away from the camera, but as the ball was moving away from the camera, according to the angle that the camera was looking at that ball, it looked like the ball was optically lowering an angle of degrees, even though it was going straight.
It was setting.
Yeah, it was setting. So he proved that the sun was setting on a flat Earth, and it was so funny. I took the video from him. I said, Rob, if you don't mind, I want to use this as flat Earth proofs, man. If you don't, he's like, no, sure, go ahead. I don't care. And so I used it as flat Earth proof that the sun sets on a flat Earth. So, and he's the one that actually tested, because none of us were like actually trying to prove that, because we know that doesn't matter anyways. But he was saying that it can't happen on a flat Earth. But in all actuality, he just proved that when you see it in perspective, the ball, as it moves away from the camera, does lower an angle of degrees. So he just proved the point. Yeah, he proved the point he was trying to like not prove.
He flat Earth. Thanks very much.
Yeah, he shot himself in the foot. And he was like, no, because it's happening on a globe. I'm like, okay, Rob, let's just think about this logically. Is the floor in your garage flat? And he was like, well, yeah, but it's my garage. I was like, it's not as big as the Earth. You know, the way he always does. I'm like, bro, but you just proved that the sun, being like the tennis ball you're using, it's setting because of perspective. You see it as it goes away from the camera, it looks like it's lowering an angle of degrees. You just provided evidence. Yeah, on your garage is a flat surface, so it's happening on like. I was like, dude, you just proved it happened on a flat Earth, bro. That's what you've done.
The Kain did the same thing now. He wrote in chat, nice, go there and check for yourself that the bridge is parallel to the water. then go back and look at the pic and draw your conclusion. Does he know what that means, parallel?
Yeah, he's trying to say that the bridge is curved, so the water's curved, so they're both parallel curves.
He thinks that concentric circles are parallel.
Yeah.
If you that,
again,
do you understand?
You see what I mean, ladies and gentlemen? Curved lines are parallel.
Yeah.
So now we have this guy trying his best with just an observation, like they always do, just have observations, and they don't have any evidence to back up the claims. That's all we have. We have them just saying it's just the way it is and no evidence to produce. Anyways, I got to get back. So
yeah, it was good. We didn't hear the noise in the background this time. That was good. But yeah, I dropped the black swan in there. Whilst he was looking for his images, I dropped the black swan just to give him an idea of the standards that we operate under. It's good, isn't it? Very good. 24/7. Flat Earth University, ladies and gentlemen. The place to be. Yeah.
I posted him. He said that bridge is in Edinburgh. I posted him from Portobello. I was there like 2-3 weeks ago.
Oh, right. Really?
There is, there is like I didn't know even what I will see, but there is a how you call the light that fucking
lighthouse.
Yeah, and it's on roughly 24. I don't know, 24 miles or 24 kilometers. But I got
Right,
that
okay.
from my height. I was only on the beach to see what is there. But there is also other islands behind. I didn't watch how much is that. Because it's behind. It's
Yeah.
another island.
But it's still. But the thing is, you could see the other island as well. Yeah.
Yeah. But do you know that bridge? It's curving in Edinburgh, but on Portobello Beach there is water not curving. It's the same Edinburgh.
Yeah. See, some kind of optic, photographic manipulation going on again. That's all they ever do. You see. That's why after like 2018, I just stopped looking at global material. Before that, I was looking at everything, because I just want to see, how they're lying. But you get to the point where it becomes ridiculous. They're desperate. So I started to say, you guys will have nothing that I want to see unless it's you actually measuring that curvature yourself. When I can see you doing that, okay, let me watch your video now. Outside of that, please don't give me any images because I'm not interested. I've seen enough. They haven't given us one proof. 10 years. And then I believed in for 48 years, ladies and gentlemen. 48 years believing in something that didn't exist. No proof for it. That's bad. Yeah. It's a long time. 48 years believing in the globe. That's why I told my children immediately. I don't want them believing for that long. At least they know, at least as a father, they know that Daddy brought them the truth. So they didn't, didn't believing in the globe for 48 years like me. That's not happening. Told my wife, told the kids, told my brothers, told my nephews and nieces, everyone. Stop that belief in its track. Are there any Globers in the house? Any Globers looking to be converted?
Well, I think we just finished today's portion of Globers.
Yeah. I'm still a bit peckish. But I think we did a good job of it all,
When you think about it, it's kind of sad, that these people don't really realize it's what they follow is a religious belief more than science. And once they start to see that other people are calling them out on this, they just start with straight up no, I'm right just because I'm right.
Yeah, that's exactly it. They become a stick in the mud. Yeah.
And when you when you reach that point, there's not much you can do after that.
Yeah, because that is completely mental disorder, completely. And they're being spiteful to themselves as well, because that's what they're doing. Really, they're not really embarrassing me because I know the truth. You see, it's just disgusting to see human beings do that, deliberately lie to themselves, right, just to avoid the truth. Terrible. Yeah, it's just wrong behavior. You know. Yeah, I would agree with you. Sad because that was it. I was going to say it is sad because they're missing so much. You'd be surprised what Flat Earth does for you.
Yeah.
Yeah. They're just missing everything. They're not in reality, you see. Because when you're a flat earther, you realize that there's an entity out there that's creating another fantasy world for you to be in. That's the shock right there. That they're busy creating. Look at gaming, ladies and gentlemen. If you're not aware, gaming is very lucrative to the point where it's making much more money than all the film studios that Hollywood could have and around the world combined. Gaming is, what's the word? Lucrative, making money, accumulating funds. It's making the most money at the moment. Gaming. That means there's a lot of people out there gaming, adults included, and they're all in the fantasy world because that's
my house is a bit quieter, so now if you'd like to discuss the picture that I was talking about earlier, we can do
Oh,
it.
you're back. Okay, well, go ahead then.
Yeah. Sorry, I had a lot of background noise. Yeah, it's 2πr. I'm just fucking stupid. Anyway, so the picture again. Yeah, let me just get it real quick.
So Earth is biggie. You said, what is the math of the Earth biggie?
It has a really big radius, as you said. So
okay,
yeah, there you go.
Okay, it has very big
You're not
radius.
going to be able to appreciate a lot of curvature when you have such small scale observations.
Good. Can you type like this? How much I can see on the sphere with the 6 foot height?
Yeah, no, that's unrelated to what we're talking about. So once again, so the observation that I'm sending, the observation that I sent to the side chat, Sasha, listen. So the observation that I sent to the side chat is done with a much bigger scale, okay? And look at how much curvature you can appreciate. It's very small, isn't it? So how do you expect from your video that's like only a few miles, like that you're observing only a few miles, right? So how do you expect to see much curvature at all, right? Like I'm honestly baffled that it doesn't work like in your head. Right?
I will tell you how I expect. In every location.
No, you won't. So back to the observation. So I'm pretty sure my friend Tristan has found documents stating that yes, it is the bridge is level with the water, right? So for the entire
you don't have measurements of
Tristan,
from the water
yes,
to the bridge deck. You don't have measurements, data points along the bridge from the water to the bridge deck. Where are they?
Yes, we do. Tristan, can you send them to the side chat?
The data. We want actual measurements of the water being curved.
Yeah, it's in the side chat. Here we go. Look at me.
Yeah, no, it's not.
Span have a 10-foot clearance with average water levels.
Yeah, we want the measurement. We don't want a statement from you. We want the measurement.
Yeah, no, it's sure. I guess you can add. See, the thing is, it doesn't. Oh yeah, okay, there you go. That's just the website. Okay, my bad. Well, regardless, I think it's pretty obvious that the bridge is parallel to the water, right? Like even just by looking at pictures of it, it's pretty obvious that the bridge is constantly parallel to the water. Now, say that it wasn't perfectly. Give me a second. So now, say that it wasn't perfectly parallel.
You don't have a second. You can only produce the information or not. So you said that Tristan was going to produce the information. He didn't do so. So you don't have what you thought you did. So once again, we're still asking for the data like Sonny was asking. Do you have it or not?
Yeah, there's no data. There's no measurement.
Yeah, so once again, I was going to say, regardless of whether we have...
I'm sorry you were muted, but I was fucking talking when you got unmuted, and you were still fucking talking. Shut the fuck up. So you still don't have measurements from the water to the bridge deck, datums along that bridge. You don't have it. Yeah, I don't care what Tristan the Numpty post here. He doesn't have measurements. He posted something that doesn't have the data.
Yeah,
good job on your white
so the thing is, once again, so he sent a video of like where you can see that what did I say? Like the height of the bridge does not change. It is constantly parallel to the water. And I'll say that it wasn't perfectly parallel. It wouldn't change the point that that even though the bridge is constantly level, you can still appreciate curvature when you take a picture from far away, right? So now, even if it was like not exactly parallel, you would still have to admit that there is curvature. Now, because it is at the very least, what's the word? Approximately parallel to the water, then you have to admit that there has to be curve, right? The water has to curve underneath it.
Fine.
Otherwise, it wouldn't make sense, right?
Fine. Do you know that doesn't exist something? Do you know that something like approximately parallel does not exist in the world?
It doesn't exist. Okay, sure. So if you put two pencils, one next to the other, right? They're not approximately parallel. If you like,
If they are changing the, if they are changing the,
that's called being approximately parallel. So they're not exactly parallel, but they're basically parallel. There's very small.
Can I tell you?
Sure. Yeah. Okay. No.
Can I tell you? Okay. If you have if you have two lines and if they are off, let's say 0.1 whatever, they will go and diverge to the distance, and that will be to the distance that will be large. It will not be almost parallel. You cannot have almost parallel approximately. You have parallel or not parallel.
It doesn't change the observation. So once again,
observation missing that
the observation does not change.
Missing data. That means observer height, distance.
No, the observation does not change.
Observation height, distance, and drop over distance. That is missing in your picture.
Observer height is there. It's 210 meters above the sea level.
Okay.
What else did you say?
What is the distance from the point A to the point B?
What the fuck? It's the length of the bridge.
What are you observing? Are you observing the middle of the bridge?
You observe
the end of the bridge, the beginning of the bridge.
You can see the bridge towers. Okay. Curve.
Okay. What is
they're not at the same
bridge
height.
Towers? What is the distance to the bridge towers from the observer point?
Approximate. I don't fucking know. It's the point is the distance between the. It doesn't matter. See, the thing is, it doesn't matter. It absolutely doesn't to the observation.
It matters. Why
no, it doesn't.
Why we have that only? Why we have radius and all that measurements what people gave us before? Why we have that?
Once again, it doesn't matter to the observation.
It does matter to observation. You need to show that there is a curvature, not curvature like there is a curvature. There must be precise curvature about 8 inches per mile square. That means if it's distance, it's let's say 10 miles, that means it must be 66 foot. If it's 20 miles, it must be more. If it's 30 miles, it must be more and more and more. With more distance, more drop. Do you understand that?
It doesn't matter because the point is that you observe the curvature.
It does matter because it's sphere. With more distance, it will curve more. Do you know that?
It does not matter because you still see the curvature. The point is demonstrating that there is curvature, right? You can observe the curvature.
Which curvature? About 8 inches per mile squared.
Jesus fucking Christ! Yes.
That means that that means on 10 miles will be 66 foot of drop everywhere.
Yeah, he's saying basically you don't need to prove that the curve actually exists in measurement. You can just think that it's there. So that's all he's telling us. You can think that it's there, but you don't have to prove it. So that's what he's telling you and everybody else.
I can believe in that.
Yeah, you can believe it.
Okay.
But he's not gonna show you with any demonstration than mathematics.
No, okay.
Okay. No, it's quite literally shown in the picture.
I believe you.
Okay.
Now you got me now. You need to other people who will believe you.
So once again, if there was no curvature, right, what would you expect?
No, believe me, bro. That's all you gotta do.
No, AV. No. AV. Since you're so
believe me,
smart.
bro.
So if there was no curvature, what would you expect?
So you're getting a lot of believers. You're getting a lot of believers, and nobody's proving
Listen,
it, right?
so the towers are all the same height. What would you expect?
A lot of believers. I would expect a lot of.
AV, what would you expect if there was no curvature?
What
I don't
height
need
you
to.
don't know?
Listen, I don't need to expect anything.
No.
I know that water is
You
flat on
have
the surface.
to, because if your model doesn't do any predictions, then it's worthless.
What model?
Okay, yeah, sure, obviously. So if there was no curvature, if there was no curvature, what would you expect?
You said obviously about the model. Are you living on the model or on the real Earth?
Yeah, that's unrelated. So again,
it's related because you said model. Are you living on the model on the Earth? Because why want any kind of model? Is it the model presentation of the original?
You understand that that's unrelated.
Is it any model the presentation of some original?
Yes, the model is a representation of the object. If the model is not able to produce correct predictions, wait.
Not the model. She will look the original, not the model.
Yes, we are looking at the original in order to validate a model. Now, there are two ways.
That means we are looking to the radius, we are looking for that drop over distance what heliocentric math is giving us. Is that correct?
So what we're doing is we're looking at reality to validate.
Yeah, I'm looking in reality for curvature, but I'm not looking for the curvature with, let's say, 75,000 miles of radius. I'm looking for the curvature for 3,959 miles radius, because if radius is bigger, the curvature is bigger, but this is the radius. There is no different radius. This is only one radius.
Okay, so once again, I'm just going to ask you the question.
All you gotta do is present the information that's needed, which is substantiating the claim that the Earth has a radius value of 3959. If you could do that with math and supports the claim that your bridge example is showing that there's curving water, that you can support it with data, use your math.
Yeah, no, that's not what I'm doing.
Okay, so you just have a picture and you want everybody to believe you. And that's about all there is to it, right? Here's your picture, Earth is a globe, yada, yada, yada. Believe me, bro. That's all you got. No evidence with data to back up the claim that the Earth is curving in any way with a specific drop rate of 8 inches per mile squared. Yeah? So just trust me, bro. It's curving. Look at my picture.
If you're going to let me speak, I'm going to explain.
Oh.
Okay.
Yeah, you want to make more believers. You're going to chant your belief.
Whatever. Okay, so are you going to let me speak uninterrupted?
Yeah, you're going to chant your belief. That's all you're going to do.
Are you going to let me speak uninterrupted?
Why? Because you're going to preach to us now?
I'm gonna explain what I'm doing.
What?
Are you going to let me speak uninterrupted?
Yeah,
say yes or no. Say yes
the
or
only
no.
thing you're doing is looking at
Say yes or no.
No.
Are you going to let me speak? Okay, then I'm not going to explain.
No. You don't have to, because you're.
Do you want to have a debate? Do you want to have a conversation? Yes or no?
It's not one when you're saying all you got to do is look at.
Do you want to have a conversation? Yes or no?
I already told you. How can it be a conversation when you're telling people?
Do you want to have a conversation? Yes or no?
No, it's not a conversation when you're asking people to believe you. So.
Okay, if you're not going to let me speak uninterrupted, I am not going to explain what I'm doing.
Yeah, you want to.
You want to understand what's happening in that picture?
You want a forum to preach to people.
Do you want to understand what the picture is supposed to show?
So
do you want to understand what the picture is supposed to show? Yes or no, AV?
I already see what's going on.
Then what is the point in being here?
Now the point is to expose.
Oh, the point is trying to convince people that the Earth is flat without actual evidence. I'm showing you evidence against it. Can I explain what I'm doing? Okay.
Yeah, you're a fraud. That's what we do here. We're exposing frauds like you that tell people, look at my image, the Earth is a globe, and then everybody's like, yeah, show us the data that supports that it's an actual globe, with a radius value perhaps. And you're like, no, you don't need to do any of that. You just can look at my image and trust that it's a globe. That's all you want to do is preach to us. We don't care about that. We work on empirical evidence. Huh? Show us how the data supports it being a globe. If you can't do that, then we don't want to hear your preaching. It's not a conversation when you're just preaching, dude.
Are you going to let me speak uninterrupted so that I can show you? I can tell you how I'm showing you that the Earth is not flat.
No. You're not showing us how the Earth is a globe. That's what we care about. You haven't proved the point yet. You can't show.
I am showing curvature. Am I not?
I'm not a globe yet.
I am showing curvature. Am I not?
Yeah, you're showing an image. What does the image support?
Yes, which shows curvature. Am I not?
Okay, then go ahead and demonstrate it with data. Give us the data.
Okay. So once again, okay. Let me speak uninterrupted. Otherwise, I'm not.
You're not gonna. If you're gonna preach, I'm gonna mute you. Give us the data. That's what we want.
The first time you mute me, I'm gonna remove myself.
Yeah. Go ahead. You might as well just walk out right now. Because if you're not gonna show us data, you just leave. Just go. No data. We don't need to hear your preaching. Just walk out the door.
Okay, so I'll take it as a concession. You have no intention of debating this.
Your concession.
Okay, yeah, you're scared. That's fine.
Your concession. No data. Walk out the door. You don't got
data. That's fine. I can either show you I can either tell you what I'm doing, or I can understand that you're scared.
No.
So let's choose. Yeah. So are you scared of debating this? Are you scared of explaining what I'm doing with that picture?
It's not a debate. Definitely not a debate.
So are you scared of me telling you what I'm doing with that picture?
No, I want to do that right now.
Okay, so can you let me do that if you're not scared about it?
No, I don't want to hear you.
Okay, then you are scared about it. That's a great concession. You have a good.
I don't want your preaching. Your concession is you can't show us the data.
Yeah, so you're embarrassing yourself. That's amazing.
Yeah, you are actually. You've been embarrassing.
Sure. So are you going to actually debate the? Are you actually going to debate my point, or are you just going to debate a straw man?
There's no
which one do you want? Okay, are you going to discuss my point, or are you going to discuss a straw man? Which one do you want?
Your point is you want to.
So which one are you going to discuss? My point or a straw man?
Fine. Are you saying that are you saying they're scared and they're?
Yeah. So are you scared?
Are they scared?
I ain't nobody scared of you, bro.
Okay, then don't mute me and let me explain.
Jesus Christ.
How about that?
Nope, you're not gonna preach. Sorry.
Okay, then you are scared. Do you actually want to discuss my point, or do you want to discuss a straw man?
No, you're gonna either support.
Okay, so you are scared. That's amazing. Yeah. Okay, sure.
You got one last chance, Kane. Produce the evidence or sit on the mute.
I'm gonna explain my point. If I am muted, I'm gonna remove myself from the conversation and take it as an admission. Okay?
If I hear preaching.
Then are you conceding?
Yeah, you're conceding. You preach.
Okay, yeah, you're conceding. That's amazing. Okay, you have a good one.
When you preach, you're gonna get muted. When you preach. Now go ahead and preach, and I'm gonna mute you. Support it with data, and I'll leave the mic open. How about that? That's a fair game. The moment you start preaching,
no, that is not fair. That is not fair game because you are gonna use your definition of data, right?
No, I need the numeric value that supports that the Earth is curving underneath that bridge. Show me that numeric value. Show it.
The point is that I am not going to show you. I'm just going to show you that it's curving.
Stop preaching.
I'm going to show you that it's curving. I'm not going to show you how much.
I don't care about you showing me. I want you to support it with data. Show me the numeric value.
I am supporting it with data. Can I show you that it's curving?
No, I don't want you preaching.
Okay, yeah. Okay, so you're scared to actually debate the point. That's amazing.
You're scared to show me the data.
Yeah, you're scared to actually discuss the point. How about that? Yeah, no. You came in here. You're scared. Admit that you're scared. Admit that you're scared, and I'm actually. Okay.
You came in here.
You're
pretending to have evidence.
So either you admit that you're scared to discuss the actual topic, or we can continue, or I can continue embarrassing you in public.
Let me talk to him about the picture.
So we can. Yeah, sure. Do you want to talk about the picture? Sure.
No, I'll talk about the picture. What's up?
No, shut the fuck up. Okay. No, I don't want to talk about.
Oh no, AV is too scared. Are you scared?
I want you to support the image. Yeah, I want you to support the image.
Are you scared? Are you scared, AV?
So that's why you got muted, Blind Rage. I want this.
Are you scared, AV?
I'm holding your feet to the fire. I'm holding your feet to the fire.
AV, are you scared?
I ain't scared of your bitch ass, dude. Now support.
You are scared to actually discuss the real point that I'm making, right?
Data.
You are scared to discuss the point that I'm making. Is that it?
Kane, are you going to be able to do it or not?
Are you going to be able to let me make my point?
Preaching is not going to help you. One last.
So, are you going to let me make my point? Yes or no?
I'm going to count to 3, and if you're not giving me data, you're going to be muted.
210 meters above sea level. Okay.
This is going to be your concession.
210 meters above sea level. Okay, is that enough data? Okay, now
Keep going.
Am I?
Keep going.
Okay, yes. Okay.
Keep going.
So yeah, okay. So we have a. Actually, are you going to interrupt me?
Shut the fuck up and keep going.
Are you going to interrupt me?
I'm going to if you keep asking that bullshit answer.
Okay, then I don't want to have the conversation. If you don't let me make my point, I am not going to have the conversation.
Keep going, dumbass. If you don't keep
I
going,
am not going to let. I'm not going to keep going until you assure me that you're not going to mute me. And if you
fuck off, dude.
Yeah, what a retard. So,
Blind range.
He just came in.
Listen, hold on, guys. That wasn't a moment for you to interrupt and then say, "I want to see the data." I'm holding his feet to the fire, Blind Rage. And if you were an advocate for what people are actually supposed to do and support the information with data, then you would have already asked him the same thing that I was asking him. So I don't need your help to ask him to talk to you about it. He's already done that.
Yeah, I didn't see any curvature in the picture, so I don't know what the big fuss was about it.
The big fuss is that he needs to support that image if he thinks it's curving with information that supports numeric values showing that the water underneath that bridge is curving as well. He didn't do that, and I was holding him to that.
Yeah, I mean, that's all fine and dandy, but I'm not seeing any curvature of the water under the bridge, so I don't know where he was getting that from. I mean, even the image itself looks like it's perfectly flat, so.
Yeah, he just came in here and tried to prove there's a curve, and then he just started talking stuff about, oh, it looks parallel, it's apparently parallel, like he is making subjective point of view of stuff that should be mathematical and not your opinion or your eyesight, right? And then he just starts to try and prove it off.
But bridges don't have to be parallel to water. Like, that's just a known fact, you know?
Yeah, but that's
well, obviously they
point.
have.
The point is
that doesn't demonstrate a curve.
Corvo, 1 second. That's a tangential point. The point is he didn't support the information of the image with data that supports that the water is curving underneath the bridge. I was asking for that. He denied me that many times and said that I didn't want to let him speak. When I asked him for data, he didn't give me that, and he still hasn't, actually.
Yeah. No, I get that. I just don't know why you would think that the water underneath the bridge is curving. Like, there's no evidence of that even in the picture. Doesn't even look like it.
Yeah, but like I said once more, it has nothing to do with the image. It has to do with the data. Yeah? So your image can be whatever you say it is, but unless you have data that supports that, you don't got jack.
yeah, Tristan is next. You're a liar, Tristan. Absolute liar. We have you in the chat. He said Tristan has data and he'll post it. You posted something immediately, and then you kept posting. And you posted another thing supposedly supporting your claim of the globe, which shows a flat horizon. Thanks for your flat earth proof, but you are white knighting. I'm calling you out. You're full of shit.
Yeah, thanks, Sonny. You know what he was actually posting? The Pontchartrain.
Yep. And I took a screenshot. I took a screenshot. It shows a completely flat horizon. You can put a straight edge up against that. Shows a completely flat horizon for the whole entire panorama of the horizon of the cars going across the bridge. The water's flat.
He's acting like I was scared of him explaining it. I was like, dude, we need less of you preaching. We need more data. Yeah? We don't need to hear you say, well, just look at my image. It's definitely a globe if you look at it. I don't give a shit about that, dude. Give me some numeric values, yeah? So I can test. Something I can test. I can't test you just saying it looks like something.
Miguel, what if you use the same logic like he used? You post the picture of the flat horizon and say, look, Earth is flat, and without any data, you say, look, this is picture, the same logic like he is using, without data. Flat horizon, flat Earth. I show him and he said Earth is big when I show him the observation. But for the bridge, it's not big.
Yeah, the bridge is tiny. Like it's over a pretty small body of water. Shows absolutely no curvature, even when you put it like the water up against the edge of your phone there. Perfectly flat, so there's absolutely no curvature. The only thing is that the bridge is slightly tilted downward from left to right.
Yeah, we can talk about that. But even if he supports that with information that the bridge is curving, that's fine. I think everybody has been talking about bridges curving for a long time, but they're due to the fact that it's giving it structural integrity. Like it's making it stronger. That it's the strongest way you can build a bridge. Has nothing to do with the water curving. Like, bro, that's
right.
I'm gonna open up his mic so he can rattle along while I was just working off of Sonny's point. So this was actually Sonny's point that he asked him, but he never gave him the information. So I just held his feet to the fire. But I'll let him rattle off a little bit if you guys want to talk to him.
Yeah, why not? Yeah, I'm not seeing any curvature whatsoever on the water. Fundamental fact, yeah, arches are stronger than straight lines.
Okay, so I've been unmuted. I assume you guys want me to talk. I can explain why the picture shows curvature.
Well, let's hear it.
Okay. So somebody sent in the side chat a video of someone basically like showing the bridge for the entire for its entire length. You can see that the height never changes, right? Now the bridge is level with the water, so it means that the bridge is constantly parallel to the water. Okay.
Prove that.
Yeah, it's in the video.
That.
So
no, it's not in the video. We need measurements.
Yes, it is. So
it's not parallel to the water. I'm looking at it right now.
How's it not parallel to the water?
Well, gee, I don't know. Pull up your phone screen, tilt it
Oh, you
sideways.
don't know? That's amazing. Okay.
It's going left to right. The bridge on the right
What are you
part
looking
is
at?
slightly down from the left side, but the
What are
water
you looking
underneath
at?
of it is actually parallel to your phone screen. Dope.
So what are you looking at?
I'm looking at your picture.
Okay, you're looking at the picture. Okay, so I'm going to repeat myself. So someone sent the video in the side chat showing the bridge from left to right. Okay, no, sorry, not from left to right, from its entire length. Okay, you can see that the height of the bridge never changes. Okay, now in the picture, we can observe that the height of the bridge towers, is not constant, right? Like you can as in the perpendicular height for the to the ground, right? So basically what that means is because the bridge is constantly parallel to the ground and we can observe curvature on the bridge, we have to conclude that the ground is curving with the bridge.
It's parallel to the ground. You're saying ground, not water.
Sorry, to the ground. I meant the water. Do you agree that the water is constantly level? Yeah.
Water is constantly level. Bridge does not appear to be
so
level with
if the
water.
bridge is constantly parallel to the water, does that mean that the water? So does that mean that the bridge is level with right?
The water is not parallel with the bridge.
How's it not parallel with the bridge?
I'm looking at it right now.
Are you looking at the picture again? Are you looking at the picture again?
Yeah, I'm looking at the picture.
It's shown in the video.
Where's the video? I'm not seeing
I'm
where
gonna
the
find the
video
link
is.
real quick. There. You can see for the entire time that the bridge never changes height.
Oh, you're looking at a straight line right across it. There's no video of left to right.
Yeah, so what I said is that it's showing the bridge for its entire length.
Okay, let's see. I'm going to watch this whole thing here because it looks to me. Let's see.
Tristan clarified there are also arch sections where the bridge increases in height, then returns to the previous height. Okay, so if we observe curvature in the bridge towers, okay, it means that it's also the water that is curving, not just the bridge.
No.
No, hell no.
How is it a no? Explain.
Physics of water definitely.
Okay,
does
yeah,
not.
you're not explaining. Blind Rage, explain.
In the middle, bro,
you look
water
to the
has
left
never
there-
behaved like this ever, and never will.
Yeah, keep trying.
The
So,
surface of-
Blind
the
Rage, go
surface
ahead.
of bodies
Explain.
of water, the surface of bodies of water will never be.
Oh, this is a
convex
different
like
bridge, isn't it? Hold on. I'm still watching the video here, but this looks to be a different bridge than the picture that you had posted.
The bridge that we're observing is the one in the back.
that. The bridge can do a backflip. It's not going to change the surface of water, bro. Period.
Right.
So the bridge again, it's the fourth road bridge.
Yeah, the bridge can be
If you'd like to
anything.
look it up online. So the bridge is on average, okay? Let's say it this way.
What if-
It's on
what if-
average
let's use your
parallel to the
logic
ground, right?
thing.
So if
Let's
we can
use your
observe...
logic. Let's
if
use
we
your
can
logic. What if we
observe,
said the bridge is
if we
flat
can
to the earth?
observe curvature in the bridge, okay, then we have to conclude that the ground underneath the bridge, which is parallel to the bridge, is
So
curving with
where
the bridge.
the bridge goes like convex, or sorry, concave, where they start to drive upward, are you saying that the Earth now curves upward too?
No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that the average.
That would
so,
have
okay,
to be.
So,
If the bridge follows
No, that's
the
not-
ground,
Jesus
now,
fucking
now,
Christ, bro.
oh, now we're going to concede that point, huh? Because I see parts where they're going up, and then
so
you know,
you don't
from a
understand.
dip.
So you're not understand. Either you're purposefully misrepresenting what I'm saying.
No, he's
Or-
using their logic against
Or
you.
maybe
dude.
you're
Yeah,
not
or-
saying it
No,
correctly.
No. That's not what I. No, absolutely not. So either you're misrepresenting what I'm saying very
No,
clearly,
it's-
or
it's
you're just
saying it very
misunderstanding.
clearly.
I
You're
hope
saying
it's
it's
the second
parallel.
one, because if it's the first one, you're actually embarrassing yourself.
No,
Just think
no,
parallel
no.
to the
Actually, I think
Do
you
we agree?
embarrassed yourself by thinking that the bridge somehow mimics the water,
Sure.
right? Because it's not. It's clearly going up and down here, you know, in different areas. So I would contend that the bridge is not perfectly parallel to the water.
Yeah, which is not what I said. What I said is it is on average, which I clarified just earlier. It's on average parallel to the water, right? Now, if let's say that
can you
it has
have on
bumps.
average
Let's say that it has
parallel to the
bumps.
water?
Give me a second. Let's say that it has bumps. Does it change anything about the observation?
No.
Yeah, exactly. There you go. So because it doesn't change anything about the observation, the conclusion is still the same.
Let's use your logic against you. What if I said, well, the bridge is flat, so the earth is flat? Would you accept that?
If we didn't see any change in elevation in the bridge towers, then yes.
Okay.
But what? Guess what? We see change in elevation, and guess what? The part in the middle, okay, is the one that is elevated the most.
Also see
Which is
change in elevation
which is
of the left
which is
from the
what the prediction of the globe.
When the bridge is right next to each other and you see a change from the left to the right where it's a little variable, right, and it's not consistent, one could deduce that the one on the right where they're driving is not consistent with the one on the left, and therefore things are obviously fluctuating, and therefore nullifies your entire argument. It's ridiculous to assume that it's flat when it clearly is not.
Oh, so
And the
basically
other
what you're
one
doing is
elevates and-
dismissing the observation itself, right?
Yeah, like you
Okay,
can't
so if I can
actually
show you
use that.
data. Okay, so say I showed you data, or
And it's
say that I
also
took my own.
obviously going.
Listen,
They're
so
going
say
up.
that I took my own measurements, and I showed you that the first tower is at the same elevation as the second tower. But basically, let's say that I measured the distance between the water and the first and last tower. Okay,
Well,
I
let's
show
say that
you
you haven't
that
done
they're
that
the
yet.
same
I don't
height
think
compared to
you've
the
done
water. Okay, now will you admit that that the bridge is curving, and therefore the earth underneath it is curving as well?
No, I would not ever admit that
Okay,
because that's
then basically
a redundant argument.
is you are just dismissing the evidence no matter what.
You're not using logic
This isn't
correctly,
measuring the
buddy.
Earth.
So say, okay, I just need two measurements, okay? So one measurement is going to be
the
the one.
Earth itself.
Listen, so I just need two measurements. I need the distance between the water and the bridge in the middle point, and the distance between the water and the bridge in one of the extremes. So either on the left tower or on the right tower. If that distance is the same, okay, then will you admit that the picture shows curvature?
No, you've already asked this. The answer's
Okay,
obviously
then you
no.
don't understand the observation.
No,
I
you
do
understand how water
understand it.
behaves. The water is not.
So you don't
convex,
understand the
bro.
observation. You don't
Just
understand the
understand.
observation.
We do.
Yeah,
It's
flat
just a
earthers don't
bridge.
understand
So
anything.
why am I explain the observation? What am I saying?
Yeah, you're seeing a curving bridge. Cool. The water
Okay,
below the bridge is
so
not
why does
curving.
it show? Okay,
Period.
say that I gave you those.
Right.
Say that I gave you those
I
measurements.
just want to point
Then
out
why
in the
does it
chat real
show
quick.
why does it show that the earth
No,
underneath
just
it
stop yapping
is
for a
curving?
second, buddy. Just stop
Yeah,
yapping
look
for a
at that.
second.
Yeah,
That one.
I'm just asking you to explain the observation, and you're not doing
Just on
that.
mute for a second. We're going to address the audience. Notice, Chad, how he's not trying to address the actual Earth itself. Hey, look at this bridge.
No, I am.
Cool. Yeah, no,
That is
just relax for a
exactly what I'm
second.
doing.
Go on mute. Go on mute.
Isn't he
So
measuring the Earth?
they want to ignore the Earth itself. Classic move.
He's measuring the Earth compared to the bridge, you fucking idiot. Oh my
No,
god.
dude, relax.
We're
Dude.
not all as retarded as you are, you fucking piece of
Relax,
shit.
Nancy. Okay, relax, Nancy.
So you admit you agree that he
Get
is
fucking
measuring
curb
the Earth.
stomped, you idiot. Flat earthers need to
You
die.
just said it. You just
Flat earthers need to
Okay.
die. Flat
Okay,
earthers need to
relax,
die.
Nancy. Relax,
Flat
Karen.
earthers need to die. Flat earthers need to die. Idiots need
This is a flat earther because he says
This is he's in pain. Anyway,
Usually
this
it's you
is
guys that tell
ignoring the dude. Relax. We're talking to the audience. Why do you guys all feel the need to jump in now? Just chill out. We're going to talk about how he's ignoring the Earth itself. The surface of bodies of water.
This is
never
the
behaved.
same
Guys,
type of
guys,
argument. It's like you
fucking
cannot look at the sky to determine the shape of the earth.
And yeah, I don't know why you would do that either. That's also retarded. But this is what you guys always do. Look at this bridge is curving. Look up in the sky. It's ignoring the Earth itself. If you want to actually prove the Earth or that surface of that body of water is curving, you would go directly to the surface of the body of water. If I go to a shoe store and I want to know, like, they're like, oh, we need to measure your feet to determine what shoe size you are. We don't measure like your arm length or like your hat size. We don't measure the things that we're not trying to prove. We measure the thing directly. So why don't you try that? We've all heard the bridge thing a million times, bro. It's not proving the Earth below it is curving.
Right. Yeah, it's like if I go over a rope bridge, are we going to now say that the Earth is concave?
Yeah, that was a good point, Rage. Because he's saying it's following the curve of the Earth. The bridge does parallel. So then, if it's concave, would he say it's concave? No, he wouldn't say that.
Dude, CB, imagine how many people you triggered when you said that. Like, dude, everybody just heavy tweaked when you dude, they were all of them just like.
So if you measure the curve of the bridge and then not the curve of the bridge, the distance to the bridge at different points to the Earth, you're saying that's not measuring the Earth.
Is this how they measure the Earth? But just going to bridges? Is this what like experts do?
Are you saying it's not a measurement of the Earth?
Oh, just said no. I mean, how many times do you want to ask?
So the Earth doesn't play a role in the measurement.
The Earth would be the thing we're measuring, not the bridge. But let me
Oh,
ask you
not
this:
was not.
is this how anybody is measuring the Earth? Like experts or higher level people, they just measure bridges. Is that how they do this?
Oh, it's what
Yeah.
Kane's bringing up. So if you want to pivot to what the consensus for the way to measure the
That
Earth
is
is,
that was
what is
just a
the
really
consensus?
simple that was just a really
It's not
simple
really.
way
It's not simple.
to observe curvature, right? So
No, it's
if you
not.
want, I can give you other
No, it
measurements, but
isn't.
You're not
that is a
observing.
very
You
simple.
gotta stop saying
It's a
it. You
very
gotta stop
You
saying it.
yap way too
Stop.
much, bro. You yap way too much. It's not an observation of the Earth curving. Cool. You have a curving bridge. Nice job. Great. But you're ignoring the key part here. Bodies of water have never behaved this way. Never, not once, ever, nor will they be convex on the surface. You've never seen one body of water do this. Never. So when I see a bridge that's curving, I would not just jump to the conclusion that, well, then I guess bodies of water can behave convex on the surface. This has never happened, never will. So if you want to show that happening, you might have to try harder and actually use water, because my point is that it doesn't do this whole convex thing that you're saying, period. But notice,
It's not logical. You're basically talking about the logic, CB. And so it's not logical what his explanation for how he gets to an observation of curved water. So, you know what I mean? Like, it's not logical. It's like you're saying that the bridge is curving, that's why the water underneath it is that same way. The logic is broken, bro. The logical.
Yeah. Obviously, especially when the opposite traffic side of the bridge is fluctuating throughout the entire video. I mean, it's just ridiculous to assume, that the water would be fluctuating that much from a distance of 5 feet. Sorry.
Let me show you in the text chat some railroad tracks real quick, and then we'll see if the railroad tracks are doing what it's saying.
I don't really hear any sort of contentions to the point being made.
Yeah, look at the image I just posted. Does that mean the railroad tracks are doing what we see in the image? I mean, if we're using his logic, right?
Why? So again, why is using a reference point to measure not measure the Earth? Why is using a reference point?
We're not building things on just merely
if I could
observations,
finish,
dude. Yeah, it's not merely observations.
making observations with measurements. If I could finish my sentence.
Not really. We're not making observations and justifying what we say, what we see. We have to also test and verify by measuring. Yeah, that's what we've been saying this whole time. So you guys have broken logic.
And Earth curve, right? So would actually be apparent over water, irregardless. So that's the point where it absolutely must curve in your guys' theory, not the Earth itself, not the dirt and the rock.
Yeah. So you won't let me finish. You meet me every time I try to make a point, and then you talk about something different.
No, dude, you're not even addressing what I brought up, which is the water. You're like, yeah, but like bridges and stuff, we don't care. How about the Earth itself, dude?
So you did care, and you gave a response to it. Now I'm analyzing the response, but you want to pivot to a different topic.
You actually ignored what I said when I talked about bodies of water.
Because we were on a different topic.
No,
we can get to what you said. We can get to that. I just had a question.
This is the topic. You're never going to address it, though.
It's actually insanely. Actually, I've addressed a bunch of claims in a row here.
You haven't addressed that.
Dude, land your plane
You're right,
already,
because
man.
I'm not going to let you pivot so soon. You can't just go topic to topic like that. It's not how
We're not
works.
pivoting.
That's
We're
actually
talking about the water under the bridge. Literally, there's a saying, water under the bridge. But that's what we're talking about. And you're accusing me of pivoting. That's insane.
And the bridge. That's a measurement, right? So it's actually even hard for me to ask this question in the way that you want, because the only way to say it really is measuring the Earth. So when you're measuring the distance between the water and the bridge and using the bridge as a reference point.
We've already went over this, dude. We covered this. Fuck your bridge. It's not about the bridge. We're talking about how bodies of water behave, which you refuse to address, which I probably would refuse to address too if I was a globetard. Because you want to ignore the actual thing we're discussing here, which is the Earth, or in this case, the water. I would just ask, let me just ask, since you won't answer. No, it is about the water under the bridge that you're saying is curving. That is the whole
in relation to the bridge. That's what the topic was. Now you're switching to specifically just the water. You want to exclude.
What you're trying to say is that okay, what you're trying to say is that the water under the bridge is curving. But I'm addressing the fact that the water under the bridge is not curving. This is the topic. If you can't understand that, just go on mute and we'll talk to someone else.
So you're not talking about the bridge anymore. You want to pivot.
Fuck your
something else.
bridge. No one gives
Okay,
a
that's
fuck
fine.
about any bridge or anything
You don't
above the
have to
water.
engage
We're
with
talking
that
about
argument.
the water. Because is your conclusion not that the bridge is curving, therefore Earth is curving?
No, that's not the conclusion.
Then what are you talking about? No one cares about your. What's the conclusion if the bridge? What are you trying to show with the bridge? Is it not showing that the Earth is curving?
The bridge's distance between the water is consistent at the middle
What's
and
the
on either
conclusion?
end.
What's the
bridge is
conclusion?
curving.
The water under the bridge is curving. Yes or no?
Yes.
Then this is the topic, then, dude.
Yeah, I brought up a specific argument to prove that, and you're not.
So
You
then
want to
let
move
me
away from that
let me.
argument.
No, we're talking about your
Actually,
conclusion.
not.
We're talking about your conclusion here, which is
Yeah, how I
that the
got- how
body
I
of
got to
water
it,
is
though.
curving. Oh, don't
You're
care.
not talking about how I got to it.
Because we can
Exactly.
shred away the idea that it's curving anyway. I can just ask you some pressing questions and we'll find out. Let's ask this. Would you say that all bodies of water behave the same? And if you need me to
Generally.
clarify, when I say body of water, I'm referring to something you could put your body in. That may not be like the true definition, but in this context, we're referring to a body of water that you could put your body in. So maybe like a bathtub or larger, and scale it up from there. So would you say they all behave the same? Or there's some differences as you get larger? What would you say here?
I can't imagine any differences that would be relevant to whatever you're saying right now. So you can just like make the point.
So then just to clarify, they do act the same. So a bathtub is convex just as the ocean is. That's your claim.
No, their properties are not the same.
Hold on. Let me clarify again. We're referring to, because these guys lose the plot so easily. We're referring to the nature of the surface, which I would contend that is either curving or it's not. So if it's curving, we have two options. It can be convex or concave. And if it's not curving, well, then that's the flat Earth we're talking about.
Yeah, if you take any bathtub-sized space of water on a curved globe that's 3959 in radius, mile in radius, you're not going to see any sort of curve with that. So that is acting the same.
Okay, well, all right, good. Let's get some consistency here then. So you're saying that the bathtub is convex.
No, you can't really detect any convexity from that.
So how are
resolution
you
measurement.
saying that it is? How are you saying that it is? If it's not
Because I increased the
detectable, how did you
resolution of my
detect it?
observations, unlike you have to cherry pick.
Hold on. We're not cherry picking.
Yeah,
We're walking through your logic here. So I'm not cherry picking. We're not like only choosing the bathtub. We're going to scale it up. So again, we have our bathtub. You're saying it's convex at the surface, correct?
No.
What? You're saying it's convex at the surface in the bathtub.
No, that's not what I said.
Wow. This guy's all over the place, Chad. Is anyone noticing like this is inconsistent here?
Why did I say that?
You just said it was convex, and now you're saying it's
He
not.
just couldn't measure it. Yeah, he just couldn't measure it. That's what he said.
Yeah, you can't measure the curve of a bathtub-sized pool of water. You can't do that.
But
is it convex or
It's
not?
still curving.
You absolutely could, actually.
Okay,
On
but
a
we need you. We're trying to walk
3,000
through
4,000 mile radius globe.
this
No.
with you slowly. You're like dragging your feet here. Let's get a
Fine.
concise answer one more time. We have the bathtub. Is the surface of the water in the bathtub convex? Yes or no?
No.
So then is it curving at all?
Maybe at the edges due to like
No, dude. We're referring to the surface.
liquid surface tension.
Dude. So it's just
So when are you
you're
going to
saying
scale it up? When are we scaling this up? You got my answer.
First example. You're saying yes,
The answer is
no,
like 3
I can detect
times.
it, I can't detect it. You're all over the place, dude.
Wow, you cannot hear. You need some like aids for that.
Whoa. Don't say I can't hear, because we'll pull you up on the YouTube fast.
Do it. No, let's do it right now. Let's actually
We
go
all
right
just
back
heard you
to
say
everything I
on a
said.
globe it's curving, bro, but it's not detectable. You don't remember saying that?
On the remember what I said about the resolution of either observation?
Regardless of if your ability to see it, we're asking whether it is or isn't, not if you can see it or like, it either is or it isn't. Your ability to detect it doesn't matter.
Oh, if you're not talking about like the actual measurability of it, then I have no fucking clue. There's so many other
So it's
factors
yes,
that would go
no,
into
I
it.
don't know. Yeah, we can't even get past the first example of a
Yeah, he's a hot man.
I'm talking about measurements.
You're all over you're tweaking right now, bro.
I've never heard of an observation on a 4,000 radius globe, 4,000 mile radius globe, where you could take like a 6 foot length of water and then detect some sort of curve on that.
Dude, you have never even
Never heard of that.
You've never witnessed that amount of distance, bro. Like, you've never seen that. Have you ever seen that before in your life?
6 feet? A bathtub?
No. The answer was simple. It either is curving or not. Whether you can detect it is irrelevant. If you think it's curving, then at least to the effect that you believe it's curving, But you're saying you can't even detect it. For all intents and purposes, that bathtub water is flat. So what TB's trying to do is keep you consistent. It's either curving or not based on the bathtub, and then we're going to scale up to the next level, and then go to the next level till we reach the final level. And then you're going to either explain how you understand the water is curving or not. That's all he was walking you through, just basic logic. And you failed miserably at the first point. You're like, well, yes, no, I don't know. Like, freaking hell, bro.
And you already said
when you
that
clarify
they all
what you
behave
mean
the
by
same.
your
What do you
question,
mean?
the answer will
Dude,
change.
it's
We should have
so
been more
clear.
specific initially.
It is extremely clear. We have a bathtub that's either convex, concave, or neither. And they're like, yes, it is. Wait, no, it's not. Wait, I don't know. And then you already said that all bodies of water behave the same. So this is step one, bro. Can we just get a concise answer? We have a bathtub. Is it curving? Yes or no?
Yes. That was the answer that I gave after you specified what exactly.
Multiple answers, dude. Anyway, so it's curving convex. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Where?
Oh, you want to be detectable now?
No. I'm just saying, like, why are you saying it? Basically, are you just saying it for the sake of like just arguing to argue, or like why would you say that?
It's consistent with all of other observations. Even if you can't detect it,
It's not. It's not consistent. That's not. You're not observing that, so it's not consistent with other observations.
Oh,
yeah, you gotta compare it to other things. Think about it like this: compare it to other things that you say are curving, right? You say the bathtub is curving, right? We got that. But now say it to other things. What are you comparing the bathtub to? So what is it comparable to? Is it comparative to the ocean? You think is curving? Are you comparing the bathtub to that?
Yeah, you'd probably see the same amount of curve in the same area in the ocean as you did with the length of a bathtub.
So zero.
So zero. So basically not detectable, according to you.
Yeah, but that's expected on the globe.
Oh,
doesn't mean it's not happening.
It's expected for the water to behave flat. That's incredible.
Bro, he's basically saying that the flat water you see in the ocean is the same that you see in the bathtub. However, he still believes it's curving. So it's a belief. It's just a belief.
So you guys keep flip-flopping between observable measurements and like detectable differences and what's actually doing. You don't have an argument for what's actually it's not actually doing that.
You said that.
Yeah, you did. You said it was.
And then you clarified your question to become more specific and change. Now you're going back to what I initially thought it was.
I went to the ocean and
hold on,
you
let
said,
me finish my sentence. Holy God!
Just like the bathtub, it's not detectable. That's what you said. So it's not detectable, but you still think it's curving. That's what you're saying, bro.
We know it's there.
We know it's there. How do we?
No, you don't.
Let me hit you with the math, right? So we can detect.
There's a curve in the water. There's
hold
never.
Hold on. A nanometer.
I was asked a question. I want to answer it. You guys are all talking at once. Like.
I was going to hit you with the math on what your claim is, dude. We can actually measure a nanometer. Do you know what that is?
How many microns is that?
It's 3.937 times 10 to the negative 8 inches, right? We can actually detect that. And in a bath, you would actually have only 8 times 10 to the negative 6, right? So we could actually detect that. You're welcome.
Yeah, so the actual difference in the curve of the water is about like 5/100ths of a nanometer.
Hold on a
So
second.
we're
Wait,
dealing
wait,
with
wait. I gotta
micrometers.
pause.
It would
for a
be.
second. Pause.
It's bigger
Hold
than
on.
a
Hold on, Blind
nanometer.
Rage. Wait.
Show me the
Hold on a minute.
how you
Yeah,
worked
just
out
wait.
that on a
Just wait.
300.
I'm gonna hold you guys on a mute if you don't stop. All right. So here's what he said. It's not detectable in a bathtub. Now he's gonna justify how it's detectable. Something is going on here. Someone's not playing right. Yeah, you guys are. You
No,
can't do
bro.
that.
Let
You
the
can't do
conversation
that.
go instead of just predicting things completely like incorrectly.
No,
Like
you
nobody.
started giving
Actually, I'm
numeric
not.
values. You
If
started
you
giving
let me
numeric
say what I
values
was
on
going to
how
say, we
you
could
can
see.
detect.
If you let me say what I was going to say, you
Hell nah, bro. What you're doing is lying to the audience. You just said it's not detectable in the bathtub. So just like the ocean, it wouldn't be detectable. Now you're going to walk it back because Blind Rage said something. Now here you go. You're all started up thinking you could measure it. You couldn't do it in the first place. But we're going to just allow you to say that there's a measured curvature in the bathtub? Hell no. You just gave up the ghost, bro.
And the curvature of a bathtub would be detectable because it's actually larger than 1 nanometer. It's 8 times 10 to the negative 6 when you calculate it, roughly. And if we can actually see and measure 10 to the or 3.97 times 10 to the negative 8, it would stand to reason that we would be able to see the dip in the water and detect it, or the curve.
Dude, these guys are all over the place, bro. Yes, it's curving. No, it's curving. I can detect it. I can't detect it. It's only there. It has to be there. How do you know? Well, I don't know. It's not detectable.
The bridge
Holy
is curving.
shit, bro.
The bridge is curving. I'm
Yeah, just look at
presupposing
this
that the
bridge.
bridge is level. Like the bridge is level because I say it's level, not because anybody measured it level. The water is curving because the bridge is curving. So the bridge goes down, so now the earth is concave. And then it gets level, and now it's curved. What the fuck? What is going
Dude,
on
what
here?
does rip the band-aid off? The water's flat. Ta-da! It's that simple. The bathtub's flat. The pool is flat. The lake is flat. The ocean is flat. All bodies of water behave the same at the surface. They're flat. They're not curving. Period.
Yeah, they're still
It's,
talking about the bridge. Kane is a dumb,
he's retarded, bro. We're not worried about him, honestly.
absolutely retarded. So is Tristan, a white knight.
Oh,
Yeah.
shit. God damn.
It's like Kane has his finger up Tristan's butt, moving it so he will do whatever like Kane is agreeing to. So Tristan's agreeing with Kane and he's going along with it.
No way, Tristan. You trolling?
It's like a puppet.
Now flatness is proof for the curvature. What is the proof for the flatness?
Oh, I know, right? Yeah. It's actually kind of funny when you point that out.
Jesus Christ. But we told them in the beginning that it's not our fault, that we didn't want to be flat earthers. Because of water, we are flat earthers, because of that bodies of water. And we are without words also. But we cannot change that. We cannot change now and say, hey, please, water, can you curve now? Because other people believe in that you are curving. It's Earth fault, practically.
Right. And there's even like one fatal flaw in the pillars of the bridge type thing too, right? So like if the tower is on the bridge, like did we actually measure to see that because they can't just go in water and just sit, you know what I mean, floating in water. They actually have to be in the ground. So did we measure that the ground was perfectly level?
That's a good point as well. That's why this is all, I don't know what it's called when you like The distracting piece. Look over there. It's a bird. It's a plane. Like, that's basically all it is. They're ignoring the actual important part.
But in construction in that bridge, it must be everything like written that they move like a 1 mile and they drop it for for 8 inch, and they move another mile, they drop it for 8 inch. Everything must be in construction of the bridge.
So you guys have unmuted me. So what's up?
The water does not want to curve in reality.
You know what? I understand that you cannot grasp this demonstration. So, would you like to talk about something else? Let's move to a different point. Yeah, no, that's fine. So, do you want to discuss something else?
We've cut it off at the leaves. The fact that we cut it off at the leaves.
Let's. Can I bring up another topic real quick?
Maybe you should address the water. We made a whole.
I just want to ask a question. Can I bring up another topic?
No, if you want to address what we've been discussing, you can address that.
Okay, sure. Okay. So, in order for that observation to make sense on a flat Earth, you would have to observe the bridge arching.
No, stop right there. We're not talking about the fucking bridge. Shut the fuck up about the bridge. We want to talk about the water.
Yeah, if you want to address
the bridge
maybe
is.
we can walk through the same consistency test. You want to try that?
The bridge isn't part of the argument. You're supposed to be determining by evidence that the water is curving, and you're not going to compare the water with a bridge. Are you retarded? Yeah, obviously you've never built anything in your entire life.
If he wants to address, maybe we could walk him through the same consistency path. Like, let's start with the bathtub again. If you want to say the bathtub is curving, and then how it became that, and we can scale it up again. I'm willing to do that with you, Colin, if you'd like. That was cute, though. That was a nice try, though. Saying, like, oh, since you don't understand the group, no, we understand it. And then destroying the argument by going to the very conclusion that you have. You guys think you can get away with it. You're not slick. What does he say in the chat? Does he want to address the water? Oh, my bad. My mic is stuck? All right.
Yeah, he's saying curved bridge, curved earth. Curved bridge, curved earth.
What if we said flat bridge, flat earth? Like, I don't think they would accept that. So
I think he would. Just find a flat bridge and then there you go. One flat bridge, flat earth.
I think Sonny posted one. Pontchartrain. Or the causeway or whatever. All right, Kane. Oh, go ahead. You want to walk through the water example?
Your mic is shit right now. I cannot understand a single word you're saying. Yeah.
All right. Sonny, walk him through it.
So
we've been trying to walk him through it for at least an hour.
Should I explain how the bridge shows that there's
why do you keep talking over people with your
religious chant is gonna cure all.
Okay, I'll take it as a yes. Okay, so if two lines are parallel, right?
Say departed, bro.
Say goodbye. We're not going to theoretics now. Like you've been cooked completely on this topic. You're still talking about a bridge. Even when you had a straight line, you had the straight line above the bridge. We need the straight line on the water. You don't have that. We're talking about the water. If you keep talking about the bridge, you're just going to continue to be muted because you're off the reservation. You're not on the topic that you're supposed to be trying to prove. That's it. It's over.
So you guys don't want to talk about my bridge that shows that the Earth is curved? Got a really cool picture.
Yo, like I live by St. Louis and I seen the Gateway Arch and it is totally parallel with the earth. Therefore, the earth underneath is totally curved at that that arch.
St. Louis Arch proves that the Earth is curved. Yep.
That's right.
The math checks out.
That's an amazing amount of curve. I watch him build that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got to go for a little while, but when I come back, I'd like to discuss how the globe Earth delusion. Make no bones about it. I mean delusion. Yes, delusion, and how that is akin to a drug addict or an alcoholic, where in every other case in their lives they can be logical about everything else. They can operate their lives logically in everyday experience in their entire lives with every topic except for the globe Earth. It's like a drug addict. Completely is. It's a mental illness.
It was crazy to me how many times we literally asked him to not talk about it anymore. Like, they sit on the water, and he like did it. He couldn't stop.
Yep. I'll catch you guys a little later. It's been good. Thanks,
Take
AJ.
it easy, Sonny.
Appreciate you keeping it on track here. Yeah.
No problem, homie. Have a good day.
Yeah, I'll be back in a couple hours. Right on.
My mic's still trash.
No, it's all right. He was just complaining because
again?
he wanted to use it against you, like, your mic is trash, so therefore you're not going to speak. It was kind of a little bit, staticky, but it wasn't like really bad. Could still hear you.
But it's like I like the water consistency example, because you'll get guys who say that they're different. I actually stumped my ex with this pretty good. I hit her with a, like we talked about doing an observation. He's like, "Oh, well, you don't need to do the observation. You would just get out of the car, you'd see the lake, and get back in the car and go home. So they'd be curving." I was like, "What?" So then I gave her an example of like a really big swimming pool on the earth. And she was like, "Well, if it's on the earth, then it's curving." I said, "Okay, well, cool. Let's take the swimming pool and put it like," I gave her an example of like a big glass or a big baking sheet or a baking pan or whatever, like a really, really big one. And we just had it like on a stand above me or in the container. I was like, "Would it be curving then?" And she was totally stunned. She was like, "Well, I guess if it's in a container like above the ground, then I guess maybe it wouldn't be curving." So I like the example there, because you'll get people tripped up. If you're smart, you'll say it's all curving all the time. But then you have to say how you even came to that conclusion, or you're just repeating the lore. You're just telling us the lore, right? If you're not really concerned, if you want to know how you know the bathtub is curving, how did you come to that conclusion? Really? Like, you'll get guys who say, "Oh, well, the bathtub and the swimming pool, those are flat. But once you get to the lake and the ocean, then it's curving," And then that's not consistent. It's like, well, why is it changing? Like, where is the variable, the factor that makes it different at a larger scale? I jumped in
Yeah,
right when
now
it
I
was.
hear it, dude.
Go ahead.
Yeah,
Huh?
now I hear it, dude. Your mic, it sounds like it's got water in it or something.
It probably does. It probably
Curved water.
does.
Curved water, for that matter.
It probably does have water. I've been swimming in the ocean Sometimes I'll have my
Just
AirPods on.
got to flatten that water out. It should be okay.
Is it really that bad?
Some words come in. Most do, but depends on the pronunciation, I guess, or the tone.
Let me look at my suppression real fast.
It kind of sounds like this coming in. It looks, you know.
Oh, God damn it. How about this? Is this any better?
Still a little bit. But one thing I noticed, like the quality of your sound is coming in very similarly to how Berserker's mic was coming in for a while. You know, it would crack a little bit, kind of poppy, you know, whatever. For him, we fixed it yesterday simply by turning off echo cancellation and sound suppression.
Yeah,
all that stuff.
I just changed a bunch of settings, so I don't know.
Yeah, it's better. It's better already.
Is that? Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah.
All right.
I mean, it's still got a little bit of a crackle, but you know, much better.
Dude, Kane's a retard, bro. They couldn't make sense of what I'm saying. No, dude. The fact that you shredded your own argument shows you it's not very, very difficult what you're saying. The bridge is curving, therefore Earth curving. Cool. Let's go find out if the Earth is curving. You're just not understanding.
Well, he doesn't understand construction. I do construction, you know, and one of the things that you know is that things like that would be pre-constructed, right, to a certain height, and when you actually look into it, now I've actually looked up Lake Pontchartrain, and it just so happens that the basin is not level. They didn't actually put the pillars in there level, and so it stands to reason that some are higher than the others.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that's a good point, too. Like the bridge, like the ground underneath the bridge, is that. Yeah, are they saying that it's like perfectly curving underneath there, too? Or.
Well, you realize that when you drill the holes for these things, you go to a certain depth, right? You're not looking for like overall levelability, when you do it. And so you just go from surface level to depth. And I don't know how deep those are, but when you build a deck, for instance, you just go down 3 feet, 3.5 feet, and you just do it consistently. And then you use the string to level it out.
The one that I've heard the most recently was if you take a distance from the top of those pillars to each other versus the distance from the bottom of the pillars to each other. The ones at the top are further apart, therefore they're at an angle, therefore it's curving. But they never.
It's never been the argument about the thing that we're talking about, like whether it's those power lines or if it's the bridge. That's like CB was saying. That's not the argument. The argument is the water beneath. It's always been the water. The water at Lake Pontchartrain, the water under the bridge, the water it's never been about the thing they're trying to point to. You guys get distracted with that. It's not that. Who gives a fuck about that shit? That's the distraction. You have to go back to the water and tell them how they measured that shit to be curving. Yeah, because all that other stuff is just white noise, bro.
I know.
Well, it's not even parallel in his picture. So that was another point, which I thought was hilarious.
So you brought up the concave thing too. I thought that was pretty smart. You're like, well, if it's curving up, does that mean the Earth is curving up? He was like, well, no. It's like, well, yeah, no shit.
In which image? The one at the 28?
You find that people like that lack logic.
They're gullible.
Which image were you talking about? The one at 28 minutes from Sunny?
I don't know. It was the orange colored one. The one at 12:42.
They're gullible. Like, we'll be wondering why we're not as gullible as them.
Right.
You fall for distraction pieces. He said, "Oh well, you're just saying it's like when you look up in the sky and that's not like the Earth." Yeah, we are saying. Why would you say otherwise? Look up there. It's a bird. It's a plane. No, it's a distraction. Why would you look up there? They're literally afraid of the Earth and its surface. I think deep down they know, or they know that we have a point here, and they want to like tap dance around it, weasel around. Yeah, well, and then they say, well, if it's flat, it must be like this. Hell no, bro. I don't want to hear that shit. Why would we listen to someone who is clueless about the nature of the Earth tell us what a flat Earth should be like? It's not should be like anything. It is like the way it is right now. The Earth is already this way. Like I think that's one of the things they don't understand. Actually, we and Sasha might agree with this. Like we are this way because of the way the Earth is. Period.
Right. Yeah.
Like
They forget that we learned all the same crap they did.
yeah. So when they say like, well, if it's flat, then it should be like this. It's like, no, hell no, bro. Why? First of all, why are you telling us this? At least if anyone's gonna say that, it should be the people in the panel.
They don't understand that most of us went to the same exact public school indoctrination camps that they went to.
Yep.
We know the lore, probably better than they do.
Oh, definitely.
So we have to teach them their own worldview before they're even qualified to have the discussion. What the hell is even that?
You know, I think it's that one there about like an implicit assumption that we were not engaged with the ball in the first place. I think I've seen that kind of tipped a little bit more in recent times since I've been here. Like people just assume that we were raised on like an Amish, Amish or something, right?
I love their talk about them too when you get into the whole vaccine stuff, and I'm like, yeah, you know who did it, but yeah, we can't talk about that stuff, I think, on the server. Yeah.
Not here anyway.
Whenever you see a bot,
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
I think that YouTube is relaxed on that a little bit. I've heard other channels addressing that stuff on the tube, but not to say that we should just go crazy or anything. But no, like honestly, bro, like back when we were doing Rumble, I was excited about that opportunity because I think that narrative is helpful to help flesh out ideas here. For example, like when they say, well, how come Russia, like, why didn't they whistleblow? Like, how come the countries aren't like exposing it? Like, dude, they move in lockstep. It's a one world stage. They move in lockstep, just like they did during
the stage.
Just like they did during during that era, they moved in lockstep. So why would you assume otherwise? Like, no, like this country's going to go against that country. No, they're not. They didn't do that 5 years ago.
Yeah, Goose Steppers won and paper clips clipped them to every major location.
I'm just saying, like, NASA was pretty successful in getting funding, you know what I mean? So why wouldn't other countries produce a space station that says the same stuff and then they get the good funding. And so it's like,
I honestly think a lot of it has to do with testing rockets, like military grade things, but they slap their little logo on there and nobody bats an eye. Like, yay, space travel. Like, no, that's military bombs they're testing in front of you. These are military grade
Yeah.
weapons.
I had a really good friend who said the same thing, that all that stuff is just weapons, and they're weaponizing the sky,
Ops.
basically.
Yeah, it's just ops.
makes sense.
Damn,
Speaking
CB,
of,
working out, bro?
Oh, can you hear the clanking in the background? Yeah.
How do you say you're a gym rat without saying you're a gym rat?
That's
clank, clank,
clank, clank, clank, clank, clank. Yeah.
Just kidding, man. It's leg day, so you know.
It is actually. I'm literally squatting right now.
Yeah, you're getting your reps, and you're getting your reps in here too, man.
Facts. No 2-for-1 special.
Well, it's not even. It's light work when you actually do it in here because they don't even know what they're talking about.
That's true. That's true. Penguins, bro. That guy's been here for he's been here a lot. He's probably running on fumes, bro. Like low key. He's here a ton. I think he's here all day. You're gonna burn yourself out, man.
You guys ever watch Robert Frank? He cracks me up.
No, I don't know who that guy is. I watch the guys on 24/7 demolish the globe. That's what I watch.
Oh yeah, that too. No, he's a gym guy, but he's the one who's like, on Sunday we do arms, because if you want to, and then he goes into like, a midget fidgeting while you're motorboating a Whisker Biscuit, your arms better be fucking swole.
I feel like I know that for
Burn and burn.
So yeah, when we're doing the deconstruction, however, Blind Rage, I think you jumped in a couple of times. You gotta let the person get exposed for their whatever they think that the Earth is. I know you're trying to help the guy out, and I mean, I don't know how you think it's done or whatever, but you gotta let him actually answer because he was already Penguins was a hot mess, right? Yeah, he just definitely was that. So we gotta let the audience see that that's what these guys are. 'Cause if you throw him a bone, then it's not going to be of no use because of the fact that he's already a hot mess. So even if he took your example, he's not going to be able to do anything with it. So it's best just to let us keep exposing him for what they are, frauds.
Oh yeah. No, I just see different angles to entrap them in. That's all, So like with the whole can't detect it in a bathtub, well, we can detect nanometers. So yeah, you absolutely could when you run the math on it.
Yeah, but the problem is, like, he didn't know that. So if you gave him that, he didn't know that information. You just gave it to him. So if he would have taken, because he's not smart enough, so he didn't do it. But if he would have taken your information, he would have then utilized it, and he would have like, okay, well, yeah, sure, yeah. So you don't give him some, you don't feed the trolls. Let us go run through our exposition, and then, if they get to a point where they can't explain anymore, that's what we want. We want to hold their feet to the fire. But giving him another thing is just going to give him another branch to swing off of.
Although I want to give him his flowers, Miggy, because when I jumped in, he was solo cooking, and I jumped in. I started stealing the mic, so I apologize, Blind Rage, for stepping on your toes there. But you were doing a good job.
No. I know when to shut up and let others step in.
I mean, you're good. It's not like you needed my help. You're doing just fine without me.
Yeah,
but
no,
I literally. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just pointing out the fact that these guys, they're already trolling as it is. Here's the thing that people don't understand. Like what we've cultivated here is that when people are holding someone to their feet to the fire, and then you say anything else outside of what the speaker who's talking to them is doing, then it becomes like a tangential point that they want to go to. Like it's a shiny quarter they see on the ground, immediately they're distracted. So they lose their focus from what they were talking about, and you know what I mean?
Well, no, his contention was that we couldn't detect it. Like the other guy had brought up the bathtub, and that's why I was like, well, we can measure it.
And AV's basically saying, don't give them escape routes. Don't give them a way out.
Now, I'm not saying that your point didn't have relevance. What I'm saying is when you do it in the middle of us holding their feet to the fire, they're going to focus on what you said and then be distracted from us holding their feet to the fire.
Well, actually, 3 nanometers is actually 4 centimeters.
Yeah. It was, luckily he wasn't that smart enough to even think of that, which is a good thing because he heard you say that, but he was like, yeah, but I'm going to stick to my point. So he didn't it didn't faze him, which we all knew. He was just like, didn't have a point.
Not true.
And it's not just you, man. We like our interactions, like when we have them, that we don't want the person to be slipping out to another point, and we 24/7. We usually try to keep it on point. So, like I said,
some of them they will try and weasel their way out any way they can get. So you got to be careful.
And they will fish too. They will fish for ways out too. They will start talking about, well, you guys don't know anything about gravity. And then somebody like you, perhaps, maybe you will be like, hey, I know what he's talking about. Jump in, and so they'll be distracted and want to go to you, talk to you about something because they want to get away from their previous point.
And it becomes reflex, so it's hard to bite your tongue. And
then you're trying to wrangle the conversation back to where it was, and it's a mess. Yeah.
Yeah.
But it must be done.
Unfortunately, somebody's the bad cop. I'm usually wearing that hat. Usually. But most of these guys are sophists, right? Like, so they're trying to, what they do when they go away is try to figure an argument that will like stop us from actually progressing with our argument, which is what they try. Like the guy came in with the bridge argument. Like, what was he going to do with that? Like a bridge over water is curving like the bridge. Like, what a weak argument, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That was colossally stupid in every way.
Dude, and my fucking machine's behind me. I hate that. I'm trying to prove a point. My machines are like clanking and shit. I'm like, oh, fuck's sake, dude. Yeah, they try their best, but they won't ever be able to provide any evidence.
What he was saying in the chat was, you're not entertaining my hypothetical. You're not able to address my hypothetical. It's like, dude, if I have a hypothetical check, and hypothetically I write $1 billion on the check, do you think I can go to the bank and cash that? Or put it in my bank account? No. So using your hypotheticals, you can't cash that in as a fact. Like they always try to do this. We'll just entertain my hypothetical. What are you going to do with it?
They want to talk about their imagination.
You can't cash that in as a fact, bro. That's not well, if hypothetically I had $1 million, then I have $1 million. You have $1 million? No. But like hypothetically, dude, it doesn't. You're not getting anywhere with it. That always pisses me off when they're like, well, you're not entertaining my hypothetical. It's like, yeah, duh. How the fuck do you do that?
Yeah,
what are you going to do with it?
Cane Stick was like, well, are you going to let me have a conversation? You're going to allow me to speak? I'm like, fuck no, dude. If you're going to be preaching to us, no, you can fuck off with that. But if you're going to show us data, yeah, go ahead. You got all the floor space. I'm going to let you talk about it. You tell me each individual constituent part of the data. I want to hear it all. But if you're going to tell me, well, just look at the image, man. Trust me, bro. Like, fuck off with that, dude. We're that every day.
Check this side chat. This I like penguins guy has something
He's
to say.
back? Oh my god.
Is he remember when you muted me?
But no refraction on the no refraction about that bridge.
Yeah, hold up, Sasha.
Hold on, Sasha. All right, Penguins, you're back, dude. Where did we leave off?
Oh, I can't remember. You muted me and then rambled on about a bunch of
We
shit.
were going
You were
through.
talking
Oh
about,
yeah,
you're talking more meta than an argument. I didn't
No, we
really
weren't.
hear
We were
it.
talking about bathtubs. It wasn't meta. It was about bathtubs.
Yeah, and you didn't have an argument.
No, we did have an argument that
What was the
all
argument?
bodies
I
of
didn't
water.
hear any specific
Okay,
claim. You
okay.
asked
So
me
I'll say it
questions.
in one breath. All bodies of water behave the same, and they are not curving. Period.
All bodies of water behave the same.
And they're not curving. So that means not convex, not concave. Now you said that the bathtub was curving. Then you said you don't know if it's curving. Then you said yes, but it's not detectable. Then we asked you how you know, and then you said, well, they're like based off of other observations, they should behave the same way. And then we asked you what are the other observations, and it was a flat ocean. So you're all over the place, my guy.
Well, I provide arguments, but I wanted to hear about the bathtub thing because you can't discern anything from a bathtub that would apply to a global
Yes, you can.
scale.
Yeah, you can.
No, because the forces act at different ratios at that resolution.
What
Do you
force?
understand that?
What force?
So if
What
I
force?
have
Hold
something,
on.
yeah,
What
so it doesn't
forces?
work.
What forces?
Oh,
What's the
multiple.
force that makes the water? Okay, give us the. Let's start with one.
There's surface tension, like the tub's like personal imperfections, the actual flow of the water, evaporation, air temperature, and temperature of the water.
What?
Those are all thousands of times greater in
understand?
effect than the curve of the Earth at that scale. You admitted. No, let me finish. You admitted that this ratio of these effects of the forces are different, and so the curvature you'd not be able to predict the amount of or the water level based on
So, hold
curvature
on.
because it's so low in comparison to all the other forces at that scale.
Let me clarify.
Sure.
What is making the water curve in a bathtub? What exactly is that? You gave us a bunch of variables like evaporation, maybe you said. But
I said it should, but I don't know because I didn't know all the forces acting on it, and I looked up the forces, and now I know better. So no, the water doesn't have any sort of detectable curve.
You know
So,
what?
yeah.
Hold on. Let me just say this, CB. I think you know what that sounds like. You know when a guy is trying to lie to his girlfriend about like he's been out, doing. He's like trying. Well, it's the coagulation of the prescription, and like he's just trying to he's making shit up, bro. Like really, when you fucking listen, when you measure shit, bro, when you measure shit, you're just measuring it, bro. Like that. You're adding all these other layers of fucking shit that's going on that, like, when you take the measurement, it's not happening, bro.
No, they're relevant. They are relevant. You can't
Get the fuck out of here, bro.
I want to know what you're saying.
So curvature is a nanometer difference. Curvature, that's what the effect would be at that scale.
But
You
what
agree?
is causing it to be curved, though? That's what I'm trying to figure out.
Did you hear what? No. I retracted that because remember when I was first asked the question, I said that there could be other forces acting upon it that could make it not curved, and then I answered with the best of my knowledge at the time. I said, yeah, it's probably curved, accounting for gravity or the curve of the
10
Earth.
minutes ago.
Bro,
And then I got muted. I had time to look up what other causes could impact the level of the water more than
you had to look shit up, bro.
gravity. And guess what I found? It's exactly what I theorized. Exactly what I thought.
Dude. He did take my idea and run with it.
I told you that he went. Like, listen. The thing is, now he's coming in as a subject matter expert, right? Now he's gonna tell us all about how you could measure a bathtub. Fucking, I'm telling you, bro. Like this, once you fed him, he's got his food. Now he's gonna tell you all about it. So now we got a subject matter expert. Yeah, we got a subject matter expert.
It doesn't take an expert to know why an experiment would improve curvature versus no curvature.
He's like, I went away and I looked up.
What are you guys gonna actually argue instead of talking about the meta? All I hear is meta,
bro. It's not meta.
Yeah, you guys are talking about what I'm saying instead of addressing what I'm saying.
Yeah, dude, you're not an expert. You're not an expert. Here's what happened, dude. You conceded. You said it's not measurable at that amount. You can't measure it. And somebody said you could. And in your head, you're like, fuck, dude, maybe I got to restate my argument. So you went away and you looked at some shit on the internet. You're like, fuck, dude.
I went away. Right. I got muted. You muted me.
Yeah, because fucking.
I was happy to continue. Already. So don't talk about me going away like it was my decision.
Happy to continue that you conceded that you couldn't measure a bathtub, bro. We already heard you say that.
You can measure a bathtub. When the fuck did I say you couldn't?
What
So you
the
couldn't measure the
fuck?
curve in the
What are you
bathtub.
saying, baby? You
Nah,
just said
fuck
that I said
this.
you couldn't measure
Let's
a
rewind the
bathtub.
tape.
What are you
Nah,
talking
fuck
Not a
about?
that. And let's
bathtub.
rewind the
Not a
tape.
bathtub.
Fucking rewind the tape, dude. Didn't he say that you couldn't measure at the bathtub level? It's you couldn't do it. CB,
Yes,
what
you
is
could say.
he just saying
Oh,
that
that's
shit?
completely
Says
different from
not
whatever you just
detectable.
Oh
said.
hell
Yeah,
nah, bro.
yeah. That is completely different. Wind it back. You're streaming this. Wind it back. You
No.
said measuring a. You can't. You said I said my claim was that you can't measure a bathtub. Now
The
you're changing what you
curvature of the
said.
surface of the bathtub. Yes, we pay attention.
Okay. No, because whenever I go back on what I said or change what I say, there's an actual reason behind it, and I actually preface why it would change, and it turns out that those reasons why it would change are the cause for the change. Whenever you guys
Meta,
say
bro.
wrong shit and take it back, it's random.
That's meta.
Penguin, how you
You're
will
right, because
distinguish?
apparently we're only talking about meta right now. Nobody's
Penguin,
providing any
how?
arguments.
Bro.
I provided an argument for why you wouldn't be able to detect the curve, and why it wouldn't a bathtub measuring flat wouldn't mean that the rest of the world's water is flat.
Okay, hold on. My argument is that all bodies of water behave the same. So that's even if we scale it up to
That's not
a
true.
swimming pool. Hold on. Well, you haven't determined that. So let's step it up. Actually. Let's leave the bathtub in the past. Go to a very large swimming pool. Where is the curvature now?
Is his mic cutting out, or is it just me?
Maybe it's
No, he's asking where the curvature is now. Leaving the
curvature is
bathtub.
where? Also, you don't need to ask. You don't need to ask me a question to make a point. If you have an argument that disproves the globe Earth, which is well substantiated, you can provide the argument without asking me a question.
Bro, this is our panel. We'll run it how we see fit. So you're saying that they don't scale up and behave the same. So scale it up. Let's move to the next level. We're at a swimming pool now. Where's the curvature now?
Dude, every time you ask me a different question, I'm going to need to reference the actual measurements of those things. You can make your point. If you know the measurements, you can save us so much time
I
right
already
now.
made my point. You made my point.
No, you asked me a question.
No, dude. I said it in one breath. You asked me
a question.
All bodies of water, dude. All bodies of water behave the same, and they are not curving. All bodies of water behave the same.
All forces
and
affect
they are
water
not
at the same
curving.
level.
Hold on, dude. You got to pay attention, bro. You're smart. We're talking about whether the surface is curving or. Sorry, I can tell my mic is cutting out. My mic is cutting out bad.
It's cutting out a little bit, yeah. Not a lot.
So I'm saying that all bodies of water behave the same, and they are not curving. They are not curving. So we're talking about the surface, dude. Not if it's sloshing around, not if it's heated or if it's a hot tub or whatever. You got to pay attention. Either the surface is curving or it isn't. That's the only thing that matters here. So, in a swimming pool, it's also not curving. Ta-da! Now, if you're going to say I'm wrong, then you have to determine where's the curvature. That's why I'm asking you a question, dude. Holy fuck.
Yeah, so depending on so forces act on water to change its behavior. At different scales, different forces will be stronger compared to others. So no, all water does not behave the same, since the behavior is dependent on the forces acting upon it.
Okay, so then
and you
we need to
conceded.
find out
You already
whether-
agreed.
Hold on. Now we need to determine the curving behavior in the swimming pool. Go ahead.
Sorry, what are you asking?
Oh my god, bro. Since
You're saying that you said the opposite of what CB said. CB said that all bodies of water are displaying themselves exactly the same way. You made a case for it not being the case. You said that all bodies of water are not displaying themselves the same way. So now it's your turn to show how the swimming pool example that CB talked about is now curving. Because that's where we're at with the swimming pool.
Behave, not display. So
it's the same fucking thing, dude. They're behaving in a manner which they're displaying themselves away. Yeah?
the display matters on the resolution. So
Yeah,
you can have
okay,
things
dude.
that are
So
behaving
are they
differently at levels you can't display.
So for the pedantic
Anyway.
person in the room, are they displaying themselves the same way as they would as a bathtub?
So what do you mean by display then? If you're using it differently for
Oh my
how other
god,
people
dude!
use it?
Does it look flat or curved, bro? From a swimming pool, can we detect it? Can we measure it?
I don't fucking know.
All right then. Like, what the fuck? Then why are you saying?
You don't need my answer to make the point.
Hold
If you
on.
have
Wait. No, thank you for the concession. Now we're gonna go back to your previous statement, which you told CB that all bodies of water are not the same. You just conceded
guys can
that you don't
he can speak
fucking
to that.
know. You just said you don't
conceded,
fucking
no,
know,
you
bro.
guys conceded you didn't know. You want me to explain
Dude,
it?
No, we didn't
what
never
the
said
fuck?
that. We never once said that.
You conceded that forces act differently depending on the scale.
You said that, dumbass. You're the one
You
that said
conceded.
that.
No. CB conceded
This
that forces
fucking guy,
are the
bro.
behavior of water are dependent on the
Penguins,
forces acting upon it.
you're the
The
one that
forces are
said
not
that,
all
bro.
consistent
I've
throughout
never
different
once
scales.
said that.
Oh, so you don't think that the behavior of water is dependent on the forces
This
acting
guy's
on it?
fucking
Okay.
smoking shit,
No,
dude.
it all behaves
What
the
the
same,
fuck?
bro.
Check this out. Check this out.
That's just so wrong. So
Penguins,
you're saying that
penguins,
mostly flowing
penguins,
water is
penguins.
behaving the same as still water. Well, no, I'm talking to somebody. Don't interrupt
Dude,
me. I'm talking to somebody else. So
want
you're
to
saying that
clarify.
No, dude.
in a lake.
I want to ask you a clarifying
No. I'm having a conversation with somebody. Please don't interrupt.
I want to ask you a clarifying question.
Please don't interrupt. I don't know who you are. I don't remember talking to you. You interrupted me as I was trying to reply to somebody. You were continuing to interrupt me as I was replying to somebody.
No, yeah,
You don't like
because
it when you
before
get
you
muted.
You can wait your turn. You can listen. Instead of interrupting
before
me, how about you
banter
interrupt?
on, I'd like to ask for a clarifying question, please. For God's sake. Fuck.
Yeah, you're not gonna be able
I mean,
to. Man.
here's the guy comes in here. He's talking about all these different forces acting on different scales. Yet not once did he actually provide any quantification of said forces. He just
Yeah, he
used
said
all the words.
evaporation.
To describe the force.
Well,
Yeah,
you
he
gotta
said, "Well,
break it down for these people.
exactly,
Like they're gonna argue semantics.
No, I
like
mean,
if you have
I honestly wanted to hear you, Mick, but the moment that I muted him, I know he was gonna leave, so I didn't want to do that. But I did it so that you could say it. So
that's
yeah.
fine. That's fine. I guess he'll be back, right? It's not the first time he's here.
No,
So
I mean, yeah,
I'll try and
yeah,
keep
but
that in mind.
he wasn't gonna allow you to finish saying what you were gonna say, bro. So that's why, like, I muted him, but I knew he was gonna fucking run. So
Yeah,
that's okay. I mean,
so they
the
specialize
thing
in-
I was gonna ask, like, okay, if you have a body of water like a bathtub versus a sink, and he claims that the evaporation rate is gonna affect the curvature, like we have to know how much curvature is there in the first place, how much water is actually evaporating per second. Is the evaporation rate, for example, different around the perimeter of the body, like around the sink or the bathtub? Because that's where the curvature supposedly is, right? And then from that, you would be able to determine whether or not there's more water, for example, evaporating around the perimeter, affecting that curvature, etc. All these questions that just kind of went.
all right, so he's back.
unanswered.
Yeah, he's back. So
Oh,
maybe he can answer. Maybe he can answer your question since he's back.
Cool.
Oh,
Hold on. Wait. No. Hold on. Before you go, Mike. Because he said on record they do all behave the same. Then he changed his answer. They don't behave the same. We never conceded that any forces change the nature of the surface. They're always flat, regardless of whether they're sloshing around, impeded, still, whatever. It doesn't matter. I'll give you all those. We're not saying that all bodies of water are all bodies of whatever. I can see I'm cutting.
You're cutting out, bro.
Yeah, hold on a second. Let me take my headphones off.
All right. Can I say what I was going to say before I was interrupted?
But man, Mick wanted to ask you a question after CB finishes, so just
I'll finish real quick and I'll just go back on mute. But we're not saying that they all behave the same all the same way in the sense that, like, you have some still water, some sparkling water, hot water, cold water. We're not saying that it behaves the same in that regard. We're saying it behaves the same in the nature of the surface, which I'm telling you can either be curving or it is not. So that's what we're talking about. No, those forces aren't going to change the nature of that surface. It's always flat, always. Period. Whether it's hot, bubbly, cold, still, whatever, sloshing, evaporating, doesn't matter. So we're never conceded on that. You conceded. You switched your answer when you said that it's all the same and then it's not all the same. Go ahead, guys.
all right, Mick, you want to explain to him?
Wait, I can't reply.
Yeah, dude.
Oh, well, Mick,
It's like the third line of them speaking that I couldn't reply to. Are you guys just like, is this like a train?
You can reply. However, Mick is going to ask you a question if he can, because then when you reply, then CB's going to want to reply back to you. He's not just going to leave you like empty-handed. So you know what's going to happen, right? It's going to be a back and
Can
forth.
I talk to one person at a time?
Yeah,
you guys are all talking about like different shit.
We're not. It's the same shit, dude. Like water being horizontal on its surface, the same shit. So, did you want to?
I would like to address. I would like to address one point at a time for one person, not several points in a row that I have to then address that I can't even get the first one out because I'm interrupted by someone else.
All
So
right,
go
that's
ahead.
not the
We'll
case,
see how
bro.
this. We'll see how this
Relax.
happens. Go for it.
Relax.
Go for
That's not the case. You're just responding to CB right now.
Oh, I get you. Perfect. Thank you. So I'm CB. Yes. Quick yes or no. Forces don't affect the surface of the water.
We do not
Is that what you're claiming?
It all behaves the same. How many times do we have to
Not an
say it?
answer. That wasn't a yes or no.
No, dude, it doesn't. I already said it in my preamble that regardless of the forces, whether it's sloshing around, whether it's hot, a hot tub, or sparkling water that's cold, these are a bunch of different quote forces. But I'm telling you that in a body of water at the surface, it's still not moving. No force is going to change this. So that's all you need to address, whether the surface is curving or not. Fuck your forces, bro.
So, since you didn't give a direct yes or no, I can't make this as short as I wanted to.
Then
You said
Howard, you're
that
not
whether it's
addressing
hot,
what I'm
whether
saying.
it's hot, whether it's cold, it behaves the same. So, a boiling pot of water behaves the same as a freezing block of ice. Then
You are
It
literally
behaves-
retarded.
That is what you said.
A block of ice, bro.
Regardless of the
Ice is
temperature,
not
it
water,
remains
bro.
the
I'm
same.
gonna crash out. I'm gonna crash out. Because I
Ice
said it.
is water. What do you? H2O is water.
Dude, fucking
Look at
ice
this guy.
is not liquid.
Hold on.
Yeah?
Stop the
It's
show. Stop
fucking
the show.
ice. It's a solid.
Guys, stop the show. I said already. I literally clarified this for you, Penguins. I said that I'm not saying it behaves the same way in the sense that they're all hot or all cold or that a body is the same. God damn it. I can tell I'm cutting out. I already said in my preamble that they're not behaving the same way in the sense that a hot body of water is the same as a cold body of water. The fact that you asked me that after I already clarified shows how retarded you are. We're talking about water at its surface, which has two options. It's either curving or it is not. And I'm saying that they all behave the same way in the sense that none of them are, they're all flat, all horizontal, all bodies of water. Whether they're evaporating, whether it's hot, cold, doesn't matter. They always are flat at its surface. How many times do you have to say this until you actually...
This is the third fucking
You don't
time.
believe that.
That ain't gonna be the fourth time, though. I guarantee that fucking much. If he doesn't get it this time, we're fucking gonna keep him muted.
The fact that you asked,
You
well,
don't
so
believe
hot body
that.
of water is the same, is retarded.
That's what you brought up. That's the example you brought up, CB. And you don't believe that. You don't believe that regardless of the forces, the surface acts the same. Because you know what happens when water boils. What happens to the surface when the water boils? This is your example.
Oh, listen.
Who the fuck is AB? Can this guy shut the fuck up? Holy shit! It's like the 50th time he's
you don't understand. You don't understand.
I'm sick of this guy. No, I'm about to leave.
You don't understand.
I'm sick of this guy.
Yeah, it's better probably that you do fucking go, dude.
Hold on, one more time, Penguin.
God damn it, dude! This is the fourth time. He doesn't fucking like this goddamn idiot is.
This will be the last time I say it, Penguin. If you don't understand this, we're just banning you out of here because you're too low IQ to understand.
If you're gonna repeat what you just said instead of addressing what I said, I'll just leave. You can ban me.
I'm gonna address what you said. I'm literally gonna address it because
you don't believe it.
I addressed it before you said it. By the way, before you even asked the question, I had already addressed it in a preamble, like multiple times. The fact that you're
saying contradictory things. You said that forces don't affect the flatness of the water, but then you can see that forces affect the water, which includes the surface.
Dude. Here's my my dichotomy for you is that the surface, any surface of anything, even water, a physical thing, doesn't matter. All it's either curving or it's not. There's a dichotomy there. Do you agree or you disagree?
I disagree. When I boil water in a pot, it's not either all
dude. No, penguins. You didn't understand the question I asked you. You didn't understand the question I asked you.
It's not a true dichotomy. It's not either all water is level or all water is curved.
That's not what I said.
When I read
it's a dichotomy, it's either or. Do you know what a dichotomy is?
You have hearing problems, bro. You have a hearing problem.
You said exactly. I'll quote you exactly if I have hearing problem. Any surface of anything, water, whether it's solid or not, they're all either curving or
fuck
not.
your solids, dude. No, he did not fucking say solids.
He said whether it's physical, like what, like
anything,
like
not just water.
Immaterial.
Let me take my headphones out so you're.
Dude, he did not say
Piss me
fucking
off, bro.
solids.
All right, can you
God
hear me now?
damn, this
This
guy's
better,
fucking
bro?
stupid.
Penguins, dude.
Sneak.
I'm gonna pop them off you. We're gonna give one more shot, dude. I took my headphones out. I left the gym just for your dumbass, dude. All right, so you can hear this shit clearly. The surface of anything doesn't matter. It's either going to be curving or it's not. There's a dichotomy happening with any surface. I can challenge you to look around your current environment and you will notice this is true. Anything. It's either curving or it's not. So there's only two options. Now, if we have a very large body of water, doesn't matter, actually, doesn't have to be super large. As long
Sorry,
as
I'm
it's
back.
big enough to put your... Hello?
Yeah, I'm back.
Okay. So we have a body of water. We have two bodies of water. One of them's hot, like a boiling, like hot tub or whatever. The other one's just a regular, like cold body of water. Okay. Side by side. I'm going to say that at the surface, they're both flat because either they're curving or they're not. And I'm going to say they're not curving. So even if it is boiling, that doesn't change the nature of the surface of the water. Oh, well, this one's boiling, so now it's curving. No. So I'm with you that there are other variables, like one might be boiling or one might be sloshing around or one might have waves or whatever. Yeah. But that doesn't change the nature of whether it's curving or it isn't at its surface. So you invoking other variables like hot, cold, bubbles, and all this stuff doesn't change the nature of this dichotomy here, bro.
Okay,
So you're
yeah.
not
So
really making a
I
point.
disagree with the fact that the dichotomy that doesn't follow.
Okay,
So
well
it's
then we
not
need
either
a third
curved or
option.
flat.
We need a third option. What's the third option?
Yeah, it could be insanely bubbly and bumpy.
That
unless you're
Dude,
conflating
no.
non-flat to curved.
Penguins. Look, like, okay, look. I'm gonna go on camera. Camera right now. Perfect. Hold on. Let me turn this camera around. Okay, let's go look at this. Okay, first of all, you see this steering wheel right here?
Yeah, I feel like this doesn't need an example.
No, look, we're gonna show you because you're very low IQ. You
Give me one second. Let me put you on speaker. Let me put you on speaker real quick.
You see how the steering wheel here is curving? It's like a curved. I don't know if you can tell. It's like it's not flat, obviously, but there's also bumps on it. Right? This is like pretty smooth, but like curving. The bumps don't change that. Now let's go look at this this wall right here.
Well, there's multiple
see how
things that
this-
are curving.
Hold
but it's
on,
not
hold
one
on,
curve.
hold on. You see this wall? This is a flat wall here, but there's also bumps happening here too. So bumps don't change the whether it's flat or not. Same with this like wood here. This fence. It's curving, or sorry, it's flat, but it's also super bumpy and like lumpy and stuff. But it's still a flat fence. Obviously, it's not curving up or down or this way, or it's not curving this way. It's flat here, flat there. But it's like got bumps and stuff, right? So
You're
that's what I'm
saying it
saying.
averages out and therefore is flat?
But dude, are you gonna sit here and say this is a curved fence?
Water should be perfectly flat if it's flat.
No,
There's no going
Hello?
from it's bubbling
No,
to it's
bro,
flat.
listen. We're gonna walk through the dichotomy. Here's a curved pole, right? This is
Yeah.
curving entirely,
Sure.
right?
That's uniformly.
Look, the
Uniformly.
fence is flat, right? It's not curving this way, right? And it's also not curving this way. It's flat
There's a lot
here,
of angles
flat
on that
there.
fence.
No,
Only
pay attention, bro.
when
I'm trying to point out to you that there's a dichotomy. There's only two options. This wall is flat, it has bumps. This fence is flat, it has bumps. I showed you the steering wheel, right? The steering wheel, bumpy, curving. So you saying like, well, there's bumps involved. That doesn't change whether the dichotomy is taking place.
So, buddy, if I put that steering wheel and I put them on the ground and I got like a meter stick and I start sliding across it, I'd say, "Oh, look at this! It's flat." So that's not
No,
a
it's curving.
dichotomy. You're
It's
including
curving.
the same. You're including. No, don't interrupt me. I'm sick of you guys interrupting me. I'll just leave. If you can't handle me responding to you, I will just
super low IQ.
Dude, I think it's
Go. Dumbest person in this panel right
fucking
now.
go, dude. God damn it, dude.
Fuck.
What a fucking play, dude. Yo, Stevie, I just want to point out, dude. In case it ever happens, I was thinking he was going to bring it up, but he didn't. What he's talking, it sounds like he's getting into the minutia between, like fuck. So just like
we get it, Mick. Everybody got his point. Yeah, we all got it. Like everybody. Like,
yeah.
A replay. Like honestly, it's fucking so agitating. A replay of it is gonna make it even worse. Everybody understood what he's saying. CB belabored the fucking point.
Yeah, of course, absolutely. I'm not trying to replay. I just want to point out that there's a term that I would have thought he would have brought up, but he didn't. But you highlighted perfectly. Overall, right? People might throw out the term, like in mathematical parlance, globally flat or locally flat, or globally curving or locally curving. So your overall, like the fence kind of curving in little parts versus the whole thing, right? They're trying to argue that it's globally curving, but they're getting into the minutia of.
Dude, hold on, Mick. He didn't say any of that. We're inserting shit into his dumbass mouth that he did not even say. So we get the point, right? The overall point is that water at any scale will not change just because somebody said there's fucking waves. Yeah. So that's what we're getting to. So, yeah. So if you know, then we're going to get into the fact that he didn't fucking describe that. He went back to the shit having bumps on it. So it's like you saying, well, the carpet's on my flat floor. Does that mean the carpet's not flat, or is it curving? Like, what the fuck are we going to say then? We got a curved carpet because it's got like fucking little frilly things sticking out? Like, who gives a fuck? Like, we're not talking about that. We're talking about the fucking flat floor and the carpet sitting on that shit. So we all get it, but he's the one over here saying that makes a difference. That's what he was saying. The forces acting on the shit changes it. Like, no, it fucking doesn't, dude. It's either flat or it's not.
Yeah.
So that's about all there is to it, you know. Like, and if he's gonna disagree with that, he's gonna come through and show us that any one of those fucking forces he named makes it curve. That's what CB was trying to wrench out of his dumbass, but he couldn't because he's too fucking stupid, dude.
Of course, yeah. He doesn't even know he's arguing for local variations when in fact he's trying to argue for like quote unquote global variation.
Jesus, bro, look, that's not even.
I think he's too stupid, bro. I literally.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He's too fucking stupid, dude. Like, okay, so if CB showed him the fence, that's fucking local, right? That's right there, right in front of you. You could see it fucking the fence the way that the brick wall was the same way, the curved little steering wheel. He was showing him shit that's at the level you can detect, right? You can see shit, and if it's got bumps on it, but he wasn't even arguing that. He was like, wow, even if you have a curved surface, you got bumps on it. I'm like, dude, what the fuck? I was like, there's no way you can talk to somebody like that. Like, they already have made up their mind that fucking forces and shit are going to detect or determine, that the thing that overall is what it is. So if you got waves, that means the Earth's curving. Yeah, that's what he's doing. He's like, waves, therefore
you gotta take it all away from him. It's very stupid, you know. But these nuances seem to elude them, and they're not even able to articulate the fine details, or they don't want to. I don't know.
No, he was literally arguing with CB that point. That's what the point he was arguing with CB. And he kept telling CB over and over again, 4 fucking times the same shit, dude.
That's all they do. They argue semantics.
Oh yeah, but there's like hot water. You're saying hot water is the same as cold. Why would you say that? I'm like, shut the fuck up, dude.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that. Retard.
Yeah, the boiling water thing is an example of that, where locally at any given like inch by inch or what, there would be little bubbles and shit, and it would curve the thing for sure. But globally, quote unquote, overall, the plane that the water is trying to tend to, right at the surface, is flat. He doesn't go into these minutiae.
Yeah,
and he didn't even seem to be able to tell the difference in the verbiage or to articulate the distinction.
We've already said he was too stupid to even realize that. Like, so it was to him. Yeah. To him, he was trying to argue for these fucking forces that makes the shit. Like, to him, it determines that it's not flat. So if, in other words, it's what. Have you ever heard Bev's argument? We have mountains on the Earth, therefore the Earth is
Same
now
thing.
flat. Have you heard that shit?
Absolutely same thing.
Same fucking argument. No different.
Yeah.
We got mountains on the Earth, therefore the Earth isn't flat. I'm like, dude, that's so fucking stupid, dude.
Of course.
And this one, you gotta just you gotta play his game, I guess, so you can make him understand, right? You just take it away from him. So, okay, now we're in a pool that's enclosed in an area that's 34 degrees Fahrenheit. We have stopped the pumps. The body of water is perfectly still. Now, can you detect a curve there?
Yeah. So what we need to be talking about is hydrostatic equilibrium. That's the physics of water, which determines that the surface of water with surface tension shows that the bodies of water are actually flat when you have no motion, nothing's going on, and so that is what determines it. But CB wanted him to get a feel for what it is based on what we normally see every day. So yeah, he's gonna be like, well, I see waves, therefore the Earth is curved. Like, that's stupid. So CB's trying to take it to the real world, right? So in the real world, water isn't still. It's in motion. We got wind hitting across the surface and, got shit going on. But so that he can understand, though, however, the dynamics of water are such that it will never display convexity, when at rest. So hydrostatic equilibrium is a principle in physics that can be well understood and is developed, and we don't need to contest that. It's tested. It's called physics. People can actually test this out, right? Water at rest, just like what Blind Rate said. But again, CB was trying to meet him at where he can, go out into the real world and see this for himself. And he wouldn't let go of that shit. It's like, nah, man, we got waves, we got bubbles, we got, fuck that, dude. Like, anyway.
Yeah, of course. Had the guy not jumped shit, that conversation could have maybe percolated out from me grilling him on the minutia of quantifying any of the stuff that he was talking about. But, he kind of, he bailed early, so.
Dude, 4 fucking times, dude. He still was arguing the same goddamn point, man.
That was so bad, dude.
God. And not only that, CB left the fucking gym just to tell him this shit, and it's still like fucking not even a physical demonstration was good enough. My God, like nothing short of him having a spiritual experience is changing his mind.
Yeah. Well, I don't understand what he meant to say when he's like, well, if I put the steering wheel on the ground, like, what? What are you even saying, bro? What is that?
He's trying to now flatten that curve. Yeah? He's gonna
then that's the other half of the dichotomy. Like, nice job.
He was trying to flatten it so then he could say, well, now we have a flat curve. Like, what the fuck? That doesn't even make sense. Yeah. That's what he wanted to go with that. Because his dumb ass was like, you got that steering wheel, but you can lay it flat on the ground. It's flat on the ground now.
And now it's relatively flat.
Yeah, it's relatively flat. Yeah. I'm telling you, dude. You got to, like, the way these guys... Okay, so if you want to imagine the Earth's a globe, you're going to desperately grasp at straws just to make it a globe. Like, just anything. Like, earlier, let me show you... I'm going to show you in the text chat what this guy put in, like, earlier this morning.
I have so much faith I have too much faith in these guys. I'm like,
bro, yeah, check this shit out. Look at what I just posted.
Let me take a look.
This I'm telling you, dude. They will fucking do whatever it takes. And like, I'm gonna show you another one.
Wow. Oh yeah.
That was the same guy, but he zoomed in on that circle and look at the fucking zoom. He's like, well, that's a flat line. I was like, bitch, it's still curved. Like, it's a fucking circle. I don't give a fuck how zoomed in you are. You're fucking going to be able to determine that it's curving because it's not a straight line. Fuck's sake, dude.
I mean, busting out my ruler here, it doesn't actually look flat. Or it doesn't actually look flat, yeah.
Yeah, it's curved. Like, and he was saying,
Let
me see if I can get a another image where he actually states that along the picture. Watch.
Yeah, dang. They're yeah.
No, that
I'm
was
just gonna give it.
yeah, that
Go
was
ahead.
it.
Yeah, this is why it's important to articulate or have them articulate the distinction between quote unquote globally flat or locally flat. And I don't mean global as in, oh, we're on a ball. That's a term in math for the overall nature of the curve across its entire domain, meaning the entire span that it covers, right? As opposed to a local, bound range of 1 inch, 2 inch, a millimeter, whatever, right? This zoom in thing that Ski gave you, this is an example of a local part of the curve that zoomed in so much so that it appears differently than when you zoom out. So he's describing this as locally flat, right? This is, everyone's heard that, take a local flat part on the earth and another part, it's going to be flat. It's technically not, right? But it looks that way. So
Yeah, but
if they don't know how to distinguish,
look at CB just put a little ruler against it. See how it's curved even still? Like he put a ruler next to it and it shows that it's not going to what he thinks would be flat. It's not a flat line, bro.
Exactly. They argue that it approaches flatness as the smaller that it gets, and therefore our perception, whatever. But it's not even. They're still just spouting. They're speaking from what's the term? Incredulously, because they don't even have the metrics to begin with, right? But without these nuances, it can really get hairy, and I think that was what was happening with penguins.
I'm just gonna give up on some of these guys. I have faith too often that they can be fixed. Like that guy's broken. If you can't, dude. If CB is putting it to you as simple, like I'm always gonna keep it simple, bro. I don't hit up the convoluted language and the juxtaposition of the quadrilateral. I don't do any of that. So if you can't understand what I'm saying, you are cooked. I'm the people's champ, bro. I'm the layman's layman. So you can't understand this shit? You're dumb, dude. Just give up, bro. I gotta stop having so much faith that these guys can be fixed. That guy is lost.
He made you miss leg day, dude.
No, I got that done. I got all that done.
Dude, after the third time, I was like, dude, he better get it this one time.
I
Nope,
know.
didn't get it.
That's how I was feeling too.
I was like, golly, man.
I actually cannot believe that he said, yeah, but like, what if one's hot and one's cold? You can't possibly be this dumb. Like, my God, dude. It's painful. It's so painful. So like you, bro. Yeah, but like I said, there's a dichotomy. No, it's not a dichotomy. Okay, what's the third option? Bumpy? No way. You just said that.
Yeah. No, dude, you had his argument in a headlock, dude. He just didn't. He was trying to get away from that.
It was freaking incredible.
Yeah, because he didn't state how the Earth is curving in any way. He was just talking about the forces. The forces. We got forces going on. All the forces. So does that make the whole Earth curving because you have waves now? Like, is that your argument? I mean, because if that's it, this fucking weak as hell, bro. Well, now we got waves, so my God, the water's now a globe, conforming to a globe. Holy smokes!
Man, I need to shower off that low IQ filth. I feel like everyone's decompressing after that. That was horrible. I love it too. I'm like, I'll just leave. All right, bye. Good. Get up out of here.
If you guys don't let me speak, I'll just go. Bye,
He'll be
Felicia.
back. They always want to come back too, bro. They never stay away for too long.
Let's make a gentleman's bet, TB. I bet you that he'll come back and say
Oh,
the
he'll be
same
back.
fucking thing, dude. He'll be
Oh,
saying the
probably.
same fucking thing when he comes back.
I'll take that bet. I'll take that bet right now. He'll be back probably within the hour. Or guarantee he's listening on YouTube right now.
I don't think he even cares. He'll be like, yeah, I'm gonna come back with the same argument. Like,
I just can't. I don't. What is going through their head, dude? But it's everything a flat earther says is wrong syndrome, pretty much. Like that's what it boils down to. They all behave the same with the nature of the surface. Yeah, but what if it's like a hot tub? What if it is a hot tub? So what? Still flat. Stupid. Oh God.
and we got FES001, so you might want to talk to him.
Hello. FES001. Welcome. I'm in the grocery store. Have you been here before?
I have. Yeah.
Okay, welcome back.
Yep.
So you've talked to flat earthers before.
Not really talked, but I have been in this voice chat. Yeah.
Okay, okay. What are some things that they said that stood out to you?
I don't know. It's just like I wouldn't say anything about it because it's just like ridiculous.
Oh, well, what is
I
it
mean,
exactly? What is it exactly? What do they say in particular that was ridiculous?
I guess the title of this voice chat says it all. I guess, right?
No, it doesn't say it all because I actually don't think you know what it means. So why don't you tell us what in specific, like what specifically is ridiculous? Name what's one thing that you heard that you disagree with that you find ridiculous? Not just the
I
name.
guess. Yeah, they claim that the Earth is flat, which you can see it's not.
Meaning what exactly?
It's like flat, like it's not like round. Yeah.
And why is that ridiculous?
Okay, yeah. I guess I don't want to argue. I'm sorry.
Wow. Well, we don't have to argue, bro. I'm just trying to figure out. You're saying, well, this is ridiculous. Well, what is it? Well, I don't know what it is. So how is it ridiculous? I just don't like it. Well, why
Yeah,
don't you like
okay.
it? I don't know. I just the
Can you
name is bad.
Yeah, can you
You're
tell me
not
like
really
why?
saying anything.
Yeah, I get it. But can you tell me like why do you think the Earth is flat?
Well, there's no curvature. It's not curving. So then what other option would it be? We just walked through with the last guy that all bodies of water are flat, bro. A swimming pool, a bathtub, a lake, an ocean, it's all flat. There's no curvature there. A lot of water on the earth. So there's no reason to think that it's curving. But do you think that bodies of water curve?
But can you show me like any video of like
No,
Earth being flat?
just answer my question, sir. Yeah, every single video taken of the earth on the earth is only going to show you the earth that's not curving. Now, if you want to see the whole earth in totality, you're never going to see that. I don't know how you would expect to see that. That's like taking a video of the whole universe. How would you do that? You're inside of it. You can't leave it and take pictures from some outside place. That's kind of how the Earth works too. You can't leave the Earth and take pictures of the whole thing. Doesn't work. So, but anyway, do you think that bodies of water are curving? That's the real question. If they're not, then that's the end of the story. And whether you see a picture of it in whole as a whole doesn't matter at all.
Like why?
Do you think that bodies of water are curving?
I mean, you cannot really see like far away. I mean,
That
like
doesn't
how
mean
far can you see?
that you're not Superman, bro. You're not supposed to see across the whole Earth or anything crazy. So when you go to the ocean, which I'm about to go in a little bit, I'll go on my camera and show you. Well, yeah, you don't see that far. It's not seeing super far doesn't mean it's not flat. If your idea that like, oh, we should be able to see across the whole ocean, like I don't know why you would think that in the first place.
Actually, I'm not arguing that the Earth is
Cool.
flat.
Okay, well, maybe last thing I'll just start telling you the oceans, the lakes, they are not curving. Period. So there's your flat Earth right there, bro.
Yeah,
Do you have any issue with that?
but you can also see the videos of like, for example, like SpaceX or whatever. Like, right? You can see the videos of like live streams. You can easily see it.
And what do they show? Bodies of water curving?
You can see that the Earth isn't flat. That's what you see.
But are they showing you curved bodies of water?
Like, why does it matter?
It's the whole crux of the issue, dude. This is where the rubber meets the road. It is the matter. Like, are they showing you from these quote videos and live streams? Are they showing you curved oceans, curved lakes? Yes or no?
Yeah.
Okay, so if we go to a lake or an ocean and we measure it and it's not curving, what do you think those videos? You think those video like what do you go with? Do you go with reality or you go with like a video you saw on YouTube?
Oh, so you're saying that like I'm not talking about just like YouTube videos. I'm talking about like SpaceX, like launching rockets
regardless of the
and
format,
live streaming it.
what are you going to go with? Something you've seen on a live stream, on a screen, on a TV, or something in reality that's measurable? What are you going to?
What do you mean by reality? You can see it like launching from the ground.
Hold on.
Not like
You actually go to the ground and measure the ground. It's not curving. What are you going to go with? The live stream or the Earth?
you're not. You're just like dodging the question. It's like you're
I'm not
not
dodging.
even like
I'm not
answering.
dodging. I'm not dodging. I'll give you the fact that you have a live stream that shows a curved Earth. Cool, no problem. I have no issue with that. But then we go into reality and we measure the Earth, and there's no curvature there. What do you think holds more weight? The Earth itself or the video?
Okay, can you show me a video of like Earth being flat?
You already asked that. We're like 10 steps ahead, bro. I
Yeah,
already
it's
answered
posted
that
in the
as well.
side chat as well. Sorry, CB.
I already answered it for you, but you're not answering the question. What holds more weight? The actual Earth or a video of the Earth?
What do you mean by actual Earth? It's just like your opinion, you know. It's not a fact.
Not my opinion. Not my
It's just
opinion.
your opinion.
If you go to the Earth and measure the ground and it's flat, then you see a video on YouTube that shows the Earth not flat. Which one do you think holds more
It's not a
weight? You're not.
video, it is a live stream.
You're not going to answer the question, so I'll just answer it for you. Obviously, what holds more weight is the actual Earth. You saw something on a screen, bro. Even if that was
Okay,
true, you
yeah.
should be able to go to the Earth, right? If what they showed you was curved oceans and curved lakes, then you should be able to go to the lake and measure it, and it's curving. Ta-da!
Okay, I get it, but the problem is, it's not a video. It is a live stream, and
You're getting
in
hung up
those
on the
videos,
format. You're getting hung up on the format. I don't really care too much about the format. Whether it's on live stream, a recording, a YouTube, TikTok, Twitter, doesn't matter. What I'm saying is you've only seen this on a screen. But when you go into reality, it doesn't behave the same way. And it should. It should. If they're showing you a curved lake from the video or the live stream, then when you go to the lake, it has to be curving, right? For that video to be real. But the problem is when we go to the lake, it's not curving. So we throw the video in the trash because it does not match reality.
The reason like why you cannot see it is because you cannot fly. You cannot get out of this like planet to see it.
No,
You
it's
know.
saying measure. Hello, measure. And you measure it.
How do you measure it? Like, what do you mean
wait.
by that?
You're saying it's not measurable?
It is, but like, how do you? Oh my god.
Well, okay, if something's curving, you can test for that. I'll give you an example.
You
I'll give you
got
an
him
example.
wrapped up like a pretzel.
Yeah, fact. Let me give you a quick example here. Let's say we have, I always use the same example, but like you have a hood of a car. Oh shit. Fuck that. You have the hood of a car, which generally they're curving. Let's just blow it up to the size of like a country, Asia or a continent, giant. You have a giant curving hood. And what you could do is you could shine like a laser over the surface and you'd be looking for deviation away from your straight edge. So you have your straight edge hovering above, and then as the surface of the hood starts to deviate away from it, right there and then you can tell that it's not flat. You're measuring for curvature in this instance. So it's really that simple. Now, when we go to the oceans and the lakes and we do our laser tests, they are not deviating away from our straight edge. So we're measuring for curvature and it's not there. It measures flat. And that's just one of like probably many other ways. So of course you got your videos of your curving earth. Well then we should go to the earth and measure it and it's curving. But unfortunately it's not. So we throw the video in the trash. Just like we would probably throw a video of Bigfoot in the trash, right? If I was like a Bigfoot believer, I'm like, yeah, but look, I have a video. You'd be like, yeah, well, that's not good enough, basically.
Okay, it's interesting, you know.
Yeah.
If a fact isn't good enough, I don't know what is.
It's not a fact. It's not a fact. Remember, I showed you if we have a video of you Bigfoot, a live stream of
Yeah,
Bigfoot.
you know, it's
is that a
interesting,
fact?
right? I mean, you say that like what I say isn't a fact because I'm just like sharing my opinion, right? Just like you. But that doesn't mean that like what you are saying is a fact, you know?
No, I mean you can go test this for yourself. But I'm saying all you're saying is I have a video. Look, cool. Someone who believes in Bigfoot has a video too, but I don't think you would accept that.
I wouldn't because you don't
Exactly.
see
Just like we're
anything
not
in those
accepting,
like
just like we're
videos.
not accepting, and that's just like we're not accepting your video either.
I'm not saying you should. I mean,
We kind of are.
am I?
Yeah, you're saying, well, we have videos. That's pretty much the only thing you brought up.
Yes, I did, but I'm not saying you should accept that it's rounded or like whatever, like curved, you know?
So then why do you bring it up then?
I'm just saying. I'm not arguing again. I'm just telling you what I think, just like you are doing.
You understand why you can't have a video of the whole?
Yeah, because you cannot see the Earth. I mean, the Earth is curved, whatever. You cannot see the Earth like, you know, like from the both sides, you know, at the same time.
Okay, yeah, exactly. I got you. Now, can you have a video of like the whole universe?
Like, what do you mean?
Like, you want to? You're like asking us for a video of the flat Earth. Like, you want to see like a picture of it or whatever, right?
But you can see the Earth, like I mean, the picture of the Earth, right?
I'm sorry, say that again.
But you can see you can see like videos or like photos of the Earth, right? At least.
Okay. But I'm just trying to address your question. You asked, like, do I have a video or picture of the flat Earth?
Yes, I did.
Yeah. I'm trying to help you. Well, my goal is to help you understand why you can't see it like that. You're not going to be able to see the whole Earth in one shot.
Yeah. But you can see it. It's curved, right? I mean, it's curved, right?
No.
Wait, is
From
somebody
where?
saying?
Sorry, I'm in the checkout line. Sorry, dude. My bad.
It's okay.
Thank you. My bad. No, thank you. Sorry, bro. Sorry. So you were asking about seeing the flat Earth in a video or something, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm trying to help you understand why that's not possible. Dang, bro. So it's no different than trying to take a video of the whole universe. You're inside of the universe.
Okay.
You're not going to be able to see the whole thing in one shot or anything like that. You're inside of it. Fuck.
Yep.
This is painful. Does anyone else want to jump in? This is super painful.
I would have, but I'm kind of busy at work at the moment.
You made me lose this cutie at the grocery store, bro. Honestly, I was gonna go holler at. I'm over here talking to you, dude.
Was she super hot or what?
Yeah, not enough. uh, it was cute enough. Anyway, is he still here?
Yeah.
Alright,
He's
bro.
kind of a bit. He's kind of a bit blasé, if you ask me. So.
Yeah, it's just super painful. Bro. Made me fumble the cutie, bro. Damn. Sorry. Okay.
Yeah, Killian in the chat. Maybe Killian can take it.
Yo, what's poppin', brothers?
Kiwi hit him, bro.
What's going on? We got questions on the floor. What's happening? Sorry, I literally just started paying attention. Who are you talking to?
FES001.
Good day, brother. How are you doing? How you doing this day?
I'm good. How's life?
Very good. Thank you for asking, brother. So, what say you about the shape of this place? What are your thoughts?
It's curved.
Okay. What is your evidence of that? What are you building that on?
I guess I'm saying that you can see it you can. I mean, do you know that like SpaceX launched rockets whatever, right?
Okay. So, do you understand what appeals are?
I'm sorry.
Appeal.
Can you say that again?
APPEAL. Appeal. Do you understand what an appeal is?
I think I have to look it up.
Okay, please do.
Okay. Oh, okay. So
it's the idea that you're going to appeal to somebody like SpaceX in order for you to prop up your belief of a globe. So I'm going to ask you, we're going to get personal, I'm going to ask you about your person. What on your person tells you that this place is in fact a globe without appealing to an authority like SpaceX?
That's SpaceX now. So you're saying that SpaceX is paid to live stream, right?
No, I'm not speaking for them. I'm asking for you to look to you as your person to be the authority to develop your own belief or your own thought. What is your observables, if you will? So again, I'm going to ask you, what on your person tells you that this place is in fact a spheroid?
Zero?
Spheroid. Curve.
Oh, okay. Yeah, sorry.
It's okay.
Yeah, I guess it's because of the videos. Yeah.
I'm sorry, because of the video, you said?
Bruh,
Yes.
Okay, so
you just
here's
said, oh my god.
so right quick, I just want to put this on the table, and CB, if you want, you can jump in. Here's one thing that happens in reality. The higher up we go, the further out we see. Okay, and when I say that, that's our relationship with the horizon line. So the higher up I gain in either elevation or altitude, right? If you want to look those two terms up, please do. The higher up I go, my horizon line extends out further and further. Now that observation gives us the foundation upon that we have a level baseline that we're observing as we go further up in altitude. We can see further out. That's all. Thank you.
But how can it go? Like, can you fly?
Pardon me?
Can you fly? Like, how can it go up to see that it is flat?
Are you familiar with different towers? Like if I said to you the CN Tower in Toronto, Ontario, Canada, would you be familiar with that structure?
So you're saying that these towers can go? I mean, it's not that high, is it?
Well, the CN Tower, again, are you familiar with that structure?
No, I'm not.
Okay, well, the CN Tower itself has a structure, and as a structure, has an elevator on the side of it. As you pay your admission, you can go up the side of this tower, observing the horizon line. Now, as you go up further in elevation, your horizon line extends out further away from you. Right now, that horizon line is where the sky meets the ground, or the earth, if you will. So with that gives us, again, the reinforcement that we're dealing with a level baseline everywhere we observe, especially, again, when we gain altitude or elevation. And when I say altitude, like if we go up in a plane, on a plane, as you gain altitude, right, that horizon line extends further and further away from you.
Okay.
So the concavity, if you will, in the horizon line doesn't present itself. So with that, we know that we're dealing with a level baseline in front of us. Do you track with that?
But it's wrong though. I mean, it's not. The thing is, rockets can go like outer space, whatever, right? Like you can see like I think it's about the like how. I'm sorry.
No,
Okay,
rockets can't go out of space.
The issue I'm having right now is that you're going to SpaceX. You're constantly going to things in space in order to prop up what you say we're on, right? I'm giving you. Hold on a minute, please. I've been patient with you, and again, I'm asking you. I've given you IRL, in real life, things that you can do, right? Direct evidence for testing, demonstrable, repeatable, these things everybody gets to do, right? When they observe the horizon line. Now I'm telling you that if P then Q, if a spheroid, then the horizon line needs to show itself as I gain altitude or elevation. But in fact, if P then Q, as I gain altitude, elevation, the horizon line extends away out from me. Period. Full stop. That's it. Your globe is dead in the water. I'm sorry.
So, is there like any border or like something?
Pardon me, say that again?
Is there like any like barrier or like border or like something? Like what is the edge?
No, if you're asking for an edge, perhaps, no, there's no edge. There's no claim as such. In fact, if we were dealing with a spheroid, you would in fact have an edge. But in fact, again, as we gain altitude, we see further out. We don't see an edge. And if I was dealing with a spheroid, I would gain altitude and I would see an edge. But it doesn't show up.
Like what I'm getting is, so you're saying that the Earth it doesn't end. It
If
has
you're
no
asking
end.
me, am I suggesting an infinite plane? Sure.
Yes.
I don't know, right? I'll say 100% I don't know. Again, what I say is as we gain altitude elevation, we see further out. Nobody has ever done anything beyond that point. The issue then becomes is we observe pressure at sea level, gas pressure. Now with that pressure, asking you, or are you familiar with pressure? Are you familiar with how pressure works? I don't want to get into that subject if you're not okay with this idea of a plane. So if you can concede on the idea of a spheroid if you can concede on the idea of a plane versus a spheroid, we can then proceed to pressure. Go ahead.
I think I just forgot my point, but yeah.
Sorry, brother. I just gave you a lot to think about. We can slow down at any point in time, but I need concessions on you first, like I'm at the popcorn stand. Give, please. Thank you.
Yeah. So I guess now my question is, like, are you saying that, like, why do you think, like, governments, I guess, right? Because like these companies are being
No, I'm going to cut you at the knees on that and say there's no why questions in this conversation. Thank you. Go ahead.
Why?
Because those are emotional questions. I have to appeal to the person that came up with the motive in order to drive home the idea as to why they wanted to do this thing. I'm not here to do that. I want to talk about the actual observations that we have, the evidence, even that. But until you have the observations and evidence under control, I'm not willing to entertain you with this idea of why. Thank you.
I think I should make it clear that I'm not here to to argue. I mean, I am arguing, but it's like I'm not here to like convince anyone or like something. I'm just here for fun.
Not at all. I'm just talking with a lot of passion because I love this subject. Let's say I'll be slightly emotional with it in terms of how I speak about it. But again, I'm asking you for things that we can actually hang our hats on in order to have a intellectually honest conversation. Go ahead.
It's interesting that you guys like say fact. Isn't it interesting?
We know things to be true, bro. You're the believer here, just so you know. Like, you're the one that believes things. You saw a YouTube video and you're like, oh, yep, okay, I believe it. We don't do that. We go out in reality and measure it, and then we know things.
I'll just say this before I withdraw, CV. Please go ahead after. Brother, when you say you guys, right, please know I've had an honest conversation with you and I. There's no you guys in this. Now, if you want to talk about you guys in terms of quote-unquote team flat gang, all right, cool, bet. I'll withdraw. Thanks for the time. Peace.
Nice.
Yep.
I mean, it's not like we're like, well, we have a video, so we believe it now. Like I said earlier, you just measure the Earth, bro. That's it. That's all you need to do.
Okay, so you're
Even
saying
if
that
your video is showing you something, you should still go check to see if it's true.
Yeah, it's interesting.
You know?
I'm still like curious, like why the governments are paying like for these like companies to show or like to live stream. I guess like so to speak, like these like propaganda videos.
Aren't you paying
right?
them? Aren't you paying them, kind of?
Am I?
I mean, kind of, right?
I don't think so.
What's the numbers, chat, on how much amount of money that they collect for this? Like, PAC money? Not that that's super important. And also, people love this shit. They love outer space, bro. They're willing to give their money to stuff like this.
Like why?
So, regardless, it's tradition at this point now, bro. It's like kind of like Christmas and Santa Claus. Why do they keep doing it? Well, it's tradition, and people love it, so they're gonna give the people what they want.
So you're saying that it is just an entertainment?
I mean, kind of, yeah.
It's interesting, isn't it?
It's not facts, not reality. It's not real.
Fact. But you guys haven't answered my question, like why?
Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? We literally have a song because everyone keeps asking this.
No, I'm not saying like what is the reason? Like what is the reason? Like why like these like governments are paying to live stream like this propaganda? I guess.
I think because people are gonna believe it, bro. Like, if imagine if you could have a bunch of zombies who believe whatever you say, no matter what you say, they're gonna believe it. That sounds like kind of like a powerful thing, you know? Like, if I could just say anything and people are like, "Yeah, facts," that's it's pretty strong. That's what they've got now. They've got a bunch of people like you who will just believe anything they say. We have a We got planets that are raining diamonds. Oh, cool. You know, like people, they can say anything at this point, and people just go along with it. And
But
that's a
like I
very
don't see
powerful
any
thing.
benefit. Like I don't see any benefit
They
in that.
gained a bunch of zombies who will believe anything they say.
You don't see benefit to that. He just said that it's raining diamonds on a planet. And then they're going to say, we're going to need $3.8 trillion to get to that planet and harvest those diamonds and bring them back to Earth.
Let's make money.
Yeah, right. You're going to buy a diamond that rained on a planet? You got like 10 grand a carat for that diamond that's claimed to come from that planet, but yet it could have just been grown in a lab? But you're going to believe it. Oh yeah, that diamond comes from Jupiter. $30,000. It's a 3-carat diamond from Jupiter. And yet there's still homeless people on your corner, in your city, in your town.
Damn. Bro, spitting facts right now.
Wow. Screw the homeless. Let's go to space and get some diamonds.
Can you tell me like why? I mean, this topic isn't being discussed anymore. If it's that important.
Aren't you here discussing the topic right now?
I mean, it's just Discord. I mean, like
no,
like
this is YouTube. This is being recorded and live streamed on YouTube. Our conversation is going to be heard by thousands and thousands of people over the coming days, weeks, months, and years. So you might want to reconsider what's coming out of your mouth before you speak it.
Damn.
You're saying that like I shouldn't like express my ideas or something?
Like be certain of what you're going to say. In other words, wisdom is knowing what to say. No, knowledge is knowing what to say. Wisdom is knowing when to say it. So if you're going to come in here and make claims and not back them up and just say, well, NASA told me, it's not going to fly. And you're going to sound really silly.
Oh, well, what if NASA said when to tell me?
Say that one more time.
Like a lot of Globers come in here and say some really silly things. They'll start with boats going over the horizon, and once we explain that to them, that they don't actually go over a physical curve, then they start going to other things like they saw it from an airplane, and they end up spurging out with, I'm a pilot. Like they could have started with the pilot position, you know what I mean? Like it's insane some of the things that people that want to defend NASA and the idea that it's a spinning water ball come in here and say. It's really crazy. You should hang around and listen.
Yeah.
I work in.
Somebody hot mic?
I work in IT, but the IT industry.
And
is
somebody's hot
also
micing.
for what? What?
Are you hot micing or are you trying to speak to us?
I'm trying to speak to you guys.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
No, I've lost my train of thought. So
Kind of hard to hear you, but your general thoughts. Go ahead. Let me switch mics here, chat. 1 second. Okay. All right. And we are live. You guys hear me okay? Mic sound good?
Loud and clear.
Hey, okay.
Cool. All right, folks. Nice. Well, go ahead. That was Bagner. Go ahead, buddy.
I'm sorry. What?
You wanted to share your thoughts. Go ahead.
No, there was one other person who wanted to share his thoughts before me. I do have a lot of things I want to say, but no, it's not this time.
Brother, if I could jump in and just ask you, if you have a lot, could you just give us at least one, please?
It's hard to say what I want, but being a foreigner in some environments is gonna be hard.
So, if I was to keep things basic with you and say we observe up and down, how's that for basic and appeal to language?
If you're asking about language, uh, I'm sorry.
Okay, let me try
Yeah,
this. Oh, sorry. Here, let me try this one idea. I'm going to say to you one thing, and I'm going to park the car at this one point. We observe all walls, WALLS, all walls, built to a principle of plumb, meaning up and down. Do you agree or disagree with that?
can you say that again?
No problem. All walls, right, those vertical things that go up and down, they connect ceilings to floors, are built to a principle of plumb, up and down, vertical. Do you agree or disagree with that?
Just that there is that if it, well, of course, I want my I'm a
Yeah,
bit
this is
outside
painful
of
as
those.
fuck.
No, I'm sorry, but I want people to have fun. It doesn't matter if they come with this one or if they go with the other one. It doesn't matter if they whatever. I want people to have
Okay,
fun.
hold on.
As in,
Hold on. Stop, please. Brother, I asked you about a thing that is a built form, right? You asked us to keep it basic. Cool. So I'm just asking you from a standpoint of the vertical plane that you're probably looking at right now, because it sounds like you're indoors. If that thing that's built in front of you is built up and down, vertical, plumb, that's all I'm asking you. I'm not trying to appeal to how people feel about things and having fun and all these different things, bro. I'm just asking you about this wall that's in front of you. Anyways, if you want to answer that, cool. If not, I'm out.
I'm sorry. I want to answer that, but I'm not a I'm not a Nintendo employee. But what I can say though is I have my opinions, but yes, exactly, yeah, okay, same.
It's me, Mario.
Walls go up and they go down.
Yes, my I always want to like make sure that games can continue no matter what.
Bro, what
And
the
check
fuck is
this
this
out.
dude talking about?
Hold on, CV, check this out. Walls go up and down, floors go left and right. Oh my.
What? Hello.
Is anyone else as confused as I am? What the hell was that, dude?
Brother, so read the side chat, please.
I can make heads or tails of it, but
English
you figure?
is not understand.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's deep, bro. How'd you figure that out? Could it be perhaps his accent?
Well,
I don't
people
know.
were confused.
I didn't even get what he meant to say about the Nintendo thing. He's like, I'm not the Nintendo employee. Okay.
The only connection I got to anything he said with that is before he said something about having fun. You know, Nintendo, fun. The connection to the conversation, that's beyond me, man. That was weird.
Yeah, no, I heard that too. It's like, I'm just here for everyone to have fun. We're not having fun right now, dude.
Well, you got a Wang Chung if you want to have fun. No, that shows my age, doesn't it?
No, that's funny. I actually have a good memory attached to that. That was painful.
With a capital P.
Yeah.
Which also stands for plum.
Wait, if you don't have the server tag, we're going to call you out. So, Car, where's your tag at? Also, Bennett, where's your tag, buddy? Scarlet King? Go ahead, Bennett.
Bro, they want me to get the nitro.
You don't need Nitro for that. You don't need Nitro.
It's letting me add it. I hit the button and it guided me to like a nitro subscription.
No, I'll help you right now. Are you on your phone or computer?
I'm on my phone.
Okay. Click on yourself. Pause. Click on your own person. Then it'll say edit profile. Like edit main profile. Click on that. And then scroll down to the bottom. It'll ask you for a server tag. Or like it'll say server tag. Click on that. And now
Nice.
he's got it.
Mission complete. Flat for life up in this B.
Oh yeah. It looks good on you. Good on ya. All right, Scarlet King and Car. Literally a whole panel. You know what? I'm trying to talk to Tristan. Tristan. Oh, Tristan. I've got you in my sights.
I've got you in my sights.
Come off mute, bud. It's your turn. No, you gotta come off mute, dude. Hey, Chad, how long is the ban? Was it 2 days? 1 week? How long is the ban? Is it a permanent ban?
What?
What's the ban length? Was it 2 days?
Yeah, and here it's 2 days. Yep.
Oh. So Tristan. And welcome Ancient Traveler and Light Rave.
D-Man's an anti-flat earther.
Who?
D-Man 92.
Hmm. B-Man 92, you're up. B-Man 92, you are up.
Yo, guys, just give me 10 minutes, right?
Sounds good, bro.
No problem, thank you.
Tristan said I might mic up tonight after drinking. Oh, really? Come on in here. You don't need some drinks. You can just come in. Pause.
Good catch.
Man, I'm still mad that I was flat smacking when I should have been smacking that. I mean, never mind, chat.
Bro, you're using steering wheels and fence boards and bricks and all kinds of stuff, bro.
No. This girl in the store was so cute. I should talk to her. I was still busy flat smacking that other weirdo. Not too worried about it.
You know Shorty was watching you tell the truth, brother. Tell the truth, brother.
She had a red flag though. She had them long ass nails. I was like, oh god.
Nah, B. We don't need
One of
none of that.
those.
Nah. We let them watch. Stay far away, please.
One of those.
No offense.
Ancient Traveler, you should tag up, bro. Get your tag going. Get your tag on.
How do I do that?
Are you on phone or mobile?
Mobile phone.
Oh wait, I didn't even realize I said that. Just click on yourself.
Okay.
Then it should say edit profile.
Let's see.
Edit main profile. Edit server profile.
Edit profile. I'm not sure if this is the server. Oh, per server profile. I see.
I would just do the main one.
Main one.
If you're really about that life. Edit main profile.
Oh, okay. I see the options here now.
And scroll to the bottom and flat tag it up. Nice, bro.
By the way,
Looks good.
CB did say he gave a suggestion for the tag, so yeah.
I know, now I'm spreading it around. Yeah. It was something else before. I'm like, nah. Need something better, bigger, bolder. It got approved by the Cultural Development Department. We had Plain and Truth. Who's that?
Hey guys,
Plain
I'm
and
here
Truth.
now and then.
What's up, dude?
I'm a flat earther.
You're a flat earther. Where's your tag?
I don't know. How do I put a tag on? I don't even know that. I'm not in Discord so much. I usually listen on YouTube. And I hang out
nice.
on X and joined Alpha's spaces over there.
Oh, hell yeah. Are you in our main server?
Yeah, I have access to that as well.
Are you on phone or computer?
I'm on a phone. I
Okay.
had headphones on.
Well,
It
you
might be a little low.
oh, you sound good.
Yeah.
Just click on yourself in the panel,
Yeah.
and it'll say edit profile, edit main profile. Scroll to the bottom, and it'll say server tag. Throw it on in there. As long as you have access to 24/7, you should have access to the tag. So
Wait, do I do that under pronouns or where? On this server, or should I go to the other
pronouns.
server and do it?
No.
Pronouns, and in pronouns, I just
No,
write.
not
Sorry.
pronouns, Ninja. Just scroll down to the bottom.
On that same window.
Yeah, edit main profile and scroll down to the very bottom.
Okay. I have the push to talk, so when I do that, I can't talk. So that's why I didn't answer you before.
Oh, okay,
Give me a
no problem.
second.
Yeah, all right. Now, if you go to the bottom, it'll say server tag.
It says get Nitro. Do I have to do that to see server tag?
No.
Because I don't see it. Let me check again.
Let's start from the top. So you're in the panel. You
Yeah.
click on yourself. Click on yourself and say edit main profile.
Okay.
And then scroll to the very bottom.
Yeah.
And it should say server tag. Give you an option for a server tag.
Let me check.
Damn, we got some boomers in here, bro.
Boomer detected.
No, I'm trying to talk to Tristan, bro. Come off mute, bro. We know you, and welcome Meta Tetrix. Holy, Meta Tetrix just popped in.
I posted what I see to chat. Yeah, I guess I am a boomer if I can't figure this out, but I don't have those fields. I'm on an iPhone, so I don't know if that's the problem.
They don't fuck around when Matrix is in town.
Yes, they do. And then we point and laugh at them.
Yeah, B-Man said he'll be in here in 2 shakes of a lamb's tail.
Hello?
How's it going, baby?
Oh, hey.
How's it going, guys? How are we doing?
Good. Is it just me or is Meta Tetrix low? I got my mic all the way turned up.
Oh, what?
You're low for me. I have you at 100%.
No, I actually turned all my stuff down so I didn't hurt anyone's ears.
Well, you just turned it down because you don't want to hurt anyone's feelings, let's be honest.
Okay, that too, but...
All right, B-Man, what's going on, brother?
I'm good. How are you guys doing tonight?
Pretty good. You've been here before, right?
Yeah, quite a few times now, I guess.
So what is it? What's something that flat earthers say that stands out to you?
Oh, quite a lot of things, I guess.
Let's go with one.
I think for what stood out for me, what I've been thinking a lot about today, just while I was in work, it wasn't about a lot of the topics and a lot of your guys' talking points are like scientific based, refraction, thermodynamics, all that kind of stuff. I won't lie to you, I'm not a big science guy. I was never good at science in school. So that's maybe not my strong point. But I would like to talk a bit more about the idea of a flat Earth itself, and I'm just going to ask you a question. When do you? So, in your point of view, the flat Earth is real, and the globe Earth is the conspiracy, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so when was the conspiracy of the globe Earth first formed?
Oh, here we go. Why? Why do you want to know that so bad? Don't you just want to know whether the Earth is flat or not? Who cares with the storylines and
It's
who came up
more
with the
about
lie and why did it?
because we could talk about the science all day long, but it's more about the principle of it as I'm talking about. What I don't understand is, in your point of view, I'm just going to guess. The world elites came together thousands of years ago. They agreed on one thing. Sorry.
Why do you care more about speculation than like the facts?
No, I care about the facts. I'm just talking about the principle of the flat Earth in the first place. Okay, so you guys think the globe Earth is a conspiracy, and the government is promoting it in all sectors of life, right? And that's what I don't understand. Yeah.
B-Man, the government's promoting it because of their knowledge of it's flat and they don't want to tell anyone, or they're promoting it because they're morons and they haven't looked into it and don't know, and they're just continuing on with the story.
That's what I highly doubt. The reason, what I don't understand.
You highly doubt which one, A or B?
Both of them. The reason I'm so that I've been wondering a lot about it recently is because there doesn't seem to be any societal or economical benefit for them to be promoting.
Really?
I disagree with that. I disagree with that.
Okay, yeah. Why do you disagree?
How much does NASA earn a day?
True.
How much does NASA earn? Well, I couldn't tell you how much do they earn.
Google it. Look it up.
It's a lot.
Okay. How much does let me see here.
While you're looking that up, I mean, we're not gonna go down this road too much because I want to reframe this. But what do they gain? They got a bunch of zombies who will blindly believe anything they say. Literally anything. The Earth is tilted. Okay. The Earth is spinning. Okay. We're in a giant freaking universe and we're just a big small speck of dust. Okay. Like people literally will believe anything now. They can say anything to you and you just go along with it. So I think that's very powerful. If I could say stuff about me and then people just accept it and then go and defend it, that's very powerful. I'm controlling the narrative. I'm telling people what I want and then they're going to accept it and then go on and defend it for me. So I think that's very powerful. But I want to reframe this. Like I always tell people, you should treat this whole thing like you're a detective. You just got hired at the precinct. So your job really should be to gather any evidence first. That's the first thing you do. We go to a crime scene, there's a dead body, there's blood, there's bullet shells on the ground, and maybe a knife. But so you go around, you start trying to gather evidence. Whose blood is that? I see that bullet shell. Let's get some fingerprints off of there. I see a camera over there. Let's see if we can get some footage off of that. You start gathering the evidence first. And what you don't do is you show up to the crime scene and go, I wonder who conspired. Like, I wonder, like, why would this happen? And start asking questions about motive. Like, why would someone kill someone? Like, you have to figure out what happened first. Okay, there's a dead body. Like, who's like, what's the evidence here? That's the first thing you do. So what happens with the workers? They come in, they're like, well, I can't fathom a motive, so I'm not going to even look at any evidence. Look at the evidence
No,
first.
but the thing is, I have looked at the evidence. I've had a whole bunch of conversations about thermodynamics and all that kind of thing.
Conversations
Diffraction.
aren't evidence. Going out and checking it for
Yeah,
yourself is.
I know the conversations aren't evidence, but I'm telling you, I've looked at evidence, I've done research, and then I've had conversations about it. And now
So
I
if
want to
you've
have a
done
different
research, you'd
conversation.
know that there's no measured curvature. That's the issue, brother. When we go out into reality, you know, not in front of the computer screen, and measure for this so-called curvature that should be there, that should be at the horizon, 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, it's not there.
Okay. And
so if it's not there and it's not curved, it doesn't really leave many options if there's no curve.
Well, again, that's moving away from my point. That's not what I want to talk about tonight. I wanted to ask you a question. I wanted to try and understand this, right? So, you say NASA makes. I just did. It doesn't tell me how much they make in a year, but it says for their economic output in 2023, they made probably over 75 billion. Right? That's a lot of money.
About $63.75 million a day.
It comes right up. NASA receives approximately $63.75 million per day.
Hold me a second.
And just so you know, I typed in, how much does NASA earn/day?
I just searched NASA funding per day. It came right up.
Yep.
Damn.
Again, but billions are also invested into NASA as well as the output. You know, they still need to make a profit, much like any industry. But it's not just NASA. That's my issue. It's
Here we go.
My issue with the whole thing is the government has banded together. They've formed this idea. We're going to create a globe. We're going to create a globe conspiracy. But then we have all these industries that use curvature. They use the globe and satellites and GPS. We have the aviation industry, the satellite and space industry, obviously.
The aviation, dude. Pilots treat the Earth as a flat and stationary, non-rotating planar surface for all practical purposes. Pilots don't treat it like it's a globe.
They may treat some surfaces like they're flat. Like if you measure the state of Kansas, the state of Kansas is flat. Like it's almost entirely flat. That's because the Earth is so incredibly large. It's not just a drop and curve.
No, that doesn't work like that, dude. It doesn't work like that. Even if you have, let's think of you have a basketball. That's curving everywhere.
Yeah,
regardless of how big. Hold on, bro. Even if you take that sphere, the ball, and like just blow it up into a super 50 times bigger than the globe Earth, it's still a ball. It's still curving. It's not going to become flat just because it's large. It's still a ball.
Which is why there still is curves. But again,
no, you just said hold on. You just said Kansas was flat.
Yeah, Kansas is flat because, again, I don't know how you don't understand this, but the Earth is
we already addressed it. No, dude, we already addressed it, bro. One more time.
We hear this daily.
We have a ball. You can picture like just a small ball. It's curving everywhere, regardless of how large you make it or small. It's still a ball. This is very simple. It doesn't matter how big it is. It could be like a gajillion times bigger than the globe Earth is claimed to be. It's still a ball. It's not just because you make it larger, it doesn't become flat at any point.
CB.
It's still a globe.
CB, so that means a ping pong ball is a ball, but if you blow it up the size of a basketball, in comparison, the basketball's flat.
Like, that doesn't make sense. It's a ball is a ball is a ball is a ball. It doesn't change as you make it larger. Making it bigger doesn't make it flatter. It's still sphere. So, when you say, well, Kansas is flat, yeah, I know. That's because the Earth is flat, bro. If Kansas was on a sphere, it would have to be curving, period.
Okay, well, I still really cannot quite understand. Like, look at the GIF this guy just posted in. The Earth is large. There's going to be flat elements to it, but then whenever you zoom out into the bigger picture, it'll be spherical. That's just
It's not going to be flat elements. There's no flat elements on a ping pong ball, bro. How do you not understand this?
Okay. Well, again, we're deviating from what I was
We're
saying.
not deviating.
Someone said the pilots use flat systems or something like that.
Yes.
They treat the Earth.
They treat the Earth as a flattened stationary plane for all practical purposes. They don't treat the Earth like it's a globe when flying.
That's just simply not true.
It is simply not true.
That
because
simply is true.
It is true.
It's flown across as flat and level.
They use flight navigation systems that only work on a spherical Earth.
Stop. You've made a claim. Now, how are you going to back that up?
Wrong.
Are you saying that these navigation systems don't exist?
Did I say that? I said stop, you've made a claim, now back that up. And out of me saying stop, you've made a claim, now back that up, you think I said, are you saying these navigation systems don't exist? They don't even rhyme, my friend.
You're a very angry man.
How did you get that out of what I said? Why do you guys do that?
Back up your claim. Let's hear the evidence for the claim. Let's go.
Back
go
up
for
the
it.
claim for flight navigation systems. Okay.
Yeah,
well.
Yeah.
No, stop. Not just flight navigation systems. That flight navigation systems only work on a globe. That was your claim.
Yeah, aircraft altimeters and autopilot systems rely on the geoid model to use great circle.
No, that's not it. The pilot is traveling. So how does he utilize the altimeter to actually tell him that he's on a globe?
How does he use the altimeter to tell him he's on a globe?
Yeah. How does he recognize that he's on a globe using that device?
Because it uses Earth's curved shape.
Uses what?
It uses the Earth's curved shape.
Stop the cap. No, it's not. He's flying over a horizontal plane, dude. I need you to detail. No, here's what you got to do. You got to put in the text chat how he's showing while he's in flight that altimeter is actually showing the curve of the Earth in some way, either by metric, right? You have to give us a numeric value of how much curvature is being detected by the altimeter. I need you to put that in the text chat right now. Support your case.
I don't know what you want me to put in the text chat.
Yeah, I need the numeric value for how much deviation is happening in the course of the flight using the altimeter. Back up your claim. Yes.
Value.
Yes. Give us some numbers. How much curvature is being negotiated with the altimeter? I want to see that deviation. Show us the deviation with numbers, dude.
I do not have the numeric value because I do not have.
Then you're not backing up your claim, which is what Matrix was asking.
Well, you know why I'm not backing up my claim? Because I didn't come here to talk about
You don't know the answer. You don't know the answer. That's the answer to that.
I came here to ask a question, and you've denied to answer my question and moved on.
No, it's not about answering your question. No, you are making a bold claim that the altimeter is accounting for the Earth's curvature, and it's not doing that. If you're saying it is, prove it. Show us the example of the numeric value of how much curvature the airplane's negotiating using the altimeter. That's what's on the table right now, and if you can't present it, then your claim is bogus, sir.
Second. Let's go to Google.
Go ahead. Google it.
4 pilots.
But remember, you can't move away from the claim. We're still going to hold you to that claim.
One second.
Ariel, so 200,000 feet is not high enough to see curvature. That was a nice try, though.
Do you want to explain that instead of just like claiming it?
And how you're claiming you can see curvature? I mean,
Well, we're just seeing
Yeah,
it in the
I can-
photo, right? So what I'm hearing from you is
How
that
do you
somehow
validate that
this
photo?
photo that you posted
You can see how
somehow
Ariel.
it validates the curve that we're seeing here.
Ariel.
Right? So that's what I'm curious about.
Ariel, how do you validate your photo? What's it
Sure,
from?
it was sure. It's from a few amateurs that launched a 2-stage rocket down in Balls, which is a yearly rocket launch in the New Mexico desert.
So
Right.
have you got a link for this that we can go to and
Yeah,
look
yeah.
at more images?
Yeah. There's actually an entire video of it up on YouTube if you want it.
There's some
It's
basic
probably
math
off their
for
own
you.
webpage also. But you might want to look into the mathematics and see how much alleged curvature you should see from different elevations.
Yeah, I mean, if we
Well,
use like
let me ask
Walter
you this, Ariel.
Bislin's, or 2 seconds, if we use like Walter Bislin's, simulation software, we get a pretty similar field of view image.
What's the minimum altitude we can see curvature? The minimum altitude.
I don't know offhand. It would depend on conditions, obviously.
You got a ballpark for us?
No, not offhand.
It would depend on the condition that the Earth is in actual globe. That's the
No,
condition. It would
the
depend on.
conditions of like the atmosphere. If there's clouds, because that raises your height ceiling by sometimes upwards of.
Dude, you're talking a load of nonsense, Ariel. You don't know anything.
I'm just explaining. I'm explaining.
You're explaining something that you didn't give a numeric value to. You don't know the height you're supposed to be to see the curve. You just finished telling us right now.
Well,
There's no way that you know
what
that.
you're asking is not like at what altitude could you theoretically see curve. It's what altitude
Theoretically.
can you. Yeah. Because there's theoretical and then there's the real world, right? The
What can
real
you?
world conditions.
What's the altitude at which you can see curvature? Yeah, let's go with that.
Sure. Well, I can tell you that it's less than 100,000 because I have another photo from a different rocket launch here that went to about 100,000 feet and we can see curvature. So,
can we stop you right there?
Yeah, you go ahead.
You're familiar with the Red Bull jump? I'm sure you've heard of it.
Sure. I'm not appealing
Before you go, just finish my point by saying that the Red Bull jump's higher than 100,000 feet. It's like 130-ish. And, I mean, your own priest, Neil deGrasse Tyson, came out and said that that's not high enough to see curvature. So,
not very well, but you can still see it.
No. See, they always do this, guys. They gave Neil deGrasse Tyson a
CB,
microphone.
hold on for a second. CB.
1 second. Let me finish my point. They gave him a microphone to teach people that the Earth is a globe. He's saying you cannot see curvature. It's not high enough. It's not saying you can see it well. Or you're not a globe whisperer, bro. You don't need to interpret what he's saying. He's both very plain and clean English.
Yeah, it's okay. So the thing is, right? I don't appeal to like some random guy.
I'm not Ariel. I'm not appealing to him saying he's correct just because he said it. I've also provided.
So that's why
Hold on a second. You don't appeal to some random guy. Stop, CB, stop. Ariel, stop.
2 seconds.
Stop. You've just made the claim that you don't appeal to some random guy, but yet you appeal to a video. Which is using a fisheye lens.
Because this is a video, right? So flat earthers love to talk about people doing their own experiments and all this.
Ariel,
stuff, right?
you didn't hear a word I just said.
I'm referring. Let me
listen
finish.
carefully. Listen carefully. They're using a fisheye lens. The photo that I just put up in side chat. You can explain a fisheye lens. You're going to listen carefully. Inside chat, there's the image from 33 seconds into your video. It's already showing curvature. Obviously, you've not looked into the mathematics. If it's showing curvature at ground level when our brother B-Man is telling us it's so huge, it's flat, you've got a problem. Now you've got to argue with B-Man and work this issue out. Because it's either so biggy it's flatty, or there's curvature. I don't care which way you go. I'm good for it. But you two have got to sort this shit out.
Damn, Matrix, I'm glad you jumped in there. Honestly, that's a good point. I didn't realize you had the screenshot from his own video.
Unfortunately, it's a bad point. First off, because that's the wrong camera. There's actually multiple camera views on the rocket. So you could at least use the right camera. But second off, even the right camera, I'll give you this. Bro. Hold on. Calm for 2 seconds, bud. Yeah, if you we'll see there's a different camera view that it's using, which is where my screenshot's from. So hold on. Let's take a step back, right? Yes, it is using a wide angle lens, right? However, we can know whether or not any type of curvature we're seeing in the frame is being caused by the lens or not. And that's simply by looking at whether or not, when we have the curve, when we see the horizon at the center line of the camera,
so because you've assumed curve, therefore the camera proves curve.
Nope, actually completely opposite.
That's what you just said.
Nope, not at all. If you listen to me for 2 seconds, I'll explain
it. It's a fault in your logic, son.
No, not at all. I can explain it very easily. So
I'm assuming the curve, the camera generates a curve, therefore there's a curve. Have you ever considered for a second, when you're using lenses, especially wide angle or fisheye lenses, when the image is below the center line, the horizon curves one way. When the image is above the center line, it curves the opposite way.
Correct.
You do know that.
Yes.
Excellent.
So that actually falls into exactly what I was going to go into. I have a second photo from just a few frames after the first one that I originally posted, right? Where the horizon now, right, where the line between where we see the Earth and where we see the blackness of the space above, right, it's below the center line of the camera. And as you just said, it distorts the photo, right? It distorts the horizon. Do you want to guess what happens?
We don't care, bro. It's not
that's fine. Okay, I'll do it.
That's what we're trying to. That's my overall.
When it's his turn to talk, he doesn't want to
happens.
So if you look in the new
it's
photo,
concave.
Right, what you'll see is yes, exactly.
It's concave.
But before, actually,
so
before that,
how do you differentiate between? How do you differentiate between concave and convex, and then claim it's a ball? So which one's right and which one's wrong?
Yeah. So if you look in the photo I posted, right, what you'll see is the horizon has now become more or less flat, while having, as you just agreed, convex.
Hold on a second. Stop. How do you know where the center line of the camera is?
Because we have the
because a common trick,
camera.
A common trick from you ballers is to have the camera tilted slightly where up, so the center line is actually above the horizon, so it never actually bends the wrong way. This is a known trick.
So again, if you look at the video that I sent, which is where these two photos are from, you'll notice that the camera is not like stationary, right? Rockets are not very, at least amateur rockets, they don't have any good way of stabilizing themselves, outside the atmosphere. So the camera is like moving all around, every which way, right? So we actually see all the angles of the Earth, it's looking at space, it's looking at the ground. We can see tons of times where there's distortion, where there's not. We can clearly see where there isn't distortion, and surprise, surprise, it's through any center line. Right, any line that goes through the center of the camera.
Hold on, while you're yapping, have you actually watched the entirety of this video?
Yeah.
Now, please explain for me why the Baltard magically changes its curvature throughout the video. This is how it works. If it's a solid fixed shape, a sphere, for example, it doesn't matter how you film it. It's not going to change. What happens is when you use a wide-angle lens. And how about this? When you use a wide-angle lens and you film something that is specifically curved, convex, for example, and you go on the opposite side of the lens, you actually generate like a sine wave. It gets this weird curve at the edges of the image. You do know that, don't you? That's how we can tell.
Yeah, of course. Because
yours doesn't do that.
Because the distortion is not.
Yours doesn't do that.
Hold on. Yeah, because it's very simple to explain.
Yours doesn't do that. Yeah, That's what you've got to answer to. Yours doesn't do that. It should do that. That's what you're missing.
So that's what we're seeing. That's what we are seeing.
No, you're not. Yeah. That's what you're not seeing.
When the horizon,
that's the problem. You should be seeing it.
So when the horizon is at the center line of the camera, right, we see a distinct curve to the Earth. And then when that horizon moves below the center line...
No, when it's on center line, it's flat. When it's below, convex. When it's above...
No, you're wrong. You're clearly just wrong. I don't know if you're not looking at the photos, but I'll repost them just to make sure. Right?
Your photos mean nothing. You're using a wide-angle lens, not showing the direct image. This is what you don't understand. You're going, oh my God, it's curved, therefore I'm correct.
Yep.
And again...
So we see a curve.
And how do you verify your red line? I can see that on the right-hand image. How do you verify that's the center line of the lens?
Yeah, because I pulled the full video off YouTube, right?
So because you pulled a video off YouTube, that's the center line of a lens. How do you verify the center line of the lens?
Because that's the center line of the frame of a camera.
That's the center line of the image you've been shown.
Oh, okay. So
have you ever cropped an image before? Have you ever cut a video down so it fits in on YouTube or any shit like that? Yes, no?
Well, I mean, clearly
it's not that hard to do. How do you know the camera was even mounted horizontally?
It doesn't need to be. That's irrelevant to this point entirely.
Hold on, that is quite relevant.
No,
because
not at
that
all,
was my statement early on. How do you know? You don't know anything. You're just coming out going, photos show curve. You haven't accounted for the wide angle lens. Every time someone mentions that, it's like, oh, that's the excuse why not a curve. Hang on a minute. Your curvature was shown at ground level from the same camera that you are now claiming
That's a different
at ground level showed curvature, which allegedly is mathematically impossible. So,
so
how about your right-hand image? Stop. How about your right-hand image? We compare that to the one that I showed you of 33 seconds off the start of the video. How about you compare those two together? And all of a sudden you'll find out that your wide-angle lens has just failed you, brother. Go and have a look, please.
Sure. So it wouldn't make much sense to compare the photo you sent, right? Because that's a different camera.
It's off the same camera that you're using now in your right-hand image.
No,
that's
it's a different
the side camera.
So
how many cameras are mounted on this thing?
There's two. There's two cameras on this thing.
One facing down, one facing out.
No, they're both facing out.
So what? One's a wide angle and one's not?
No, they all have wider angle lenses.
So what's the difference between these two side-mounted cameras?
Sure, they're just different. That's it. One of them has
different.
One of them
different as in one of them points down, one points up.
So if you look in the video, right?
No. I don't want to look in the video. I want you to explain to the panel. Listen, I want you to explain to the panel the difference in the two side-mounted videos. I saw one was facing down, one was facing to the side. So what's the difference between the two?
Yeah. So if you go to the beginning of the video, right? They have three like vertical sections, right? They have three different camera shots showing at once. One of them, right, is a ground camera, clearly. One of them is on the rocket facing out, which we can clearly see has a wide-angle lens, and one of them is on the launch rail itself facing down, right? So only the center camera.
Video.
Yep, the center video is from...
Excellent, stop.
Hold on.
Center camera, listen.
I'm not done.
You are fucking done. No. You've just booted yourself. Right, center camera. We all agree. There's three videos. I've got it at 56 minutes. Or 56 seconds, apologies. Center video. Now, in the two shots that you've claimed at 0 on the hour, in the two shots you claimed, the right-hand one is the center one at 56 seconds past. So, you're claiming in your right-hand one, curvature. Let's have a look at the center video. 56 past. Now, for everyone's convenience, I'm going to post it up. Let's grab a screenshot. And the timestamp there. Click post. V. Send. So, for everyone's convenience, look at that. Shows curvature at ground level. Ariel, I forgot to mention, you did not take into consideration your wide-angle lens. You're using that as an excuse. Here's the curve, boys and girls. We've heard it 1,000 times, mate. Start doing your homework. Now for your excuse.
Crazy that you have to mute people so they can't explain it. So again, if you
how can you explain a wide-angle lens? It's a wide-angle lens.
Quite simple, my guy. See, you talk for like 3 minutes, but you won't let me even get a sentence out. That's crazy.
Because you're talking
so
shit.
If you go to, actually, I'm not. You're really the only one like throwing insults. So if you go to 3 minutes into the video, you'll notice it's a different camera.
And now you're making excuses. You've already posted your video.
Yeah, it's a fact.
Ariel, you've posted your shot that you're using as a claim. You've posted your shot you're using as a claim. I've rebutted it using your video, using the same camera.
Literally haven't. There are more than one camera.
I quite literally haven't.
There is more than one camera.
It's posted up in the side chat.
There is more than one camera.
Posted up for your convenience.
There is more than one camera. I do not know how many times I need to say it
the
before it
camera
gets to your head.
I'm using is your
it's
one.
Not the same
I've reposted the triple shot. The triple shot.
That's not.
So there's more than
my
three.
Point, which you didn't listen to, was that the photo.
Okay, I'm going to ask you a very simple question. You only have to count to 10. How many fucking cameras are there?
In the entire video?
On the rocket?
On the rocket, there are 2.
So your triple shot that you used...
I didn't.
You didn't. So you directed me to go back to the start of the video where there was 3 cameras, and you're saying there's not 3 cameras now.
That was to show that
and that you did not do that.
That was to show the
My screenshot was from the start of the video where you directed me to go back to. I took a screenshot of it and posted it up on the center image. Can you see the center one? The one in the middle for the kids at the back of the bus.
Yep. So
that
I'm
center image, that center image is equal to your right-hand image that you posted on the hour. Do you agree or disagree?
So my point of referring to that
yes or no?
Video, I'm answering your question if you let me speak.
Your right-hand image, is it the same camera as the center one? Yes or no?
This photo,
it's a closed-ended question.
You originally sent, right? The screenshot you originally sent was in relation to that first camera that we see in the triple shot at the beginning of the video. That's why I pointed you to it.
No, it's not. It's the center one. It's the center one.
Yeah,
I'm trying to get through your thick skull. It's the center one.
The only one here with the thick
That's
skull
the one I
made.
used.
Yes, and that's the point that I'm making
the
that you're
center
not
one.
understanding.
Okay, listen, Ariel. The center one in my shot with the 3 photos, is that the same camera as the right-hand one at 0 minutes past the hour that you posted? Yes or no? We're going to get it out of me.
They're different cameras. For the 8th time now.
No, they're not. That's where
Yes,
you're
they
coming
are.
unstuck, mate. That's the same camera.
Oh my god. It's quite literally.
Oh my god. You can oh my god it all you like. Go and keep looking. And try harder next time. And how did B-Man go with his search?
I was posted an image from the Red Bull space jump. That's Felix. It's the upward curve.
No, he was supposed to
fish eye all day, every day.
He was supposed to come in with the evidence that the altimeter shows that the airplane is not going on a level flight, but it's actually over a curved surface. So altimeter showing that the plane's going over a curved surface. We need the data for that. So did he support that? Because I'm busy at work.
Bro, I wasn't supposed to do anything. I'm chilling right now. Like I'm texting.
Oh, so he gave up the ghost. He's not looking for that. That's the answer.
Yeah.
Carry on.
Okay, you win. You win. You win.
And he's going to reset and post the same shit.
Oh, yeah.
Go back and watch the start of your video, mate. At the start, it shows one camera. Then the right-hand one appears. Then the left-hand one appears. That's it.
Bro, we can cut this off with the knees. It's not high enough to see curvature, period, which was my original
Well, that's
point.
the other side of it, which is awesome.
You can destroy this whole argument. Fuck your cameras. It's not high enough to see curvature at all. You're not high enough. End of story. If I was
You should play him the clip of Neil deGrasse Tyson actually saying it in that short clip.
Yeah, here it is right here.
You see this curvature of Earth's surface, and he said, wow, he's in space. Look at that. No, he's not. You don't see the curvature of the Earth. That stuff is flat.
Now, what he's doing is globe whisperer syndrome when he comes in and he's like, well, actually, what he means is fucking incredible. They gave him a microphone. He has the tie on with globes on it. He has the astrophysicist degree. We're not saying he's right because he's a big smart guy. He's actually aligning with the claim on the table about the size of the globe Earth. So you don't need to interpret what he's saying and twist it to say that he's saying something he's not. We also posted the math in the chat there for you as well. You'd have to be way higher to see curvature. So regardless of your camera or what, you're not high enough, Ariel. No pun intended.
Where's this math, by the way?
I'll get it right now. Because 200,000 feet is lower than 250 miles. And this is showing that at 250 miles, you're not seeing curvature.
How does this GeoGebra 2D graph show that you wouldn't see curvature?
We're working through
Why does it curve upward, Ariel? Why does it curve
Doesn't matter.
upward?
Doesn't matter. It's not high enough at all, so it doesn't matter. Ultimately.
You can keep claiming that.
But not quite claiming.
Sorry, CB.
So, yeah, just let me post this one. Because honestly, we don't need to discuss the cameras and stuff like that. It doesn't matter. Even if the Earth was a globe and we were all if I was a globe earther, I would not be going around saying you can see curvature from altitude of 200,000 feet. This is from Paul Larson, Planetarium Director. Let's say we're at the elevation of the ISS. They're about 250 miles above the Earth. If we calculate the horizon line for the ISS, it's about 1,400 miles. If you're sitting at that point looking 360 degrees, what would the horizon look like? It would look flat.
Sure. So 2 things on that. Paul Larson is a high school planetarium director.
It doesn't matter.
It does. No. It entirely does.
I'm going to stop.
No. So we're not allowed to appeal to anyone, but this numpty's allowed to appeal to a video.
But that's the thing, Matrix. We're not actually appealing to this man. It doesn't matter who says it. If a homeless person on the street says 2 + 2 is 4, it's facts. It doesn't matter who's saying it. When we brought up Neil deGrasse Tyson, you're like, well, you're appealing to him. When I bring up this, you're appealing to him. It doesn't matter what he says. We're not appealing to this guy. It's the math that lines up. 2 + 2 is 4. It doesn't matter who says it.
So where is the math?
It's in the
chat. So let's go through the
for those at home, just 5 seconds, Errol. For those at home that don't know numbers, 250 miles equals 1.32 million feet. Yeah, you're going up 200,000. The ISS is at 1,320,000.
Cool.
Okay, a little bit different.
Cool.
Just a little bit.
So anyway, the only quote-unquote math in this is 2 numbers that have been stated. That tells me nothing about whether or not there's curve, whether or not you can see it. So I'm waiting for that math.
Post it again for you.
Yeah. So again, this is just a screenshot of a 2D GeoGebra plot. So how does this show? How do we get from this plot to the conclusion that you can't see curvature from that altitude?
You're not high enough to see it.
Okay, can you explain that? You're saying here is this thing, therefore, you can't see the curve, right? I'm asking you to connect the two, because currently you're just posting a photo and then making a claim.
No, we also showed you at 250 miles, the horizon line would be 1,400 miles.
Okay.
Yeah.
I accept that. We have no problem so far. 250 miles in altitude, the horizon is 1,400 miles away. Okay, what's the next step?
Yeah, you're seeing flat from up there.
How do we get from here are these numbers to just it's flat? Can you connect those two for me?
It's in the chat, bro.
Well, again, all the chat says, all this quote you're saying is, it's just, well, you couldn't see it. Right? The quote that you posted is quite literally what you just said. Right? So can you connect those two things where you go from, okay, we're at 250 miles altitude, the horizon's this far away. How do we then get from the horizon this far away to therefore it's flat?
We're just cutting off the idea that you're posting pictures from 200,000 feet, which is much lower. Okay. And also when you posted a picture at 100,000 feet, and we told you about the Red Bull jump, you're like, well, you can see it, just like not really. So
just to be clear on the topic we were just talking about, you agree that the quote you posted in the chat is not like explaining it, doesn't have any math in it to explain the claim, right?
The numbers are all there, bro.
Well, sure, there are 2 numbers. But that doesn't exactly demonstrate the point you're trying to make.
Do you disagree with what it's saying?
I want you to demonstrate it, right? Because you're making a claim, or at least you're appealing to this random high school guy.
Appealing to the man.
Well, I don't know why you would even quote him then, right? Like, if you don't need to appeal to someone else, right? Then why even post it? Why not just make the argument yourself?
Hey, how about we flip that, CB? If you don't need to appeal to someone else, why are you appealing to someone else with your video?
Yeah, I'm not appealing to anyone else's statement.
Yes, you are.
No,
if you hadn't appealed to it, you would not have displayed it to us. You would not have given us the link. You would not be showing us images with wide-angle lenses.
Yep. So what I'm appealing to is the video and photographic evidence.
Where's your
I'm not appealing to a person's comments or statements.
Yes, you are.
Right?
You're
now,
appealing to the video.
You can dispute
You're
the
still
video.
appealing to something.
Sure, of course. We have to.
Yeah,
appeal
exactly.
To some kind of,
So you just told CB he can't do that,
right?
and you're doing it yourself.
No, it's actually two very different things, right?
No. They're still appealing to something.
Sure.
Have you done the measurements yourself? Have you gone out and checked for curvature yourself? Yes or no?
I've done some, yeah, but in relation
what
to
have you
this,
done?
Well, that's a separate topic. We can get to that in a minute.
Yeah, that's great. What have you done?
So when we appeal to evidence,
what have you done?
That is very different than
I don't give a shit about your evidence.
Statement,
it's lacking at the moment. What have you?
So that's fine. You can believe.
This ain't believing, Sonny Jim. Right. What have you done other than appeal to a fucking video? I want to know what you've done, aka got off your ass, gone outside, measured, checked, weighed, balanced. I don't give a shit what. What have you actually done to assess for curvature?
Sure. So again, we can get to that in a minute. Right now we're talking about something else.
Now.
Well, I'm talking about this right
because
now.
Because your video is dead.
Yeah, you can wait.
Your video, yeah, well, this is how it's going to roll. If you choose not to, you won't be talking much.
That's fine. You guys can run away from evidence.
I'm not running away.
There's a lack of evidence. That's the problem. All you've got is wide-angle video. That's it. Nothing more, nothing less. And some awesome claims to go with it. So, you also made the claim that you've done other things. We would like to know what you've actually done. I take it your silence means you've done nothing.
What are you guys talking about here?
This guy is saying you can see curvature from 100,000 feet.
Oh, you traveled over there?
He's just making up bullshit. Same shit.
Well, is there anybody else that has a question if that guy's done?
I mean, he's here, but I don't know.
I didn't realize I got unmuted. Yeah, so as I said, we can get over that topic in a minute. So I want to finish this topic first of like this apparent proof.
It is finished.
Mathematical
You haven't
proof,
worked that out yet.
right? That you couldn't see curvature from these altitudes. So I want to hear the actual math behind it, not just a quote from some random guy.
You don't have any math, dude. You posted a YouTube video. You don't have math. Relax with your double
Yeah, correct. You are claiming math right now, right? So I'm trying to see where you're getting this math from. This supposed
Ariel.
math.
Hey,
Wait.
Ariel.
Let me get that straight. You're trying to disprove something you haven't proven? You're trying to make us disprove something you haven't proven?
No, not at all. So I heard a claim, right, that the other guy made, which is you couldn't see curvature from the
All right, go ahead and ask your question, Mary Mom, and then maybe you can respond to you.
Thanks, AV. Yeah, I was just going to say, why does it matter? This speculation, since none of us have been up there, so we're only relying on reports from other people about what kind of curvature you can or cannot see from 100,000 feet when we've conclusively demonstrated thousands of times that there's no curvature measured on the ground, which is where we are and where we can easily demonstrate that the drop over distance is never seen. That's my question, Ariel. Why does it matter? These other people's reports that we can't verify when we can easily go out and measure the ground and see there's no curvature whatsoever.
Sure. So again, when we have multiple independent people all doing these similar flights, right, with amateur rocketry, they're not government related. You know, they're not NASA, right? It's not SpaceX. It's not like any big company or whatever. We have, independent people doing these flights, and we can take the video, we can take the photos from those flights, and we see it in all of them, right? These high altitude rocket flights that we see curvature, right? And I bring that up and I show that. The only options are to still believe in a flat Earth at that point is either all the evidence is fake, which seems to be what you're suggesting, or that there's some other kind of, like hidden effect at play that's like causing it to be curved when, in fact it's not curved. And including, right, one of the gentlemen in here, excuse me, I'm not quite done. One of the gentlemen in here, right, was claiming that you couldn't even see curvature from that altitude, right? So that's why we could just ignore the footage entirely, and that's why we can just guarantee that it's like some kind of unknown effect at play that's causing it to be curved. I'm asking for that.
Even your own experts are saying this. You see this curve.
Go ahead, Mary Mom. If you want to have interaction with him, you can ask. It's going to be kind of hard because he's saying a lot of stuff that's going to get everybody to want to respond to him. So.
I mean, just to respond to the last thing you said, I don't think anybody. I mean, the whole purpose is, which is why I asked you why it matters trying to sort out these unverifiable and widely varying reports of what you can and cannot see from up there, when none of you have or can go up there, when we can just measure it from the ground. Why, if I, if there was a dead frog on the ground, I could sit there and we could argue about, what do you think's inside that frog? If we go up higher, maybe we can see it better. Or we could just cut open the frog and dissect it and categorize its organs and so on. So that's the point here. We can already determine this from the ground. So why would we go to other reports to find out something that's easily determined from the ground? So I understand from your point of view, you would like to argue over that. And I would also say to you, I don't think anyone's claiming that everything that's seen from those altitudes is wrong. The contradiction, the widely varying reports, that different degree of curvature is seen, that sometimes it's flat, sometimes it's curved. That's what makes people suspicious of the reports from up there. But, none of that matters because there's no curvature measured on the ground. Have you measured the drop over distance, Ariel?
Yeah, so a few points there. First off, we have many different amateur rocket flights that have gone to these altitudes and all seen curvature. So there's not really some kind of like varying reports of that. And on the second point of like, it's
No. Yeah, and you also have amateur ones that have seen it flat. So we cannot rely on these reports since they can't be verified and they don't match each other. They're unreliable evidence. Whereas the measurements on the ground, you can go out and repeat and test and verify them for yourself. So, I mean, you've been in here many times. If you're just going to go back to these reports that are not reliable, then, we can just move on to someone else if you're not willing to move back to the ground. Do you have any measurement of drop over distance measured from the ground, Ariel?
Yeah, so
you do? Okay, so your first word was yes. Okay, let's hear it. Let's hear it.
So if you look in the side chat here, this is a group that's sending humans also to these altitudes. So humans can go.
All right, somebody muted you again because you didn't answer my question. Okay, so he's just a liar. All right? Because I'm going to keep asking him if he has measurements on the ground, and he's going to keep going up to the sky, which is absurd.
I wanted you to actually test him out because he's doing the same thing to everybody else. So I want you to give it the good old college try,
Okay.
Can't say we didn't try, Ariel.
I mean, that's your name, Ariel, right? You just don't like to come down to the ground. You just like to stay up there in the clouds, I guess, Ariel. Do you?
If you guys want to unmute him, that's up to you guys. But
Yeah. I mean, I'm not interested in these reports because they're unreliable and they're widely varying, and many of them do show a flat horizon. So why should we rely on them when we've repeatedly observed that there's no drop over distance measured on the ground? So you just don't have that, is what you're saying. Your answer because I said, do you have a measure of drop over distance from the ground? And the first word out of your mouth was yes, yeah, comma, and then you referred me to something in the chat that's about orbiting. So you don't. So your answer is no then. Is that correct, Ariel? You do not have a measure of drop over distance from the ground? You could say no. I'll ask you again. I'd just like you to answer me honestly. That'd be cool. Do you have a measure of drop over distance from the ground?
Nope.
He actually claimed he's also gone out and done stuff too. I'd like to know what he's gone out and done. That'd be awesome.
Yep, he's not answering. I mean, if anybody else has a question, B-Man, Dalulu, anybody else, I mean, it sounds like this guy's just been making claims about unverifiable pictures at a high altitude. I mean, we're not into pictures from space here, Ariel. We don't consider that to be legitimate evidence of a globe, since a sphere would have a dictated geometry that we would be able to observe on the ground, and we never observe that.
Well, damn.
I'm just impressed, like he said, oh, well, Neil deGrasse Tyson, I know he said that, but what he meant was...
He started to throw them under the bus, bro. He threw Neil deGrasse under the bus. He threw Paul Larson under the bus. Anybody that comes against what he thinks is true, they go under the bus.
It's another syndrome.
Well, I just looked at his scientific communicator.
I just looked at his source that he sent, you know, about this group of people. I mean, what's the claim with that, right? They're just asking for donations, and then I had a look at it, and they show some CGI imagery, right? And this is what we could do. Like, I mean, what on that webpage should I be looking at right now?
Oh shit, DJ's in the house. Tom DeMarco.
What's up, baby?
Oh shit, DJ's here?
You know what I think the problem is with our friend here? If you ever check his bio, he's an aeronautical engineer. And he's all butthurt that we're saying, no, go and check your shit out. Stop appealing to crap. So now, what have you actually done out in the real world, Ariel?
You know you're unmuted, right? Like
got aspirations of being a rocketeer, and you were denied by flat earthers.
You don't have to type.
And you can use your mic.
Bro, I don't understand. He keeps saying we're appealing to Paul Larson and Neil deGrasse. We're not saying they're true because he said it. Like, I don't know how you understand this, Ariel. If anyone can say 2 + 2 is 4, you're like, yeah, but you're just appealing to that man. No, it's true. Not because he said it, but because it's true.
Besides, it's called a hostile witness.
Like, I don't understand how you don't see this.
Dude. Take away space toys, man. You're in trouble.
I swear, these people, they react this way because it's effectively like we're taking away their heaven. We're taking away their sci-fi heaven. They want an alien girlfriend and a lightsaber or a Star Trek uniform or some shit.
They want to meet green alien chick, dude.
That's funny. I was over in the other server, right? And there's a bunch of people appealing to Neil deGrasse Tyson. And how could you say that he's wrong about anything? And then I come over here and they're like throwing him under the bus. It's pretty funny.
It's every single time. Bro, this is a syndrome. It happens every single time. They'll say, well, you need to go talk to the experts. We go and grab an expert and see what he says. Well, what he means is not what he actually said. He means something else. Right? This happens every single time. Well, you need to go talk to an astronaut. Well, here's what Don Pettit says. Well, not him. He's not qualified enough. Every time. I've never seen a time where this hasn't happened. The bus comes out and they roll straight over the person they appealed to originally. And then they think that we're saying the earth is flat because he said it? No. We're not appealing to some dude. We're saying what he's saying is true. And it just so happens to be that he's on your team going against you, Ariel. I don't know how you don't see this, bro. It's called a hostile witness. Your own teammates are telling you you're wrong. And you're like, you're appealing to them. You should be appealing to them. These are your experts, bro.
Wanger said. Dude said all of science supports the globe.
He's still typing in the chat. You're unmuted. You've been unmuted this whole time, bro.
Yeah, what Stephen is saying is correct. The important part about Neil deGrasse Tyson is not that what he's saying, we're just agreeing with him because he says it. He's just going against what you said. Like, he could have said, oh, it could have been concave, right? If Neil deGrasse Tyson said it's concave, we wouldn't necessarily just say, oh, well, he's right. It must be concave. It's just that you're saying it's convex. He's saying it's concave. He would have been brought up as a hostile witness saying, hey, are you sure it's convex? He says it's concave. We think it's flat, but what makes you know what I mean? It's not about, you know what I mean?
So he's effectively saying that it curves at a much higher altitude than people expect, and he doesn't want people distracted by things that really aren't that fascinating. Though I doubt that Ariel's actually listened to what Neil had to say about Felix's space jump.
Fuck, we'll play it again, dude. You see this curvature of Earth's surface, and you say, wow, he's in space. Look at that. No, he's not. You don't see the curvature from that altitude. He goes on to talk about a beach ball and how high off the ball you would be in relative size. You're only 2 million meters above the beach ball. It's not high enough to see curvature. Like, this is tying into the globe math. And you're like, well, you're not providing the math. It's already been provided. The size of the Earth is already claimed and on the table. If you don't know that, the fact that you would need to learn it from a flat earther is crazy. This is your own worldview.
Facts.
Yeah, I think the guy was complaining about the math thing just because the graph that you show in that GeoGebra, it doesn't have the actual functions displayed there too. So, I mean, if you really need that, away. But
dude, it's a weird double standard.
I know.
Heretic saying toxic overdose. They're shy. They're not coming off mute. Ariel, we're talking to Ariel. He's just typing in the chat now. Twonger's here. He's a chat skank. Delulu, B-Man. If you guys want to come off mute, just let's go. We're talking shit now because you guys are being shy.
Twonger never comes off of the freaking mute, dude. He's in here. Come on, Twonger. You've gotten destroyed before. That's probably why.
It's been like a month or so. I've heard it speak. Something happened. He got hurt somehow, and
oh yeah, Twonger big time got hurt. I've hurt Twonger. QE's hurt Twonger. Who else has hurt you, Twonger?
Hey Twonger, I hope all is well with you. Join VC sometime. He said, "Not me."
Hey Twonger, show us on this doll where the flat earthers hurt you.
Twonger says, the day will come when I will win. Oh, to let today be the day.
It's like devolving, devolving into like Crit's worst nightmare type character.
And if you think about it, that statement right there says everything. He has claimed in the past, I won the argument, I won the argument, I won the argument. Now he's saying that there will be a day that he will win the argument. So which one is it? Did he already win, and now he's just here to throw it in our face? Or did he actually not win the entire time? So he's bullshitting.
Enjoy your time in the sun, Jenna. Yeah.
I'm leading, making me the victor.
Hey, we had Hush in here the other day claiming he paid $200 to get some forensic guy off Fiverr to analyze NASA footage and determine that it's real. Did he ever? He was meant to provide this forensic report. Like, did he come back? Does anyone remember if he came back and actually showed us anything? Because everyone called bullshit. Yeah, dude, what a lie. Like, what a sad, pathetic lie to make up. Berserker, that's an awesome picture, man. Damn.
Thanks, mate.
Just save that one.
He took that when he was only 12. Just kidding, man.
Nice one. Yeah. Yeah, and I was a pilot with 12.
Well, you could have been passenger.
Delulu, you're up. Delulu, you are up.
Wow.
For what? No.
Come on,
this one is better for Jenna. It's cool.
Hey man, it's high noon.
It's high noon.
Is this Mount Fuji?
I'm not a Glober, so I'm just.
That's cap, bro. That's cap.
What
But
are
I'm
you?
up at high noon. I'm sharp like a high boom. Come on, let's go. Let's roast some Globers.
So if you're not a Glober, what are you?
Well, actually, everyone's a flat earther. There's just people that haven't realized it yet.
Let him claim what he is.
Yeah, I don't know what I am.
You don't know. Okay, that's fair enough.
Yeah.
But at least you're not claiming to be something you're not.
Yeah.
So what brings you here?
I'm just listening. I've been coming in every now and then, just listening.
Cool. You got any questions?
Not really. Sorry to, disappoint.
Well, if you think of anything, ask CB, because I don't feel like answering any questions.
Ask who?
I said ask CB, because I don't feel like answering any questions.
Okay.
How did you find the channel? You just randomly came across it?
Yeah, I just searched I tried to find platforms where people talked about the flat Earth, and then I found the Discord.
Good. Yeah. Wow. Good for you. Yeah. Because this is the place where you're going to find the facts. So we're glad you're here.
Wait a minute. What were you doing searching for this?
Well, I don't know. I was curious because I was attacked for being a conspiracy theorist for criticizing the government and stuff. And then I figured, okay, what's up with the flat Earth conspiracy? And that brought me here. And yeah, I'm just listening. And I lost all faith in the globe Earth after that. So, yeah.
Yeah, that's interesting. I mean, yeah, the thing of it is, I'm sure you realize by now, if you've been around here a little while, that the globe is the conspiracy that was cooked up, and, only 23 people have actually even claimed to have been able to see the Earth as globe from a higher Earth orbit. That would be the Apollo astronauts, and the images that they claim to have taken from up there are extremely suspect and can be just basically shown as fraud, just from the pattern of the daylight and how light would have fallen at the 10:37 a.m. Greenwich Mean Time claimed for the Apollo 17 1972 photo, for example. But, the cool thing about this is compared to other things that are called conspiracies, even though really what they are like alternative ways of thinking outside of the mainstream indoctrination program from the military-industrial complex. But if you want to use conspiracy theory, as a term for questioning what's on the Today Show, then sure. But the thing is about all of those other ones is they often have to do with something in the past that can't be verified, tested, or repeated, or you can't go back to it to find out the truth. Oh, Berserker, I was wondering who that was making the sounds. Anyway, but the difference with the flat Earth is that we can test it in the present day. Anybody
Sorry,
can go
I
out
was
and
hot
test it.
miking.
Okay, that's all right. That happens to me sometimes. Like
Sorry.
that's happened to me before. I have my reaction sounds, but usually they're to Globers. It's like,
Sorry, okay.
and then sometimes I'm accidentally unmuted. Yeah. So anyway, where was I? Oh yeah, you can test it in the present day. You can go out, you can measure it for yourself, find a long distance observation, do it. So, and then you can come up to 100% certainty using logic, reason, observation, and just math. So it's cool because we can't go back to September 11th. We can't go back to November 1963. We can't go back to the Titanic. All those are things that we can't go verify if they changed Paul McCartney whenever they said they did that. You can speculate about all those things all day long. Sometimes they're interesting, sometimes they're not. But flat Earth is, very different than any of those other topics because it's just a mathematical certainty and easily logically proven that the globe does not exist, and the globe is indeed the conspiracy that was perpetuated upon people by a relatively small number of people that were doing it consciously, but then other people are part of the indoctrination globe cult kind of just because they were born into it against their will. But the cool thing about the human will is once you realize that you were duped, you can set your will to deciding the truth, finding the truth, following the evidence where it leads, and coming to the absolute certainty that there's no drop over distance measured anywhere. So definitely no globe.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing is that I can't prove that, and until I can, I'm just gonna reject, or not reject, but stay open about it. And
for me, you cut out a tiny bit. The biggest thing for me is that I can't what?
And to be fair, I haven't also measured drop over distance.
You're still cutting out a little bit for me. You can't measure the drop over distance.
Yeah, what? Oh, am I cutting out? No, so I haven't measured drop over distance. So I don't know. I don't know what Earth is, and I don't really claim to know what Earth is. It's a big mystery to me. But I have taken a step back from believing that it is a globe, and in fact, I think it's suspect because governments around the world are saying that it's a globe, and if the governments are saying it, we should probably be critical about it. That's my point of view, at least.
Yeah, I mean, my point of view is more like, if government or mainstream media says something, yeah, I think it's probably safer statistically to assume it's false unless shown differently. But, they do say some things that are accurate, like Robert Simon, who works for NASA, works for the government, tells us that they create the globe images with CGI. So, occasionally they do say some things that are true. Have you seen any of the Dr. John Dee videos?
No.
Okay, I'm gonna put one in the chat here. This one comes to mind, when you were talking, like, if you don't have the opportunity to go out and do your observation, because I know, like, not everybody lives near.
I didn't say that.
Oh, that's okay. I misunderstood what you said. Then say it again.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I just haven't done it.
Okay, you just haven't done it, but you realize that you could. Okay, that's cool.
So yeah.
So cutting out for anyone else?
Yeah, he's cutting out. Yeah, it's sad because you're finally talking to us. Because I know you've been in here, and so you're finally talking to us, and we're having trouble hearing you. But yeah, just
let me try to change Wi-Fi.
Okay, cool. Yeah, we'll wait. What does it mean? Do any of you guys know in that little Like I put that Black Swan Rising video and then the keto robots responding to me with this weird little symbol. That's just giving the link, I guess. Yeah, I just haven't seen that before.
So can you hear me now?
That is so much better. Good job. Yeah. That was a good idea.
Wow.
Yeah, it's way better.
I'll stick on this Wi-Fi then.
Yeah. Yeah, so you were saying like just you know that you could go out and do it, you just haven't done it yet. Testing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I'm lazy and I'm sitting inside but what I do is visual effects and so from that perspective I'm not going to accept any videos as evidence. So all the NASA videos, I'm not going to accept them as evidence. Because I know that I could fake it myself, and most people could these days. And what I have done is made basically models and the Earth model, and I have tried to compare all those balloon shots with a curve, and they don't match up. So yeah, that's the only thing I've done. And from that, yeah, I don't really know what Earth is. If it's flat, if it's globe. I doubt that it's a globe, but yeah.
I like that you're making models. That's cool. Yeah, I was going to address that, just the whole concept of being on the fence. But before my Dr. John D goes far away, so I totally respect and really like it that you, that you understand and we agree that a video in and of itself is not evidence. Like the reason I particularly recommended him to you with your mindset is because his videos are so carefully, I mean, his observations, which are documented in the video, are very like meticulously explained with the measurements and all that. So like, I get that. Like, I just thought you might be interested in his perspective and it might give you some ideas of how to do your own observations, especially if you're going to do them over water, because that's what most of his are. And he like is extremely transparent and upfront about like everything that he's doing, the times, you know, the conditions of the day and the distances, all that. So like it might just even if you're not looking at that as evidence, it might just give you ideas about how you could go and do your own tests. And he's also done laser tests, which you might be interested in. Because even though people could fake the videos, it's kind of like when you look at the mountain of evidence, it's kind of like, okay, so all these thousands of observations, laser tests, radio wave propagation, that, you know, and weapons firing and all that have been done, you know, for so long. It's kind of an absurd, like, I don't want to argue from a psychological point of view because that's what the Globers do, but it's like, it would be kind of an absurdity if like all of these things, you know, people were just faking them, right? It would be. But I hear you. I'd prefer for you to go and do it for yourself. So yeah, definitely come back and let us know if you do that.
The thing is, if I can just interrupt you, sorry, but the thing is, if some people claim that the Earth is a globe, I want them to prove that the Earth is a globe. And if somebody claims that the Earth is flat, they can reference what their evidence is. And I'm pretty familiar with what the evidence is. For example, we go out and measure the drop of distance ourselves, and we can verify it, and we don't have to believe anybody. And that makes sense. And I just haven't taken that step. And so, yeah, that's where I'm from. I don't really care that much. I'm just happy that I'm not, or rather, I'm just mostly concerned about who I trust and what I base my worldview on. So I'm not just going to accept what I'm told and build my worldview off of that. Or that's what I have done for 30 years, and now I'm sort of stripping away from that. That makes sense.
It makes total sense. Yeah, because, you know, when I first started looking into it, well, I wasn't even like you. I wasn't even going to come on Discord or go anywhere and talk to I didn't talk to like any people about it until I totally made up my mind. Like I did participate a little bit on the Paul and the Plane podcast, Dome Life podcast internet forum. That's actually how I ended up coming here, was because Karen B put the Discord server link there to the original 24/7 server that we used to have. But I didn't say very much there because I purposely didn't want to talk to anyone until I'd like examined all the evidence, made up my own mind, because I know people can be influenced by other people, and I didn't want to be influenced by anyone else. So, but it's cool that you can kind of just hold your own here and be like, I'm going to be on the fence, which is a totally valid position. It's I think it's a healthy position, especially when, it seems like you're starting to come to the realization that you were duped by this globe thing. And I think that's the other reason why Dr. John D came to my mind for you, is because in those, in his videos, he'll say several times, like the buoy one that I just put up there, he'll say, so if you see the horizon behind the buoy, then you don't live on a globe with the radius of 3,959 miles. And he doesn't go any further than that. You know what I mean? Then what you do with that information up to that is up to you, which is pretty much what I hear you saying.
Yeah. And also there's this thing, if we a little bit more philosophical, but you have the distinction with Plato, who talks about who says that you can't trust your senses, basically. And so the material world is not really what I'm concerned about, or rather, I'm not looking for absolute truth in the material world. So I don't really care that much about it. So, but I think it's fun. So I've been listening to hundreds of hours of flat Earth debates, and I think it's fun. I think it's interesting. But mostly, I think it's interesting to hear how people discuss these matters, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it makes total sense. Yeah, I mean, that's the only reason I'm still here. Like, I made up my own mind years ago, but I still find the discussion interesting, because it's not only interesting in the area of bringing out this this demonstration that no drop over distance has been measured, and let's face it, is never going to be. It's also just interesting, just kind of the argument itself sharpens the brain and logic skills in terms of realizing how, the lengths people will go to avoid honestly questioning the globe, and just the different excuses they'll come up with, and like coping methods, logical fallacies, attempts at these kind of sophistry techniques that they do. Unfair, deceitful. I wouldn't even call them debating tactics. I guess I just call them tactics. Yeah, they're just tactics, like just trying to sway the audience's mind. Control the narrative, control the room, keep going back up to the sky every time someone goes to the ground. Yep. What were we going to say about that, Delulu?
Can I make a claim?
Yeah, go on.
Oh yeah, we'll get to you in a minute, MX Dev. You'll just wrap up. We weren't quite done yet, and then we'll get to your claim. Yeah, so, because what I wanted to say, I guess that's what I was saying, that being on the fence is, like, totally reasonable, and, stay there as long as you need to.
I'm not really staying on the fence, I think. So I'm comfortable not looking for the truth in the material world at all. So that's where my position is, and the material world is a mystery, and yeah. So yeah, and I just think this is fun. So I'm not really on a fence. I'm just sort of not leaning into one theory or another. That's sort of my position on it.
Yeah, I hear you. Because, some people call themselves globe skeptics. Have you heard that term, globe skeptic?
Yeah, I would say that, yeah.
That's what you think you are?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, can I make a claim now?
You can go ahead. I don't, yeah.
Thanks, that was a good chat. Yeah, go ahead, MX.
Do flat earthers just literally all believe the same thing?
In no way, shape, or form, never. Yeah. I mean, yeah, the measurement of the Earth is the one thing we agree on. We have no requirement or expectation to agree on any of our beliefs. Flat Earth is not a belief, of course. That's just the measurement and mathematical calculation and logical conclusion that we all agree on. Beyond that, we're just people, of course, as people would be anytime on the flat Earth, the world. Once you realize the world is what it is in reality, there's no expectation that you would agree on other things necessarily, because you're just a bunch of people here on this world. So, nope, we don't all agree. I can verify that with you. I have many testimonials.
But that was a question. That was a question, not a claim, though. Do you have a claim that you want to?
Okay, I will claim that the flat Earth ideology is a cult.
Okay, now that you made the claim, can you
dibs on Burn the Leader?
Yeah, I mean, before you guys get into this with him, because I'm probably going to go make my dinner soon, but yeah, I mean, it depends. Like, I've hired an expert witness before to testify in court about, whether a place is or is not a cult. I've studied it in great detail. So, I could give you Lifton's 8 criteria for a cult. We could discuss that. Flat Earth is not.
Sure.
So there's since we, like I said, but the globe definitely is. The globe definitely is.
Well, we were talking about flat Earth here. So what are the 8 points? What are the 8 points?
No.
So Elba wants, you go at it with him because
he made the claim.
I know, because I don't want to. I don't really want to get into it with him. So Elba, you wanted to get into it with him. I'm gonna go make my dinner, but I'm just gonna leave it here that I have. Wait,
you're copping out? Are you copping out of this?
No, she's not copping out.
No, he doesn't want me to go into it. I mean, I have defined. I have already looked into this, and I have shown examples in each one of those 8 categories how the globe belief. It could be in a court of law demonstrated to be a cult. But, if you guys want to talk about how Flat Earth is not a cult, that's a good idea because that's his claim. So go ahead and do that. Good idea. Go for it.
Yeah, I mean, the whole thing is he made a claim. So now he has to back it up with evidence that we are a cult. So back it up. Is your claim? Come on, man. What's the evidence that we are a cult? The Flat Earth is a cult.
Well, you just want people to believe, like your Flat Earth theory is what you want your group wants to think it's like it's just you believe in Flat Earth and exclusively Flat Earth, right? Am I wrong?
It's measured flat. So why would I believe something's a ball when there's no curvature?
That's what I'm getting at. You just believe the world's flat.
That's what. Hey, this is not a belief system. This is not a belief system. It's measured as flat.
And that's why it's called Flat Earth, right?
It's easier than saying planar with topography. So we just say flat. It's much easier.
Yeah. Do you know what's the difference between a belief and knowing?
I don't think he does, Elbow.
I need a moment to think about it for a second. Just give me a moment.
No, you need a moment to check it on ChatGPT.
Google it.
Well, no, I just got to formulate my thoughts. It's just
some bullshit.
So a belief, from my understanding, it's just like largely, something believed or generally accepted to be true. So, like, I believe the world is flat. I accept the world is flat. Yes.
Well, that's a belief, yeah.
Yeah, if you believe it, if you accept it.
Yeah, if you've accepted it with just merely somebody saying it, yeah, it's just a belief.
Okay. So.
You can see the same thing for the globe. You can see the same thing for the globe. You've accepted it just because somebody's told you that. So the same thing, yeah?
Yeah. Okay. And your point is what?
That you're in a globe cult? You're in a giant globe cult. So the thing that you were trying to tell us that we are, that's what you're in? So So basically, you were projecting because now you realize that you're just believing the Earth is a globe, so you're actually the one in a cult, and we're not. Uh-oh.
Yeah, that's why I want to go to the point where you know what knowing is.
So just so you know, Dove, MX, I didn't join this room and then magically got converted into a flat earther.
Well, knowing
I was already a flat earther prior to joining these people.
Well, generally knowing means it would hint at
normally,
or showing.
Normally, a cult brainwashes people into their particular ideals. I'd already worked this out prior to joining.
I know, but you see that
so I haven't
when
been brainwashed.
But the thing is, though, the word knowing in itself hints at means suggesting that one has knowledge.
Yes,
or let's
correct.
say
That's what that
awareness.
means. Yes, that's what that means. Yes.
Awareness or a secret to only a few people.
No, bro. All right, dude.
When you do look at it, how many flat earthers are there?
Why would it be a secret?
Just how many of
You've
these?
only got to go and measure it.
No, I just wondering. Can you
Measurements
tell me,
are not secrets.
Just no. Oh, sure, I can agree to that. But I'm getting at is how many globers are there? What do you say out there compared to flat earthers?
Who cares, dude? Like, who cares? Well, everybody. So are you saying everybody's a cultist? Yeah. So what's your point?
No,
We
no.
know
I'm
that
just
they're
saying.
believing.
I'm just curious. How many globers do you think there are there?
We don't take a head count of this. We're not taking head counts. Somebody actually could change their mind and then change it back and then change it again. How are we supposed to know that? Huh? You tell me. What's the metric of us knowing that information? There's no way to know that, bro. Huh? So it doesn't matter. Yeah? Hello?
I'm just pointing out that, like, so can we then define what the difference between a normal conversation and an echo chamber is?
Yes, this is not an echo chamber because your ass is in here asking questions. If it was an echo chamber, we kick everybody who disagrees with us out and just be talking amongst ourselves. That's an echo chamber. This isn't one of those. Yeah?
Okay, but
But what? What else you got?
I mean,
what?
I've been here a few times, and I have seen times where you guys just mute people. Just cause.
Yeah, because no, you don't. Mods do it because we have our reasons, right? And
What
maybe
is
you don't
said
know.
reason?
You could. It doesn't matter. We don't need to explain that to you. You're a guest here, so we could have had a reason that you weren't privy to, and we don't need to explain anything to you. Basically, we're mods. We can do it at our discretion, and whatever reasons we have, we have. So therefore, you don't have to wonder about that. Just know that you're in a moderated room. That's all. Anything else? You want to talk about maybe? Are you thinking about dyeing your hair? Or I mean, dude, like we need to get back to what this room is about, and that's how people have been believing that the Earth is a globe, like the globe cultists believe. Yeah, that's what we're doing right now. We're examining that. The globe cultist believes that the Earth is a globe based on images and videos. Yeah, no evidence to perform on the Earth to actually demonstrate that the Earth is actually curving like a globe would.
Okay. In that case, could I ask a question then?
Yes.
What's the whole meta behind the flat Earth theory? What's the meta? Give me the meta. I'm just
The
curious.
meta. All right. So the main point is water demonstrates itself as a horizontal surface on the Earth. Their idea is that there's a lot of water on the Earth. So majority of the Earth is covered in flat water. So we understand that the basic physics describe the Earth as a horizontal planar surface. Based on hydrostatic equilibrium, we can determine that water is flat on its surface when at rest, and it displays no convexity over large surfaces. So, I mean, that's basically the rundown if you want to just boil it down as simple as we can.
So what's holding the water in place then? I'm just curious.
No, you're asking different questions.
No,
I gave you the meta. I gave you the meta. So now you understand.
Yes, I understand.
What's the retort to flat water not being flat now? I want to know how you're going to combat that. What is the globe cult telling you?
What holds the water in place? I just don't understand.
Dude, you don't need to worry about. Don't worry about what's holding the water, because when you go to the beach, you see a shore.
Yeah.
That shore is where the water can proceed no further, right? So, yeah, it doesn't matter. We don't need to explain that to you. All you need to be concerned with is that the Earth is covered in all this liquid stuff we call water, and the majority of the Earth has this water that's flat.
I know.
Okay, so now wait. Now, how do you square that circle, dude? How can you figure that we have all this flat water and people are saying the Earth's a globe? How do you figure that works out for you?
Well, I recently learned that if I have a piece of paper and I don't want the wind blowing it away, I have to put something heavy on it.
What does that have to do with what I just said, dude?
How does the water stay flat? If it's
what do you mean? Because of pressure. Yeah, pressure.
Pressure.
Yeah, pressure keeps the water flat. Yeah, pressure. So now you're understanding a little bit, but I think what you need to do is take a step back and reanalyze how you think the Earth is a globe. Because I gave you a demonstration.
Can you tell me how pressure works? Can you tell me how pressure works?
What do you mean how pressure works? It's a force that exerts on certain things, right? Yeah, it depends what kind of pressure. Gas pressure? Are you talking about dog bite pressure? What kind of pressure are you speaking of? It just depends. So here's the thing, dude. You're asking all these sidebar questions. Are you thinking of how the Earth is a globe or not? I'm asking you a question. Can you answer?
I'm trying to understand things.
Answer me, please. Answer me, please.
Okay,
do you know if the Earth is a globe, yes or no?
I don't know. It could be either. I'm trying to make a decision right now.
Well, the decision should be built on information that you can substantiate. So what has a globe given you so that you can substantiate it being a globe? Give me something, dude. I got to put meat on this bone that you're not putting any meat on.
Okay, well, that's where I'm at. I'm unsure. I'm not sure. Do I believe the globe?
Okay, give me your best shot, dude. Give me your best shot. What do you have that the Earth could possibly be a globe with? Give me something. I don't care.
Okay.
Anything.
Well, right now, I kind of picture it as a circle. It's flat, right? That's what I'm getting at the impression.
What?
Is it
the Earth being a globe is flat? I don't. No.
No,
okay. Dude, I want you to tell me why your mind still thinks that the Earth could be a globe. What is the thing that's holding you to that?
Well, when I draw a circle on a piece of paper and I shade it in a little more, it kind of gives it depth, right?
Okay, wait. Yeah. Oh, hold on. You're drawing stuff on a paper, dude. Okay. Think about what I'm saying.
Okay.
Can you physically walk outside and see in nature anywhere it's describing to you as a giant sphere, they're telling you you're walking on? Wouldn't anything in reality that we're in describes itself to you as a giant sphere? Can you tell me? Can you give me something?
This is just my observation, but
so where are you making an observation? Come on,
just outdoors, actually, casually walking, actually, but.
Okay, casually walking. What do you see that tells you it's a globe? Keep going.
So I generally spend the day walking, and I just notice the sun itself, throughout the day, the sun will just go over my head. And it will just go from one end of the one horizon to the next.
Okay. Is that it?
Yeah, I'm just wondering what that whole concept. Could you explain to me how that works exactly? I'm just not understanding how this works.
It's a function of perspective. When you see something move across the sky, your vision is actually putting it to an angle of degrees that you can see that thing moving. So it's basically a function of perspective, how you see things off in the distance. Hold on, I gotta do something. Somebody pick up the point if you can.
Your question is, how does it work on a flat plane to have the sun go over your head?
Yeah, I'm just wondering how that works. Like I just wondering, like, why do I see the sun going over my head? I don't understand.
Well, it has, like he was saying, a lot to do with perspective, but a different form of perspective is you're still using the globe model as far as distances and scale that's obscuring your mind's eye's interpretation. So if you think the sun is 93 million miles away, it's just not going to make sense to you. It is small and it is local. So it goes in an orbit around the North Pole, not around the planet. The planet's not moving around the sun is moving around the plane. And when it appears to be low to the horizon, that's just the angle of resolution at that distance. And there is a minimum angle of resolution in which you can no longer see something at a great distance.
Can you tell me what a plane is? I don't know what a plane is. Like I know I was taught as a kid, a plane is like I've got propellers and stuff, but like what plane?
That's an aeroplane.
Oh, okay. Sorry, my bad.
So like are you familiar with woodworking at all?
Yeah, a little bit.
So have you ever heard of something called a planer?
Yeah.
It's basically a big blade in a block that you push across an uneven surface to smooth it out to a plane.
Yeah, big takes off
a relatively and uniform surface.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, I remember the plane. My shop teacher, he told me it takes like 1 centimeter off the top, but yeah, I remember what a plane is.
So basically, aside from geographical features like mountains, valleys, hills, things like that, aside from that, that's why we choose to observe the water, not the land, is because the water is uniform and flat. Aside from the small waves here and there, over vast, vast distances, it is flat as far as observable, even not just with the naked eye, but with modern equipment.
Okay, so if that's so the water is like a swimming pool. It's flat. That's correct, right?
Right, just much bigger.
Oh, okay.
And the globe model would tell you that if the pool was 5 miles by 5 miles square, then the middle of the pool would bulge something like 50 inches, because it's half, because it's measured between the 2 points. There's no objective. If you wanted to pick one side of the pool, then the other side of the pool would be, 78 inches or something, dropped over 5 miles. Somebody check my math. I'm just winging it off the top of my head, but it's a very observable distance over that, observable change over that distance. And in lieu of measuring that actual change, you wouldn't say that this swimming pool is on a tiny, tiny ball. Have you ever seen Rick and Morty?
Oh yeah, it's a pretty funny show.
So do you remember when we're on the run and looking for a new Earth to go hide to, and they show up at one that's perfect, but then they go and accidentally bump into it because perspective says it looks like a Earth-like planet, but it's actually like you could throw a frisbee and then catch it when you turn around because it's that small?
I don't quite remember that. My memory is not the best.
Right. So, if you were digging a 100-mile long canal, don't you think you would have to account for the curvature of the Earth?
Yeah, I definitely would have to.
Right, you can't just lay perfect square blocks end to end to end to end and have it not slowly rise above the ground.
Yeah, because if I was going to lay them constantly flat, I'd be just
right. But if the Earth's surface is curved, then over a mile or two, over 1 mile, you would have to observe that your brick line is now 8 inches higher than it's supposed to be because it is straight and like laser straight with the original block, but somehow it's 8 inches above the ground over 1 mile. Wouldn't you have to account for that when you are building a long canal or a long bridge or a long tunnel?
Yeah, that I definitely see that.
So there's not a single recorded large construction project over such distances that have ever, on the engineer architectural level or the geodetic survey level, ever accounted for that curvature that is supposed to be there.
Nigger, 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 nigger.
Sorry, I lost my train of thought there.
It's not used in construction of large earthworks or like highways, bridges, tunnels, canals. It's just not used, even though it's 8 inches per mile squared. So after you get past mile 3 or so, you start getting an exponential rise and drop, so to speak.
So if I draw this curve, let's say on graphing paper, would it look something like a, what is it called, exponential function?
Asymptotic function, yes.
Or exponential. Like, what I mean is like it kind of curves upwards, right? Or downwards.
It works. The equation is not perfect, but it works for the first quarter of the circumference pretty well. Because beyond that, you can't see, like, beyond 90 degrees. You just start coming back towards yourself in a circle.
I'm a bit confused.
Observationally speaking, there's only so high you can go before you can't see past 90 degrees. You can't see past 90 degrees away from, if you're standing on a basketball,
okay,
and you're the size of an ant, it may look like flat Earth, but it's actually a ball. But if you were to go up vertically from there, the equivalent of 18 inches to a basketball, you still can't see past a quarter of the Earth's circumference. You can see only 180 degrees. One hemisphere is visible. You can't see beyond a hemisphere from any perspective looking at a ball. So that's the only reason why 8 inches per mile squared is not valid for measurements longer than that. Does that make sense? If you shine a light on a basketball, only half of it will be lit. The light is your visual perspective. Can't see the back of it.
Well, yeah, the ball blocks the light. The ball's in the way, so it'll block the light.
But if you can see further than that purported distance, then what does that mean?
I don't know. I still don't understand.
It means that the size and scale of the Earth is incorrect mathematically.
Or that the ball is so huge that you couldn't see it.
Right, and still it'd just be the numbers you're given and taught are incorrect.
Yeah, we
so you got to throw out the baby with the bathwater and start again.
Not necessarily. Causation doesn't equal correlation. But like, just because we didn't know that there were 8 billion people doesn't mean that we didn't know that there were a fuck ton of people on the Earth, right? We just learned that there were 12, and it was a severe miscalculation, right?
What does that have to do with this?
Nothing, but I'm just saying. Just because we don't know the exact measures doesn't mean we don't know it's fucking huge.
Right, but the exact measurements are purported to be given. And if they don't align with reality, then they cannot be correct.
Yeah, so
they're also used for orbital motion and predicting all of their little imaginary balls.
And telling us how big and how far away those balls are based on assumption.
It's been
like
working for
Venus being exactly the same size as Earth. That's just a flat out assumption that has been used to build out the model of every distance, every scale, every speed, everything. It all comes down to Venus is Earth's twin, they say.
So you're not assuming anything. What are you assuming that's better than the assumption that they're making?
I don't have to assume anything to disprove an assumption.
No, I'm asking you personally. What do you assume then on the flat Earth model? What do you assume?
I do my best not to assume anything.
So you assume nothing on the flat Earth model?
There are things that I have inclinations about or suspicions about, and can't confirm or prove, but that's not really relevant.
That's not what I asked. That's not what I asked. Do you assume anything on the flat Earth model?
No. Personally, no.
That's all I needed to know. Thank you.
Assumptions got us in this mess. I'm doing my best to stay away from them.
Yeah, you still use them.
How?
You just said.
Oh, okay. I assume that when NASA says something, it's probably a lie. But then I still go and verify. Trust but verify, or distrust and verify.
So if NASA said water was bad for you, would you assume that was a lie?
I would inherently distrust it because it comes from NASA, and also knowing that I would have
That's
died.
not an assumption. Yeah, that's not an assumption really either. Because that's the way the government treats you. The federal government has to warn you that anything you say can only be used against you in the court of law. So when the government says something to you, you can safely say, you can know this. You don't have to assume it. Anything they say can only be used against them too. That's a mutual, that's a contract. They basically used to call that the social contract. That nothing you say, you cannot tell the government anything that will help your case. Everything you say, every word out of your mouth, every utterance, any body language, anything done by you can only be used against you. Therefore, you can accept that as a fact and do the same standard for government. They can, whatever they say will only be used against them.
I appreciate that, Nothing Burger. That was amazing.
So yeah, not an assumption, 100%. Well, you could say there are assumptions baked in the flat Earth that are equal for globe and flat Earth. Like you assume that you're not a brain in a vat. You assume that your
point is void.
You assume that your senses work. You assume that this is some sort of isn't a virtual reality. There's some assumptions like that, but when you factor those,
no, I don't.
Not you. I'm talking about the royal you. So there are assumptions, but the key is that these sort of assumptions are just sort of a give me. It's already guaranteed a give me.
Yeah, I would say there's possibilities of anything happening. You know, tomorrow I can become.
It seemed like you were attempting to discredit me and my beliefs, or
because
by the very nature of there's got to be something that you assume.
No. If you were to,
there are stuff you assume, but the things you're like the small and local, that isn't really an assumption either. Because even in Globetardia, they say the sun is small and local. The sun is for them is 93 million miles away, and it's small compared to the next star, which is 4.8 light years away and 1 million times larger. Like Proxima is huge, gigantic, it's massive. So when you say that's something that the flat Earth and global can agree on. They can say the sun is both A, small, and B, local.
Yeah.
So even that's not really an assumption. What's breathtaking is when you get a globalist arguing against that. So you say the sun is not small and local. It's big and far away. And they're like, yeah. Okay, so what's the next star? Proxima. Okay. Is that local or far away? Well, that's far away. Is it bigger than Earth, than the sun, than Sol? They're like, well, yeah. Okay, so the sun is small and local. So the sun is small and local, right? And they're like, yes and no. See, this is where they contradict. You can say, as the flat earther, without any reservation, the sun is both small and local. They can't say that and have to claim it at the same time. It highlights a direct contradiction in their worldview. It's
when you're saying small and local, what do you mean by that? It's
exactly what it sounds like, both small and local.
Compared to what?
Compared to anything else you want to compare in the sky.
So okay,
Literally anything else. Like I can.
so okay, so if Earth is flat, what are stars? Can someone explain it to me? I'm just
Well, how about if globe? What are stars? Are they lights in the sky, or are they not lights in the sky?
Well, to me, they look like the stars do look like lights in the sky.
Well, there you go. So if globe or flat Earth, if any cosmology you want to pick, they are lights in the sky. That's a fact. No assumption needed. When you start adding in assumptions, is you say they're not actually lights in the sky. They're giant balls of gas, like a fusion reactor.
Okay,
You're
so
like,
they're LEDs.
okay, no, that's not. That's assumption.
So
assumption and explanation kind of synonymous in this realm. You can't, if you're trying to explain something, it's always based on some assumption you've made. But if you're not proclaiming to explain just exactly what stars are, just how you observe they move and things like that, then you're not in the realm of assumption or explanation. It's just observation.
So in the what's it called in the flat Earth model that you guys don't have.
Well, how can you ask? Well, hold on. You just contradicted. Flat Earth model that you don't have.
Do you have a flat Earth model that you can show me today?
Yeah. How about a petri dish? Would that work for you?
A petri dish?
Yeah, a petri dish.
A petri dish, it looks cylindrical.
Yeah, show me an elevation profile, Crit.
Oh, there we go. That's a good one too. Yeah. So think
Elevation
think
profile, right there.
Think you've got a petri dish. There's the elevation profile straight across.
Honestly, the only flat Earth model I've seen were projected off.
Show them the one in New York, Crit. The one you were talking about. The one in New York.
Yeah, that'd be a good one too. I can't remember like who were we talking to because I DM'd it to that person. Do you remember? Was it Rue?
Yeah, maybe.
Okay. Yeah. Anyway, well, I'll describe it. You should be able to find it yourself. They got it's like Manhattan Museum. They made a 1-for-1 scale of all of New York, the whole city.
A 1-to-1 scale?
Yeah.
Did I hear that?
Yeah.
You know how large that is?
A 1-to-1 scale of Manhattan?
That seems pretty large.
So they made Manhattan inside Manhattan. That's very retarded.
No, the museum's called Manhattan. For every 1 kilometer, it's 1 meter, 1-for-1.
That's not 1-to-1. That's 1,000-to-1.
No, that's one for 1 unit.
A 1-to-1 scale is when this monitor is 1-to-1 because it is the exact dimension of 27 inches by 27 inches, right? An 1,000-to-1 scale would be smaller.
Dude, you're being super retarded right now.
You said that. Oh my days.
When you said 1-to-1, that implies the scale is the same as the actual thing. So 59.1 square kilometers.
Yeah,
that's a 1-to-1 ratio, not a scale.
Well, scale ratio. A scale is a ratio, is it not? Something's half
Depends
as
on the
large
unit.
as.
He gave you the units 1-to-1 based on the units that he gave you.
Yeah, so it's not a lot of fudge in there where some of the explanations in the past have been, well, they have to fudge it to factor out the curvature to make it flat. Nope, that's not what they had to do at all. They use this model to show how light from the sun reflects off buildings to different streets. They use it for airplanes taking off and landing. They use it for all kinds of things. This perfect 1-to-1 model of New York. That would be a model that you could use as a flat Earth model. There's no curvature in there whatsoever.
Okay, so wait, 1-to-1 would mean it's the same. So can't I just use Manhattan itself as a model then? Because it's 1-to-1, I could.
It's a semantic.
I have no idea why I unbanned this guy. That's why I guess erasers have, or pencils have erasers. 1-for-1. 1 stroke of the pencil, 1 eraser.
So I'm not seeing anything on flat Earth from the Manhattan Museum.
That's all right. Yeah, you finding it just highlights that your Google works, then it doesn't work. Then it works, then it doesn't work. Then it works, then it doesn't work. It's a huge problem in the way you're able to use the internet and kind of what exactly people here are talking about. You're too dumb for this conversation.
The only reason you can use the internet is because of Globers. So shut the fuck up, Crid. You're a fucking retard who believes in flat Earth.
Globers made undersea cables, fiber optic cables.
Yeah, even that. Like, if you want to,
So
if you want to use that,
technology is not good enough for you.
no, if you want to use that framework, you can't use the internet either. You claim atheist. No atheist invented the internet. No atheist explores space. No atheist is that.
Talking about atheists.
Your worldview. What you did was you offered up your worldview on the platter, and I'll take it. I'll definitely take that. Since you can only use things that agree with you.
I didn't say anything about atheists.
Yeah, you all you do is talk about your atheism. All you do. That's pretty much it. So now that you said you can only use things that agree with your worldview, like a flat earther can't use the internet, you can't either. Unless you want to say, hey, everybody, here's Ragnar. He's a complete other fucking hypocrite. So I
fucking develop some flat Earth internet or something.
How about you develop some atheist internet?
You can't do physics and you can't do math, and that's why.
You can't either.
Mm-hmm. We just build spaceships, but we don't know how to build.
No, you don't do that. You don't do that. You can't do that.
Yep. Globers can't build fucking anything.
No, you are atheist. You're an atheist. You don't get to slap those astronauts are deeply theistic. Deeply. They are extremely. Just Google
cares what their religion is. Why is this
because
even relevant? Why are you bringing this up?
Can't use it. You can't use it because they don't agree with you.
Who's using it? When did I use religion? What are you talking about?
Yeah, the internet and all the space stuff.
Yeah.
So
related to
well, you're done talking because you're distracting. You're distracting from the conversation. So I'm going to tab in and mute you because you're like, what the fuck is that? All right. What's his name now?
I think he might have left.
Okay. What we call that is a squawk, bok, and then bok, bok, bok. He's a chicken. He's just here to sea lion. Just make a bunch of word noises, distract the conversation. I should have taken the bait. I just knew who it was by his voice. So I decided to go with it.
I think he was going in.
The old squawk, drop, and roll.
Yeah. Yeah, I know. It's one of the things I want to work on is to ignore, sea lions. But that guy has been just a huge pain in this channel for so long. I just kind of think that sometimes you just got to challenge it, when he comes in here. Like, he is a militant, left-wing, radical atheist who basically think people don't have human rights. You're not allowed to protest the government. Everything that, it's bizarre. It is beyond bizarre. And after he got, kicked out of here or left or whatever happened, he'll go to the next channel, the next channel, the next channel. You can see it in the monologue. The dude is utterly insufferable.
And he'll say,
oh, go ahead.
He'll say he crushed you and you had no response, even though you crushed him. They always do that.
Yeah, like he won. Like he won the internet for the day.
Yeah.
That's what the people, like the guys who invented the internet say, here's a device or tablet or social media and whatnot. The guy who, for email even said something similar. He says, I envision a world where people will be able to reach out and find people with different points of view and understand the other. And he just doesn't. From day one, I mean, he's been basically on the server since we got here. He's been in a full court freak out over flat Earth. Completely contrary to what the people said. With this technology, you'll be able to understand other people. And he just doesn't. I mean, he kind of... Okay, go ahead.
He's disingenuous. He's looking for a gotcha rather than actually hearing what you're saying and letting you finish your point.
Yeah, I mean, imagine the brazen mentality. I know the word I'm talking about him still, but this is like in general. The brazen mentality for an atheist to come in here and who hasn't invented shit, doesn't know shit about fuck, and tell you, another end user, just like he is, that you can't use a device that he had nothing to do with at all.
Right.
Like, he doesn't own the patent. He didn't have jack to do with this at all. Why would one end user tell another end user, who has, like get the fuck out of here, dude. Does the patent holders know you're running around the internet telling people not to use it? They might want to tell you what an idiot you are. They might have something to say about that. Who was I talking to her? Was it Scarlet King? I didn't recognize her voice. But kind of. Or did they leave? See, I shouldn't have bought it. Yeah, look at the guy who's talking about the Manhattan. I was talking with him.
Yeah, the perfect scale replica of Manhattan has no curvature.
Yeah, did they see who that was? Or did he leave too?
I think he left, yeah.
See, this is another thing too, why you don't want to follow a squawker. Just mute them and move on. Because then now the guy that he was basically done. He's like, hey, flat earthers, you don't have a model. How about New York? A model of New York. Perfect. Scaled perfectly. Maybe his internet worked all of a sudden because he said he couldn't find anything on it. And then maybe at some point his Google just magically worked again. He found it and he's like, oh, fuck. So Flat Earth does have models.
Maybe he asked ChatGPT and got the wrong answer and is now like having an existential crisis.
Yeah, the main key point here is everyone in Flat Earth has models. The key difference is no one in Flat Earth says this model isn't a model. It's actually physical reality. This is where the difference between a flat earther and a globalist is. A globalist will do a reification. They'll say this model isn't a model. This model perfectly represents reality, one for one. And you're like, well, that's a reification. And they'll just after that. They really go into a reification. Where a flat earther will tell you, hey, this is a model representing the Earth, or a portion of it, that has no curvature. And then, and then he ran away. After there was an answer to his question, he couldn't handle it.
Well, we always win because everybody listening hears these little bouts and sees them throw mud and run away. And that has more of an effect than whatever gotcha they attempt to get on undecided people. And so it does us a favor a little.
Sorry, I'm lagging a little bit. I didn't mean to jump on you.
That's cool.
That's what a lot of people say. That a lot of people come in here and they'll be like, you know what? I wasn't thinking the Earth is flat, but after hearing the performance that some of these globalists have done, they're like, holy shit, whatever they think can't be right. That is a hot mess. That is hot garbage. That is so far out there. So weird. So bizarre. How do you handle that? How do you even use that?
Most people aren't mature enough emotionally or cognitively to even have their worldview challenged in the slightest without going berserk. So in a way, he's better than some, but he's still a retard. Or disingenuous, rather. Best we can do is plant seeds and hope he wakes up someday.
How do I change my server tag when I'm on mobile? I don't know. It doesn't show up.
I was having trouble with that earlier, too. I couldn't figure it out.
I click the edit profile thing, but it doesn't show up.
Yeah, look at Speak of the Devil. CB, he knows how to do it. He'll walk you step by step.
Creation Bear?
Yes, yeah.
My homie.
Yeah, Creation Bear. Hey, you got the scoop? Corvo here wants to add flat to his username.
Oh, hell yeah. All right, bro. Are you on mobile or are you on PC?
See, I'm on mobile. I know I have to go to the edit profile thing, but I don't see any setting to change the
I'll
server
do it with
tag.
you.
I did it on my PC.
I'll do it with you. I'm on mobile right now. All right, so we're gonna click on our profile picture. We're gonna click on ourselves, and it brings up. It says edit main profile or edit per server profile. We're gonna hit edit main profile.
Yes.
Then we're gonna scroll down.
Yes.
We're gonna scroll all the way down to the bottom. And there's an option that says server tag. I'm gonna click on that. Are you in 24/7? You're in our home base?
Yes, I am.
All right. Well, there. You see the server tag option or no?
No, it doesn't show up. Like the whole server tag thing.
Post a
I did it on my
screenshot.
PC, but PC is fixing.
Post a
Yeah.
screenshot. Let's take a look. Because I don't think you need Nitro or anything for this.
Oh wait. Can I post it on the side chat?
Yeah, bro.
There you go.
All right, let's take a look. What the fuck? Wait, do you need Nitro for this?
No,
No,
you don't. But
no.
it's a setting, but I don't
Oh, you gotta
see
update
it,
your
and I
shit,
have
bro.
Discord
You gotta
updated.
update. You gotta update.
Did it? Wait, let me
Because the
check
last
it.
guy that tried to do this, he
It's
wasn't
updated.
updated. Go ahead and close out your Discord and go update and come back.
All
He's
right.
probably on Android, chat.
Oh,
You got an
shoot!
Android
I
broke
do
in
have
here.
to up. I do have to update.
Yeah, go update, bro.
All right. I'll try again when it's updated.
All right, sounds good. That's all you gotta do. Go down to the thing.
It's £50 per month.
50. How many people are in this call right now? Can I go live on camera? There's too many ninjas in here.
I can go mute if you need.
No, you're good. It's gonna show all this flat ass water. I'm not gonna stay long, guys. I'm gonna go swim in the ocean for a bit. This flat ass ocean. God damn, bro. What the fuck?
All right, I can see it now. I can see it
All
now.
right.
Thank you, Jason Bear.
Oh, you're welcome, sir. Bro. God damn.
Does anybody have any video on the Tiangong station?
I'm flat now.
Let's go. I need to change his name to Warvo. W.
Everybody.
Who needs India when you got CB?
Yo, don't disrespect my man like that. Oh, that's a hell of a compliment.
CB's a legend.
Damn. All right.
Does anybody have any video on Tiangong space station?
I'm blushing over here like Mae West in the corner.
Yo, CB, do you hear me?
No, I don't know what that is. What is that space station? I don't know what that is.
No, CB, you messed it up. Mae West, she didn't blush. She was like, okay, she was a nasty girl. Okay, she would say like, I mean, that was back in the day of yore. Okay, when people were more conservative, reserved, right? Like you would go in, like you'd watch a sitcom and you'd go to the bedroom scene, and the man and woman would have two separate beds on two separate sides of the room. So Mae West was kind of like kind of vulgar at the time. She'd openly talk about like sex and marriage and man and women issues, and people would thought that it was just basic real reproductive health almost. And yeah, pretty much. So the joke was that how can she say what she's saying without blushing? So when QE says that what you said was so embarrassing it would make Mae West blush, it's like saying that what the person just said was like so stupid, so idiotic that even the person who would never blush, it was impossible to make this person blush. They're blushing.
Right. So I don't know. We just had a Mandela effect or some shit because this is the first time I've heard of this Tiangong space station.
Oh,
anybody heard of it?
Oh, I thought you said
China or something.
I misheard you. I thought you were talking about a PlayStation.
I think it's
I'm
a
like,
PlayStation too.
Yeah, I was like, I don't know why. Like, was he hot micing? But no, he couldn't have been hot micing because he said your name. Okay, so okay, yeah, yeah, it's been up there for quite some time. They built it in secret, which is hilarious as shit. Like no one, you look at the lore, the space lore for this Chinese space station. You're like, out of nowhere, they just announced to the world we have a space station. You're like, how?
It was built in supposedly into 2021. What? And like, if you look at the animations of supposedly how they built it, it looks really stupid.
Isn't it all animation?
Yeah, pretty much is. Yeah, I'm gonna put a video so you can see.
People have such a short memory for space exploration. They're always looking off into the future, and they don't even remember like 2 years ago when China went to the moon and landed on it, and it was just such a shit show of their CGI. It was so like 1965 level CGI, and they just moved on like it never happened. Erased it from the cultural memory.
They've got a crisis up there right now. I guess some active space herpes or space AIDS has infected the station. They're not sure what to do with it.
Nuke it.
Yeah, look at that video I just posted of how they supposedly built.
Any Globetrotters here?
I'm a former Globetrotter, say 15 years. If Earth is flat, how flat surface work on flat Earth?
Irving, Sasha.
Okay.
How does flat surface be curved or be flat?
If you're having a stroke, put your wallet in your mouth.
There, Dove. Yeah, hey Dove, do you want to talk to CB?
I'm currently having lunch. I'll be back.
How do you have lunch on a flat Earth?
Look at the TikTok video, the X video that I posted. That was supposed to be them landing. That is so PR. Posted 45 minutes after the hour.
Looks so real.
Who else needs a tag? Elbow TV needs a tag. Daz68 needs a tag. Crit's a vegan now.
I
got a tag. You say my tag.
Looks good. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'm running an experiment with this tag right now. So just bear with me.
All right. I see what you did there. Bear with you. All right. I see what you did there. Who else needs it? T. We need Tells Angles. Elbow. Helio's bot, I guess.
Yeah, Carl Kentucky or whatever his name, what your name used to be.
That was weird. I had
At the
a tag.
bottom
I don't know
there.
what happened to my tag.
Put it back on right now.
It's on.
You know who else needs a server tag? Jen CBR1.
Facts. All right, chat. I'm gonna go swim for a bit, and I'll be back.
What, in Glober Tears? Oh.
Hey, if the ocean's been Glober Tears, then yes, sir.
So is there anybody on here that thinks they live on a 70% flat ball? Go ahead.
No, sir.
Fia.
Hell no.
Who's the Fia? The Gundaya. The Gandia? I'm killing it.
What you talking about, Willis?
Down all the green, some weird anime picture, emote. Avatar.
Oh, boy, your mic is coming in kind of like
Bluetooth.
two Dixie cups and a string, bro.
Yeah, horrible Bluetooth.
And it's probably because you spent some good money on that Bluetooth, man. But sounded like Alibaba kind of mic.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's what they get it constructed at.
It's Temu quality, bro. Like, I ain't gonna lie.
Yeah, it's Bluetooth freaking headset Beats. You good for audio to listen to, but not to speak to. I'm about to open my computer.
Yeah, Dove's contemplating his life choices on thinking about the Earth being a globe and whatnot. Like, damn, this whole time I've been thinking it was a globe? Son of a bitch. And we got Thander in the chat. Who's Thander? Anybody talk to him? Her? And Thea the Gondia. I don't know what that means, but
Something with God.
okay. Welcome to the room. Do we need to announce him like one of those old carnival guys?
Barker.
Come on now, step right up. Got the amazing elephant man. Jeez.
You the ringleader here of this show.
Yeah, you could say it's a circus. It's all right.
You got the whip and the chair, and you're making the lion stand on a ball or some shit.
Yeah, you got it.
If my chickens become annoyingly loud, please let me know.
Your chickens? No, we don't hear chickens. Well, it could be because the Globers are all yellow.
You bunch of yellow belly.
Only thing left for us to do is start making a chicken sounds.
How can you have chickens on a clock? Don't make any sense.
But I mean, you think about it, right? In 2025, there should be some evidence for the Earth being a globe. Like somebody should have reported back, and after the many years we've been talking about flat Earth, somebody should have some evidence. Or do you guys all lean on McToon? Is he like your champion? Because I hate to say this, man, but there was a video, and as gross as it sounds, that he was digging in his butt and smelling it. So I don't know, man. If that's a guy you think is top notch, and there's another guy too that eats his boogers. You know, I mean, on camera, guys. I mean, if these are the guys you guys are putting up as your leader, I don't know. You can do better. Meanwhile, back at the ranch, we got reality displaying itself as a horizontal plane. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. The Earth is flat. Water is horizontal and flat on its surface. Yep, you can test that. Does anybody think that water curves on the surface of a sphere like a globe? Because if you do, you got to demonstrate it. Now, you ain't just going to get away with showing us NASA images. No, sir. We need some metrics that we can actually test and verify. So that being said, who's our first contestant? Bueller.
Nobody wants to prove that bendy water to you, AB. Sorry, man.
Well, I asked nicely. I said pretty pleased with the cherry on top.
Yeah, AV. I think we already smoked them today. Scared them off for a day.
Hey, dude.
Yep.
You know, like, we scared off the YouTube bot too, man, when Rob started talking about kayaking to Antarctica.
Oh my god, that was great.
Dude, when you and Jed were talking to him, dude, I was busting the gut, man. I'm seriously, man. It was too much for me. Because you know, it was as dumb as it was, and he admitted that he was just only doing it to see if we would fall for like his tricks. And he admitted at the end, dude. It's like I was only just I never meant what I was saying, so he admitted to it. It's crazy, dude. It's like the lengths that these Globers will actually go to just try to thwart the efforts of us telling them that the Earth is flat. You know, dishonesty, make stuff up, like golly. And then meanwhile, over
He
here,
admitted
yeah, go on.
He admitted he was lying the whole time, and he was actually making stuff up to back up his lie. And when he saw he lost the argument, he was just like, "Oh, but I did it to justify a point that wasn't even a point." So ridiculous.
Yeah.
But yeah, we had him.
And I think, if I'm not mistaken, I think he did leave chat after that. He was raging, dude. And we didn't have the bot in there at the time, but I'm gonna tell you one thing, man. That guy was raging this morning.
Rob Knox is like that. Comes in sometimes, drops his load of bullshit of the day, gets called out, gets mad, and leaves.
I don't know why. I mean, Chris made a good friend with him. I mean, he's befriended him, so he should have been a little calmer than that.
Personally, dealing with people like that for the last 8 years or so has actually really improved my ability to stay calm in the face of who knows what. I don't get nearly as worked up as I used to. I just see people for what they are, break how and why they're coming at me like that, and I look into their mind and their soul rather than repeat their energy back.
Yeah. It's like you can run system diagnostics on their organic computer.
So what you're saying is they got filthy souls?
No, it's like to an engine that's like sputtering or not firing right or making a little squeaky sound and recognizing, oh, that's that belt, or you got a misfire on your fifth spark plug or something like that. You know what I mean? I see it, I diagnose it rather than get upset by it.
Yeah, I call that like V8, that V8 drink, where you get you go to the grocery stores like in the supplement area, where it's like a bunch of vegetables all kind of ground up.
Yeah.
I say that they're not firing on all 8 cylinders. They are on the high caloric, low nutrient diet. A lot of them have chemical dependency problems, untreated mental illness. So they come in here, and that's exactly what you see: a brain that isn't functioning because of lack of nutrients, along with like a very low level of like social emotional intelligence, paired with just an idiot with an internet connection.
Yeah, Chris usually think, I got a solution for this. Simple. Seek actual help, seek some professional help. And, maybe on the way over there, get you a nice juicy steak, and then perhaps Bob's your uncle afterwards. Who knows?
Without a healthy amount of cholesterol, your brain cannot function. Your brain is like 83% fat. And you can't create collagen without cholesterol. And they got everybody on statin drugs to lower their cholesterol, but that really just starves the brain for what it needs to maintain itself. And then they end up getting dementia and schizophrenia and fucking Parkinson's within 4 going on it. You need cholesterol. There is no such thing as
be careful what that gets into our TOS.
When should I expect this schizophrenia?
Stop.
Tristan's gonna chop in. Kristen's.
Okay.
Guys, we got Tristan on the mic.
Take all medical advice from your doctor. No one here is trying to get between you and your doctor. Follow all CDC guidelines.
Wait. Tristan.
There's no way. If your doctor has prescribed you a medicine and someone here disagree with that, they are not trying to get between you and your doctor.
We got a chat skank on the mic. We got a chat skank who finally wants to chime in. Let's let him chime
fire
in.
up.
Kristen, what's up?
I was just going to ask, when should I expect the schizophrenia to set in? Because I haven't had cholesterol in 12 years.
We're not talking about this.
I just got done telling you we're not going to talk about medical stuff.
Wait, he's still a Globetard. You're a
my bad.
All right, gentlemen, moving forward.
The question is, when does it go away for you?
Yeah, Tristan. The problem we're having is Tristan doesn't usually get on the mic. So now that he's on the mic, we want to ask him a whole bunch of questions. Like, why do you always, chat skank in the daytime, and then all of a sudden you're just coming in here firing up like something, nothing to do with the globe whatsoever. So,
because he made a claim. Like, to answer your question, because he made a claim.
Yeah. So anyway, and all the other ones you wouldn't answer. So how is the Earth a globe, Tristan? Let's get that from you at least. We got to get you on record.
Let me answer your first question. You asked why I was always chat skanking, and I assume by chat skanking you mean like just typing stuff in the chat.
Yeah, not vocalizing.
I do that. Yeah. I do that because it's like a good way to keep track of everything I've said. Because like I can't really remember everything that I've said, especially after like hours of conversation, you know, and you guys really like to be like, well, you said this and that, and like, well, we got you on this. So I like to keep.
All right, good. Glad you cleared that up. Now let's get to the good stuff, right? Why do you think the Earth's a globe?
Yeah, because it's demonstrated to be a globe. It's measured to be a globe. Like you could just look at it from the moon.
Oh, dude, really? All right, so
go to the moon and look at it.
All right, how was it demonstrated? Let's do one at a time. How was it demonstrated to be a globe? Go for it.
Well, we could do Rainy Lake, the Rainy Lake experiment. I'm still learning about it. Huh?
You're still learning about it, so you don't have the information to substantiate the claim for Rainy Lake?
Well, I mean, like, when you say I don't have the information, like, no, I haven't memorized, like, everything about the Rainy Lake experiment.
So you're not able to tell me how that leads you to think that the Earth is a globe? Yeah.
Yeah, I can explain that. Like, in my head, in my globe religion, I think that the Rainy Lake experiment shows the curvature of the Earth.
All right, what is the measurement that was done there?
What do you mean?
Hello, you got to measure the ball in order to think it's a ball.
No, well, like, what do you mean? What was?
You have to measure the ball in order for it to be an actual ball. So how did you measure the ball?
But you know about the Rainy Lake experiment, right? Like,
bro,
you know what they
just
measured.
answer the question. How did you measure the ball?
Well, I think it might help if I give you a graphic to show you.
Okay, so you can't use your words. You don't need a text now. You're on the mic.
Well, yeah, that's why I'm talking about
all right,
an image.
How was it measured?
Well, basically, they put these targets out over some water and measured the curvature of the Earth.
That's great. Anybody could have said that. So, and what method was used to measure the surface curve? What was the numeric value given for the distance over Rainy Lake?
The distance. Yeah, see, that kind of stuff I don't have memorized. Like, what was the...
Dude, that's the most important, Tristan. That's the most important part. You have to figure out from point A to point B how much curvature there is based on the distance. You gotta know that, man. If you don't have that, you really got nothing except for you just saying, oh, they measured it. How they do it? Well, I don't really know. Well, that's the whole point.
Yeah. I completely agree. I just I'm not as concerned with like memorizing the exact number.
All right.
Like the
so you don't have, that's good. So then you don't have evidence for the Rainy Lake experiment showing that the Earth.
Well, I never claimed that I had evidence that would satisfy you. You asked me why.
Bro.
Hey guys, can I get some help?
No, hell no, man. Not satisfy me. No, there's a standard, right? If you're measuring the Earth to be a globe, it has to conform to it being the actual thing that people claim it is, right? Radius of 3959, circumference of 24,901 miles. All those metrics have to be met within your test. That's what we're asking for. Can somebody show that the Earth has been measured? Yeah,
I agree with that.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, I agree that like all those numbers have to like stay consistent in the measurements.
All right then. Rainy Lake, as far as you know, you can't explain it to me how you know from point A to point B it's been measured to have any curvature. So
no, I mean I can. I just didn't memorize it. You know, like I didn't. I'm reading about it and it's 9.5 kilometers.
Yeah, here's the thing. You're reading about it right now. But check this out. I'm gonna give you a little inside scoop. You've been sitting in the chat typing in text for days on end, bro, and I've seen you in here. Why don't you have it readily available?
Well, I mean, I do. Like, I know a lot of stuff about it, but I didn't, for example, memorize the maximum distance of the measurement, right, which is 9.5 kilometers.
Yeah, the most important part of the information, which is how much curvature there is between point A and point B, you didn't have that.
Could you guys provide him a flat Earth model, please?
Yeah, well, we're not talking about your question that you want to intervene with. I'm actually grilling Tristan on why he doesn't have the information ready and handy. If he's been sitting in our text chat and should have had all this information ready to go.
Okay, then could you?
I'm not going to divert to your question, dude. Not going to do it. You can take your question and have a seat. You know, put a pin on that. We'll get back to it later. I want to talk to Tristan.
Well, I mean, I did just kind of hop in. I'm not like particularly prepared to defend the Rainy Lake experiment.
You've been sitting in our chat for days on end, and you're telling me just now you're not ready. What gives, bro? What gives?
Well, because you guys are calling me out and like telling me to mic up. So
So you mean to tell me that this whole time you've been sitting in our text chat, you've never looked this up? Just right now.
Can you show your information sources?
I've been reading about it. I've been reading about it the entire time, right?
So I just want to finish up with this so I can get to the guy who's really chomping at the bit, right? Okay. So if the important thing is here is that you didn't have the information ready, and we're going to ask you for this, obviously, right? Because I did it now, and you don't have it ready. That means you don't know if the Earth is a globe right now. You got to go look it up, and perhaps maybe later you'll find out if it is or isn't. Who knows? Stay tuned for the next adventure of Tristan.
That's not like the belief status of my brain, right? Like I think that I know that the Earth is a globe. Like that is the belief state of my brain.
Yeah, you can, dude. You know what? People believe in the Tooth Fairy and the Easter Bunny and all that good. Yeah, you can believe whatever you want. I don't really care.
Yeah,
if
that's
you
all.
Say you
that's
know,
what I'm saying.
Yeah, that's good. If you know that the Earth is a globe, then we're going to pull you up on it. Well, you don't know, so we're just going to move on to the guy who's foaming at the mouth right now. So go ahead, sir.
Okay.
If you have your question, please ask us, or we can grill you. It don't matter. The dude with the question, gentlemen, go ahead and you have the floor. What's your question?
No, he doesn't have a question because he can't interrupt.
Yeah, Tristan, it was interesting how you wanted to pipe up when people are talking about nutrition. I know that's kind of your thing, your wheelhouse. So what's your take on tipping?
Like for service workers?
Yeah.
I'm a communist.
How about, what do you think about astronaut ice cream?
I'm not sure what that is. Is that like dehydrated ice cream?
Yeah.
Freeze-dried ice cream. Ice cream for an astronaut? Well, that's me looking for weed.
I mean, I don't see how that's relevant. You know.
Well, I mean, if they're going to lie to the little kid, say a little kid's like, Mommy, I've wanted to be like an astronaut. I want to have astronaut ice cream and then make like a pillow space station when we get home. And then little Billy finds out like 5 years later that astronaut ice cream isn't anything related to NASA whatsoever. No astronauts ever eaten any of that ice cream in space. They perfectly tell you that would be a hazard to have like something crumbly that would break apart in your hands. What do you think little Billy's supposed to do with that? That after his first dream of being an astronaut was eating astronaut ice cream.
So what's the topic about? Like
nutrition right now. We switched it to what do you think about tipping?
Tipping.
How's tipping related to nutrition? Those are like tipping's economics, is it not?
Well, if you want, the actual topic overall is we're looking for evidence that the Earth is a spinning ball, like they've told us.
But we were just saying nutrition. It was about nutrition, wasn't it?
No, the channel's about the Earth.
But so first.
Yes, I know. You've been confused.
Okay, hold on.
You've been confused by Crit.
We were talking about the reason why some of the globalists, namely Rob Noxious, has been this triggered, this worked up for so long. Okay, and
so we're moving on from ice cream.
No, we can be back on it. We can talk about it. Yeah. See, this is what I'm talking about. Is that I've talked to Rob. People said, "Hey, why does Crit have such a good relationship with Rob?" It's because I've let him vent and I've offered solutions and whatnot, and I've talked to him to get him to quit smoking and whatnot. And I think a lot of this conversation, a lot of the problems, communication problems we see in this channel, and by we, I mean like the royal we, not me and you, like the flat earthers, is that you get globalists in here whose full diet is Cheetos and Mountain Dew. They do not have the appropriate nutrients. Their bodies aren't fueled. Their minds don't have the appropriate nutrients to function appropriately. Along with that, there's some social emotional issues, some underlying untreated mental health that causes them to self-medicate. So with all that, one of the big questions to ask is, what do they think about tipping? Because when you can get like a meal, you can go someplace and they'll feed you and you pay them and they feed you, and then there's a server. But if you got a problem with tipping, that might be that create another hurdle. So like, okay, what's the next step? The goal is not to just send them to a fast food restaurant where they're
What's the topic?
The topic is, how do we get your brain firing on all 8 cylinders again? How are we able to get? Because right now you unable to follow what the topic is.
No, Cyclo told me it was about flat Earth, and you're talking about tipping. I'm just wondering what the topic is.
Crit's saying the reason you believe in the globe is because your brain is nutrient deficient. It's not functioning properly.
But how does that relate to
that's a possible reason. That's a possible reason for your globe belief. So that's tying it together.
It's making the hypothesis of not only why you can't articulate your own position, you can't understand flat Earth either, and then you think you've debunked it, and you come right back the next day and do it all over again. Like over and over and over with very little self-awareness in anything you say or do. It's quite breathtaking to watch. And some of them flame out very spectacularly. So what we're doing here is we're trying to get you to articulate some point of view. Like tipping. Can you even articulate what your take is on tipping? And you can't. But you're dumbfounded. It's
just I don't see the correlation between tipping and flat Earth theory. There's nothing relatable to them. That's all. There's no correlation.
Yeah, and once you've got some, you've got the nutrients on board.
Do you want to measure the curvature of a burger? Is that
no? Once you've got some nutrients on board, you'll be able to articulate something that you think. You'll be able to like work it out. And that's why what we got earlier, like Tristan had said that he normally keeps quiet.
I mean, I just had a steak and stuff, so like I had plenty of nutrients. So what are you getting at?
All right, so your brain's fired up. So let's hear what globe proof your brain can provide, firing on all cylinders.
But
what do you got?
We're talking about tipping. I'm well aware of what's going on.
So you can't.
Is it tipping?
You don't want to go to flat Earth.
Right? Yeah, you can't do it then. I thought we were talking about the Earth. Okay, let's talk about the Earth. I thought we were talking about tipping.
That's what Crit said.
Yeah,
so
dude, that's boring.
We're talking about tipping.
Dude. So, dude, we'll just give you one chance. You're going to talk about the Earth, or are you going to say, I don't know what the topic is. I thought it was the Earth, but now it's nutrition, but now it's the Earth. The topic is the Earth. Do you have any evidence that the Earth is a spinning ball like you believe?
Well, I've come to the conclusion it's more like a quarter. It's flat.
Okay, so you don't have any argument for the globe then. Cool. Put yourself on mute. Does anyone have any evidence that the Earth is a spinning ball in a vacuum?
Is Tristan still here? Because he was talking about moon photos.
Hi.
There we go. There he is.
Yeah, I just said, like, for example, you can stand on the moon and like look at the Earth. I think that's what I said. Yeah, I mean, personally, I'm sure. Like, I understand.
Well,
I won't be able to convince.
Sure? It's not something you've ever done, is it?
No, obviously not. But it's just.
So how can you be sure about
that? Just the preponderance of evidence. Like, I've seen so many images. I've seen so much data from the lunar missions. Like, just today I was watching them drive their buggy around.
You understand that it's very possible to fake images and videos, right?
Oh, sure, yeah.
Okay, so how are you certain that these are real?
I'm not certain. I'm just sure. I'm sure they're not fake.
Okay,
I'm not
sure,
certain.
but you're not certain.
No, I'm not certain about anything.
To me, sure would mean that you're pretty certain.
Yeah, like 99%. None of it's faked.
99% based on unverifiable images and videos.
Well, I mean that's just like how I go about living my life, is just trying to get information and build a picture of the world the best I can.
Well, it sounds like you go about your life accepting unverifiable images and videos for your entire worldview.
No, I think it sounds like I just have a different standard for verifying things and certainty than you.
But you just said that you couldn't verify any of those. So your standard is there's no verification
what
required.
I said specifically was that I wasn't certain, and what I was trying to say by that was that I wasn't 100% certain, right? Like it's always just like
right, but you could put any percentage in. If you can't verify the images or videos are real, might as well be 1%.
Can you verify?
You can call it 99%, but you've got no experience or ability to replicate those claims, those images, and those videos.
Are you able to verify flat Earth theory? Can you verify that?
Yeah, just go outside. There it is.
Well, no, like, do you what if I'm outside? What if I'm at work and I need to do some or school?
Well, if you're at work, you're still on a flat, motionless Earth, observably, measurably by any experience. So yeah.
Well, what if I told you, I'm in university? Could you provide a link or some sort of information to read that?
Well, no, we're talking about observable reality.
Yeah,
this is what you experience as a default. A flat, motionless Earth. But you don't experience a spinning ball Earth.
But could you verify that?
Who's clacking away on those keys? Is that you?
I think it was me. I'm sorry.
All right, mute yourself if you're clacking away on some keys. So you want to know how you can know that the Earth is flat and not a ball?
Yeah, like if I need to do a research paper, can I get some credible sources? Like you say you could verify. Like I'm looking to verify. Can you verify?
Well, you can verify that the surface has no detectable curvature as would be required by a 39-59 mile radius globe.
Can I get a link to a science article or anything? Just
a science article. Well,
or just like
more, you're talking about this. Yeah, I mean, can any of the guys in the chat post any of the laser tests? You seen any of the laser tests? They're pretty good. People shooting lasers over 20 miles, hitting targets on the other side of lakes that should be beneath tens of feet, hundreds of feet of curvature. I mean, that's pretty good. Have you got any scientific, verifiable measurements of Earth being a ball? Or do you only need that for flat Earth?
So I'm just looking at this document Flatlight provided. Just give me a moment to read it. I'm a bit dyslexic.
Yeah, no problem. So what's going on, guys? Busy tonight. Who's all in? Who was in the house? Heard Alpha earlier. What's up? AV? Who else is in here?
Blind Rage.
Blind Rage.
Yeah.
What's up?
Just chilling.
Not blind raging about flat Earth, I hope.
Oh, no. Reporting for duty, sir. I rage blindly about the ball Earth, you know.
Okay. You don't need to rage about the globe Earth, just, have a laugh with it. That's what we do.
Yep.
So I've been reading. I'm about a third of the way through it. Well, can someone clarify the measurement 2 in this document? Like it says target hidden height spherical model. Can someone explain that? I'm not familiar with this.
I'm not sure what's been posted to you, but if it's a laser test and it's talking about the hidden height, it's basically testing the claimed globe curvature and using a laser to give a straight line reference across the surface and seeing if the surface is curving away underneath it, causing an obstruction so it wouldn't be able to hit the target.
Yeah, I just think just because this is just be observing it, but wouldn't it'd be helpful to have like other people verify this. You know, just like a peer review.
Yeah. What do you think? What do you think this whole thing is? Is people going out and testing the globe? That's what flat Earth is. But that's ironic because the globe believers, they don't seem to think, the globe believers generally don't seem to think that anyone needs to go and verify any of the claims. They just think NASA has to say it, and that's good enough. Just believe it. But I'm glad you're going to hold a higher standard and you're going to demand some verification, some peer reviews, some other people testing these claims. Because then you'll figure out that the Earth's not a globe.
Because right now, this is just FECOR Inc.'s view of things.
Yeah. Well, that's fine. I mean, that's something that you could go out and check yourself. I mean, I guarantee you there's more laser tests and observations on the flat Earth side than there is on the globe side.
So, is there a source that references FECOR as well as a credible source? Like, just wondering, like, does anyone also reference FECOR?
Well, what do you consider? What makes a source credible to you?
Well, if it's referenced, it's got to be like easily referenced by others because if something's credible, other people would reference it too.
Verifiable. You say the claim has to be verifiable.
Yeah, like so, if another laser test went around, like did another test X Corp or whatever. Okay. Let's say X Corp, for example. Let's say they do their laser test. They can also back up their claim with FECOR. That's what I'm getting at.
So, if a claim that was made wasn't verifiable, you wouldn't consider that credible?
I'm just saying, like, if a source is credible, other people that do the same experiment that could also include that in their references.
Yeah, so that's what you were saying.
Does
so
anyone
if you
else
can't verify it, then it wouldn't be credible. So why do you believe what NASA is saying then?
Does anyone mention FECOR? Like, there's like, just want to make sure, like, just want to double make sure.
Who?
Like FECOR, like they're their own entity, but like, does anyone else reference FECOR in their papers? Like, FECOR conducted this laser study proving that.
Which papers? Who are you imagining to be referencing them?
Well, like I'm saying, if it's credible, other science experiments like these laser tests.
How are you going to say? What's your metric of credible again?
Well, like if another person does a laser test, they can then quote FECOR to say these guys were.
They don't need to do. Why would they need to quote FECOR just to do their own laser experiment?
Right. Well,
they're not testing FECOR. They're testing the globe metrics that are claimed.
Yes. Yeah.
So that's what they would be referencing. So if you were to go out and do a laser test across a lake, you wouldn't be referencing FECOR. You'd be referencing the claimed globe curvature, and you'd be showing what you have demonstrated with your laser and what you've observed.
I know, but like...
This is where you guys are confused, because you're like, you think you need to follow some kind of university clear process, appeal to authority.
No, I'm just like, I'm reading this, and these guys have references in their document. I just, like, at the very end of it, they
so you can look... So there's a bunch of different laser tests that people have done. You can look at each one individually. Each claim has to be taken on its own merit, right?
Like citation 1, whatever. There's a citation 1 for 2-in-1 pub data. Like that's the thing. Like, is there another document?
What it is that they're? Is there another document they're doing? Do you understand what it is that they're claiming to do?
Yes, I understand that, but I'm trying to get at is there another is there another laser test?
Well, why are you already asking about another document?
No, like can
you address what's being stated in that document first?
If they can reference other references, is there another document that can refer to this one as a credible source?
We don't appeal to the consensus here, buddy. I don't know
why would another document referencing that document make that more credible? That's not the measure of its credibility. If someone else mentions it, the measure of its credibility is what did they do? How have they documented it? Is this something that can be repeated, tested?
Yes. So if it can be repeated, if someone did another test, they can reference
loads of people doing laser tests on Earth. Yeah, there's a bunch of people doing laser tests.
And has anyone...
You want to see more? You want to see more of them?
Yes, and has anyone mentioned Feycore?
All right. Well, people
in
can
their
post
studies?
them in the chat. Well, if we've got 20 laser tests from different people across the Earth and they don't mention FE core, what does that mean?
I don't know. It just means that maybe
Doesn't mean anything, does it? Doesn't mean anything.
Why would they need to mention FE
Interesting.
core if they're doing individual?
Yeah. This dude's like somehow attached to this idea that he needs other people to mention FE core for some reason.
He needs
what he needs
to even do it.
No,
That's what he needs.
no. What he needs to do is read it and see if it's something that he could do.
Well, these people require that you have a PhD to understand the scientific method, even though it's taught to you in middle school.
Oh, well, if that's his standard, and he has no standard by which to evaluate whether it's a viable option or not.
Yeah, because originally you were asking, okay, how can we understand if the Earth is flat or not a globe? We've told you, and now you're not even addressing it. You're just saying, well, has anyone else spoken about this? It's like, I kind of get the feeling that you're not going to honestly engage with the topic at that point.
Well, I think what he was asking was, has anybody else went out to replicate the V-core laser test specifically? Same equipment?
Well, why does he have to specifically do that? What if we've got dozens of laser tests all across the Earth? Why would they need to specifically focus on one?
Well, in the scientific community, replication of test results is a very key part of determining conclusions.
Yeah, that's fine. But as we're just talking about the general principle and question, because he asked the broad question, how would you know if the Earth is flat or a ball? And we're speaking about laser tests. Well, you could shine a laser across the surface, and if the surface curves down and away from the laser, then you could say it's curved. And if it doesn't, then you could say it's not curved. So now they're trying to. Now it's a bit of a tactic to hyperfixate on this one and say, well, who else has done this? And this specific one, I need it to be mentioned in another thing, rather than addressing the fact that all across the Earth, loads of different laser tests are being measured, and they're all generally coming up with the same thing, which is no detection of curvature. Could you please address that?
Right, and exactly. And can I just add that whenever it's mentioned or asked if this same standard has been applied to have achieved the conclusion that the Earth is a globe, nobody pipes up. Everyone goes silent. All the globers don't say anything.
Yeah, it's hilarious. Like, they're kind of pretending they have this, they adhere to this standard of evidence when they absolutely do not. At the end of the day, if you're believing in the globe, what you're appealing to is government space cartoons. That's it.
I'm just looking for replication in data, that's all.
Chiming in.
Okay, well, listen, there's dozens of laser tests that can be linked to you. You can see loads of different people doing laser tests. You could go and do it yourself. You could just go and do some long-distance observations yourself. But something tells me you don't really want to know. Maybe I'm wrong.
What I mean is, if V-core is actually referenceable, like, why hasn't anyone referenced them?
What do you mean? We've referenced them. We've just sent you them.
I know, but
there you go.
Cyclone Elbow was trying to get in, and I don't think you could hear him. He is coming in super low, though.
Oh, sorry, Elbow. Yeah, I didn't hear him.
Yeah, Elbow, you're coming in super low when you try and get in, and everyone's like just talking over the top of you, and it's hard to hear you. Maybe up your volume or drop out, come back in.
Maybe a different question worth asking. Have any globe earthers gone out to replicate a flat Earth laser test and provided their findings?
Nah, globers aren't trying to measure the curve. They already know there is none.
So you don't have any video or paper of any glober trying to replicate a flat Earth experiment?
Globe Earth laser tests? I don't know. Has anyone seen one of these?
Well, specifically, it's to replicate a laser test that a flat earther did. So same place, same equipment, same time of day, all that stuff.
Nah, they usually stick to sitting at the computer and assuming it's a ball, rather than going outside and trying to actually measure it.
Can you find? I mean, you got all this plethora of knowledge. Surely you can find something. You got this plethora of knowledge. There must be it, and the internet's huge.
Well, yeah, I mean, we went and looked, right? Who's measured curvature? No one has that we can find. If you think you've got something, feel free.
But the thing is, you just told me these guys were doing laser tests, so there's surely got to be other people that have done laser tests, right?
Yeah, but when you do the laser tests, there you go, Elbow. Can hear you now.
Yeah, the other guy was chiming in saying that in the scientific community, that most things aren't replicatable. I think he confused this with science. This is not science, dude. This is just measurement, by the way.
Yeah, but that's all right. We don't have to get bogged down in science versus geometry. This is geometry we're talking about, but
I wonder if the flat Earth community would be willing to sponsor some globe earthers, kind of like Will Duffy paid for.
Are you kidding, dude? Are you kidding?
Yeah,
you guys have the entire
sponsor Glovers to go and replicate the Salt Lake test, for example.
Dude, no. You've got the entire mainstream institutions on your side. NASA alone get $18 million a day. Why should we have to start giving you guys money to prove the globe? This is supposed to already be proven.
So how much money does Flat Earth get? Just curious. Because those lasers.
How much money does Flat Earth get?
Because I'm just looking at this laser test.
What are you talking about, bro?
I read this document, and those lasers they're using are pretty expensive. Those are some pretty expensive, high-powered lasers.
Yeah, paid for by their own money.
Yeah, it's just normal people doing these tests. It's not an institution. It's not a government organization. It's just normal people.
I mean, the equipment. Like one portable canvas with 3x3 meter stairs, Nikon P900.
Yeah. Some of them get pretty expensive equipment. Don't get me wrong, but it's nothing to the tune of what, say, a university would have or NASA could have. I mean, you shouldn't be asking us, hey, can you guys sponsor some Globers to go and measure the curve? You should be asking your institutions, your universities, your NASAs, and saying, why have you guys not measured the curve?
I mean, I'm just looking at some of this equipment online, like just a simple high-powered laser device, output 5 watts. Just a simple 5-watt laser is like almost $7,700. That's just one laser.
Yeah, so think how many millions of those NASA could buy. Why haven't they done it?
So I'm saying that, I'm looking at this. They used 5 lasers in this study in the document provided. That's like $350,000. That's beyond what most people can afford for a test.
No, they didn't spend $350,000.
Well, no, it's $7,000 from the laser.
I have an idea. What about the person, whoever did the Great Salt Lake laser test? What if that person just took a couple Glovers with them to replicate it? And
some Glovers have come along to some of these tests, I'm sure.
Yeah, so I'd like to see documentation of that. Do you have anything like that?
No, the Glovers don't write things down.
I mean, so thing is though, with them. Just what you were saying earlier, how anyone can replicate the experience, but this is all very expensive niche equipment.
Well, yeah, dude. But I'm saying. Well, I mean, that's a lot more reasonable than what they're telling most people, which is, hey, dude, you need to go and get in a spaceship and go to space, and then you can see. It's a lot more doable than that.
Well, this 5-watt laser, they're like $700 each. That's way.
Okay. Well, you don't even have to do a laser test. You can just do long distance observations. Just get a pair of binoculars, get a telescope, get a camera with a decent zoom. Do it like that.
Test as well.
But they're also using
that's the cheapest one. But they're using. Listen, dude, you can do this with a trip to Walmart. You buy a mirror, drive to a lake, and just flash the mirror to the other side of the lake with a buddy over there, and the buddy's gonna be like, "Yep, I see the mirror flash."
Also,
there's no curvature.
Also, they're using computers. They're using computers to record data, and it's just you need these computers to record laser data.
You only need a 1-watt laser to shoot 20 miles with. So those,
how are you going to record the data?
You can get a 2-watt for $140. That's pretty cheap.
Well, maybe you could just answer the question then: why have no Globers done this and proven that there's curve?
I mean, this experiment seems very cost prohibitive to the average person.
That's
So the
$140.
Gloobers can't afford it. So the mainstream can't afford to get a laser.
A 5-watt laser is a 5-watt laser.
Only
is
the
$3,700.
super rich
The
flat
laptop.
earthers.
You only need a 2-watt laser. $150. Go get it. Do it. They went for the overkill with the 5-watt.
You're really trying to argue that the reason the globe hasn't been proven is
and
because
then,
it
you know,
costs a laser costs too much.
I'm also forgetting. You guys are forgetting that I also need a laptop or something to like record this data.
You got to think about it reasonably.
Oh yeah, how are you gonna get a laptop, bro? How are you gonna manage that?
Oh
Yeah,
my
you're
God,
right.
you sound like a college student.
Yeah,
You're
you got
saying
to
ain't got a laptop?
You got to make a printing press, then you got to print the money, right? That costs money just to
So
make the
I
printing
actually
press,
found
print the money to buy the to buy the product. That's totally undoable. Yeah.
So I found a high quality laser. Like this thing's top notch to do this kind of scientific experiment. It's 30.
It's not a scientific experiment, dude.
Well, I mean, if it's not an experiment, what is it?
It's a laser test.
So
Yeah,
it's
he
like
might
playing-
not know.
Yeah, he doesn't know what science
the
is. That's fine.
experiment- Yeah, he doesn't know what science is. Doesn't know what the experiment is.
That's why he's asking us. That's why he's got a problem with people on our side going out and taking lasers and saying, why aren't you letting the Globers do this? As if it's somehow our fault that the Globers are either too lazy or incapable of getting a laser and going to a lake.
it just seems to be like these experiments are costly. And
You do it with a stick and a shadow.
a
Dude.
2-watt
you can do it for
laser
$50
can be seen for over 25 miles. They're $150, not cost prohibitive at all.
And how much does it cost you to see? Like how expensive is it for you to see something?
Right.
What are you even talking about? NASA get $80 million a day.
And how much are these flat earthers getting?
None.
I haven't got any.
None of your
I mean,
tax
I got
dollars. None of your tax
$0.
dollars go to us if that's something you're not aware of.
I mean, I just read that whole document again. I'll say it again. They had 5 lasers in total. These lasers are giant 5-watt ones, and they run for about 7,700 each. They're not cheap.
But you don't need a 5-watt, is what I'm saying. A 5-watt is overkill.
Yeah,
you can see
no,
a
but his
2-watt for over 25 miles.
Yeah, but his contention is he thinks that somebody's supplying these guys with money to buy those lasers. They bought it with their own money, bro.
Well, even if they were being supplied with money to buy the lasers, who cares? This is literally not an argument. I don't even know what the hell you're trying to say.
There's 5-watt lasers for $250, dude. Whoop-de-doo.
I mean, the point is, they're going out and shooting a laser, and they're not detecting any curvature. Could you address that, the actual point?
No, he doesn't want to address the point.
Can these results be replicated?
Yeah, loads of people are observing and measuring that there's no Earth curve.
So would you say then people would be sourcing FemCore then?
What?
FECore or whatever.
Sourcing FE core. Dude, are you high?
No, like you guys provided FE cores or whatever.
What the fuck are you talking about?
The laser test. And
They shoot a laser. Yeah, they shoot a laser. Doesn't matter.
Yeah,
they don't
why
need to
does
reference.
one
They don't need to
person-
reference one particular group or person. They just go out and do it.
Yeah,
Where did
why
they
one
get their-
person?
Where did they
Again,
get
why?
their-
Why does
did
one
they get
person?
Just wondering where they got their information from.
They're testing the cartoon globe math.
They got it from the
that
Earth.
NASA state on their website. If you're unaware of that, they give dimensions of this claimed fantasy space ball that we're supposed to be living on. So that's what people are testing. That's the source they're going to for the numbers that they will then test.
Well,
Jesus, dude.
let's ask
Could
him
you
some
stop
questions.
trying
He's
to
doing
be
all
so
the questions
obtuse?
with semantic argumentation here. So let's just ask him one question. Do you believe that the reason why boats disappear from the bottom up is because they go over the Earth's curve, just like Bill Nye the Science Guy taught us when we were 8 years old on MTV?
I mean, logically speaking, if they went over the curve, I'm just like,
What is that? The curve that isn't measured when people are shooting lasers?
Well, the thing is, though,
let him answer. Let him answer.
The thing is, though, if that boat was on a flat surface, the boat would have just been continuously going into space because it's a flat surface like a table.
I'm asking, do you believe that it goes over the horizon? Yes or no? Very simple question.
It could
deserves
be.
a simple answer.
It could be.
It could be. Right.
He's not sure. He's not sure. Well, that's fine.
He's not sure.
So you're not going to use that as an argument that there's curve. Fine. So is
Do
there
you
any
think-
argument that there's curve?
Do you think that's a logical statement to say? Like, hypothetically, all boats should go over a horizon? And that's why they all disappear from the bottom up?
I mean, a flat would imply just a surface, you know, like a table. So, like, if the boat was on a surface, eventually, if it hit the edge of the table, it would just fall over. It would not go over the horizon. It would just fall right off the table.
You can put a plastic boat on a flat surface, and you could be 5 feet away from it and lower your camera down, and guess what? It will also begin to disappear from the bottom up.